Chun Yun had been married for 2 years, but in an instant, he found himself leaving with nothing. After the divorce, the female CEO, who once looked down upon her seemingly useless husband, discovered that he was, in fact, a figure of immense wealth and power. Overwhelmed with emotion, she came to him, weeping and pleading for reconciliation. The female CEO, with tears in her eyes, implored, "My dear husband, I was wrong. Please let us remarry." Chun Yun coldly replied, "Get lost." Chapter 1. I agree to the divorce. In the city of Zhonghai, at the bustling farmer's market, a tall, young man emerged, carrying 2 bags of groceries with an unhurried demeanor. He possessed a strikingly handsome face, with eyes that sparkled like stars. Unfortunately, his expression betrayed a hint of discontent, as his narrow eyes reflected a certain indifference. Unbeknownst to him, 2 imposing men in suits trailed closely behind. The young man walked directly through the entrance of the Jinxiu Huafu residential complex, and the 2 suited men exchanged glances before following him inside. As the young man strolled into the garden, he swiftly disappeared from their sight, leaving the 2 men bewildered. Panic set in as they prepared to search for him separately. Just then, a chilling voice cut through the air. "Are you looking for me?" Startled, the 2 men turned towards the source of the voice. There, beneath the shade of a tree, Chun Yun sat on a bench, smoking nonchalantly while regarding them with indifference. "Good day, young master." The 2 men saluted. Chun Yun furrowed his brow slightly before relaxing his expression, his voice still as frosty as before. "Are you from the Chun family of the capital?" Chun Chong, one of the men, responded first. "Yes." Chun Hu quickly added, "The master is gravely ill and wishes to see you. He sent us to bring you home." "Home?" Chun Yun's face twisted into a sneer. "Since the day he brought that vixen home, causing my mother's death and casting me out, I have had no home." Chun Chong and Chun Hu exchanged glances, their expressions tense. Chun Yun extinguished his cigarette, grabbed the bags of groceries, and turned to leave. "Tell him that I have severed all ties with the Chun family. I do not wish to be disturbed again. If he continues to send people after me, I will not hesitate to retaliate." With his resolute warning, a palpable wave of murderous intent emanated from Chun Yun, leaving Chun Chong and Chun Hu feeling as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Only when Chun Yun entered the residential building did the suffocating atmosphere dissipate. After him, snapping back to reality, the 2 men chased after him into the building. As Chun Yun reached the elevator, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw that Chun Chong and Chun Hu, undeterred by his warning, were relentlessly pursuing him. His expression darkened. Chun Chong spoke firmly, "Young master, the master ordered us to bring you back. You must come with us today." Chun Hu warned, "If you refuse to cooperate, we may have to force you." Chun Yun retorted coldly, "Try to force me if you dare." Exchanging a knowing glance, the 2 men lunged at him simultaneously, like 2 tigers unleashed. One seized his left arm while the other grabbed his right. Just as they thought they had succeeded, Chun Yun exerted slight pressure with his arms, sending them reeling back several steps. Surprised, they regrouped and charged at him once more, this time employing all their strength. Chun Chong aimed a powerful punch at Chun Yun's chest, while Chun Hu attempted a kick to his side. "You've underestimated me." Having already shown restraint, Chun Yun decided to no longer hold back. With both hands occupied with groceries, he swiftly lifted his feet, delivering 2 precise kicks. Thud! His first kick landed squarely on Chun Chong's chest, crushing his ribcage and sending him flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed against the elevator door. Thud! The second kick struck Chun Hu's knee, snapping his leg with a sickening crack, causing him to scream in agony as he collapsed, clutching his broken limb. In stark contrast, Chun Yun remained composed, as if dispatching these 2 men was as effortless as drinking water. He stepped over Chun Hu, making his way to the elevator. Chun Chong, having just spat out blood, looked up to see Chun Yun advancing towards him, fear gripping him as he recoiled, only to find himself cornered against the elevator door. With each step Chun Yun took, his heart raced, suffocating under the weight of impending doom. "This is it. I'm done for." Despair washed over him as he closed his eyes. Yet, instead of a fatal blow, he heard Chun Yun's icy voice instruct, "Press the elevator button for me." Huh. Chun Chong opened his eyes, staring blankly at Chun Yun, who held 2 bags of groceries. Regaining his senses, he struggled to press the button, responding, "Yes." Ding! The elevator doors slid open. Chun Yun stepped inside, carrying his groceries. "I'll spare you this time. Return and tell him not to disturb me again, or I shall deal with anyone he sends." As the doors slowly closed, Chun Yun's figure vanished entirely. Only then did Chin Chong and Chun Hu exhale in relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. Their faces bore expressions of shock as they helped each other flee the scene in disarray. Meanwhile, Chun Yun had returned home. With swift movements, he changed his shoes and entered the kitchen with his fresh ingredients, methodically beginning to prepare a meal, just as he always did. In that moment, he transformed into a devoted husband, a far cry from the cold, ruthless demeanor he had just displayed. Soon enough, he had prepared a sumptuous feast, eagerly awaiting the return of his wife, Zhao Qingyu. Thinking of her brought a smile to his once stoic face, his narrow eyes softening with affection. 10 years ago, he had been cast out, wandering aimlessly and on the brink of starvation. It was then that a kind-hearted girl had come to his aid, offering him a meal and encouraging him to persevere, reigniting his will to live. Eventually, he enlisted in the army. 5 years of service, filled with countless battles, transformed him from a mere soldier into a formidable warrior. However, the constant strain of high-pressure missions took a toll on his mental state, leading to bouts of aggression and a thirst for violence. Thus, he voluntarily retired. Upon returning to the city, he devoted considerable time and effort to locate the girl who had once rescued him in his darkest hour. Their reunion blossomed into romance, culminating in a whirlwind marriage. Now, 2 years later, they had built a life together. Zhao Qingyu, fiercely ambitious, had risen to become the CEO of a company valued in the millions, all with the subtle assistance of Chun Yun's connections. Content with his simple life, Chun Yun dedicated himself to household duties, cherishing the role of a supportive husband. This tranquil and blissful existence was a source of great satisfaction for him, aiding in his recovery from the remnants of post-traumatic stress. The only regret was that as Zhao Qingyu's career flourished, she became increasingly busy, resulting in the couple spending less and less time together. Moreover, whenever Chun Yun expressed his desire for children, his wife Zhao Qingyu always dismissed the notion in favor of her career. Click! The sound of the door opening echoed through the room. A tall and graceful woman, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, entered, carrying an LV handbag. It was none other than Chun Yun's wife, Zhao Qingyu. With a broad smile, Chun Yun approached her, exclaiming, "Darling, you're back. You must be hungry. I've made chicken soup and prepared your favorite stir-fried dishes." As he reached out to take her handbag, Zhao Qingyu, however, pushed him away with a look of disdain and coldly remarked, "All you ever do is fuss over trivial things like cooking. Can't you show a bit more ambition?" Taken aback, Chun Yun gently inquired, "What's wrong? Have you encountered some troubles at work? You can share them with me." Zhao Qingyu retorted with disgust, "What's the point of confiding in someone as useless as you? Han Xiao is right. You and I are on entirely different levels. You simply do not deserve me. Let's get a divorce." As she spoke, she pulled a divorce agreement from her handbag and tossed it at Chun Yun. He caught it, glancing at the words divorce agreement and feeling a sharp pang in his heart. Looking up at Zhao Qingyu, he attempted to suppress his emotions and slowly said, "So, I am that insignificant in your eyes? You seem to be getting quite close to Han Sudong from the Han Group. Is that the reason for the divorce?" Zhao Qingyu showed no intention of explaining herself, lifting her chin defiantly and saying, "Think what you like. If that's what you believe, then so be it." Upon hearing this, Chun Yun's eyes turned icy. "Fine, I agree to the divorce." Chapter 2. Mistaking Fish Eyes for Pearls. Zhao Qingyu's expression brightened with surprise upon hearing Chun Yun agree to the divorce. However, she quickly composed herself and stated earnestly, "Since you've agreed, let's part on good terms. Although you've spent 2 years only cooking at home, I will still give you 1 million. That should be sufficient, right?" Chun Yun replied slowly, "1 million for 2 years of being a cook is indeed generous, but feelings cannot be quantified in monetary terms." Zhao Qingyu, visibly displeased, asked, "Is that not enough? Name your price. As long as it's not outrageous, I'll do my best to accommodate you." Gazing at the woman who spoke only of money, Chun Yun felt increasingly disheartened and despondent. He coldly remarked, "Perhaps to you, wealth signifies everything, but to me, love cannot be measured in currency. You may earn vast sums in the future, but no one will ever love you as I have." With that, he took a pen and signed the divorce agreement. After signing, he handed it back to Zhao Qingyu with an indifferent tone. I don't want a single cent of the assets. Just return the Jade Guanyin you gave me back then. 10 years ago, he had gifted the only relic left by his mother to the kind woman who had helped him through his low points. Now, as their fates diverged, he felt it necessary to reclaim it. However, Zhao Qingyu appeared confused and asked, Jade Guanyin? What Jade Guanyin? Chen Yin frowned and reminded her, the Jade Guanyin I gave you 10 years ago. Zhao Qingyu's expression grew more perplexed. What do you mean 10 years ago? Didn't we only meet 2 years ago? Chen Yin clarified. When we first met 2 years ago, you were among a group of female university students taking graduation photos at the entrance of Zhonghai University. Weren't you wearing a Jade Guanyin around your neck at that time? Zhao Qingyu attempted to recall. Are you referring to that Jade Guanyin? But I was quite poor and couldn't afford jewelry. I borrowed it from a classmate named Xu Tangyin to look better in the photos. What? The Jade Guanyin she wore was borrowed from someone else. Chen Yin felt a jolt of realization. He had mistaken fish eyes for pearls. No wonder the kind-hearted girl from years ago had transformed into someone so materialistic. She was indeed not the same person. Seeing Chen Yun's unusual expression, Zhao Qingyu questioned with confusion, but that Jade Guanyin was lent to me by Xu Tangyin. How can you claim it as yours? Chen Yun's demeanor returned to normal as he replied indifferently. That no longer concerns you. I have already signed the divorce agreement. Let the lawyers handle the rest. After the 1-month cooling-off period, we will obtain the divorce certificate. With that, he turned to leave. Zhao Qingyu sensed a palpable shift in Chen Yun's attitude. She could feel that he harbored no lingering feelings for her, no trace of affection. Watching him decisively walk away, an inexplicable anxiety gripped her heart, reminiscent of losing something precious in her childhood. She blurted out, Chen Yun. Chen Yun paused, but did not turn back. What is it? After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Qingyu softly asked, Did you leave something behind? Chen Yun slowly turned around, gazing deeply at the woman with whom he had shared 2 years of marriage. Had she not initiated the divorce, even if she were not the benevolent girl from his past, he would have remained devoted to her for life. Alas, fate had played its cruel hand. Looking at the woman he had once loved deeply, he quietly said, I left behind a feeling of love. A feeling of love? Zhao Qingyu trembled at his words, her face showing signs of emotion. She was about to say something when Chen Yun opened the door and departed. Click! As the door to the living room closed, Chen Yun's figure vanished completely. Zhao Qingyu felt as though an invisible hand had tightly gripped her heart, causing sharp pain. How could it hurt so much? She was the one who deemed him useless, who felt he was unworthy of her, who initiated the divorce. So why'd her heart ache so? Chen Yun. Zhao Qingyu stood frozen for a moment before finally giving in and rushing out the door. But the entrance was empty. Where was Chen Yun? He had already taken the elevator and left. Zhao Qingyu murmured to herself, was I right or wrong in doing this? At that moment, Chen Yun had already left the Jingsuo Mansion community and entered a nearby cafe. After ordering a cup of coffee, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Diding, I need you to do something for me down on the other end of the line. The person recognized Chen Yun's voice and, after a 3-second pause, responded with excitement and trembling, Boss, ever since he got married. You've lost contact with the brothers in the military. It's been over 2 years since we heard from you. Hearing your voice today makes me so happy. Chen Yun replied curtly, cut the small talk. I need you to investigate a woman named Xu Tangyin. She studied at Zhonghai University and graduated in 2022. I want all her current information. Diding chuckled, don't worry, boss. With these clues, I can send you all her information in just half an hour. Chen Yun acknowledged, good. After hanging up, he sipped his coffee while gazing out at the scenery on the street, pondering. So the kind-hearted girl from back then was named Xu Tangyin. I wonder how she is faring now. Chapter 3. The fray that makes me regress in less than half an hour, Diting called. Boss, I have gathered all the information on Miss Xu Tangyin and sent it to you. Chen Yun responded with satisfaction. Great. Diting cautiously inquired, Boss, the brothers in the military miss you dearly. How is your recovery progressing? Will you return in the future? The ailment in question was Chen Yun's post-war syndrome, characterized by a volatile temperament and a penchant for violence. At his worst, the sight of an unseemly individual would ignite a desire to snap their neck, and even passing dogs would provoke an urge to strike. However, after reintegrating into society and marrying, his condition had significantly improved. Yet, following his divorce from Zhao Qingyu today, his spirits plummeted, and the previously subsiding post-war syndrome threatened to resurface. Upon hearing the concern from his comrades, Chen Yun replied nonchalantly, "I am well. As for my return to the military, that remains to be seen." Although his words were ambiguous and the future uncertain, he nonetheless left the door open for a possible return, which was enough to bring joy to Di Ting on the other end of the line. Di Ting exclaimed, "Boss, all the soldiers in the northern front await your return with open arms." After ending the call, Chen Yun opened his email and perused the information Di Ting had sent. Xu Tingyin, 25 years old, unmarried. Place of employment, Xu Group. Position, salesperson. Address, number 86, Haiding Village, Zhonghai City. Soon, he had absorbed all the details about Xu Tingyin. She was the granddaughter of Xu Chang'an, a member of a third-rate affluent family in Zhonghai City, yet her family was marginalized within the Xu clan, ostracized by her uncle's branch. They had even been expelled by their grandfather and were currently residing in a rented space within a village, living a life of hardship. Putting away his phone, Chen Yun exited the cafe and hailed a taxi, instructing the driver, "Take me to Xu Group." "Certainly," replied the taxi driver. Upon arriving at Xu Group, Chen Yun alighted from the vehicle and entered the building, making his way to the front desk. Two uniformed clerks were engaged in conversation when they spotted Chen Yun, their eyes lighting up in unison, silently acknowledging, "What a handsome man." One of the clerks, her voice sweet, asked, "Hello, sir. How may I assist you?" Chen Yun smiled. "I am here to see Miss Xu Tingyin from your sales department." The clerk, captivated by Chen Yun's charming smile, blushed and replied, "Sir, you must be here for business. Please head directly to the sales department on the 5th floor." Chen Yun thanked her and turned towards the elevator, ascending to the designated floor. It was only after his figure vanished that the clerk recalled her oversight, exclaiming to her companion, "Oh dear, I was so mesmerized by the handsome man that I forgot to have him register." Her companion, unfazed, responded, "Well, that's what happens when you daydream. But not having him register is not a big issue." With a sorrowful expression, the young clerk lamented, "This is a serious problem. If he registers, I could obtain his contact information, and who knows what opportunities may arise." Her companion, wide-eyed, replied, "Xiaomei, are you serious?" Meanwhile, on the 5th floor in the business department's meeting room, Xu Tingyin was engaged in conversation with a man clad in a white suit. The man, with a frivolous demeanor, scrutinized her exquisite features and graceful figure, smirking as he asked, "Xu Tingyin, I shall inquire once more. Will you marry me?" Xu Tingyin looked at the dandy with disdain and coldly responded, "Li Zihao, no matter how many times you ask, my answer remains unchanged. There is no possibility between us. Furthermore, please refrain from disturbing me unless it pertains to business matters." With that, she turned to leave. "Stop," Li Zihao called out. "A year ago, you refused to marry me, and your grandfather demoted you from supervisor to a mere employee, even expelling your family from your home. I presume life has become quite challenging for you." Xu Tingyin replied haughtily, "Regardless of how your grandfather pressures me, I will not yield, and my parents support me." Li Zihao, his eyes glinting with cunning, retorted with a sardonic smile, "If you do not think of yourself, you ought to consider your parents. Living in such a chaotic area of the city is perilous. You might find yourself in a dire situation one day." Xu Tongyin's expression changed dramatically, her voice rising. "Li Zihao, I warn you not to harm my parents." She was acutely aware that Li Zihao's mother was the head of the Li Group and his father the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. Li Zihao was known for his unscrupulous tactics, and she genuinely feared he might resort to any extreme measures against her family. Seated, Li Zihao shook his leg, sneering, "That depends on your ability to appreciate the situation. Before my patience runs out, I ask you one last time. Will you be my woman?" Xu Tingyin clenched her teeth in refusal. "In your dreams." With that, she attempted to depart, but unexpectedly, Li Zihao lunged forward, blocking her path. Startled, she took 2 steps back and demanded, "What do you want?" "I will call for help." Li Zihao advanced menacingly, grinning maliciously. "Call for help? Your grandfather has already sold you to me. When I arrived, he instructed everyone in your department to leave early. It is just you and me on this floor. Even if you scream, it will be futile." As his words hung in the air, the meeting room door creaked open. Chen Yun entered leisurely. Having wandered through the property department and finding it devoid of people, he was about to leave when he faintly heard voices in the meeting room, prompting him to enter. Upon seeing Xu Tingyin, his eyes brightened, and he was about to greet her. Mistaking him for a new employee, Xu Tingyin urgently implored, He is trying to bully me. Please help me call the police. Chen Yun was taken aback by her words and swiftly turned his gaze towards Li Zihao. Li Zihai, brimming with arrogance, threatened haughtily, "Kid, this is none of your business. My father is the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. If you don't want to end up as a corpse on the streets by tomorrow, you better get out now." Chen Yun's gaze suddenly turned icy. A surge of violent rage emanating from him, as the remnants of his post-war syndrome awakened his bloodthirsty tendencies. However, Li Zihai remained oblivious to the murderous intent lurking in Chen Yun's eyes and continued to berate him. "I will count to 3. If you're not gone by the time I reach 3, you will regret it for the rest of your life." 1. With unwavering confidence, he began his countdown, certain that this young man would not dare to defy him. Yet, to his utter astonishment, just as he reached 3, Chen Yun erupted into action, striking him across the face with a resounding slap. The impact sent Li Zihai's head reeling, propelling his body across the room with a thunderous crash that overturned several chairs in the conference room before he finally landed on the ground. Chen Yun, still seething, remarked, "I detest when people bark at me. It makes my heart uneasy and stirs my old habits." Shu Tingyin watched in stunned silence, her shock beyond words. She had initially hoped that Chen Yun would discreetly step out to call the police, and she would have been immensely grateful. However, she could hardly fathom that this man would possess such ferocity, sending Li Zihai hurtling through the air with a single blow. Chapter 4. Shelter, you dare strike me? Li Zihai, unsteadily rising from the floor, clutched his swollen left cheek, his fury boiling over as he yelled at Chen Yun, "I swear you'll pay for this. I'll have you dismembered and tossed into the sea to feed the fish." Chen Yun, incensed by his words, kicked Li Zihai back to the ground and unleashed a flurry of brutal kicks to his face, exclaiming, "That slap was far too lenient, wasn't he it?" In the blink of an eye, Li Zihai's visage was utterly transformed, his nose broken, lips split, and blood streaming from his mouth and nose. Even more glaringly, numerous distinct shoe prints adorned his face. Shu Tingyin, finally snapping out of her shock, rushed forward to grasp Chen Yun's arm, terrified that he might beat Li Zihai to death. "Stop. We must leave here quickly. It will be troublesome if his bodyguards arrive." She pulled Chen Yun away from the conference room in a panic. Chen Yun offered no resistance, allowing her to lead him away. His gaze drifted to her neck, where he noticed an enchanting jade guanine pendant. Indeed, the very one he had gifted that kind-hearted girl a decade ago. It was undoubtedly her. A gentle warmth spread through Chen Yun's heart as he regarded Shu Tingyin with newfound tenderness. Once they exited the Shu Corporation, she finally released his arm. With a face full of gratitude, she said, "Thank you for saving me. May I ask your name?" Chen Yun replied with a smile, "I am Chen Yun." "I am Shu Tingyin," she said, producing a bank card, her expression serious. "You've struck Li Zihai. You can no longer stay in Zhonghai City. I have several tens of thousands of yuan on this card. You should leave and lay low for a while." Chen Yun shook his head, declaring, "I do not wish to accept your money, nor will I leave." Shu Tingyin, feeling exasperated, proposed, "Then perhaps you could return home for a while and lay low." Yet, Chen Yun continued to shake his head, stating, "I have no home." Shu Tingyin was taken aback. This man had offended Li Zihao in order to save her, lost his job, and now found himself homeless. What could she do? She suggested, "Why not use the money on my card to rent a place temporarily until the situation calms down and you can seek employment again?" Chen Yun flatly refused. "No?" Shu Tingyin was on the verge of losing her composure, exclaiming, "You must have something wrong with you. Do you realize you have angered the son of the Black Tiger Gang leader? He could retaliate at any moment. Please, just take my money and hide for a while." Chen Yun blinked, replying, "Indeed, a few years ago, a doctor mentioned some psychological and mental issues, which is why I retired from the military." Shu Tingyin had merely spoken out of frustration, lamenting Chen Yun's lack of awareness regarding the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing him admit to having mental issues, she was momentarily stunned, murmuring, "He really does have a mental illness." Realizing her words were inappropriate, she quickly covered her mouth, glancing at Chen Yun in fear of his reaction. However, Chen Yun appeared unfazed and smiled. "Yes, but I am much better now. I generally do not have episodes." Shu Tingyin thought to herself, even when he is not having episodes, he seems quite foolish to provoke the son of the Black Tiger Gang without considering his escape. With a sigh, she concluded, "Well, this situation arose because of me. You offended Li Zihao while trying to save me, and now you are jobless and homeless. I cannot simply stand by. Why don't you stay at my house for a couple of days while we figure things out?" This time, Chen Yun did not shake his head in refusal, but instead readily agreed. All right. Shu Tangyin widened her eyes, scrutinizing him with suspicion. I genuinely wonder whether you are truly foolish or merely pretending. Chen Yun smiled silently. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the Shu group on the 5th floor, several well-dressed bodyguards rushed in to support the bloodied Li Zihao. He was barely conscious, yet his resentment was palpable as he mumbled, "Find out who that kid is. I want him to suffer worse than death." The bodyguards eagerly responded, "Yes, young masterly." In the urban village of Haidang, Shu Tangyin escorted Chen Yun into a rundown small house. In the living room, an unassuming middle-aged man, dressed plainly and wearing reading glasses, was perusing a newspaper, while a woman beside him was preparing vegetables. This couple were Shu Tangyin's parents, Shu Xingyuan and Su Yuehua. Upon seeing their daughter enter with an unfamiliar man, they were momentarily taken aback. In their memory, their daughter had never shown interest in men, nor had she ever been reported to have any close relationships. Why was she now bringing a man home? Shu Tangyin introduced Chen Yun, saying, "This is my father, Shu Xingyuan, and this is my mother, Su Yuehua." Immediately, she introduced him to her parents. "Mom and Dad, this is Chen Yun." Chen Yun politely greeted, "Hello, Uncle and Aunt." Shu Xingyuan and Su Yuehua exchanged glances, then responded with a peculiar expression, "Hello." After acknowledging Chen Yun, they turned to their daughter, clearly seeking an explanation about her relationship with this young man. Understanding her parents' thoughts, Shu Tangyin said to Chen Yun, "I'll speak with my parents for a moment. Please sit here and watch some television." Chen Yun replied, "All right." Shu Tangyin pulled her parents into the room and closed the door, then recounted everything in detail. Su Yuehua remarked, "So he is not your boyfriend." Shu Xingyuan stated, "Daughter, you are absolutely right. We must not be ungrateful. Chen Yun lost his job and became homeless because he saved you. It is only right that we offer him shelter. I support your decision." Su Yuehua expressed her concern. "While that may be true, I still feel uneasy about taking in a stranger, especially considering he has some mental health issues, doesn't he?" Shu Xingyuan replied, "He has mentioned that he rarely has episodes. Moreover, he has served in the military as a soldier, demonstrating his courageous spirit by saving our daughter regardless of the danger. As the saying goes, one must not let those who bring warmth perish in the cold." Seeing her husband ramble on, Su Yuehua waved her hand in exasperation. All right. I was merely making a comment. Let's temporarily offer him shelter." Relieved by her parents' agreement to take Chen Yun in, Shu Tangyin let out a sigh of relief. The three of them exited the room. Shu Tangyin beamed at Chen Yun. "Chen Yun, my parents have agreed to let you stay. You can reside with us for a while." Chen Yun replied, "Thank you, Uncle and Aunt." Shu Xingyuan smiled. "We should be thanking you for saving our daughter today. I'll prepare the guest room for you." Su Yuehua, while not as warm in her demeanor, stated, "I'll go prepare dinner." Before long, Su Yuehua had prepared a few dishes and brought them out, and the family sat down to eat with Chen Yun. However, as they were dining, a sudden roar of car engines erupted outside. A black Mercedes and several Jinbei vans screeched to a halt in front of Shu Tangyin's home. Shortly thereafter, Li Zihao, with a bruised face and a bandaged head, emerged from the Mercedes. The other Jinbei vans also disgorged a dozen thugs armed with knives and clubs. Li Zihao, flanked by his men, stormed in with an intimidating presence. The faces of Shu Tangyin and her family turned pale at the sight. In stark contrast, Chen Yun remained unfazed, casting a cold glance at Li Zihao and continuing to eat as though nothing was amiss. Li Zihao, seeing Chen Yun, grinned maliciously and said, "Haha, still in the mood to eat even when death is imminent." He then stepped forward and abruptly overturned the table, sending the food scattering everywhere. A group of over a dozen ruffians wielding knives and clubs stood behind Li Zihao, sneering at Chen Yun as if they were butchers eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. Chapter 5. Close your eyes. I fear to startle you. Chen Yun maintained his posture, with a bowl of rice in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, gazing at the food that had been overturned and scattered across the ground. Suddenly, he lifted his head to meet Li Zihao's gaze, his elongated phoenix eyes fully opened, radiating an unsettling chill. Li Zihao, who had previously exuded arrogance, found himself gripped by an inexplicable sense of dread upon encountering Chen Yun's stare. In truth, Chen Yun felt a fierce urge to snap Li Zihao's neck. However, he refrained from committing murder in front of Shu Tangyin's family, wishing to avoid leaving an indelible negative impression on them. Thus, he merely looked at Li Zihao and coldly stated, "I offer you a chance. Kneel and clean the food off the ground with your tongue, and I shall spare your life today. The moment those words escaped his lips, not only was Li Zihao left dumbfounded, but even Shu Tongyin's family widened their eyes in astonishment. In the next instant, Li Zihao couldn't help but chuckle, a sinister laugh escaping him. Among the ruffians, a burly man with a scar on his face exaggeratedly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This kid must be out of his mind. Thinking he can give young Master Li a chance? How utterly ridiculous." The group of ruffians erupted into laughter. Li Zihao's amusement deepened, and he regarded Chen Yun with mockery. "You are truly amusing. A man on the brink of death dares to offer me a chance. How about I grant you an opportunity instead? Kneel and beg for mercy now, and perhaps I might consider sparing your wretched life." He added with a smirk, "Hear me clearly. I am merely considering it." Ha ha ha. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Shu Tingyin stepped forward, spreading her arms to shield Chen Yun and sternly addressing Li Zihao. "You, Li, are the source of this conflict. If you have grievances, direct them at me and spare the innocent." Chen Yun felt a warmth in his heart as he observed Shu Tongyin's protective stance. Li Zihao, already suspicious of the ambiguous relationship between Chen Yun and Shu Tingyin, now felt a surge of hatred and jealousy at her defense of Chen Yun. He raised his finger to his lips and shushed her, then said to Shu Tingyin, "I will settle the score with you, but first, wait a moment while I deal with him. Then it will be your turn." Turning back to Chen Yun, he arrogantly declared, "For daring to lay a hand on me, killing him would not be considered unjust." Shu Tongyin's heart trembled at his words, and just as she was about to respond, Chen Yun had already pulled her aside. With a smile, he said, "Leave dealing with such a rogue to me." With that, he turned to Li Zihao, his gaze turning icy. "I shall ask you once more, will you kneel and clean the food off the ground?" Li Zihao did not answer but raised his voice, shouting, "Scarface." The burly man immediately understood and strode toward Chen Yun with a menacing sneer, growling, "You truly are too foolish to realize the danger you're in. I'll first break both your arms, and then we'll see how arrogant you remain." Chen Yun set aside the utensils and stood tall, delivering a swift slap. The move, though simple and unadorned, was executed with the speed of lightning. Before Scarface could react, he was struck fiercely by Chen Yun's hand, the force causing his cheek to split open, blood mixed with broken teeth spraying forth as he was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, rendered unconscious. Gasps of astonishment and hisses of disbelief filled the air. Li Zihao's expression morphed into one of shock and fury, his gaze towards Chen Yun now tinged with trepidation. The ruffians behind him tightened their grips on their weapons, suddenly treating the situation with utmost seriousness. Shu Tingyin had witnessed Chen Yun's prowess in the reception room of the Shu Corporation, yet witnessing his formidable skills once more was still a shock. Shu Xinyuan and Su Yuehua exchanged astonished glances, their expressions seemingly conveying a shared sentiment. This young man is extraordinarily fierce. After sending Scarface flying, Chen Yun turned to Shu Tingyin and instructed her, "Close your eyes." Confused, she asked, "Why?" Chen Yun smiled, "Because I am in a rather foul mood, and I fear my old habits may resurface, which might frighten you." "Old habits? Mental illness?" Shu Tingyin wanted to inquire further, but Chen Yun's palm had already covered her face, his tone commanding as he repeated, "Close them." Shu Tingyin, known for her independent and somewhat assertive nature, found herself inexplicably compliant under Chen Yun's warm touch and his deep, authoritative command. Observing this, Shu Xinyuan and Su Yuehua exchanged peculiar looks. Once Shu Tingyin had her eyes closed, Chen Yun turned towards Li Zihao, coldly stating, "You do not cherish the opportunity one have given you, do you?" Li Zihao's countenance shifted dramatically as memories of his terrifying experience being pinned down and mercilessly kicked by Chen Yun resurfaced, causing the wounds on his face to throb painfully. In panic, he barked orders to his henchmen, "We outnumber him. Let's all attack together and beat him to death." With Li Zihao's command, the ruffians surged forward, brandishing their weapons. Bang! Chen Yun raised his fist, striking one of the thugs squarely in the face, sending him reeling backward, blood spraying as he collapsed. Seizing the thug's iron rod, Chen Yun wielded it like a dragon in flight. Bang! 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 The assailants fell one after another under the relentless blows of Chen Yun's iron rod. His strikes were merciless, each impact inflicting injury, each hit resulting in broken bones. The cries of the young thugs echoed as they fell, one by one. Li Zihao watched in horror, having thought that with a dozen henchmen at his disposal, He could easily subdue Qin Yun. Little did he expect that none of his underlings stood a chance against Qin Yun. Xu Xinyuan and Sui Weihua stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. With her eyes closed, Shutong Yin heard the sounds of fighting and cries of agony nearby. Her heart grew increasingly anxious as her concern for Qin Yun intensified. Unable to contain herself any longer, she finally opened her eyes. With trepidation, she feared the sight of Qin Yun bloodied and battered. However, upon beholding the scene before her, she was left utterly astounded. The gangsters led by Li Zihao lay sprawled on the ground, some with severed limbs, all wailing in pain. Meanwhile, Qin Yun approached Li Zihao, wielding an iron rod like a deity of wrath. Li Zihao's face was a mask of terror. His legs trembled as he watched Qin Yun draw ever closer. He wished to flee, yet his feet felt as heavy as lead, immobilizing him. When Qin Yun stood before him, he coldly inquired, "What was it you said earlier? That your subordinates should beat me to death?" Quaking, Li Zihao stammered, "I." Qin Yun interrupted. "I recall you boasting that your father is with the Black Tiger Gang. If you're in this line of work, it's either you kill me or I kill you. When you commanded your men to strike me down, you should have been prepared for the consequences." With that, he raised his weapon and struck down towards Li Zihao's head. Li Zihao's spirit fled in sheer terror. Both Xu Xinyuan and Sui Weihua gasped in horror, exclaiming simultaneously, "This could be fatal." Shutong Yin urgently called out, "Qin Yun, stop!" Hearing her plea, Qin Yun abruptly halted his strike, the iron rod coming to rest merely a centimeter from Li Zihao's forehead. Li Zihao not only felt the force of the impending blow, but also the chilling aura emanating from the rod. Though Qin Yun had refrained from delivering the strike, the fright left Li Zihao quaking, unable to maintain his stance, and he collapsed to his knees, drenched in sweat. Looking down at the trembling figure of Li Zihao, Qin Yun said coldly, "In light of Miss Shu's intervention, I shall grant you one more choice. Will you lick the food off the ground clean? Or shall I send you on your way?" Chapter 6. Always at your service, I'll lick it. I'll clean it up right now. Li Zihao responded in a panic. Without hesitation, he fell to the ground, desperately shoveling the food into his mouth. Terrified beyond measure, he dared not gamble, fearing that Qin Yun might unleash his wrath and send him to his doom. Shutong Yin and her parents looked on in astonishment at the bizarre spectacle before them. Li Zihao, the son of the Black Tiger Gang's leader and the head of the Li Corporation, was accustomed to wielding power and wealth in Zhonghai. Yet here he was, reduced to a mere dog, groveling on the ground, consuming food. It was utterly inconceivable. The food on the ground was plentiful, yet under the threat of death. Li Zihao displayed an astonishing appetite, indeed managing to consume every last morsel. "Mr. Chun, may I leave now?" He knelt before Qin Yun, his head bowed, unable to meet Qin Yun's gaze, and trembled as he asked the question. Qin Yun scoffed, "I know that deep down you are still unconvinced. Perhaps contemplating enduring this humiliation only to seek revenge later?" Li Zihao, startled by Qin Yun's incisive revelation of his hidden intentions, shuddered, his face turning pale with anxiety. Yet he vehemently denied, No, I truly dare not." Qin Yun replied, "It matters not." Li Zihao was taken aback by this response, raising his head in confusion, clearly unable to comprehend Qin Yun's meaning. Qin Yun coldly stated, "I welcome any trouble you wish to bring my way. I am always at your service. However, I warn you to cease harassing Miss Shu and her family, lest I obliterate your Black Tiger Gang and raze your Li family to the ground." What an audacious proclamation. Li Zihao stared wide-eyed at Qin Yun, struggling to discern whether Qin Yun was emboldened by confidence or merely displaying reckless ignorance. Even Xu Xinyuan and Sui Weihua, upon hearing Qin Yun's words, exchanged peculiar glances, unable to suppress their simultaneous gaze towards their daughter. Xu Tangyin subtly shook her head. Initially stunned, Xu Xinyuan and Sui Weihua soon recalled Qin Yun's previous admission of having a mental illness. He had mentioned that his old affliction was resurfacing, and they surmised that this was merely the onset of his condition manifesting in erratic speech, not to be taken seriously. However, the three of them chose not to expose Qin Yun's pretense, secretly hoping that he could intimidate Li Zihao enough to deter him from causing further trouble. After warning Li Zihao, Qin Yun coldly uttered a single word, "Scram." Li Zihao, as if granted a reprieve, turned and fled, his frantic escape resembling a desperate attempt to grow extra legs. His gang of ruffians similarly supported one another, retreating from the Shu residence in a state of disarray. Back in the Mercedes, Lee Zaheo's countenance darkened, and he cast a venomous glance back at the Shu family's modest abode, gritting his teeth as he instructed the driver, "Drive. Let's return home. Once we ascertain that fellow's background, I will flay him alive." The driver promptly replied, "Yes, young master." The Mercedes, along with a few vans, sped away in haste. Inside the house, Chen Yun and Shu Tengyin busied themselves with tidying up the aftermath. Meanwhile, Shu Xingyuan and Su Yuehua were in the kitchen, preparing a new meal. Once Chen Yun and Shu Tengyin finished their chores, they sat down to converse. Shu Tengyin gratefully remarked, "Chen Yun, thank you for once again coming to our family's aid." Chen Yun smiled. "That fellow was after me. It is I who have brought trouble upon your family." Shu Tengyin shook her head, insisting, "No, you offended him in the company to save me. Ultimately, it is I who have implicated you." Chen Yun chuckled at this, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the jade guanyin pendant adorning Shu Tengyin's neck, reflecting, 10 years ago, when I was at my lowest, it was you who saved me and restored my belief in myself. Thus, it is I who should express my gratitude." Shu Tengyin, perceptive to Chen Yun's attention on her necklace, felt a surge of emotions. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Yun was captivated by the jade guanyin adorning her neck, causing her cheeks to flush slightly with embarrassment and indignation as she exclaimed, "Where are you looking?" Had it been any other man gazing at her in such a manner, she would have erupted in anger. However, for reasons unknown, she sensed that Chen Yun's gaze carried no lascivious intent, and his countenance bore no hint of frivolity. Thus, she attributed his stare to mere instinct and lightly admonished him. Upon hearing her words, Chen Yun paused momentarily, quickly realizing her misunderstanding. He pointed to the jade guanyin around her neck and smiled, saying, "I meant no offense. I merely find that piece of jade quite lovely." "Jade?" Shu Tengyin lowered her gaze to the jade guanyin she wore and, with a look of realization, exclaimed, "Oh, so you were referring to this jade guanyin." She then recounted its origin with a smile. "When I was in high school, I encountered a homeless boy on the street, nearly famished. I bought him a meal and encouraged him to persevere. In gratitude, he gifted me this jade, and though I cannot discern its value, I have worn it ever since because I find it beautiful." Chen Yun, upon hearing this, thought to himself, "It must be her. This time, there is no doubt." He blinked and teased, "So you have saved someone's life, and they bestowed upon you a token of gratitude. Who knows? That person might come seeking to repay you." "Repay?" Shu Tengyin was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "That was 10 years ago. In this vast world, what are the chances of meeting again? Besides, my gesture was merely a small act. Accepting his jade was rather thoughtless of me. How could I expect him to repay me?" Chen Yun replied earnestly, "What seems trivial to you may be a life-saving grace to another." He then jested, "Who knows, he might come back to express his gratitude, perhaps even offering himself in return." "What?" Shu Tengyin's eyes widened in disbelief as she waved her hands in protest. No, that is not repayment. It sounds more like a grudge. I hope he doesn't come back to repay me. I would be frightened." Chen Yun had intended to reveal that he was, in fact, the destitute boy she once aided. Yet, upon hearing Shu Tengyin's words, he found himself momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, "It appears this is not the moment to disclose my identity, as it would only lead to unnecessary pressure in our interactions. Perhaps it is best to save this revelation for another time." At that moment, Shu's parents had finished preparing dinner anew, and everyone resumed their seats to continue their evening meal. Chen Yun enjoyed a warm dinner with Shu Tengyin and her family. Meanwhile, Chen Yun's ex-wife, Zhao Qingyu, had just returned home from work to their residence in the Jingxiwa mansion. "Dear, I'm back," she called out instinctively as she entered, her weary body dragging behind her. However, midway through her greeting, she realized the house was shrouded in darkness and silence, evoking a chill. It was then she recalled that she had signed the divorce agreement with Chen Yun earlier that afternoon, and he was no longer there. She pressed her hand against her forehead, murmuring to herself, "What is happening to me? I have forgotten such a significant event as our divorce." She turned on the lights and wearily sank onto the sofa. In the past, upon returning home from work, Chen Yun would have already prepared a delicious dinner, showering her with warmth and concern. Now, with the divorce, she found herself unaccustomed to the absence of his care. The house felt cold and desolate without him. She lifted her gaze towards the dining area, where a pot of chicken soup and several side dishes remained, leftovers from Chen Yun's lunch preparations, now long cold. Why was this so? It was I who found him lacking ambition, I who deemed him unworthy, I who initiated the divorce. Yet, Why do I feel so unhappy and despondent now? Perhaps I should call Chen Yun. Maybe he is also suffering, grappling with his own anguish. After all, he loved me deeply. Throughout our 2 years of marriage, he brought me clothes on chilly days, sheltered me with an umbrella in the rain, and carried me to the hospital in the dead of night when I fell ill. Surely he is in torment, missing me just as I miss him? With this rationale, Zhao Qingyu convinced herself, then took out her phone to video call Chen Yun. Chapter 7. Wasn't it your choice? Chen Yun was dining with Shu Tongyin's family when his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out to find that it was a video call from Zhao Qingyu. He frowned slightly before answering the call. As soon as the video connected, Zhao Qingyu eagerly exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. She wished to know if, after signing the divorce agreement, Chen Yun felt the same anguish as she did if he was thinking of her. However, she quickly realized that Chen Yun was dining with someone else. Although she could only catch a glimpse of the woman beside him, the slender and fair hand wielding chopsticks was unmistakably that of a young beauty. Instantly, the words Zhao Qingyu had intended to say were swallowed back, replaced by a surging wave of discomfort. She had imagined Chen Yun would be mired in sorrow over their separation, yet here he was, dining with another woman. Perhaps this beauty was his new love. With a cold tone, Chen Yun remarked, Miss Zhao, is there something you need? If not, I will hang up. They had already signed the divorce agreement and entrusted a lawyer with the proceedings. Had it not been for the mandatory 1-month cooling-off period before they could jointly obtain their divorce certificate, Zhao Qingyu might have found herself blocked by Chen Yun. Chen Yun, where are you? Who are you dining with? Zhao Qingyu pressed. Chen Yun furrowed his brow, then relaxed it, responding with a calm, yet distant tone. Miss Zhao, we are divorced now. Who I choose to dine with is no longer your concern. Zhao Qingyu's expression darkened upon hearing this. Indeed, it was no longer her concern. Upon witnessing her once adoring husband dining with another woman, who happens to be his new love, right after their divorce, she felt a surge of discontent. Angrily, she exclaimed, Chen Yun, must we escalate matters to this extent? Chen Yun replied indifferently, isn't this what you chose? Zhao Qingyu was taken aback. Indeed, it was she who initiated the divorce, and their current predicament was entirely of her making. Her tone softened slightly as she continued, Chen Yun, I had given you opportunities in the past, but you squandered them. My call now is out of concern for you. Must you respond in such a manner? Chen Yun found her words laughable and retorted, should I then thank you? Zhao Qingyu, incensed, replied, I never asked for your gratitude. But I did not expect you to be so unfazed by the divorce, dining with another woman. You have truly disappointed me. Chen Yun responded, what do you wish for me to do? To weep in secret or to drown in oblivion? Zhao Qingyu was momentarily speechless, and after a pause, she furiously inquired, when I asked who you were dining with, could you not at least provide an explanation? Explain? Chen Yun scoffed, we are divorced now. Why should I owe you an explanation? Besides, when we were still married, you had your entanglements with Han Sudong without ever clarifying them to me. Zhao Qingyu lifted her chin defiantly, asserting, I have no need to explain, for I am guiltless. Chen Yun replied, whether you are guiltless or not, we are now divorced. Let us part amicably. Zhao Qingyu, prideful in nature, had stooped to initiate a video call with Chen Yun, yet she never anticipated his lack of appreciation. Fuming, she declared, Chen Yun, I was considering granting you another chance, but discovering that you have been hiding another woman has left me utterly disillusioned. Chen Yun replied, think as you wish. If that is your belief, so be it. Zhao Qingyu was momentarily stunned, for Chen Yun's words echoed familiar. She recalled that it was precisely what she had said to him during their divorce when he questioned whether her desire to divorce was due to Han Sudong. She was enraged to find him returning her words to her unaltered. In a fit of anger, she abruptly ended the video call. No sooner had she hung up than a call from Han Sudong came through. Zhao Qingyu answered, and the phone resonated with Han Sudong's somewhat frivolous laughter. Qingyu, congratulations on your divorce and newfound freedom. My friends and I have reserved a private room at the Dihao Club to celebrate your liberation. Shall I come to pick you up? Zhao Qingyu declined, saying, Mr. Han, there is no need. I do not consider divorce a matter of pride, nor do I feel joyful about it. I simply wish to be alone for a while. Han Sudong was taken aback, then replied, very well. By the way, will you be attending the charity auction event for entrepreneurs tomorrow evening? Zhao Qingyu affirmed, yes. Han Sudong smiled, splendid. I shall see you tomorrow night. At the same time, at Shu Tongyin's home, after Chen Yun concluded the video call and stowed away his phone, he lifted his gaze to find Shu Tongyin and her family regarding him with peculiar expressions. He couldn't help but inquire, "What is the matter?" Curiously, Shu Tingyin asked, "Was that a call from your wife?" Chen Yun candidly replied, "Ex-wife." Shu Tingyin's eyes widened in surprise. "You got divorced?" Chen Yun nodded, "Yes." Realization washed over Shu Tingyin. "No wonder you find yourself without a home." Noticing Chen Yun's slightly awkward demeanor, she offered words of comfort. "I believe you are fundamentally a good person. Do not lose heart. You will encounter better days ahead." Shu Xingyuan and Su Yuehua joined in, encouraging Chen Yun not to lose faith in life. After their meal, nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Chen Yun bid farewell to Shu Tingyin and ventured out alone to procure a couple of sets of clothing and some daily necessities. He had hardly been gone when 3 black sedans sped into view, from which emerged a tall, slender elder with a stern countenance. This elder was none other than Shu Tongyin's grandfather, Shu Chang'an, the chairman of the Shu Group. Following him were his eldest son Shu Haiqiang, his daughter-in-law Xiao Hongmei, and several bodyguards. Upon hearing the commotion, Shu Tingyin and her parents emerged from the house, their expressions turning to astonishment upon seeing Shu Chang'an. Shu Xingyuan hurried forward. "Father, what brings you here?" Su Yuehua and Shu Tingyin quickly followed suit to greet him. However, Shu Chang'an's countenance darkened as he pointed an accusing finger at his second son. Shu Xingyuan, berating him, "How could I not come? It's all due to your reckless daughter. I arranged for her to marry young Master Li, and instead, she brings home a lunatic who injures him. Just now, the Li family called to demand an explanation, or our entire Shu family will face dire consequences." The faces of Shu Xingyuan, Su Yuehua, and Shu Tingyin paled. Shu Tingyin quickly interjected, "Grandfather, please allow me to explain. It was that scoundrel Li Zihao who attempted to assault me," and Chen Yun intervened, resulting in Li Zihao's injury. Furthermore, tonight's incident was provoked by Li Zihao and his associates causing a ruckus, forcing Chen Yun to act in self-defense. Shu Chang'an roared, "Silence. I do not wish to hear your nonsensical explanations. It is an honor for you that young Master Li has taken an interest in you. What grounds do you have to resist?" Shu Tongyin's face flushed with indignation, her heart heavy with injustice, unable to fathom her grandfather's words. With a thunderous expression, Shu Chang'an declared, "The Li family is furious, and the repercussions will be severe. You and that boy who injured young Master Li must accompany me to the Li family to apologize and await their judgment." Tears brimmed in Shu Tongyin's eyes as she gritted her teeth in refusal. "I did nothing wrong. I will not go." "Impudent. Your refusal is not up for negotiation." With a swift motion, Shu Chang'an commanded the bodyguards, "Take her away." In an instant, the bodyguards surged forward to seize Shu Tingyin. Shu Xingyuan and Su Yuehua panicked and rushed to dissuade. "Father, let us discuss this calmly." Shu Chang'an thundered, "Silence. Do you not comprehend the power of the Li family? If we cannot quell young Master Li's wrath, our entire family will be doomed." As he spoke, he sternly inquired, "Where is that brat Li Xiao? Have him come out and face me." Just then, Chen Yun returned from outside, carrying 2 bags. "Old man, are you looking for me?" Chen Yun remarked coldly as he approached. Chapter 8. Madness is madness, but fighting is truly fierce. As Chen Yun's voice resonated, the attention of everyone present was drawn to him. Shu Chang'an scrutinized Chen Yun with his aged eyes. At first glance, he found the young man remarkably handsome, but upon noticing his plain attire, a hint of disdain crossed his weathered face. He intoned, Are you the one who injured Li Xiao?" Chen Yun replied boldly, "Indeed." Seeing Chen Yun display no signs of fear or regret, Shu Chang'an's anger flared. "Do you realize the calamity you have caused?" Chen Yun chuckled lightly. "Oh? Just how grave is it?" Shu Chang'an's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Yun. Behind him, his eldest son, daughter-in-law, and several bodyguards regarded Chen Yun with expressions akin to that of a monster. Li Xiao's mother was the head of the Li group, and his father was the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. The Li family was notorious for their ruthless vendettas. Chen Yun had injured Li Xiao, committing a grievous offense. Yet he appeared unfazed and even jovial. Truly, he was oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Shu Chang'an scolded, "You reckless fool. If you seek death, I shan't stop you, but you cannot drag our Shu family into this. You and Xiaoyin must accompany me to the Li family to apologize and await Li Xiao's judgment." Before Chen Yun could respond, Shu Tingyin interjected anxiously, "No way." Stepping forward, she shielded Chen Yun, declaring, "Grandfather, this matter arose because of me. Chen Yun is innocent. I shall face the wrath of the Li family alone. Please do not make things difficult for him." Shu Chang'an barked, "No. If he does not face punishment, Li Xiao's hatred will not be assuaged. Shu Tengyin pleaded, "Grandfather, please spare Qin. He has a mental condition. If not for Li Zihua provoking him, he would never have laid hands on Li Zihua. The blame lies solely with Li Zihua. Is he mentally unstable?" Shu Chang'an glanced at Chun Yun in astonishment. Realizing that was why he dared to confront Li Xiao, he coldly scoffed, "I care not whether he is mentally ill. My responsibility tonight is to take you both to the Li family to apologize. Whether or not he is spared rests on Li Xiao's disposition." Shu Tingyin was on the verge of tears, her voice trembling. "Grandfather, forcing Qin Yun to apologize to the Li family is tantamount to sending him to his death." Shu Chang'an sneered, "I am unconcerned. As long as it does not implicate our Shu family, that is all that matters." Shu Tengyin sought to plead again, but Chun Yun gently pulled her aside, whispering, "Tengyin, there is no need to beg this old man. No one can compel me to do anything against my will. Likewise, I will not allow anyone to force you into actions you do not wish to undertake." Shu Tengyin, upon hearing the words, gazed blankly at Chun Yun. Her nose tinged with a bittersweet sensation, her heart profoundly moved. Yet, she did not take Qin Yun's words to heart, for she believed him to be mentally unstable, prone to uttering grandiose claims. For instance, that very night, he had warned Li Zihao of his intent to obliterate the Black Tiger Gang and flatten the Li family. Upon hearing Chun Yun's declarations, Shu Chang'an felt a surge of rage, his blood boiling to the brink of a cerebral incident. He fumed, his face contorted with anger. "You ignorant fool! Tonight, you and Xiaoyin must accompany me to the Li family to offer your apologies. If you both refuse to cooperate, I shall have you bound and taken away." Qin Yun's eyes turned icy as he extended his hands. "Bind me? If you possess the courage, then come try." Shu Chang'an raised his voice, commanding, "Abeo, Ali, seize this lunatic." "Yes, sir." At his behest, two of the bodyguards sprang forth like fierce tigers, lunging at Chun Yun with remarkable agility. However, their momentum in rushing towards him was swiftly countered as they were sent flying back with equal vigor. With a swift kick, Chun Yun dispatched Abeo and Ali almost simultaneously. They crashed to the ground like lifeless dogs, unable to rise again. Shu Chang'an's expression shifted dramatically. Shu Haiqiang exclaimed in astonishment, "What extraordinary skill!" Xiao Hongmei gasped, "I must admit, despite his madness, this fellow fights with incredible ferocity." Shu Chang'an, his face pale with fury, commanded the remaining 4 bodyguards. "All of you, together." The 4 bodyguards, steeling themselves, surged towards Qin Yun, believing their numerical advantage would suffice to subdue him. Yet, they soon realized they had underestimated him. Rather than retreating, Qin Yun surged forward, crashing into one of the bodyguards with the force of a freight train. The impact sent the guard reeling, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Without hesitation, Qin Yun plunged into the fray, his movements swift as the wind. In the blink of an eye, the remaining 3 bodyguards were also sent sprawling by his powerful strikes, each one hitting the ground with anguished cries. Shu Tengyin and her parents, though not strangers to Chun Yun's prowess, felt their hearts race with excitement. Shu Chang'an, Shu Haiqiang, and Xiao Hongmei stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. After effortlessly dispatching several bodyguards, Qin Yun turned his cold gaze upon Shu Chang'an. "Do you still intend to bind me and Tengyin to go to the Li family for apologies?" Startled by the chilling intensity of Chun Yun's gaze, Shu Chang'an instinctively took 2 steps back, fearing this formidable yet mentally unstable individual might strike him. After realizing his cowardice, he felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. He glared at Qin Yun, his bravado faltering. "You brat, you struck Li Xiao and caused this trouble. Do you have the audacity to create chaos but lack the courage to face the consequences? Why don't you go to the Li family and admit your mistakes? What kind of prowess is it to show off in front of an old man like me?" Qin Yun replied coldly, "Of course I will take responsibility, but not in the cowardly way you suggest." Shu Chang'an, puzzled, asked, "Then tell me, how do you intend to take responsibility now that matters have come to this?" Qin Yun replied calmly, "Convey to the Li family that a foster son's misdeeds reflect poorly on his mother, and a father's negligence in teaching his child bears equal blame. If the child errs, the parents share the guilt. Within 3 days, I expect Li Zihao's parents to bring him here to apologize. If they fail to do so, they should not blame me for being unmerciful." "What?" Chun Yun not only refused to apologize to the Li family, but demanded that Li Zihao's parents bring him to make amends. This man must be mad. Did he not realize that Li Ziheo's father was the notorious leader of the Black Tiger Gang, with over 100 followers and several lives on his hands? Initially, Xu Chang'an had doubts about Chen Yun's sanity, but now he was certain that Chen Yun was indeed a lunatic. If he weren't mad, he would never utter such self-destructive words. However, the bodyguards he had brought were all defeated by this madman. Capturing Chen Yun to take him to the Li family was now impossible. The Li family was also pressuring the Xu family for an explanation. At that moment, the only option was to relay Chen Yun's words to the Li family, extricating the Xu family from this predicament to prevent the Li family from venting their anger on them. As for the possible consequences of this action, whether the Li family would resort to violence against Chen Yun was beyond Xu Chang'an's control. He scoffed at Chen Yun, saying, "You're quite audacious. Very well. I shall convey your words to the Li family intact. Prepare for your misfortune." Chapter 9. Enemies on a narrow path. Upon hearing this, Xu Tangyin grew anxious and exclaimed, "Grandfather." Xu Chang'an coldly retorted, "Do not plead for him. Worry about yourself first. It matters not if you face misfortune with him, but do not let it implicate our Xu family." With that, he flung his sleeve and addressed Xu Haiqiang, Xiao Hongmei, and the injured bodyguards. "Let us depart." Seeing this, Xu Xingyuan hurried to catch up. "Father, we can discuss this." Yet, Xu Chang'an ignored him entirely, leaving in a huff with his eldest son, daughter-in-law, and the bodyguards. As they departed, a pall fell over the atmosphere. Xu Xingyuan, furrowed with worry, sighed, "Alas, I never expected things would turn out this way. Not only have we offended the Li family, but now even father has abandoned us." Sui Wehua exclaimed indignantly, "Your father only sees your elder brother. He has never acknowledged you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have driven our family from the old residence and forced Xiao Yin to marry that scoundrel Li Ziheo." Xu Tangyin grasped her parents' hands, tears brimming in her eyes, saying, "Father, mother, this turmoil arose because of me, and I will find a way to resolve it without implicating you." Chen Yun, observing the Tangyin family engulfed in despair, couldn't help but interject, "Miss Xu, what is the matter? Did I not clearly state that I would take responsibility for this? Within 3 days, I will ensure the elders of the Li family come to apologize with Li Ziheo. Why are you all in disarray, panicking for no reason?" Xu Tangyin furrowed her brows and reproached, "Chen Yun, be quiet." Chen Yun was taken aback. Xu Tangyin spoke earnestly, "Chen Yun, I am aware of your past as a soldier, your remarkable skills, and your upright character filled with a sense of justice. However, the Li family's power is far too formidable for ordinary individuals like us to confront." After a pause, she resolutely declared, "This situation arose because of me. I refuse to endanger my family, and I cannot place you in jeopardy either. I will give you some money. Take it and leave Zhonghai quickly. Find another city to hide in. Once I resolve this matter, you may return." Chen Yun understood her intention. She wished to bear the burden alone. He replied calmly, "I will not flee. The Li family is not worthy of my retreat. Moreover, I have stated that their elders must come to apologize with Li Ziheo. They will be obliged to do so." Seeing Chen Yun's refusal to heed her advice and his unwillingness to depart, Xu Tangyin was exasperated. "You," Xu Xingyuan interjected, "all right. Both of you cease your quarrel. Since Chen Yun refuses to leave, we shall take it step by step. Perhaps there is a chance for a turnaround." Xu Tangyin shook her head. She was acutely aware of Li Ziheo's vengeful nature, which rendered her unable to feel optimistic. Yet, Chen Yun was too stubborn to leave, leaving her in a state of helplessness. In the opulent living room of the Li family's mansion, the formidable leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Li Tianlin, sat imposing in a chair, his expression dark and foreboding. His wife, Li Miaoling, and son, Li Ziheo, occupied seats flanking him. Xu Chang'an stood before Li Tianlin's family, accompanied by Xu Haiqiang and Xiao Hongmei, trembling in trepidation. Li Tianlin slowly spoke, his voice laced with fury, "Old Master Xu, did you just say that Chen Yun sent you to convey a message, requesting us to bring our son to apologize?" With his head bowed, Xu Chang'an dared not meet Li Tianlin's gaze, replying fearfully, "Yes, Mr. Li." Li Tianlin's rage transformed into a chilling laughter. "Good, very good. Someone dares to injure my son and then demands an apology? It seems the tiger's ferocity has been mistaken for that of a sickly cat." Xu Chang'an, Xu Haiqiang, and Xiao Hongmei quaked with fear. Suddenly, Li Tianlin raised his voice, "Yin Laowu," a tall, menacing figure with dead fish-like eyes, high cheekbones, and thin lips emerged, responding respectfully. "Boss, I am here." This man, Yin Feng, was one of Li Tianlin's most trusted subordinates, known as Yan Laowu due to his rank as the fifth. Ruthless and carrying several lives on his conscience, he was ominously referred to as the living king of hell. Li Tianlin commanded, Yan Laowu, gather a group of men tomorrow to avenge my son. Remember, do not let that Chen fellow die too swiftly. Yan Laowu grinned, revealing a disquieting smile. Yes, boss. The following morning, Xu Tingyin, Chen Yun, and her parents were having breakfast when they received a call from her grandfather, Xu Chang'an. On the phone, Xu Chang'an coldly warned, Xiaoyin, you need not come to the company any longer. Do not blame me, your grandfather, for not forewarning you, Mr. Li is utterly enraged and has declared a death sentence on Chen Yun. If you wish to live, it would be wise to avoid associating with Chen Yun and seek forgiveness from the Li family post-haste. That is your only salvation. Upon hearing that the Li family intended to take Chen Yun's life, Xu Tongyin's complexion turned ashen. After issuing his warning, Xu Chang'an did not linger on the line and swiftly hung up. Noticing his daughter's pallor, Xu Xinyuan furrowed his brow and inquired, Xiaoyin, who called? What did they say? Fearing to alarm her parents, Xu Tingyin refrained from divulging the entire truth, merely stating, it's nothing. Grandfather called to inform me that I've been dismissed and need not return to the company. Xu Xinyuan and Su Yuehua, upon learning of the elders' decision to expel their daughter, fell silent, their hearts heavy with discomfort. Chen Yun observed Xu Tongyin's wan complexion and deduced that the call had not been trivial. Indeed, Xu Tingyin set down her utensils and said, Chen Yun, it seems we are both out of work now. I plan to go out for a stroll and see if I can find a suitable new job. Would you care to join me? Chen Yun nodded in agreement. Certainly. After finishing their breakfast, the two departed. Upon reaching a nearby bus stop, they engaged in conversation while awaiting their ride. Xu Tingyin looked up at Chen Yun earnestly and said, that call was from my grandfather. It was not merely to inform me of my dismissal. He also mentioned that the Li family intends to take your life. Chen Yun chuckled softly. I could tell. Your face turned pale with fear. Xu Tongyin's tone softened as she earnestly persuaded, Chen Yun, the Li family is not to be trifled with. Please heed my advice and take refuge elsewhere for a while, will you? Chen Yun resolutely declined. No? A profound sense of helplessness surged within Xu Tingyin. Why must you be so obstinate? Chen Yun smiled. Are you not equally stubborn, refusing to believe that I can manage this situation? Xu Tingyin was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes locking onto Chen Yun's unwavering gaze. Did he truly possess the confidence to handle this? Yet, they were dealing with the Li family. Ultimately, she made a decisive resolution, nodding, very well. I believe in you. I shall accompany you to face this. In truth, she had prepared herself for the worst. If Chen Yun ultimately proved unable to cope, she would not hesitate to kneel and plead with Li Zihao, ensuring that the Li family would not harm Chen Yun. After all, he was her benefactor, and she would carry the guilt of his demise for a lifetime. At that moment, the bus arrived. Initially, Xu Tingyin had intended to take the bus to escort Chen Yun to the station for his escape. Now, since Chen Yun was unwilling to leave, she chose to place her trust in him. Nevertheless, deep down, she remained anxious about their ability to endure this trial. So she suggested they take the bus directly to the amusement park. If doom was indeed inevitable, they might as well revel in joy before the end. Throughout the day, she took Chen Yun on a delightful escapade filled with laughter, food, and merriment. Unbeknownst to her, the Li family had already begun a citywide search for both her and Chen Yun, and their pursuit had escalated to a deadly chase. As night fell and the city lights illuminated the streets, Xu Tingyin and Chen Yun appeared at the entrance of the Junan Hotel. Chen Yun, filled with curiosity, inquired, haven't we already dined at the farmhouse restaurant? What brings us here? Xu Tingyin replied with a smile, tonight, a charity auction is being held here. Given that we have offended the Li family and are uncertain about our future, I wish to partake in one final act of charity, to contribute in whatever modest way I can. Chen Yun, somewhat displeased, retorted, you promised to trust me. Why are you so pessimistic? It seems you have no faith in me at all. Just as Xu Tingyin was about to clarify that it was not her intention, a white BMW 7 Series pulled up nearby. Out stepped a handsome man accompanied by a tall and elegant woman. The striking man was Han Sudong, and the tall beauty was Zhao Qingyu, who had also come to attend the charity auction. As Zhao Qingyu alighted from the vehicle, her gaze fell upon Chen Yun laughing and conversing with an exceptionally beautiful and graceful woman, instantly casting a shadow of displeasure across her face. Though Zhao Qingyu and Chen Yun had finalized their divorce, With Chun Yun leaving empty-handed, she found that the aftermath was far from the joyous liberation she had anticipated. Instead, she felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. The absence of Chun Yun's meticulous care had rendered both her work and personal life challenging. After much hesitation, she had reluctantly called Chun Yun the previous night, hoping to extend an olive branch, only to be met with indifference. What infuriated her further was the suspicion that he had already found a new love. This unrest had robbed her of a good night's sleep. Upon arriving at the hotel with Han Sudong, she was taken aback to find Chun Yun in the company of another woman. This sight reignited the flames of her discontent. With a frosty demeanor, she strode directly towards Chun Yun and the woman, intent on discovering the identity of his new romantic interest. To her astonishment, as she drew closer, she recognized Xu Tingyin, her former university beauty queen. Her expression transformed, a blend of shock and fury flooding her features. How could her ex-husband, whom she deemed a worthless failure, be acquainted with someone of Xu Tingyin's caliber? Upon seeing Zhao Qingyu, Xu Tingyin exclaimed, "Zhao Qingyu, what a coincidence. It has been ages since we last met after graduation. I never expected to run into you here." Zhao Qingyu retorted with sarcasm, "Indeed, what a coincidence. Isn't that right, Chun Yun?" Xu Tingyin, sensing the tension, turned to Chun Yun and quietly asked, "Do you know each other?" Zhao Qingyu sneered, "Not only do we know each other, but we are quite well acquainted." Xu Tingyin looked at Chun Yun in bewilderment. When Chun Yun first spotted Zhao Qingyu, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. But he quickly regained his composure and replied calmly, "She is my ex-wife." Ex-wife? Xu Tingyin widened her eyes, suddenly realizing that the person who had video-called Chun Yun while they were dining together the previous night was none other than Zhao Qingyu. Zhao Qingyu, her voice laced with anger, exclaimed, "Xu Tingyin, what are you pretending for? Chun Yun just divorced me, and now he is with you so seamlessly. I suspect you two have been involved long before this." Hearing this, Xu Tingyin's expression darkened. "Zhao Qingyu, I can understand that you are feeling upset after your divorce, but please refrain from making baseless accusations. My relationship with Chun Yun is entirely innocent." Chun Yun interjected, "Miss Xu, there is no need to explain yourself to her." He then turned to Zhao Qingyu with an icy demeanor, stating, "Zhao Qingyu, we are divorced now. Who I choose to be with is no longer your concern." Zhao Qingyu felt a pang of discomfort at the sight of Chun Yun with another woman, especially one as stunning as Xu Tingyin. A wave of resentment and anger surged within her. She spoke in a low voice, "While it is true that after our divorce you can be with whomever you choose, you should not flaunt your relationship with Xu Tingyin in front of me, deliberately trying to provoke my ire." In her mind, there were only two possibilities for encountering Chun Yun and Xu Tingyin together. Either they had been involved long before tonight, or Chun Yun had intentionally brought Xu Tingyin to flaunt their relationship before her. Either scenario was unacceptable to her, fueling her anger. Chun Yun raised an eyebrow at Zhao Qingyu's words. "How laughable. You think my being with Miss Xu is meant to provoke you? What about your association with Han Sudong?" As he spoke, his gaze drifted past Zhao Qingyu to the approaching figure of Han Sudong. He continued coldly, "Before we divorced, you had a murky relationship with Zhao Sudong. Yet I never heard you offer any explanations." Zhao Qingyu, taken aback by his words, raised her chin defiantly. "My relationship with Han is innocent, believe it or not." Chun Yun replied, "Likewise, my relationship with Miss Xu is also pure, whether you choose to believe it or not." Zhao Qingyu felt that Chun Yun was deliberately opposing her, and her anger flared. "You." At that moment, Han Sudong, clad in a meticulously tailored Armani suit, approached with an impeccably groomed appearance, his hair slicked back and shining. "Qingyu, what is the matter?" he inquired while glancing at Chun Yun and Xu Tingyin. Upon seeing Chun Yun, a smirk of arrogance crossed his lips. But when his gaze fell upon the enchanting Xu Tingyin, his eyes widened in astonishment. What a beautiful woman! Far more stunning than Zhao Qingyu. She is truly exceptional. He gazed at Xu Tingyin with unabashed admiration, his breath quickening in response. However, he swiftly concealed his longing gaze, suppressing his inner covetous thoughts. Firstly, he had yet to win Zhao Qingyu's heart, and thus could not afford to appear indecisive in her presence. Secondly, he was acutely aware that a woman of Shitanjian's extraordinary beauty possessed a proud demeanor. Should he behave like a fool and leave a poor impression, the chances of winning her over in the future would diminish significantly. He turned to Chun Yun, feigning surprise. "Chun Yun, what brings you here?" Chun Yun responded with an icy demeanor, "Why should I not be here?" Han Sudong scoffed, "This is a high-end hotel. During the 2 years of your marriage to Miss Zhao, you relied entirely on her for support. Now that she has divorced you and you are left with nothing, do you still think you have the right to be in such a prestigious establishment? Before Chen Yun could reply, Shi Tanjian, standing beside him, became visibly displeased. She retorted sharply, "What right do you have to question our presence here? After all, it was she who had invited Chen Yun to tonight's charity auction event." Hearing someone belittle Chen Yun's eligibility to be there, she could not remain passive and felt compelled to defend him. Zhao Qingyu, witnessing Shi Tanjian's staunch defense of Chen Yun, felt a surge of anger and became even more convinced that Chen Yun and Shi Tanjian shared a deeper connection. Her gaze towards them filled with fury. Han Sudong's intention in disparaging Chen Yun before Shi Tanjian was to tarnish Chen Yun's reputation, hoping to incite disdain from Shi Tanjian towards him, thus creating an opportunity for himself. However, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that rather than despising Chen Yun, Shi Tanjian stood up for him. His heart simmered with both anger and jealousy. How could this young man, recently divorced from Zhao Qingyu, so easily attract such an exquisite beauty who appeared utterly devoted to him? Truly, the disparity between people could be infuriating. He warned Shi Tanjian, "My dear lady, I merely wish to caution you that Chen Yun is both impoverished and ineffectual, recently discarded by Miss Zhao. Do not be deceived. You may find yourself a target for his deceitful schemes." Having been unjustly maligned by Zhao Qingyu just moments earlier, Shi Tanjian was already displeased. Now, witnessing Han Sudong's relentless attempts to undermine Chen Yun only deepened her contempt for both him and Zhao Qingyu. In the past few days, she had come to recognize Chen Yun as a man of integrity and responsibility, who had never uttered a single disparaging word about Zhao Qingyu. On the contrary, it was Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong who engaged in all manner of unreasonable antics, hurling insults and mockery. Seeing her benefactor being so mistreated, Shi Tanjian could no longer hold back. Deceived for money and affection, she turned to Chen Yun, her smile radiant. "I would be willing, but I fear he may not be." When she was not smiling, Shi Tanjian carried herself with the aloof grace of a princess from a regal portrait. Yet when she smiled, she transformed into a vision of alluring charm. Truly, her smile could captivate 100 hearts. Moreover, her flirtatious remark only served to incite Han Sudong's anger and jealousy further. While Zhao Qingyu's expression darkened to a shade of deep discontent, Chen Yun could only laugh in disbelief, astonished to discover this playful side of Shi Tanjian. Chapter 11. The Clash of Two Beauties. Han Sudong initially believed that by employing a few cunning tactics, he could create a rift between Xu Tangyin and Chen Yun, thereby distancing Chen Yun from her. However, to his utter astonishment, Xu Tangyin was completely unfazed. In fact, she boldly declared her willingness to pursue Chen Yun, fearing only that he might not reciprocate her affections. This revelation nearly drove Han Sudong to the brink of fury. Consumed by envy and jealousy, he could only bitterly retort, "My dear beauty, if you disregard the wise counsel of others, you shall inevitably live to regret it." Xu Tangyin scoffed, "I shall love whomever I choose. It is none of your concern." Han Sudong, stung by her words, found himself at a loss for further retorts. Zhao Qingyu coldly interjected, "I never imagined that the illustrious Xu, a beauty of such renown, would stoop to pursuing a man." With a smile, Xu Tangyin replied, "I owe you my gratitude. Had you not divorced Chen Yun, a man of such caliber, I would have had no opportunity to pursue him." Zhao Qingyu's eyes flared with anger, but she quickly suppressed it, haughtily responding, "The man I disdain, you seem to cherish as a treasure." Xu Tangyin calmly countered, "If you find someone as exceptional as Chen Yun beneath your notice, I must wonder about your standards. Just take a glance at your companion, which surely reflects your own lack of discernment." Han Sudong, caught in the crossfire, felt his face flush with discomfort. Zhao Qingyu, unwilling to yield, retorted, "Han is at least 10 times the man Chen Yun is." Han Sudong instinctively puffed out his chest in pride. Xu Tangyin, with a bemused smile, replied, "Is that so? Then let us put it to the test." At this proclamation, both Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong were taken aback, as was Chen Yun, who had not expected Xu Tangyin to stand up for him against Zhao Qingyu. Zhao Qingyu asked, "How shall we compare?" Xu Tangyin explained, "You both are attending the charity auction tonight, correct? Let us see who can raise more funds through their auctioned items." Zhao Qingyu was momentarily stunned. In her view, aside from being more handsome than Han Sudong, Chen Yun was merely adept at household chores and caring for others. In terms of wealth and power, he was vastly inferior to Han Sudong. The idea of comparing their auction proceeds seemed ludicrous to her. Indeed, do you dare to compete? Shu Tangyin challenged. Zhao Qingyu scoffed. Why would I shy away? But let us clarify the stakes. Shu Tangyin proposed. If Chunyun wins, you shall apologize and admit your lack of insight. Zhao Qingyu retorted. Agreed. But if Han wins, you must apologize to me and acknowledge your poor judgment in valuing trash as treasure. Shu Tangyin raised an eyebrow. Very well. The two beauties had entered into a wager. Zhao Qingyu declared, we shall see the outcome at the charity auction. Han, let us proceed. With that, she strode into the hotel alongside Han Sudong. Chen Yun, with a wry smile, remarked, my dear girl, this seems a bit too ambitious, does it not? Shu Tangyin resolutely replied, I cannot stand by while they bully you. They must be taught a lesson. Chen Yun found himself in a perplexing situation as he listened to Shu Tangyin. Zhao Qingyu owned a company valued at tens of millions, and Han Sudong came from a wealthy family. Aren't you worried that I might lose and bring you down with me? He inquired. Shu Tangyin, with a playful laugh, replied, that's impossible. A company's valuation isn't the same as cash. I've encountered numerous CEOs who couldn't even produce 100,000 in cash. As she spoke, she removed a jade guanyin pendant from around her neck and handed it to Chen Yun, explaining, this jade guanyin was given to me by a young man I once helped. At that time, I was young and naive, unaware of its worth. Only later did I realize it was imperial green jade. This piece alone could fetch at least 1 or 2 million. Chen Yun thought to himself, what a treasure. This jade guanyin was a relic from my mother. Even when I was on the brink of starvation, I couldn't bring myself to sell it. Yet here you are, ready to donate it for charity. He firmly refused. No, this jade is far too precious, and it was a gift to you. I cannot take it to the charity auction. Shu Tangyin grew anxious, forcibly placing the jade guanyin into Chen Yun's hands. No matter how precious, it's merely a material possession. We must teach Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong a lesson tonight, she declared loudly. Then, with a hint of melancholy, she added, moreover, we've offended the Li family, who have threatened to retaliate against us. We may not even escape this predicament. Since life is unpredictable, let us use this jade to teach that woman a lesson. It would be a fitting end. Chen Yun was taken aback by Shu Tangyin's pessimism. She seemed to have already prepared for the worst. No wonder she had dragged him around for food and fun today. She likely wished to seize the moment before calamity struck. Unable to resist her determination, he reluctantly accepted the jade guanyin, outwardly acquiescing to her wishes while secretly formulating his own plans. The two entered the hotel and arrived at the charity auction venue, which was adorned similarly to a gala event and already bustling with attendees. The men were mostly clad in suits, while the women donned evening gowns. Groups of people mingled, holding glasses of wine and engaging in hushed conversations, awaiting the commencement of the charity auction. Among the attendees, besides those like Shu Tangyin genuinely intending to do good, there were also flamboyant young scions seeking attention and numerous entrepreneurs eager to enhance their reputations. Chen Yun contemplated how he might secure victory over Han Sudong in the auction while safeguarding the jade guanyin he intended to gift to Shu Tangyin. Suddenly, he noticed an elderly man dressed in simple clothing with graying hair not far away. This man was Tang Shirong, a renowned entrepreneur from Zhonghai City, whose net worth exceeded 100 billion. A few years prior, Tang Shirong had been kidnapped by a local armed group while conducting business overseas, facing extortion and the imminent threat of execution. In a desperate bid to rescue him, the Tang family sought assistance from Chen Yun, who was then the commander of the Northern Combat Zone. With just a phone call to the armed group, Chen Yun had managed to secure Tang Shirong's release without further incident. Tang Shirong had traversed the gates of the underworld and, upon his return, felt an immense gratitude towards Chen Yun. Even though Chen Yun had withdrawn from military service, Tang Shirong's respect for him remained unblemished. Over the past 2 years, the rapid development of Zhao Qingyu's company was, in fact, a result of Tang Shirong discreetly attending to it at Chen Yun's behest. At this moment, upon seeing Tang Shirong, Chen Yun devised a plan. Subtly, he took out his phone and sent Tang Shirong a text message, instructing him to act according to his wishes shortly. Just as he finished sending the message, Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong approached. Han Sudong scoffed. I thought you too, knowing your inevitable defeat, would sneak away. I never expected you to actually show up. Shu Tangyin retorted coldly. The outcome is yet to be determined. Han Sudong glanced at Chen Yun beside Shu Tangyin and sneered. Does he think he can win against me? Does he even deserve it? If Han Sudong's jibe was directed at Chen Yun, Zhao Qingyu's gaze was fixed on Shu Tangyin as she icily declared, "When Han wins against Qin Yun, I shall await your apology, acknowledging your lack of discernment." Shu Tangyin shot back, "Likewise." Chapter 12. Why not enjoy it? At this moment, the charity auction venue was gradually filling up, signaling that the event was about to commence. Attendees settled into their seats in small groups. Wealthy entrepreneurs like Tang Shiyong occupied the front tables, while those with fortunes in the billions sat at the central tables. As for Qin Yun and Shu Tangyin, who lacked prominence, they could only find a spot at the back corner. "Qin Yun, let us sit here," Shu Tangyin urged, leading him to an empty table marked as Table 105. Unbeknownst to them, Han Sudong and Zhao Qingyu, whether intentionally or not, took their seats at the adjacent Table 106. As Han Sudong graciously pulled out a chair for Zhao Qingyu, he cheerfully remarked, "Qingyu, sitting here allows us to keep an eye on certain individuals, in case they attempt to flee after losing a bet." As he spoke, he cast a pointed glance at Qin Yun and Shu Tangyin at the neighboring table. Zhao Qingyu arrogantly nodded in agreement. Before long, a pair of handsome hosts took the stage, delivering an opening speech before inviting the leaders to address the audience, culminating in the formal announcement of the charity auction's commencement. The first to take the stage was a somewhat renowned female internet celebrity, who presented a used Hermes handbag for auction, which ultimately sold for 20,000 yuan, all of which was donated to the charity fund, eliciting a round of enthusiastic applause. Following her, several entrepreneurs took turns at the podium, auctioning off various items, with transaction prices hovering around tens of thousands, all generously donated to the charity fund. Unable to remain seated any longer, Han Sudong ascended the stage, removed his Patek Philippe watch, and handed it to the host to participate in the auction. The female host exclaimed, "Mr. Han is auctioning off a Patek Philippe watch worth millions. How generous and kind-hearted he is." Han Sudong smiled modestly, gesturing towards Zhao Qingyu in the audience, and grinned, "I owe my gratitude to Miss Zhao Qingyu, for she is a beautiful and compassionate woman. Her frequent acts of charity have inspired me to gradually embrace the spirit of giving back to society." The female host added, "Let us also thank the beautiful and kind Miss Zhao Qingyu." All eyes in the room turned towards Zhao Qingyu, who was met with a round of applause. Surprised by the attention, Zhao Qingyu quickly rose and offered a slight bow in acknowledgement. Finally, she cast a provocative glance towards Shu Tangyin, as if to say, "Did you see how exceptional Mr. Han is? Can your cherished Qin Yun compare?" Unfazed by Zhao Qingyu's taunt, Shu Tangyin continued to share light-hearted banter with Qin Yun. This infuriated Zhao Qingyu, who silently vowed, "Once Qin Yun loses, you will apologize to me and acknowledge your lack of discernment. Let us see if you can still smile then." On stage, the auction for Han Sudong's watch commenced, ultimately fetching a price of 800,000. According to protocol, this amount would be donated to a charitable fund. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, Han Sudong triumphantly descended from the stage. As he passed by Qin Yun and Shu Tangyin, he deliberately paused, sneering at Qin Yun. "It's your turn now. Let's see what pitiful item you can muster to compete with me." Before Qin Yun could respond, Shu Tangyin interjected, angrily retorting to Han Sudong, "With your narrow-minded perspective, keep your eyes wide open and watch closely." Han Sudong, suppressing his anger, returned to his seat beside Zhao Qingyu. At that moment, the host inquired if anyone else wished to participate in the auction. Shu Tangyin quickly nudged Qin Yun's elbow. Understanding her cue, Qin Yun stood up, smiling. "I would like to join in and contribute my humble share." The female host promptly announced, "Please welcome the gentleman from Table 105 to the stage." As Qin Yun ascended, the host first asked for his name, then inquired about the item he intended to auction. Qin Yun rummaged in his pocket and produced the jade guanyin that Shu Tangyin had given him, casually handing it to the host with a smile. "How about this?" The host's eyes sparkled. "This appears to be an imperial green jade guanyin. Though it contains some impurities and the quality is not perfect, its market value should range between several 100,000 to 1,000,000. The audience was astonished that the ordinarily dressed Qin Yun would offer such a valuable item for charity, and they erupted into applause. Zhao Qingyu, upon seeing the jade guanyin in the host's hands, wore a look of shock and anger. "Isn't that the jade guanyin that Shu Tangyin wears?" She actually took off her cherished ornament, which she has worn for years, to support Qin Yun's auction. Upon hearing this, Han Sudong cast a scornful glance at Qin Yun on the stage, exclaiming, "You worthless leech." The female host cautiously inquired, "Mr. Qin, this jade guanyin is of considerable value. Are you certain you wish to auction it? Chen Yun nodded affirmatively. Proceed with the auction. The bidding commenced immediately. Tang Shiyong was the first to raise his bid, 200,000. This amount was still far from the true worth of Chen Yun's Jade Guanyin, prompting several affluent individuals to try their luck, resulting in a flurry of competing bids. Soon, the price escalated to 500,000. Tang Shiyong rose, exuding confidence, and declared, I bid 1 million. Instantly, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Although the Jade Guanyin was of imperial green, its quality was not top tier, and its market value ranged between several 100,000 and 1 million. Tang Shiyong's bid of 1 million was already at the upper limit, leaving no room for bargains. The audience marveled at Boss Zhang's wealth, and no one dared to raise their bid further. Xu Tingyin, witnessing the Jade Guanyin reach a price of 1 million, which surpassed Han Sudong's Patek Philippe watch valued at 800,000, breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong wore expressions of utter dismay. Both felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, believing that Xu Tongyin's efforts to assist Chen Yun had rendered the victory unmerited. On stage, the female host joyfully announced, with Boss Tang's bid at 1 million, is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, this Jade Guanyin will belong to Boss Tang. Before she could finish, a soft voice pierced through the air, I bid 2 million. Although the voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Eyes widened in astonishment. Who was this? Who had raised the bid by an astounding amount, doubling Boss Tang's 1 million to an astonishing 2 million. The female host followed the direction of the voice and beheld the tall figure of Chen Yun, his eyes sparkling like stars, a smile gracing his face. All eyes in the room, including those of Xu Tingyin, Zhao Qingyu, and Han Sudong, were fixed in shock upon Chen Yun. Han Sudong trembled as he said, it was him. The one who bid 2 million is him. Zhao Qingyu's delicate features mirrored confusion, but Boss Tang has already bid 1 million for this Jade Guanyin. Why would he bid 2 million to buy it back? Not only was Zhao Qingyu perplexed, but even Xu Tingyin appeared utterly bewildered. The audience shared in their confusion. The female host, regaining her composure from the shock, cautiously asked Chen Yun, Mr. Chen, do you truly wish to bid 2 million to reclaim this item? What is your reasoning? Chen Yun smiled gently, his gaze drifting toward Xu Tingyin in the corner, and replied softly, because this Jade Guanyin belongs to my friend, Miss Xu. I never intended to sell it. With these words, the crowd fell silent once more, comprehension dawning upon them. This exquisite Jade Guanyin was likely a gift from Miss Xu to Mr. Chen, who never intended to part with it. Instead, he showcased the Jade Guanyin, inviting everyone to bid, only to buy it back at an exorbitant price. The item remained unchanged. He merely contributed 2 million to charity. By displaying the gift from Miss Xu, he also subtly demonstrated his own prowess. Why not indulge in such a spectacle? Upon grasping the underlying motives, both Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong's expressions turned markedly grim. Chapter 13. A fortune spent for a fair lady. Chen Yun smiled at the audience, particularly at Tang Shiyong and others below, and calmly inquired, do any of you wish to raise your bids? Initially, Tang Shiyong had offered 1 million, which seemed substantial. However, Chen Yun brazenly doubled the price to a staggering 2 million, far exceeding the item's intrinsic worth. Unlike Chen Yun, the crowd lacked a sentimental attachment to the Jade Guanyin, leading to a silence where eyes instinctively turned towards Tang Shiyong. Tang Shiyong's earlier high bid was merely an act of support for his benefactor. He would never dare undermine that favor. With a beaming smile, he remarked, this Jade Guanyin, being a gift from Miss Xu to Mr. Chen, embodies the feelings between them. How could we, mere bystanders, dare to disrupt such a bond? Chen Yun replied with a grin, then let the Jade Guanyin return to its rightful owner. As he spoke, he produced a bank card and, in full view, swiped it for 2 million, donating it to a charitable foundation. Tang Shiyong led the applause, which soon erupted into enthusiastic clapping throughout the venue. Descending from the stage amidst the applause, Chen Yun approached Xu Tingyin directly, smiling at her as she remained momentarily stunned by the unfolding drama. Miss Xu, allow me to help you wear the Jade Guanyin once more. Xu Tongyin's cheeks flushed crimson. She shyly nodded and whispered, all right. The crowd watched the unfolding scene with great interest, particularly the distinguished ladies present, who cast envious glances at Xu Tingyin. However, not all faces bore smiles. Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong appeared particularly discontent. Zhao Qingyu felt a surge of discomfort upon witnessing Chen Yun with another woman. Witnessing him frivolously spend 2 million lavishly for the sake of a lady darkened her countenance. At that moment, seeing Chun Yun intimately adorn Shu Tangyin with the jewelry pushed her irritation and anger to a breaking point. Han Sudong, aside from his astonishment, was also skeptical. Lowering his voice, he asked, "Qingyu, wasn't Qin Yun previously dependent on you for sustenance? How could he suddenly possess such wealth to squander 2 million just to win a smile?" Zhao Qingyu, frazzled, coolly replied, "How would I know?" Han Sudong speculated, "Do you think he might have secretly siphoned off your assets while being with you? Otherwise, how could this idler amass such a fortune?" A flicker of doubt crossed Zhao Qingyu's face. She pondered the plausibility of Han Sudong's assertion. Thus, she took out her phone and sent a message to her assistant, requesting a review of her account transactions to ascertain whether Qin Yun had stealthily transferred any of her assets during their marriage. However, within mere minutes, her assistant called back with a response. "Ms. Zhao, I have checked. Although you provided Mr. Chun with a supplementary gold card, he has never spent a single penny from it. Therefore, there is no possibility of him transferring your assets." "Oh, very well." Zhao Qingyu hung up the phone, her expression peculiar as she turned to Han Sudong and remarked, "I have confirmed that Qin Yun has not spent a dime of my money. Throughout our 2 years of marriage, he has only used his own funds, making any transfer of my assets impossible." Han Sudong widened his eyes, expressing disbelief. "But how does this worthless man have so much money?" Zhao Qingyu's irritation flared inexplicably. "How should I know?" Instinctively, Han Sudong replied, "But you were once his wife. Don't you know him at all?" Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Zhao Qingyu's face darkening and hurriedly fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Zhao Qingyu gazed at Chun Yun, who had returned to his seat beside Shu Tangyin, her eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions, her heart equally tumultuous. Over their 2 years of marriage, Chun Yun had known her preferences inside and out, what dishes she savored, what soups she enjoyed, and her favored colors and clothing, attending to her every need with meticulous care. Yet, she had scarcely paid attention to Qin Yun. She was utterly unaware of his likes, his aspirations, and it could be said she had never genuinely sought to understand him. Perhaps this was one of the reasons their relationship had ultimately led to divorce. Meanwhile, the charity auction continued, yet Zhao Qingyu felt a profound sense of loss. At the neighboring table, Shu Tangyin was whispering to Qin Yun, "Where did you acquire such wealth?" Qin Yun smiled. "When I retired from the military, they granted me a one-time severance payment." Shu Tangyin's eyes widened. "Was it 2 million? Qin Yun nodded. "As far as I know, even in affluent regions, the severance pay isn't that substantial." "Did you achieve significant commendations while serving?" After a moment of silence, Qin Yun nodded again. Just as she suspected, Shu Tangyin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded Qin Yun. However, in the next instant, her expression shifted, and she reproached him in irritation. "You fool! Have you really squandered all the severance pay the military provided? Have you lost your mind?" Qin Yun chuckled. "In the military, my commanding officer frequently scolded me for being reckless, thinking I was too wild, which is why I was discharged." It then dawned on Shu Tangyin that Qin Yun had been compelled to retire due to mental health issues. Her gaze filled with compassion and concern, she softly said, "I'm sorry for my careless words. I merely wanted to express that is it worth it to spend all that money? It is worth it." Qin Yun smiled and remarked, "In your quest to uphold my dignity, you could auction this precious jade guanyin for me. Why shouldn't I spend 2 million to personally present this exquisite piece back to you, cherishing this beautiful memory?" Upon hearing this, Shu Tangyin's heart fluttered. Overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow, yet she playfully chided, "You rascal," initially intending to scold Qin Yun for his frivolous spending. She found herself instead deeply moved by his gesture. She responded, "This money cannot be squandered without purpose. It must serve as a profound lesson to certain individuals." With that, she turned her gaze toward Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong at the neighboring table, coldly stating, "Miss Zhao, the outcome is clear. It has been proven that Qin Yun surpasses that despicable man by your side. Shouldn't you now apologize and admit your lack of discernment?" Zhao Qingyu's expression shifted dramatically. Han Sudong retorted angrily, "Shut up. We were merely jesting with you. Did you truly take it seriously?" Qin Yun had initially intended to remain silent, but Han Sudong's childish antics and his disrespect toward Shu Tangyin had crossed a line. "Are you attempting to evade responsibility?" His gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Han Sudong, as if ready to deliver a severe blow should Han Sudong dare to affirm his guilt. Chapter 14. Do you see now? This is what it means to confront you. Han Sudong, who had been pursuing Zhao Qingyu, could not allow her to apologize to anyone else in his presence. If he failed to protect her, she would certainly lose interest in him. Moreover, Zhao Qingyu had cast aside Chen Yun and was now drawn closer to him. If Zhao Qingyu admitted her lack of insight, it would imply that Han Sudong was inferior to Chen Yun. Thus, no matter the circumstance, he could not permit Zhao Qingyu to bow her head in apology or acknowledge her misjudgment. He stared defiantly at Chen Yun, his arrogance unwavering. Kid, don't think your 2 million makes you impressive. To me, that amount is but trifles. Besides, that money might very well be what you pilfered from Qingyu over the past 2 years. With a menacing tone, he continued, if you know what's good for you, you'd better scurry off now, or else, should I become displeased, your girlfriend will be begging me for mercy on her knees. Crack. Before he could finish, Chen Yun raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving a distinct handprint on Han Sudong's cheek, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Even his meticulously styled hair was left in disarray. The sudden turn of events left both Xu Tingyin and Zhao Qingyu in shock, as the surrounding guests cast bewildered glances, curious about what had transpired. Han Sudong, clutching his bruised face, was filled with disbelief, unable to comprehend that he had been struck by the very person he had deemed beneath him. In the next moment, he erupted in fury, resembling a tiger whose tail had been stepped on, shouting, "You worthless creature dare to strike me? What are you barking about?" A surge of resentment surged within Chen Yun as she extended her left hand to grasp Han Sudong's hair, while her right fist descended mercilessly upon his face. With a series of resounding blows, Han Sudong's visage became a canvas of bruises, his nose fractured, the corner of his eye split open, and torrents of blood erupted from his nose and mouth. "Do you see? This is what it means to fight," Chen Yun declared, releasing her grip, causing Han Sudong to collapse onto the ground like a defeated dog. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, could not suppress their gasps of astonishment. After a moment of shock, Zhao Qingyu regained her composure and, looking at Han Sudong, now drenched in blood, exclaimed in exasperation, "Chen Yun, what madness has possessed you? Do you realize the severe consequences of your actions?" Chen Yun replied with indifference, "Oh, how severe can it be?" The moment Zhao Qingyu saw Han Sudong injured, her first thought was that Chen Yun had gotten herself into trouble. She intended to warn Chen Yun, but to her dismay, Chen Yun completely misinterpreted her intentions. Enraged, she retorted, "You are utterly unreasonable." Xu Tangyin stepped forward to defend Chen Yun, asserting loudly, "Isn't it you who should be deemed unreasonable for resorting to such underhanded tactics upon losing?" Zhao Qingyu's complexion shifted between hues of anger and disbelief, rendered speechless by the rebuttal. Biting her lip, she steeled herself and declared, "Fine, I shall honor our wager." Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her fury and humiliation. Addressing Xu Tangyin, "Miss Xu, I apologize. Chen Yun is indeed exceptional, and it was my own folly not to recognize it." Xu Tangyin, wrapping her arm around Chen Yun, proudly replied, "I'm glad you understand." Zhao Qingyu, nearly on the verge of bloodshed from her rage, glared at Chen Yun and spat, "Are you satisfied now, Chen Yun?" With that, she prepared to assist the battered Han Sudong in leaving. Yet, at that moment, a mocking voice interrupted, "Heh, what an entertaining scene." The crowd of spectators parted, creating a path for the approaching figure clad in a white suit, bandaged and bruised. Li Zihao, accompanied by Yin Feng and a throng of menacing thugs, advanced with a palpable aura of intimidation. Although the Li family was not the wealthiest in Zhonghai City, Li Tianlin, the ruthless leader of the Black Tiger Gang, was well known for his fierce reputation. Thus, upon Li Zihao's arrival, those present hurriedly greeted him with deference. "Young Master Li has arrived." "Greetings, young master." Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong stood frozen in shock at the sight. As Xu Tangyin noticed Li Zihao, her expression subtly shifted. In stark contrast, Chen Yun remained unperturbed, treating Li Zihao's party with indifference. As Li Zihao approached, appraising Chen Yun, Xu Tangyin, Zhao Qingyu, and Han Sudong, he smirked, TSK, Chen Yun, you seem to be in high spirits. Even on the brink of disaster, you still find time to engage in charitable acts with your friends?" The moment those words escaped his lips, not only did Xu Tangyin's expression darken, but even Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong were taken aback. It is evident that Li Zihua has mistaken Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong as allies of Chen Yun. Chen Yun cast a cold glance at Li Zihua and remarked indifferently, Once again, it is you. Did the old master of the Shu family not inform your elders to bring you here to apologize? Yin Feng, standing beside Li Zihua, was instantly incensed and bellowed, preposterous. The surrounding audience, recognizing Yin Feng's identity, gasped in hushed whispers. Good heavens! Is that not the renowned Yin Feng of the Black Tiger Gang, Elder Yin 5? TSK, Elder Yin, known as the Living King of Hell, is notorious for his ruthless nature. This young man, Chen Yun, is in for a calamity. Alas, such is the fate of those who provoke the Li family. Upon hearing the murmurs, Chen Yun turned to Yin Feng in astonishment. Is it truly you who is called the Living King of Hell? In the military, only those formidable instructors who were strict with their subordinates were referred to as the Living King of Hell by the soldiers. It was unfathomable that a mere young ruffian bore the same moniker. Chen Yun found this hard to believe. However, his expression of disbelief was misinterpreted by Li Zihua and his companions, who assumed he was merely startled and intimidated. Li Zihua sneered, "You little brat. You are aware of Uncle Yan's infamous title, are you?" Yin Feng flashed a menacing grin, prompting laughter from the other thugs of the Black Tiger Gang. In their eyes, the Black Tiger Gang was formidable, and Yin Feng's reputation was well established. It was no surprise that Chen Yun was frightened by his name. Li Zihua boasted arrogantly, "If you are scared, then kneel and lick my shoe soles. Perhaps I might consider sparing your limbs and leaving you with a semblance of life. Moreover, the two lovely ladies beside you must accompany me tonight. They must ensure my comfort." His gaze shifted to the beautiful Shu Tangyin and Zhao Qingyu. Zhao Qingyu's face turned ashen. She could scarcely believe she had been drawn into this predicament. Hastily, she explained, "Hello, young Master Li. I am merely his ex-wife. I no longer have any ties with him." Li Zihua dismissed her words with a wave of his hand, brazenly insisting, "That is of no concern to me. He must kneel and lick my shoes, and then I shall break his limbs. You and Shu Tangyin will serve me. This is my condition. Should you fail to meet any of my demands, do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity." Zhao Qingyu was utterly stunned and quickly turned to Han Sudong for assistance. Han Sudong stepped forward, wearing an ingratiating expression as he addressed Li Zihua, "Young Master Li." Li Zihua scrutinized the bloodied Han Sudong and frowned. "Who the hell are you?" Han Sudong hurriedly clarified his identity. "Young Master Li, I am Han Sudong. My father is Han Changjun. Not long ago, at your father's birthday banquet, my father and I offered you a toast. Do you not recall?" Li Zihua pondered for a moment and nodded. "Ah, so you are Han Changjun's son." Han Sudong nodded vigorously, summoning his courage to plead, "Young Master Li, Miss Zhao is my friend. She is already divorced from Chen Yun and has no further association with him. I implore you to show me some grace and not make things difficult for her, if you would." Li Zihua chuckled at this. Han Sudong hurriedly forced a smile. But unexpectedly, Li Ziheo's grin vanished. He raised his foot and kicked Han Sudong to the ground, then spat on him, cursing, "What are you even worth? Do you think you deserve my respect? Even if your father were here, he wouldn't command any respect." Li Ziheo's subordinates looked at Han Sudong with cold laughter. Han Sudong's face flushed crimson, yet before Li Ziheo, he dared not utter a word. Zhao Qingyu, witnessing Han Sudong's plea fall on deaf ears, felt her heart sink in despair. She turned to Chen Yun, angrily stating, "Chen Yun, this trouble you caused is yours to bear. If you are a man, take responsibility and kneel to plead for mercy from young Master Li. Don't drag me down with you." Chen Yun replied calmly, "I will certainly take responsibility, but I will not resort to the weakness of kneeling and begging." Upon hearing this, Li Ziheo's lips curled into a cold smirk as he ominously asked, "Then what do you intend to do?" Chen Yun responded nonchalantly, "I plan to castrate you. And as for your companion, the Living King of Hell, I suggest he sever his own arms. Only then will I allow you both to leave here alive." The words left his lips, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Chapter 15. The Living King of Hell? Just this? Shu Tingyin was taken aback by Chen Yun's declaration of castration for Li Ziheo and the demand for Yin Feng to sever his arms. She felt a whirlwind of confusion, her mind fixating on a singular thought. This is it. Chen Yun's old habits have resurfaced. Zhao Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Yun, as if meeting him for the first time. In her memory, he was merely a humble house husband. When did he become so assertive? Or perhaps Chen Yun had always possessed this dominant nature, and she had simply overlooked it due to her lack of attention? At that moment, Han Sudong forgot the pain of his wounds, staring at Chen Yun with a look of horror, murmuring, "It's over. We're all going to be doomed because of this guy." The onlookers shook their heads and sighed, convinced that Chun Yun had offended young Master Li and would meet a dire fate. Tang Shirong stood among the crowd, frowning at the unfolding scene. His steward quietly inquired, "Sir, it seems Mr. Chun is in trouble. Should we intervene?" Tang Shirong shook his head. "A mere bunch of young rascals. Mr. Chun can handle it. We shall not interfere lest we disrupt his strategy. If he truly encounters danger, we will step in then." The steward nodded. "Understood, sir." Li Zihao, upon hearing Chun Yun's words, was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha! He actually says he will castrate me and demands Uncle Yin sever his own arms to let us leave alive. Ha ha." Yin Feng looked at Chun Yun with a cold smile. The thugs from the Black Tiger gang wore amused expressions, as if they regarded Chun Yun as nothing more than a clown. Li Zihao finally composed himself, patting Yin Feng's shoulder, wiping away tears of laughter, and asked, "Uncle Yin, what do you think?" Yin Feng chuckled ominously. "It has been a long time since anyone dared to be reckless in my presence, and this little brat truly surprises me." Chun Yun replied calmly, "I have already afforded you the opportunity. If you do not sever your own arms and apologize, a far greater surprise awaits you." Yin Feng's expression darkened. "What a brazen attitude. I shall see if your arrogance is matched by your prowess." With that, he lunged at Chun Yun with the swiftness of a specter. The moment a master strikes, the truth is revealed. Li Zihao and his entourage of thugs felt their hearts race at Yin Feng's astonishing speed, erupting in cheers. "Well done, Uncle Yin." As Yin Feng closed in on Chun Yun, his right hand clawed out like a ghostly talon, aimed to incapacitate one of Chun Yun's arms first. However, to his astonishment, his determined strike missed entirely. Chun Yun merely stepped back slightly, deftly evading the ferocious claw. Yin Feng gasped in surprise, momentarily uncertain whether it was a mere coincidence or a deliberate maneuver by Chun Yun. Nevertheless, he did not pause. After missing his first strike, he advanced with a series of swift steps, his right hand again reaching for Chun Yun's throat. Yet, Chun Yun leaned back slightly, effortlessly dodging the attack once more. Yin Feng's heart raced as he wondered, could it be another coincidence? Unyielding, he pressed forward, his left hand's fingers lunging fiercely towards Chun Yun's heart, intent on extracting it. Just as his fingers nearly grazed Chun Yun's chest, in a flash, Chun Yun seized his wrist. Yin Feng's pupils dilated in shock. Li Zihao and the group of Black Tiger gang thugs widened their eyes in disbelief. This was none other than the living king of hell, Uncle Yin. How could such a full-force strike be effortlessly caught by this young man? Chun Yun maintained his calm demeanor, his voice carrying a chilling undertone. "The living king of hell? Is this all you are?" Without a glance at Yin Feng's astonished expression, he audibly twisted and broke Yin Feng's wrist. "Ah!" Yin Feng cried out in agony as his wrist shattered. With swift precision, Chun Yun broke Yin Feng's other hand as well. "Ah!" Yin Feng's face contorted in pain, and he screamed in despair. "You are too loud," Chun Yun coldly remarked, delivering a kick that sent Yin Feng sprawling. With a thud, Yin Feng fell heavily before Li Zihao, losing consciousness instantly. Li Zihao's face twisted in terror as he struggled to swallow. The thugs behind him gasped in shock, their gazes toward Chun Yun now tinged with fear. Even more daunting was Chun Yun. After incapacitating Yin Feng, casually walked toward them with his hands clasped behind his back. Unhurried and composed, Li Zihao, upon encountering the situation, was so terrified that he staggered back repeatedly, stammering, "What do you want?" Chun Yun, with an impassive expression, replied, "To castrate you." Li Zihao, gripped by fear, was about to instruct his subordinates to restrain Chun Yun. However, it was too late. In an instant, Chun Yun appeared before him as if teleporting, causing Li Zihao to instinctively open his mouth to plead for mercy. Yet, before he could utter a sound, Chun Yun delivered a heavy kick to his groin, unleashing an agonizing wave of pain that sent him soaring through the air, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing down onto the ground. He clutched his groin, emitting a wretched scream akin to that of a castrated pig, as torrents of blood streamed from his pants. The onlookers were horrified to witness Chun Yun's ruthless act against Li Zihao. Even the henchmen of the Black Tiger gang, who accompanied Li Zihao, stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by fear. Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong exchanged glances, their expressions toward Chun Yun transformed. Xu Tangyin rushed to Chun Yun's side, her face etched with concern. "Chun Yun, are you all right?" Chun Yun, with a charming smile returning to his handsome face, shook his head. "I am unharmed. These mere wretches cannot inflict any harm upon me." Shu Tangyin felt a slight relief, but her gaze flickered to the unconscious Li Zihao, igniting her anxiety anew. In a hushed tone, she cautioned, "Why did you resort to such brutality? With Li Zihao incapacitated, the Li family will surely not let us off the hook." Chen Yun replied nonchalantly, "If I do not incapacitate him, will the Li family spare us?" Shu Tangyin was left speechless. Chen Yun continued, "Thus, there is no need for mercy when dealing with such trash. The fact that I have not killed him should be considered leniency." "Is this what you call leniency?" The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances. Chen Yun turned his gaze toward Li Zihao's subordinates, coldly stating, "Return and inform the Li family that they have 2 days to bring Li Zihao to apologize. Should they fail to comply by the deadline, they shall bear the consequences." With that, Chapter 16 concluded with Chen Yun leaving, pulling Shu Tangyin along. Li Zihao's subordinates exchanged looks, none daring to step forward to impede their departure. The crowd murmured among themselves, pointing at the unconscious Li Zihao, remarking that he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent this time. Zhao Qingyu, initially worried for Chen Yun after witnessing his brutal act against Li Zihao, felt an inexplicable surge of discontent and anger upon seeing him holding Shu Tangyin's hand, although she had initiated their divorce. Witnessing her ex-husband with another woman, especially a goddess like Shu Tangyin, stirred her ire. Han Sudong, noticing Zhao Qingyu's dark expression as she glared at Chen Yun and Shu Tangyin, quickly sought to appease her. "Qingyu, we nearly faced disaster at the hands of this useless Chen Yun, but do not worry. I will have my father clarify matters with the Li family and ensure they do not trouble you." "Useless? Is he truly as ineffectual as they claim?" Zhao Qingyu gazed at Chen Yun's retreating figure, inwardly questioning herself. The man she had once perceived as a lackluster, aimless ex-husband, only proficient in menial tasks, now appeared remarkably dignified and imposing, exuding an allure that was undeniably unique. Deep within her heart, she began to feel a tinge of regret over their divorce. In the hospital's ICU, Li Zihao and Yin Feng lay on adjacent beds, having just undergone emergency treatment. Li Tianlin and Li Miaoling, accompanied by a throng of relatives and bodyguards, stood vigil by the bedsides. Upon witnessing her son's dire condition, Li Miaoling felt as if her heart were being torn apart. Tearfully, she reproached Li Tianlin. "Li Tianlin, how could you let this happen? You couldn't even handle a nameless fool, and now our son is left in ruins. The doctor has said he is irreparably damaged and will no longer lead a normal life." "Woe is me." Li Tianlin's countenance darkened as he retorted, "Isn't this a consequence of your excessive indulgence? You've fostered his arrogant demeanor, and now he finds himself in this predicament. Who else is to blame?" Wiping her tears away, Li Miaoling vehemently replied, "How can you hold my precious son accountable? If blame is to be cast, let it fall upon that wretched Shu Tangyin. It is her fortune that my son has taken an interest in her, yet she dares to refuse him? And that vile Chen Yun, how could he inflict such harm upon my son?" With a face full of resentment, she turned to Li Tianlin and demanded, "Li, I ask you this. Will you seek vengeance for our son? If you do not, I shall take matters into my own hands." Li Tianlin coldly responded, "When have I ever said I would not avenge our son? Old Ma." He called to one of his subordinates, a slightly stooped, middle-aged man with a receding hairline, who promptly stepped forward and replied respectfully, "Boss, I am here." This man was Ma Baichuan, the deputy leader of the Black Tiger Gang and a trusted aide to Li Tianlin. Li Tianlin commanded, "Gather our 200 brothers from the Black Tiger Gang. Tonight, I intend to strike against the Shu family and that little wretch Chen Yun. We shall not delay our revenge." "Understood, boss," Ma Baichuan replied solemnly. Meanwhile, Chen Yun led Shu Tangyin away from the charity auction event. Noticing her troubled expression, he smiled and inquired about her concerns. Shu Tangyin halted, looked up at Chen Yun, and earnestly said, "Chen Yun, I know you were once a soldier and possess formidable skills. However, a hero cannot prevail against overwhelming numbers, no matter how capable you are. You cannot contend with the entire Black Tiger Gang." She implored him, "Please, just this once, heed my advice and leave this city for a while. Find refuge elsewhere." Chen Yun smiled gently, "And what of you and your family if I depart? What if they target you?" Shu Tangyin, bitter yet stubborn, replied, "Rest assured. The Shu family still holds some reputation in Zhonghai City. Even if the Li family seeks to suppress us, they would likely refrain from extreme measures." Chen Yun, with a wry smile, countered, "Do you truly believe the ruffians of the Black Tiger Gang possess any restraint? It would be wiser to rely on me than to expect any compassion from them." Shu Tangyin stamped her foot in frustration. Chen Yun, I am speaking to you with utmost seriousness. Chen Yun chuckled, and I too am serious. Did you not promise to trust me? Shu Tangyin forced a smile and said, I wish to trust you and am prepared to accompany you to the ends of the earth. Yet you have incapacitated Li Zihao, and I feel the situation slipping further out of control. My concern grows stronger. If I am with you, you need not worry. Chen Yun seized her hand and urged her forward, saying, after dealing with those two inept fools, I find myself rather hungry. I know a tea house nearby where the shrimp dumplings are quite delightful. Allow me to take you there. Having just departed from the charity auction event, Chen Yun had held Shu Tangyin's hand. In her earlier state of anxiety and fear, she had not noticed anything amiss. Only now did she realize that Chen Yun had been holding her hand all along, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Should she allow him to continue holding her hand? It felt somewhat inappropriate. Yet, if she withdrew her hand, it might leave an unmistakable mark. After much contemplation, she ultimately succumbed to her embarrassment and let Chen Yun lead her. As they walked, she stole glances at Chen Yun's handsome visage, her heart fluttering with a gentle stir of emotions. Soon, they arrived at the lakeside tea house. At the entrance, a female attendant greeted them with a smile. May I inquire how many are dining today? Do you have a reservation? 2. Chen Yun replied nonchalantly. The attendant gestured for them to follow her upstairs. They ascended to the second floor and took a seat by the window. The attendant, beaming, explained, Here, we order by scanning a code. But tea selections are made in person. What tea would you like? Curious, Shu Tangyin asked, What types of tea do you offer? The attendant replied, Our standard teas are complimentary, but premium varieties incur a fee. For instance, West Lake Longjing, Dongting Biluakun, Huangshan Maofoam, and Anshi Tiguanyin are priced at 5,888 yuan per pot. The more exquisite options, such as Wui de Hong Pao and Junshan Injin, range from 10,888 yuan and above. Though hailing from a second-rate affluent family, Shu Tangyin had never been favored within her clan. Recently, she had been ousted from her ancestral home by her grandfather, relegating her to a rental in an urban village. Hearing the exorbitant prices for a pot of tea, she quickly shook her head. No, we cannot afford that. Just a pot of ordinary tea will suffice. The attendant nodded in acquiescence. Very well. However, at that moment, a mocking voice pierced through the air. TSK, is that not my pitiful younger sister, cast out by grandfather? How have you fallen so low that you cannot even afford a decent pot of tea? Chen Yun frowned and turned with Shu Tangyin towards the source of the voice. Approaching them was a tall, striking woman who bore a resemblance to Shu Tangyin. Accompanied by a man in a suit, a derisive smile plastered across her face. This woman was Shu Tangyin's cousin, Shu Lingyue, the daughter of her uncle. Having never had a good relationship with her cousin, Shu Tangyin frowned slightly upon seeing her and coldly replied, I wondered who it was. It is you. What we choose to drink has nothing to do with you. Shu Lingyue arrogantly remarked, originally, it was of no consequence. But I have come to realize that your seating arrangement is quite splendid. Sitting by the window allows for a refreshing breeze, while simultaneously enjoying the picturesque lake view over a cup of tea. What could this mean? Just as Chen Yun and Shu Tangyin were pondering the significance of Shu Lingyue's words, the man beside her, clad in an expensive suit, haughtily exclaimed, What are you still doing here? You can't even afford a good pot of tea, yet you dare to occupy such a prime location. Why don't you hurry up and vacate the space for us? Chen Yun's gaze suddenly turned icy, akin to a butcher eyeing his prey. Let me confirm. Are you speaking to us? It seemed that should the man dare to affirm, Chen Yun would not hesitate to snap his neck and hurl him from the second floor. Chapter 17. Shu Tangyin's heart quivered. The man in the suit, taken aback by Chen Yun's words, quickly scoffed. Kid, do you know who I am? I am from the Tang family of Zhonghai City. It would be as easy to eliminate you as it is to squash a cockroach. But if you dare lay a finger on me, your parents will be begging at my feet. Shu Lingyue crossed her arms, watching the scene unfold with great interest. Since childhood, she had always been at odds with her cousin, Shu Tangyin. Whenever she saw Shu Tangyin with a desirable toy, she would seize it and deliberately ruin it in front of her. Witnessing Shu Tangyin return home with awards for her excellent grades, she would tear them to shreds, taking delight in seeing her cousin's tears. Recently, she had heard that their grandfather had arranged for Shu Tangyin to marry young Master Li, which stirred a mixture of envy and jealousy within her. However, to her surprise, Shu Tangyin seemed to look down on young Master Li, choosing instead to be expelled from the Shu family residence and live in a dilapidated rental in the city rather than compromise. That evening, she had come to the tea house with her admirer, Tang Mingxian, only to stumble upon Xu Tangyin in the company of a remarkably handsome gentleman. Although both Xu Tangyin and Chen Yun were dressed in ordinary, inexpensive attire, anyone with discerning eyes could see that Xu Tangyin radiated happiness, her countenance aglow with the joy of love. This sight ignited an inexplicable and intense jealousy within Xu Lingyue. You, with your lofty ideals, disdainful of young Master Li. You, who find contentment in poverty. You, who, despite lacking wealth, managed to discover true love and live blissfully? It was this very jealousy that compelled Xu Lingyue, who had always felt inferior to Xu Tangyin, to harbor a destructive impulse, which was also the reason she had intentionally brought Tang Mingxian along to provoke trouble. At this moment, as she watched Tang Mingxian challenge Chen Yun, she could not help but display a smug expression. She relished the thought of Xu Tingyin's boyfriend being bullied by her own suitor. If Chen Yun were to be humiliated by Tang Mingxian, scurrying away with his tail between his legs, it would be nothing short of perfection. Yet, the ensuing scene left her utterly astonished, her eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. As soon as Tang Mingxian uttered a word about daring to touch a single hair on him, Chen Yun's parents were on the verge of kneeling before him. Chen Yun, enraged, abruptly stood up and struck Tang Mingxian across the face with a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed throughout the venue. Surprisingly, Tang Mingxian's slender frame was sent flying by Chen Yun's blow, soaring several meters before tumbling down the staircase with a series of thuds. Chen Yun brushed off his sleeves, his anger still simmering. What is this nonsense? Did I give you face? Xu Lingyue stood there, dumbfounded. The female tea attendant nearby, along with the surrounding patrons, were equally astonished. Xu Tangyin shook her head, exhaling a resigned sigh. Of all the people to provoke, why him? Xu Lingyue, her face flushed with indignation, retorted, How dare you strike Mingxian? Do you even know who he is? Do you realize the trouble you've caused? Chen Yun coldly replied, I do not know. But I only know that if you dare to interrupt our tea, I won't hesitate to strike you as well. Xu Lingyue looked at Chen Yun in disbelief. However, as their gazes locked and met with Chen Yun's icy stare, she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt and indignantly declared, Very well, if you wish to show off. I hope the Tang family arrives soon, and you maintain that bravado. With that, she hurried downstairs to check on Tang Mingxian's condition. Chen Yun resumed his seat beside Xu Tangyin and turned to the still-dazed tea attendant, instructing, Please bring us a pot of your finest dahong pao, a serving of shrimp dumplings, and a selection of other dim sum. I do not have the habit of ordering myself. The tea attendant promptly acknowledged, Yes, sir. Please hold on a moment. After she departed, Xu Tangyin lightly reproached, Chen Yun, with free tea available, why waste money on such an expensive dahong pao? Chen Yun replied nonchalantly, Because in my eyes, you deserve the best, and I will not permit anyone to mock you. Upon hearing his words, Xu Tangyin's heart quivered intensely. Her most tender emotions stirred, leaving her heart feeling soft and warm. A sudden pang of emotion welled up in her nose, yet she diligently concealed it, lowering her head and murmuring, Why concern yourself with others' opinions? Chen Yun smiled. How others perceive me is of little consequence, but if they wish to bully you, that I cannot abide. Xu Tangyin's heart trembled once more at his words. Fortunately, the tea mistress responsible for brewing had arrived, otherwise, Xu Tangyin might have succumbed to her feelings on the spot. Sir, this is our tea house's premium Wui Mountain dahong pao. Shall I prepare it for you now? The elegantly dressed tea mistress inquired politely. Yet, Chen Yun seemed oblivious to her beauty, responding in a tone as calm as one might use to instruct a waiter, brew it. In his eyes, there was only Xu Tangyin. The beautiful tea mistress nodded, Yes, sir. With that, she deftly unwrapped the tea leaves. Following closely, the red clay stove crackled as charcoal ignited to boil water. Once the water reached a vigorous boil, a seamless choreography unfolded, executed with grace and fluidity. In the end, the tea was personally poured for Chen Yun and Xu Tangyin, accompanied by a polite invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your tea. Xu Tangyin lifted her cup and savored a sip, immediately overwhelmed by the fragrant aroma, exclaiming, How delightful! The enchanting tea artist, upon hearing this, beamed with pride. Noticing Chen Yun's slight frown after his sip, Xu Tangyin curiously inquired, Chen Yun, what do you think of this tea? The tea artist's gaze shifted toward Chen Yun, but upon observing his youth and modest attire, she felt a twinge of disdain. assuming he merely sought to indulge in sophistication without the ability to discern the quality of the tea. After all, appreciating tea requires a depth of understanding far beyond merely brewing it. While anyone can steep tea, recognizing its true quality demands genuine skill. Premium tea is inherently costly. How often can an ordinary person partake in such luxury? Without the accumulation of experience, one cannot truly evaluate the excellence of top-tier tea. To her astonishment, Chen Yun calmly declared, "This tea can only be deemed mediocre." Mediocre? Shu Tingyin was taken aback. The tea artist, visibly incensed, retorted, "Sir, our teas are of the highest caliber. How can you deem it mediocre? Pray, enlighten me on its shortcomings." Her interrogative tone unsettled Chen Yun. He glanced at her, his demeanor indifferent, responding, "Enlighten you? A teacher imparts wisdom. Why should I instruct you?" Observing the tea artist's discomfort, Shu Tingyin quickly intervened. "Chen Yun, please share your thoughts. I am eager to hear." Only in the presence of Shu Tingyin did Chen Yun allow a softer side to emerge, a glimmer of warmth returning to his eyes as he explained, "This Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain is not from the mother tree. It is a grade inferior. The picking was slightly delayed, missing the prime harvest time, thus lacking in quality." Shu Tongyin's expression morphed into one of astonishment. How could he discern not only that the tea was not from the mother tree, but also that it had been picked late? She turned her gaze toward the tea artist, who appeared flustered and hesitantly replied, "What this gentleman says is correct. While our tea is indeed Da Hong Pao from Wui Mountain, it is not from the mother tree. As for the picking time, I am uncertain." Chen Yun continued, "Not only is the tea lacking, but the water used for brewing is also subpar. You are using purified tap water from a filtration system. I distinctly recall that your tea house previously used well water from Guanyin Mountain." At this juncture, Chen Yun fixed his gaze on the tea artist, coolly stating, "If this were complimentary tea, I would overlook your methods. However, charging 10,888 for a pot of tea brewed in such a manner, is this tea even passable?" Though his voice was not loud, to the tea artist, it resonated like thunder. Terrified, she bowed apologetically, "Sir, I am truly sorry. I will rectify my mistake and brew a new pot for you at once." Soon, she withdrew the tea and returned with a more exquisite package of Wui Mother Tree Da Hong Pao, preparing it with superior water for Chen Yun to savor, inviting him to enjoy it once more. Under the watchful gaze of the enchanting tea artist and Shu Tingyin, Chen Yun lifted the teacup, took a sip, and then turned to the beautiful tea artist. In that instant, her heart raced, anxiously awaiting Chen Yun's evaluation, fearing he might find it lacking again. Chen Yun remarked lightly, "This time, it is considerably improved." The tea artist, receiving his praise, instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, gracefully bowing to Chen Yun, and sweetly said, "Please take your time to enjoy the tea. I shall take my leave now. As an apology, this pot of tea is complimentary." Upon hearing that the tea was free, Shu Tingyin cast an admiring glance at Chen Yun. After the tea artist departed, the two continued to sip tea and nibble on snacks. Unbeknownst to them, several black sedans had arrived at the entrance of the tea house, from which a portly middle-aged man, accompanied by several bodyguards, emerged. The bruised and battered Tang Mingxian quickly approached with Shu Linghua, pleading, "Dad, you finally arrived. That worthless scoundrel is inside. Hurry and take revenge for me." Chapter 18. Hitting a dog in front of you. Hitting you in front of the dog. It turned out that this rotund middle-aged man was Tang Mingxian's father. Tang Shiji, the third in line in the Tang family, commonly referred to as the third master. Upon seeing his precious son battered and bruised, Tang Shiji erupted in anger. "Lead the way. I want to see who has the audacity to lay a hand on my son." Tang Mingxian promptly guided his father and a group of bodyguards inside. Seeing the spectacle about to unfold, Shu Linghua hastily followed suit. On the second floor of the tea house, Chen Yun and Shu Tingyin were enjoying tea and snacks when they suddenly heard a cacophony of hurried footsteps coming from the staircase. They soon spotted Tang Mingxian and Shu Linghua returning, followed by the portly middle-aged man and several towering bodyguards. Shu Tingyin furrowed her brow and whispered to Chen Yun, "This is bad." Tang Mingxian truly summoned the Tang family members. Chen Yun remained unfazed. "Is the Tang family that formidable?" Shu Tingyin explained. "The Tang family possesses considerable wealth in Zhonghai City. The current head is Tang Shirong, the one who just bid $1 million at the charity auction for our old Jade Guanyin." Chen Yun was somewhat taken aback, glancing at the approaching entourage of Tang Mingxian. Realization dawning. So they are related to Tang Shirong. Shu Tingyin nodded, Observing Tang Shiji behind Tang Mingxian, she whispered, "This rotund fellow is Tang Shirong's younger brother, who, owing to his wealthy sibling, behaves arrogantly and tyrannically. Be cautious, Chen Yun." Chen Yun chuckled, stating, even if Tang Shiji himself arrived, he would have to show respect. "Oh, still in the mood for tea?" Tang Mingxian slammed the table, menacingly shouting at Chen Yun, emboldened by the presence of his father and the bodyguards. The surrounding tea patrons cast sympathetic glances at Chen Yun, sensing the impending trouble that awaited the young man. Chen Yun raised his eyelids and glanced at Tang Mingxian with indifference, coldly remarking, "Is the lesson you just received insufficient? Do you require another?" Tang Mingxian turned to eye his father and several towering bodyguards behind him, brazenly sneering at Chen Yun. "Do you still wish to strike me? Go ahead and try it in front of my father and these bodyguards." With that, he arrogantly thrust his face closer to Chen Yun's, doubting whether Chen Yun would dare to act in such a presence. At that moment, Tang Shiji, with a menacing tone, warned Chen Yun, "Listen here, in Zhonghai City. It is always our Tang family that bullies others, never the other way around. My son insults you. You must endure. If he strikes you, you deserve it. Should you dare to retaliate, you are courting death." A cold smile crept across Chen Yun's face. Tang Mingxian taunted, "So, in front of my father and these bodyguards, you're too scared to hit me? Then it's my turn to hit you." With that declaration, he raised his fist and swung it towards Chen Yun's face. Chen Yun effortlessly intercepted Tang Mingxian's punch, causing his expression to shift dramatically. "What are you doing? Do you intend to retaliate?" Tang Mingxian exclaimed, his voice laced with fear. Without a word, Chen Yun responded with action, delivering a formidable punch to Tang Mingxian's face. The impact sent him reeling backward, blood streaming from his face as he crashed heavily to the ground. Gasps of shock erupted from the onlookers. Xu Lingyue instinctively covered her mouth, unable to fathom the scene before her. Conversely, Xu Tangyin, well acquainted with Chen Yun's temperament, was not surprised by Tang Mingxian's downfall. Tang Shiji, taken aback by Chen Yun's audacity, rushed forward in a fit of rage, seizing Chen Yun's clothing and bellowing, "Even when hitting a dog, one must consider its master. How dare you strike my son in my presence?" With a swift motion, Chen Yun raised his hand and struck Tang Shiji across the face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Following that, Chen Yun delivered a forceful kick, toppling Tang Shiji to the ground. "Not only do I dare to strike a dog in front of its master, but I also strike you before the dog." Chen Yun adjusted his collar and regarded the fallen Tang Shiji with cold disdain. The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by the unfolding drama. Even Tang Shiji's bodyguards were left dumbfounded, but they quickly regained their composure and rushed to assist their master. "Third master, are you all right?" Tang Shiji, with a clear shoe print on his chest and a red handprint on his face, appeared exceedingly disheveled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Angrily, he pushed away those who sought to help him, cursing furiously, "You useless fools! Why are you helping me? Go and teach that little brat a lesson. Beat him mercilessly." "Yes, third master." The bodyguards charged towards Chen Yun in unison. With a resounding thud, they charged toward Chen Yun. Yet none managed to graze the hem of his garment before each was met with a powerful kick that sent them sprawling like sacks of rice. Tang Shiji and Tang Mingxian, who had just risen from the ground, were taken aback by the spectacle, their scalps prickling with disbelief. Xu Lingyue's eyes widened in astonishment, her face a canvas of uncertainty as she silently mused. This fellow possesses remarkable skills. Having dispatched several bodyguards, Chen Yun turned his gaze toward the Tang father and son, coldly inquiring, "What were you just saying? You wish to strike me, to inflict severe harm?" Under the icy glare of Chen Yun, Tang Mingxian trembled, retreating behind his father, too frightened to utter another word. Tang Shiji, seasoned in the ways of the world, attempted to maintain his composure, mustering the courage to address Chen Yun, "Young man, do not be so arrogant. If you possess any true ability, have me call my brother over. When he arrives, you shall kneel and beg for mercy." "Your brother?" Tang Zhirong. A mocking glint appeared in Chen Yun's eyes as he scoffed. "Very well, I shall grant you 10 minutes to make the call. I am most eager to witness who will ultimately be the one begging for mercy." Without hesitation, Tang Shiji pulled out his phone and began dialing. Upon concluding the call, he cast a sinister grin at Chen Yun. "I've just contacted my brother. As luck would have it, he is nearby attending a charity auction and will arrive in mere moments. Prepare for your downfall." Upon hearing that his uncle was en route, Tang Mingxian was overtaken with excitement. Xu Lingwei, too, regarded Xu Tangyin and Chen Yun with a derisive gaze, convinced that this impetuous youth was doomed. Even Xu Tangyin felt a twinge of anxiety upon learning that Tang Zhirong himself would be making an appearance. Yet, Chen Yun remained unfazed, his demeanor one of serene indifference as he calmly lifted the teapot and called out, "Waiter, please refill the water." Before long, the sound of revving engines echoed at the entrance of the tea house. A Rolls-Royce, accompanied by several luxury vans, arrived, heralding the arrival of the illustrious tycoon Tang Zhirong, accompanied by his butler and a cadre of well-trained bodyguards. As he strode into the tea house, the patrons in the lobby greeted him with respect. "Good day, Boss Tang." Tang Zhirong acknowledged them with a slight nod, leading his entourage directly toward the staircase. On the second floor, upon witnessing his brother's arrival, Tang Shiji was filled with exuberance, gloating to Chen Yun, "You're finished now that my elder brother is here." Chapter 19. Are you alive? If not, apologize to Mr. Chen. The onlookers, upon seeing the renowned tycoon Tang Zhirong, cast sympathetic glances at Chen Yun. In today's society, wealth equates to power, and this young man who had crossed the Tang family was surely in grave peril. Even Xu Tangyin began to feel a sense of anxiety. Xu Lingwei, witnessing Tang Mingxuan's uncle's arrival, was momentarily stunned before a malicious glimmer lit her eyes as she turned her gaze towards Xu Tangyin and Chen Yun, eagerly anticipating the outcome of this unfolding drama. Tang Shiji and Tang Mingxian hurried to greet Tang Zhirong, brimming with enthusiasm. "Brother, you have arrived." "Uncle, greetings." The father and son wore beaming smiles, ingratiating themselves before Tang Shiyong. Although Tang Shiyong's expression was inscrutable, an air of quiet authority surrounded him as he observed the bruises adorning Tang Shiji's and Tang Mingxuan's faces. In a deep voice, he inquired, "What transpired?" Tang Shiji raised a hand, pointing accusingly at Chen Yun, exclaiming, "Brother, this little rascal is the culprit. He assaulted Mingxian and even laid hands on me, acting with utter arrogance, completely disregarding our Tang family." Tang Mingxian chimed in, "Uncle, you must avenge us today. This little scoundrel must be dealt with." Tang Shiyong followed the direction of his younger brother's finger and beheld Chen Yun, whose expression was one of bemusement, scrutinizing him with a knowing gaze. In that instant, Tang Shiyong felt as though struck by lightning. His mind went blank, leaving only a singular thought. Heavens, how could it be Mr. Chen? Unbeknownst to Tang Shiji, his elder brother's expression had shifted dramatically. He boldly approached Chen Yun, shouting, "You little brat. Weren't you just brimming with bravado? Try being arrogant now in front of my brother. Are you afraid now? Stand still. It's my turn to teach you a lesson." His confidence grew as he spoke, and he swung a hand towards Chen Yun. The onlookers sighed inwardly, recognizing the peril of provoking the wealthy. However, at that moment, Tang Shiyong erupted with astonishing speed, darting forward to deliver a textbook flying kick that struck Tang Shiji, sending him hurtling through the air. With a thud, Tang Shiji crashed into a nearby table, sending tea and snacks flying upon him, eliciting a cacophony of pained cries. The crowd was left in shock. Even Xu Tangyin and Xu Lingwei wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Tang Mingxian was rendered speechless. "Uncle?" Before he could utter another word, Tang Shiyong, fueled by fury, approached and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sharp crack echoed, leaving Tang Mingxuan's ears ringing and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After dispatching his younger brother and slapping his nephew, Tang Shiyong's face darkened as he scolded, "You too, taking advantage of my reputation to stir trouble everywhere. Is that it?" The chastised Tang Shiji and his son wore expressions of bewilderment and indignation, struggling to fathom why Tang Shiyong was siding with an outsider. Swiftly, Tang Shiyong approached Chen Yun, bowing respectfully, and apologized. "Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize for my inability to discipline my family and for the offense caused to you." The room fell silent in astonishment. Xu Tangyin's eyes widened, and Xu Lingwei gazed at Chen Yun in shock, pondering the remarkable stature of her cousin's boyfriend, and why the renowned affluent figure from Zhonghai City appeared as timid as a mouse before him. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the incredible scene unfolding before them. Chen Yun, with an unruffled demeanor, remarked, "Boss Tang, your nephew certainly commands a formidable presence. I was merely enjoying tea with a friend when he approached us, demanding we vacate the premises for him. I imparted a lesson to him, and he subsequently summoned his father. After I dealt with his father, he then called upon you, declaring that I was doomed today. Tang Shirong felt a chill run down his spine, perspiration forming on his brow. While others were unaware of Chun Yun's true identity, he was well acquainted with the man, commander of the Northern Front. Years ago, when he faced a kidnapping incident by an armed group abroad, his wife had traversed many obstacles to seek Chun Yun's assistance. With a mere phone call, Chun Yun had frightened the armed organization into releasing him. This act of kindness was forever etched in Tang Shirong's memory, and he fully understood Chun Yun's extraordinary capabilities. However, he could never have imagined that his younger brother and nephew would bring such trouble upon themselves by provoking Chun Yun. It was akin to stealing offerings from the King of Hell, an act of self-destruction. If this matter were not resolved properly, the Tang family would face ruin. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Shirong turned and strode fiercely toward Tang Shiji and his son, unleashing a torrent of blows upon the stunned pair. "You two rascals think you can act recklessly in my name? I will end you both." Having just been publicly humiliated by Chun Yun, Tang Shiji and Tang Mingxian found themselves in a dire predicament, wishing for nothing more than to vanish. Only when Tang Shirong exhausted his fury did he cease his assault. Bellowing, "Are you dead yet? If not, go apologize to Mr. Chun. If you cannot win his forgiveness, I will personally see to your demise." Bloodied and battered, Tang Shiji and Tang Mingxian approached Chun Yun, heads bowed and voices trembling, pleading for mercy. "Mr. Chun, we were in the wrong. We beseech you to overlook our transgressions and spare us this once." The arrogance they once displayed had vanished entirely. Chun Yun regarded them, then turned to Tang Shirong, who looked at him with desperate eyes filled with supplication. Considering the assistance Tang Shirong had provided to Zhao Qingyu's company over the past 2 years, Chun Yun coldly declared, "This time, I shall not pursue the matter further. Tang Shirong, ensure you discipline your family properly in the future." Tang Shirong felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Chun. I will certainly impose stricter discipline on my family from now on." With that, he kicked Tang Shiji and commanded, "Hurry and thank Mr. Chun for his mercy." With no other recourse, both Tang Shiji and Tang Mingxian muttered in unison, "Thank you, Mr. Chun." Chun Yun replied apathetically, "Begone." Tang Shirong compensated the tea house for the damages and treated everyone present before finally taking his leave. Shilinyu had initially hoped to witness her sister Shitanjian's misfortune, but to her astonishment, her sister's boyfriend was not only handsome but also remarkably capable, commanding respect even from Boss Tang himself. Her suitor, Tang Mingxian, was nothing in front of Chun Yun. At this moment, she cast a jealous and resentful glance at Shu Tangyin and Chun Yun before angrily turning away to leave with the Tang family. Once the Tang family departed, the onlookers immediately engaged in lively discussion. The way they looked at Chun Yun transformed as they speculated about his true identity, which commanded such respect from Boss Tang. Even Shu Tangyin could no longer contain her curiosity and whispered, "Chun Yun, why does it seem like Boss Tang is afraid of you?" Chun Yun replied with a smile, "I'm not certain. Perhaps it's because Boss Tang witnessed the altercation between me and Li Zihao at the charity auction and realized I am not to be trifled with. Thus he prefers to avoid conflict." Shu Tangyin, believing his words, quietly remarked, "Everyone around us is watching. It feels uncomfortable to be treated like a spectacle. Let us leave." Chun Yun agreed. "All right." Chapter 20. The Wanhao Clubhouse. Chun Yun and Shu Tangyin emerged from the tea house. Shu Tangyin apologized. "Chun Yun, I'm truly sorry for the disruption to our evening tea caused by my cousin and her friends." Chun Yun chuckled. "You needn't blame yourself for this." Shu Tangyin continued, "Fortunately, Boss Tang is reasonable. Otherwise, this evening could have ended poorly." Chun Yun smiled in silence. She added, "You must still be hungry, right? Come on. I'll cook some noodles for you at home." Chun Yun nodded. "Sounds good." The two returned to their rented apartment at number 86, Haitian City Village. Upon entering, they noticed that the living room door was wide open and the lights were on. The contents of the living room appeared to have been ransacked, leaving a chaotic mess. However, Shu Tangyin's parents were nowhere to be found. What was going on? Chun Yun and Shu Tangyin exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of foreboding. "Dad, Mom," Shu Tangyin called out as she hurried into the room to search for her parents. The room was equally disheveled, and her parents were still absent. Just as she was about to panic and call the police, her phone suddenly rang, displaying her cousin Shu Lingyue's number. Instinctively, she answered the call. Through the phone, Shu Lingyue's voice trembled with tears. "Shu Tangyin, this is all you're doing." Shu Tangyin was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Shu Lingyue replied angrily, "When I returned home, I found that everything had been smashed, and even Grandpa and my parents have been taken away. Shu Tingyin, bewildered, said, my home has also been vandalized, and my parents are missing. Sister, who is responsible? Shu Lingyue sobbed and exclaimed, who else could it be? Of course, it's the Li family. When I returned, a thug lingering at the scene informed me that if you and Chen Yun did not arrive at the Wanhao clubhouse by midnight, there would be consequences for your family. It was indeed the Li family. Shu Tingyin took a deep breath and said solemnly, Sister, do not panic. This situation arose because of me, and I will step forward to take responsibility. I will not let my family be implicated. After speaking, she hung up the phone. Although Chen Yun was unaware of the conversation between Shu Lingyue and the caller, he could surmise its content and turned to Shu Tingyin, asking, has the Li family taken uncle and aunt? Shu Tingyin nodded, suppressing her tears. Yes, I'm going to find them right away. Chen Yun responded, I will accompany you. However, Shu Tingyin shook her head. No, you have already incapacitated Li Zihao. The Li family harbors a deep-seated hatred towards you. Given their ruthless nature, they will not allow you to leave alive. Thus, you must not only refrain from going, but also leave this city at once. Without waiting for Chen Yun to say anything further, she hurriedly mounted her electric bike and sped towards the Wanhao Club, a notorious den of iniquity in Zhonghai City and the stronghold of the Black Tiger Gang. At the entrance of the club, a BMW 3 Series was parked. Shu Lingyue stood beside the car, anxiously calling Tang Mingxian for help. Yet, the usually boastful Tang Mingxian, upon learning that the Shu family had offended the Black Tiger Gang, trembled in fear and refused to assist, abruptly ending the call. Furious, Shu Lingyue stomped her foot and exclaimed, useless, always bragging, but turning into a coward when it matters most. At that moment, Shu Tingyin arrived on her electric bike. Removing her helmet, she hurriedly inquired, Sister, what happened? Shu Lingyue bit her lip. I called for help, but when everyone learned we had crossed the Black Tiger Gang, no one dared to intervene. As she spoke, she glanced behind Shu Tingyin and noticed Chen Yun was absent, pausing in surprise. Didn't the Li family say they wanted you and Chen Yun to come? Why are you alone? Is he too scared at such a critical moment? Shu Tingyin replied solemnly, this entire situation arose because of me. It has nothing to do with anyone else. I will provide an explanation to the Li family. With that, she strode directly into the club. Shu Lingyue, both shocked and angry, hesitated momentarily before defiantly following Shu Tingyin's lead. However, in such a tense moment, she could not resist mocking Shu Tingyin. Oh, I once thought you refused to marry young Master Li because you had found someone extraordinary. Yet, in times of adversity, Chen Yun's cowardice has been laid bare. Having witnessed her suitor being overshadowed by Chen Yun, she had long harbored jealousy towards Shu Tingyin for having such an excellent boyfriend, and now she felt a sense of balance. Shu Tingyin replied calmly, do not judge others by your own standards. Chen Yun is not a coward. I simply did not want to involve him, which is why I didn't let him come. Shu Lingyue scoffed. If he truly had any sense of responsibility, he would have come regardless of your objections. His absence only proves he is timid. Or perhaps you do not hold enough weight in his heart for him to risk himself for you. Shu Tingyin halted, casting a cold glance at Shu Lingyue before continuing forward. Shu Lingyue raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Have you run out of words? Shu Tingyin coldly declared, I simply do not wish to engage in futile conversation with someone like you. As the sisters stepped into the opulent hall of the club, Ma Baichuan, the second-in-command of the Black Tiger Gang, approached with a group of menacing thugs. Ah, Miss Shu Tingyin, our leader has been awaiting your arrival, he said, his gaze scanning for Chen Yun, who was conspicuously absent. His expression darkened as he inquired, where is that little scoundrel Chen Yun? Why did he not accompany you? Shu Tingyin raised her chin defiantly and replied, he has already departed from this city. I have come to deliver an explanation to the Li family. Ma Baichuan's fury ignited at her words. What? He fled? Very well. The monk may escape, but the temple remains. You and your family shall face our leader's wrath. Shu Lingyue's face paled, and she turned to Shu Tingyin with evident discontent. Taking a deep breath, Shu Tingyin commanded, lead the way. Ma Baichuan and his entourage escorted the Shu sisters to meet Li Tianlin. On the third floor, within the gym of the club, a vast array of fitness equipment was displayed. Shu Tingyin's grandfather, uncle, aunt, and her parents were all kneeling on the ground, their faces bruised and battered. Surrounding them were thugs wielding knives and clubs. Not far off, a middle-aged man in a suit was mercilessly punishing a doctor clad in a white coat with his fists. This middle-aged man was Li Tianlin, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang and father of Li Zihao. The doctor, who had managed to save Li Zihao's life, was now bloodied and barely conscious after being brutally beaten by Li Tianlin. The doctor had regrettably informed Li Tianlin that although Li Zihao was alive, he would be rendered impotent and unable to lead a normal life. This outcome greatly displeased Li Tianlin, who had sent his men to abduct the doctor as soon as he left the hospital, delivering a severe beating. With a thud, Li Tianlin swung his massive fist, striking the doctor's face and causing him to collapse into unconsciousness. "Damn it, you quack!" he spat, still seething with rage as he hawked a loogie onto the motionless doctor. This brutal scene sent shivers down the spines of Shu Tongyin's family, who were kneeling in fear, and instilled terror in the hearts of the newly arrived Shu sisters. Ma Baichuan approached, offering a white handkerchief to Li Tianlin to wipe away the sweat, while cautiously stating, "Boss, Shu Tingyin has arrived." She claims she wishes to provide an explanation. Seizing the handkerchief, Li Tianlin wiped the blood from his hands and gestured for his subordinates to remove the unconscious doctor from the premises. His icy, serpent-like gaze fixed upon the Shu sisters as he scoffed. "An explanation? Huh. My son has been rendered useless, and my family faces extinction. How do you intend to provide me with an explanation?" Shu Tingyin steeled herself and replied, "Li Zihao bears a significant portion of the blame for this matter. Had he not persistently provoked us, we would not have found ourselves in this predicament. Given the circumstances, I implore you not to harm my family. Whatever punishment you deem fit, I alone shall bear the consequences." Upon hearing those words, Li Tianlin erupted into laughter, as if he had encountered the most absurd joke imaginable. He clutched his stomach in mirth, turning to his companions, Ma Baichuan and the others, and exclaimed, "Did you hear that? She actually claims she will bear the burden alone." "Ha ha." The group echoed his derision, casting cold smirks at Shu Tingyin. However, Li Tianlin's laughter abruptly ceased, and with a malicious glare, he declared, "Of course. You must bear it, but one person is insufficient. Both you and my sister must share my bed until you provide me with a son to carry on the family line. Furthermore, your family must sacrifice an arm as punishment. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire clan." At these words, the expressions of Shu Tingyin, Shu Lingyue, and the elder Shu transformed completely. It was at this moment that Li Tianlin noticed a missing presence and, with a fierce glare, demanded, "And what of the brat who injured my son? Why isn't he here? Is he too cowardly to face me? Does he think he can escape?" Just as his words lingered in the air, a chilling voice emerged from the entrance. "Who says I do not dare to come?" To the astonishment of all present, Chunyan entered, hands clasped behind his back, a cold demeanor gracing his features. Chapter 21. Do not fear, I am here. Upon seeing Chunyan, Shu Tongyin's eyes instantly glistened with tears. She had mentally prepared herself to shoulder all consequences alone and had urged Chunyan to flee the city promptly. Even when her sister mocked Chunyan for not standing by her in her time of need, she felt no resentment. Yet witnessing Chunyan risk his life to arrive filled her with an overwhelming surge of emotion, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks like pearls falling from a broken string. The Shu family had presumed Chunyan had fled, and his sudden appearance took them all by surprise. Particularly for Shu Lingyue, an inexplicable sense of defeat welled up within her upon seeing Chunyan. Why was it that her suitor, Tang Mingxian, had hung up the phone in terror upon learning of the Shu family's entanglement with the Black Tiger Gang? Yet her sister's boyfriend could disregard life and death to stand by Shu Tongyin's side in adversity? Her gaze towards Shu Tingyin was now tinged with profound jealousy. "I am here, do not fear." Chunyan approached Shu Tingyin, gently wiping her tears with the sleeve of his white shirt, his voice soothing. Shu Tingyin nodded earnestly. For reasons she could not articulate, the sight of Chunyan instilled within her an indescribable trust, as if his presence alone dispelled all her fears. Chunyan then surveyed the kneeling members of the Shu family, his gaze sweeping over the elder and landing firmly on Shu Xin and Su Yuehua. He spoke with authority. "Uncle and aunt, everyone, please rise." The elder Shu and the others hesitated at his words, torn between their instincts and their apprehensions. However, Shu Xinyuan and Su Yuehua, being more forthright in nature, instinctively began to rise upon hearing Chunyan's command. Just as they were about to rise, Li Tianlin's icy voice resonated. "Did I permit you to stand? Those who wish to keep their legs intact may rise at their peril." Mr. Shu and the others turned pale with fear, kneeling on the ground, too terrified to make a move. Xu Xinyuan and Sui Huahua had already risen halfway when they suddenly heard Li Tianlin's threatening words, causing them to freeze in place. The couple was at a loss, unsure whether to stand or kneel back down, momentarily paralyzed by uncertainty. Xu Tingyin, however, had resolved to risk everything the moment Chen Yun appeared. She had decisively chosen to stand by him through thick and thin. Trusting him completely, she saw her parents' confusion and stepped forward to support them, speaking firmly. Mom, Dad, we are in the right. Do not fear him, and certainly do not bow to him. Li Tianlin's expression turned cold at this scene. Among the thugs present, a muscular man clad in a black tank top, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, noticed their leader's fury and strode menacingly toward the Xu family. Cursing viciously, "Wretched girl, daring to oppose our boss. I reckon your whole family is tired of living." He reached out with a massive hand, aiming to choke Xu Tangyin by the neck. But in an instant, Chen Yun appeared like a specter before Xu Tangyin, gripping the thug's wrist as he lunged at her. The thug's eyes widened in shock and rage. "You." Chen Yun remained expressionless. "Who permitted you to touch her?" With that, he exerted his grip. A sharp crack echoed as he crushed the thug's wrist bone. The muscular man let out a piercing scream, his face contorted in agony, resembling a pig being slaughtered. Yet, just as his cries erupted, Chen Yun retaliated with a powerful punch that struck his face with tremendous force. It was as if a hammer had collided with him, shattering his facial bones and leaving his visage deeply sunken, silencing his screams. Amidst the stunned gazes of the onlookers, the thug collapsed to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. Such terrifying strength, such a ferocious punch. The Xu family was left dumbfounded, while the members of the Black Tiger gang appeared on high alert. Li Tianlin furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "No wonder even my son dares to act. You possess some skill. Yet, in the face of my 200 brothers, your prowess is utterly insignificant." As his words fell, a throng of thugs surged through the entrance, encircling Chen Yun and the others in layers. With a resounding thud, the door was slammed shut, completely cutting off their escape route. The Xu family's expressions shifted once more. However, Chen Yun remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "If numbers were truly effective, what need would there be for the strong?" Li Tianlin let out a cold chuckle. "I am eager to witness your strength. Can you truly contend against our entire Black Tiger gang alone?" With that, he commanded the ruffians present, "Subdue him. First, sever his tendons. And once I have relished in my torment, I shall end his life." "Yes, boss." The thugs responded in unison. Ma Baichuan, the second in command, surged forward, launching a powerful punch toward Chen Yun's chest. Chen Yun swiftly extended his left hand, intercepting the oncoming fist, and with a deft twist, compelled Ma Baichuan to kneel in agony. Following this, he unleashed a fierce kick that shattered Ma Baichuan's jaw, sending him hurtling backwards. Bang, bang, bang. With lightning speed, Chen Yun delivered a series of heavy punches, knocking several nearby thugs off their feet. In an unexpected maneuver, he executed a divine dragon tail sweep, sending another assailant spiraling through the air, blood spewing from his mouth. How exhilarating it felt. It had been far too long since he had unleashed his fists and feet in such a manner. Chen Yun rolled his neck, his expression invigorated, his narrow eyes brimming with fervent combativeness. Ever since he had been afflicted with post-traumatic stress disorder, forced into retirement, and returned to a mundane life, he had been suppressing the bloodthirsty impulses within him. Now, surrounded by adversaries, instead of retreating, his desire for slaughter surged forth. At that moment, he resembled a fierce tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep, every cell in his body electrified, every gene aflame with excitement. In a flash, he plunged into the throng of thugs, his strikes as swift as lightning. The sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed as the small-time thugs cried out in pain. Collapsing before him, Elder Xu and the others looked on in horror at Chen Yun's ruthless rampage, exchanging bewildered glances, thinking, "Is this fellow truly this ferocious? He seems to be growing more exhilarated with each blow. Could he be a madman?" Li Tianlin had initially believed that with numerical superiority, subduing Chen Yun would be effortless. However, to his astonishment, his band of desperate miscreants appeared as fragile as mere dust before Chen Yun, utterly powerless. Watching his men fall one after another, panic set in. He hastily ordered, "Everyone, do not focus solely on attacking him. Send some to capture Xu Tangyin." Chen Yun's gaze turned icy. "You seek death." With that, He kicked aside the thug obstructing him and lunged at Li Tianlin like a fierce tiger. Taken by surprise, Li Tianlin found himself seized by Chen Yun, who gripped his throat with one hand, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere dog. Chen Yun's hand was as strong as a vice, and it seemed that with the slightest exertion, he could snap Li Tianlin's neck. Li Tianlin's face flushed a deep shade of purple, his eyes rolling back as his legs flailed helplessly in the air, emitting muffled sounds of distress. Chapter 22. A Death with Closed Eyes. The thugs at the scene, witnessing their leader ensnared by Chen Yun, were filled with a mix of shock and fury, clamoring for Chen Yun to release him. "You scoundrel, cease at once. Release our boss immediately. If you dare to lay a finger on our leader, the Shujia clan will face dire consequences." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun's expression darkened. With his left hand grasping Li Tianlin, he delivered a powerful punch to Li Tianlin's abdomen. Bang! The moment the punch landed, Li Tianlin trembled as if struck by lightning. His face contorted in agony. Had it not been for Chen Yun's grip around his throat, that blow might have expelled his previous meal. Chen Yun turned his gaze toward the ruffians who dared to threaten him, coldly stating, "If I were to harm your leader now, what could you possibly do about it?" The thugs were taken aback by Chen Yun's audacity. However, with their leader in Chen Yun's clutches, they lacked the courage to retaliate against Xu Tangyin and the others, resorting instead to frantic curses. "You little brat, if you have the guts, let our leader go. If anything happens to him, not only will you pay the price, but everyone from the Shujia clan will too. Indeed, if you dare to touch our leader again, we will ensure your demise." In response, Chen Yun callously tossed Li Tianlin to the ground. Then, with a swift motion, crushed Li Tianlin's right leg, shattering his tibia with a sickening crack. The pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Li Tianlin. Ah? Alas, no matter how he struggled, Chen Yun's foot remained firmly on his injured leg, rendering him unable to escape. The onlooking thugs gaped in horror. With a look of disdain, Chen Yun addressed the thugs again. "Now that I have taken action against your leader, what will you do?" The thugs were stunned by Chen Yun's ruthlessness, yet they found themselves at a loss, resorting to threats. "You arrogant fool. You are doomed. Even if the King of Heaven were to come, he couldn't save you today." Just as those words left their lips, the previously closed door was violently flung open. Tang Shurong entered, flanked by a formidable group of bodyguards, and bellowed, "I want to see who dares to lay a hand on Mr. Chen." The members of the Shujia clan were taken aback by Tang Shurong's sudden appearance with his legion of bodyguards. The Black Tiger gang was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Tang Shurong, however, wasted no time giving the thugs a chance to react. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his bodyguards, "Go forth and subdue these ruffians who dare to disrespect Mr. Chen." "Yes, boss." These highly trained bodyguards, equipped with batons, surged forward like a pack of wolves. Many were martial arts practitioners or ex-military personnel, each possessing exceptional skills. The Black Tiger gang, accustomed to bullying ordinary citizens, found themselves utterly outmatched against Tang Shurong's professional bodyguards. One by one, they succumbed to the blows, crying out in pain as they fell. Before long, the thugs were all incapacitated. Seeing that he had gained complete control of the situation, Tang Shurong quickly approached Chen Yun, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Chen, are you unharmed?" Chen Yun replied nonchalantly, "I am fine." After speaking, he glanced at the terrified members of the Shu family in the distance, then at Li Tianlin, whom he had pinned beneath his foot. He instructed Tang Shurong, "Miss Shu and her family have been frightened. Please arrange for their departure." Tang Shurong responded affirmatively. Soon, he organized his subordinates to escort Xu Tangyin and the others away. Once the Shu family was safely out, Chen Yun pulled out a chair and sat down, taking out a cigarette. Tang Shurong promptly produced a lighter, eagerly igniting the cigarette for Chen Yun. Taking a puff, Chen Yun looked down at Li Tianlin and coldly asked, "Do you still intend to kill me?" Having recovered somewhat from the excruciating pain of his broken leg, Li Tianlin lifted his head, gritting his teeth as he replied, "I wondered how you had the audacity to confront me alone. It appears you have Boss Tang backing you." He then turned his gaze towards Tang Shurong, his face darkening. "Boss Tang, as a legitimate businessman, why involve yourself in matters of the underworld?" Tang Shurong cast a glance at Li Tianlin and replied slowly, "Indeed. I am a legitimate businessman and have no desire to meddle in the grievances of the underworld. However, Mr. Chen is my benefactor, and should you show him disrespect, I shall not stand idly by." Li Tianlin's voice turned harsh. "You stand up for him, yet you must know my character, Li. Are you not afraid of retribution in the future?" Tang Shurong scoffed. In the future? You are still contemplating retribution? You must first ensure you have a future. A sense of foreboding surged within Li Tianlin as he suspiciously asked, What do you mean, Tang? Are you intending to eliminate me for this Chen fellow? Tang Shurong replied coldly, From the moment you abducted the Shu family and plotted to kill Mr. Chen, you sealed your fate. What? Li Tianlin's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Chen Yun. Yet, Chen Yun was disinterested in further conversation with Li Tianlin and instructed Tang Shurong, see him off, and ensure the Black Tiger gang is eradicated. The Li family must also be silenced henceforth. Tang Shurong replied solemnly, Understood, Mr. Chen. Li Tianlin's face drained of color. Moreover, you will explain to the Shu family why you are here, but remember not to reveal my identity in front of them. After Chen Yun finished speaking, he turned to leave. Tang Shurong bowed respectfully to Chen Yun's departing figure and replied, Yes. Once Chen Yun's silhouette disappeared at the doorway, Tang Shurong slowly withdrew his gaze. Li Tianlin trembled. Who on earth is he? Tang Shurong shot Li Tianlin a cold glance, stating indifferently, Mr. Chen had specifically instructed me not to disclose his identity. But considering you are on the brink of death, I shall grant you this knowledge to allow you to pass on with your eyes closed. He then leaned closer to Li Tianlin and whispered a single phrase. Li Tianlin was taken aback, his entire being trembling with shock, which swiftly morphed into regret and ultimately culminated in despair. Tang Shurong rose and ordered his subordinates at the scene, see Li Tianlin on his way. The rest shall be dealt with ruthlessly. Furthermore, from this day forth, our Tang family will exert all efforts to suppress the Li family in business until they are utterly vanquished. Having spoken, he strode away. Before he reached the door, a wretched scream from Li Tianlin echoed behind him, accompanied by the lamentations of the thugs in the corridor. Chen Yun had just finished smoking a cigarette when he saw Tang Shurong emerge. Is it all settled? Chen Yun inquired nonchalantly. Tang Shurong responded with utmost respect. Everything has been done as per Mr. Chen's instructions. Chen Yun nodded. Very well, let us depart. The two exited the Marriott Club, were at the entrance. Shu Tangyin and others had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Chen Yun, she hurriedly approached, grasping his hand and examining him with concern. Chen Yun, are you all right? Chen Yun smiled reassuringly. I am fine. Shu Xinyuan asked with uncertainty. What about Li Tianlin and his people? Chen Yun replied. Boss Tang has already taken care of that for us. The Shu family members were momentarily stunned, then collectively expressed their gratitude to Tang Shurong. Shu Lingyue, unable to contain her curiosity, posed the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Boss Tang, you have little connection with our Shu family. May I ask why you chose to assist us this time? Everyone turned their gaze toward Tang Shurong, eagerly awaiting his response. Chapter 23. Shu Lingyue's confusion. Though Chen Yun had retired, he remained a thorn in the side of foreign adversaries who sought to eliminate him swiftly. Currently, on the dark web, a bounty of $1 billion was still placed upon his head, securing his position at the top of the assassination reward list. Chen Yun himself was unperturbed by the threat of assassination. Rather, he was concerned about the potential repercussions for those around him. Thus, after his military retirement, he forbade others from mentioning his identity. This was partly due to his low-profile nature and partly because he wished to shield those close to him from any disturbances or dangers. He had already cautioned Tang Shurong about this matter. At this moment, Shu Tangyin curiously inquired why Tang Shurong would extend his help to the Shu family. Tang Shurong merely smiled slightly and replied, Haha, I have no significant ties with your family, but my nephew Tang Mingxian is good friends with your sister, Shu Lingyue. The members of the Shu family were taken aback by this revelation. Shu Lingyue, astonished, exclaimed, Boss Tang, does that mean Tang Mingxian requested your assistance on our behalf? Tang Shurong nodded, feigning earnestness as he responded, Indeed. Moreover, the Li family has been at odds with our Tang family in business recently. So I seized this opportunity to teach them a lesson. The Shu family members accepted this explanation with conviction. So, it was indeed the merit of young Master Tang. Xiaoyu, you must express your gratitude to young Master Tang in the future. It seems young Master Tang has been pursuing you for some time, hasn't he? This proves he is reliable. Be sure to seize the opportunity. Old Master Shu and the parents of Shu Lingyue all turned to her, seemingly regarding Tang Mingxian as the greatest benefactor. Shu Lingyue feigned compliance with her grandfather and parents, yet her eyes couldn't help but glance at Shu Tangyin nearby. Her expression tinged with a hint of pride and boastfulness, as if to convey, See, my suitor is undoubtedly superior to your boyfriend. However, at that moment, Shu Tingyin was entirely focused on Chen Yun, anxiously checking for any injuries, completely oblivious to Shu Lingyue's display of superiority. A surge of irritation welled up within Shu Lingyue as she thought, "Look at how worried you are about him. You truly consider him a prized catch. He merely knows a bit about martial arts. What's so remarkable about that? If it weren't for Mingxian calling upon Boss Tang to assist us tonight, we might not have safely exited that door." With these thoughts swirling in her mind, her gratitude towards Tang Mingxian and Tang Shirong deepened. Thus, she composed herself and sweetly addressed Tang Shirong. "Uncle Tang, thank you for rescuing us tonight. Please convey my thanks to Mingxian when you return home." Tang Shirong nonchalantly acknowledged her with a brief "oh," and then disregarded her, moving to stand before Chen Yun with a broad smile, saying, "Mr. Chen, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave." Chen Yun nodded slightly. "All right." Tang Shirong repeatedly bid farewell, "Goodbye, Mr. Chen," and then departed with his entourage. Shu Lingyue watched this peculiar scene with confusion. By all accounts, Boss Tang, who had come specifically to rescue her, should have treated her with more importance. Yet, why was his demeanor so dismissive towards her, while he appeared exceedingly courteous to Chen Yun, even bordering on obsequious? What was happening? With a perplexed expression, Shu Lingyue regarded Chen Yun, struggling to comprehend the situation. She sensed that something was amiss, but she couldn't pinpoint what it was. The Shu family also noted that Boss Tang seemed excessively polite to Chen Yun, yet they attributed it merely to Boss Tang's admiration for Chen Yun's skills. As they watched Tang Shirong and his group depart, Old Master Shu retracted his gaze and turned to Shu Tingyin, snorting, "This is all you're doing. If it weren't for Xiao Yu calling young Master Tang for help, we would all be in dire straits because of you." Shu Tingyin, feeling unjustly accused, thought that if her grandfather hadn't been so superficial and insisted on forcing her to marry Li Zihao, none of this would have happened. She was about to argue her case, but her parents quickly restrained her, signaling her to remain silent. Chen Yun cast a cold glance at Old Master Shu. Just that one look subdued Old Master Shu considerably. As Shu Lingyue began to suspect that Chen Yun's identity might not be so simple, she quickly stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Grandfather, let us not dwell on the past. Chen Yun may not have contributed significantly, but he certainly endured hardships. Had it not been for him, we might not have been able to wait for Boss Tang to arrive and rescue us." Old Master Shu felt an unsettling chill under Chen Yun's icy gaze and quickly backtracked, saying, all right, no more discussion. After all, we are family." Upon hearing this, Shu Tongyin's mother discreetly nudged her husband. Understanding his wife's hint, Shu Tongyin's father timidly spoke up, "Dad, as you mentioned, Boss Tang has already resolved the matter for us. And since we are all family, could you possibly allow Xiao Yin to return to the company?" Old Master Shu initially intended to refuse, but noticed Chen Yun's indifferent stare. Aware of the rumors surrounding Chen Yun's temperament, he feared that a careless remark might provoke her wrath. Thus, he hesitated to be overly harsh, only responding with a cold grunt. "It's not impossible for Xiao Yin to return to the company, but it depends on her capabilities." He then turned to Shu Tingyin, saying, "Do not think that your grandfather is unwilling to give you a chance. If you can complete a specific task, not only will I allow you to return to the company, but I will also reinstate you as the head of the business department. If you fail, then you can only blame your own lack of ability." Shu Tingyin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly assumed a serious demeanor, asking, "What is the task?" Old Master Shu replied, "Recently, many of our company as partners have delayed their payments, particularly the Li Group, which owes us over 10 million. If you can retrieve this debt from them, you will be a great contributor to the company, and I will promptly restore your position." Shu Tingyin exclaimed in surprise. "The Li Group? Isn't that the company owned by Li Zihai's mother? Our relationship with the Li family is currently fraught with tension. Recovering this debt may prove quite challenging." The Shu family remained unaware that Li Tianlin had already passed away, still naively believing that Boss Tang had merely dealt with him and his associates. The animosity between the Shu and Li families was far more severe than mere discord. It was a vendetta. Had the Shu family known of Li Tianlin's demise, they would likely have refrained from pursuing the debt altogether. Old Master Shu coldly remarked, "Since this is a test of your capabilities, it will undoubtedly be difficult. Otherwise, what purpose would it serve?" Shu Tingyin hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and agreeing. "All right, I will give it a try. After all, the Li Group is likely deliberately withholding payment due to my involvement. For both personal and professional reasons, I must retrieve this money." seeing Shu Tingyin accept the challenge. Old Master Shu nodded in satisfaction and instructed Shu Lingwei, "Xiao Yu, accompany your sister tomorrow to supervise her and see if she can successfully reclaim the payments." "Yes, grandfather," Shu Lingwei replied. Afterward, Old Master Shu and the others departed. Chen Yun and the Shu family began their journey home. Along the way, Shu Tingyin was filled with trepidation. Although she was unaware of Li Tianlin's death, she still felt that demanding the overdue payment from the Li group would be an arduous task. Chen Yun, discerning her inner turmoil, smiled and reassured her, "Do not fear. I will accompany you tomorrow. Let us see who dares to refuse repayment." Chapter 24. Old habits resurface. Blood must be spilled. Shu Tingyin nodded. "All right. However, tomorrow you must refrain from acting recklessly and heed my instructions." Chen Yun replied with a smile, "Certainly." Shu Xinyuan walked behind with Sui Weihua, and the couple observed Chen Yun and Shu Tingyin ahead of them, increasingly perceiving them as a pair of young lovers. Sui Weihua whispered to her husband, "It is a pity that Chen Yun is divorced. Otherwise, he would indeed be quite a match for our daughter." Shu Xinyuan countered, "What does it matter that he is divorced? That is not Chen Yun's fault. I believe he is quite admirable, responsible, and treats our daughter well. Marrying someone like him would ensure her happiness." Sui Weihua softly replied, "The marriage has not yet been established. Such significant matters should be left for our daughter to decide herself." Shu Xinyuan nodded in agreement. On their way home, Shu Tingyin inquired about the outcome for Li Tianlin. Chen Yin did not respond directly, but merely stated, "He has received his due punishment." The Shu family assumed that Li Tianlin had merely endured a brief ordeal and did not pursue the matter further. Upon returning home, they collectively tidied up the house, which had been vandalized, before retiring to their respective rooms to rest. The next day, as Chen Yun arose, Shu Xinyuan was exercising in the yard, while Sui Weihua prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Shu Tingyin emerged from another room at that moment. Upon seeing her, Chen Yun's eyes sparkled. She wore a gray shirt paired with a black pencil skirt. The fitted gray shirt accentuated her figure, and the pencil skirt highlighted her perfect curves, with her long, slender legs appearing particularly elegant and exuding an air of poise. Shu Tingyin handed Chen Yun a brand new white shirt and black trousers, saying with a smile, "Chen Yun, aren't you accompanying me to the Li Corporation today? Your current outfit is rather casual. Please wear my father's shirt and trousers. He was of a similar build to you, and this outfit has never been worn before." Chen Yun glanced down at his attire, realizing it was indeed more relaxed. Changing into the white shirt and black trousers would harmonize better with Shu Tingyin as they entered the company together. He accepted the clothes with a smile, replying, "All right." He then returned to his room to change. Before long, he emerged in his new attire. He seldom wore formal shirts and trousers, as even when he donned a shirt, it was typically of a casual style, not the formal attire suited for the workplace. Furthermore, his years of military experience had instilled in him a readiness for battle at all times. The formal shirt, with its snug collar, tucked hem, and overly rigid waistline, along with the narrow cuffs and buttons, made him feel hindered in his movements, as if he had become a wasp ensnared in a spider's web. However, Shu Tingyin gazed at him as if she had discovered a new world, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Chen Yun, I had no idea you looked so handsome in formal attire." Sui Weihua, just emerging from the kitchen, expressed her surprise. "Indeed, you look quite impressive. How come our old Shu never looked this dashing?" As Shuk Xinyuan entered from outside, he overheard his wife's words and couldn't help but chuckle. "You simply do not understand. Chen Yun is inherently handsome, and with his background in the military, he possesses an upright and distinguished demeanor that is unmatched. Therefore, it is only natural that he appears commanding in formal attire." Shitanjian and her mother nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yun hailed from a prestigious family in the capital, endowing him with an air of nobility. Additionally, having served as the commander of the Northern Army, he exuded a subtle yet potent presence of authority. These factors combined rendered Chen Yun's appearance informal were truly exceptional. Shitanjian, unaware of the underlying reasons, simply found him strikingly handsome. As she admired him from head to toe, she declared, "Chen Yun, I have made up my mind. You shall dress like this from now on. You look splendid." Chen Yun, amused yet perplexed, replied, "But I find this attire uncomfortable." "Objections are futile. It is settled." Shitanjian laughed. "Now, hurry and eat breakfast. You must accompany me to Li's company shortly." After finishing their breakfast, just as they were about to depart on their electric bike, Shilling Yu arrived in a BMW at their doorstep. Upon seeing her, Chen Yun furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "What brings you here?" Shilling Yu, momentarily taken aback by Chen Yun's striking presence, quickly regained her composure and retorted coldly, "Have you forgotten? Grandfather instructed me to supervise my sister and ensure she completes her task today." She then turned her gaze to Shitanjian and, in an indifferent manner, stated, "I am here to accompany you both to Li's company. Let us get in." Shitanjian nodded and, taking Chen Yun by the hand, climbed into the back seat of the BMW. Shilling Yu drove directly to Li's company. In the office of the general manager at Li's company, Li Huaqiang was on a phone call with his sister, Li Miaoling. "Sister, please attend to the matters concerning brother-in-law's funeral and take good care of our hospitalized nephew. The company is in my hands. I will manage everything." After hanging up, he smugly propped his feet on the desk, lit a cigarette, and mused aloud, "Damn. When fortune smiles upon you, it is unstoppable. I have always looked down on my brother-in-law, and now he's kicked the bucket, while my nephew is rendered useless. TSK. It seems that I will inherit this vast company from my sister in the future. Ha. Knock knock." The secretary entered, bowing respectfully. "President Li, the Shuxiao sisters have arrived. They claim that our company has delayed the payment owed to Shuxiao Company for too long, and they are here to settle the outstanding debts." Upon hearing this, Li Huaqiang's expression darkened. The Shuxiao family had colluded with the Tang family to bring about his brother-in-law's demise. And now they dared to come asking for debts? Coldly, he commanded, "Summon the company's security. I want them dealt with. Let me avenge my sister." The secretary was taken aback, but immediately complied. Just then, recalling something, Li Huaqiang called out, "Wait, what did you just say? The Shuxiao sisters? Are they the pair of sisters from the Shuxiao family?" The secretary nodded, "Indeed." Li Huqiang smirked coldly, "I've changed my mind. Let them in." The secretary replied, "Yes, Mr. Li." Shortly after, she returned with Xu Tengyin, Xu Lingyue, and Chen Yun. As Li Huqiang plotted his strategy against the two stunning women, he was suddenly taken aback to see a man following them. His anger flared, and he pointed an accusing finger at Chen Yun, barking, "I invited the Xu sisters to see me. Who permitted you to enter? Get out this instant." Chen Yun's expression turned frigid upon hearing this, his voice dripping with menace. "What are you barking about?" With that, he strode purposefully towards Li Huqiang, intent on delivering a decisive blow. He had come to settle a score, not to endure humiliation. Upon hearing Li Huqiang's command for Chen Yun to leave, Xu Tengyin sensed impending trouble. As she watched Chen Yun's icy gaze advance towards Li Huqiang, she thought, "This is bad. Chen Yun's old habit is resurfacing, and blood will surely be shed." Xu Lingyue, witnessing Chen Yun's readiness to engage, widened her eyes in disbelief, reflecting, "Is he really going to act on such provocation? This is beyond reckless." Chapter 25. I have a short temper. Whoever insults me will be struck. Li Huqiang was momentarily stunned to see the underling of the Xu sisters approaching him with such aggression. However, he quickly regained his composure and threatened, "You little brat. This is not a place for you to act wild. I could summon security to break your limbs, and you would only owe a minor compensation. But if you dare lay a finger on me, I assure you, your parents will regret raising you." Confronted by the menacing aura of Chen Yun, Li Huqiang exuded confidence. In his mind, this was his territory, and he was its sovereign, firmly believing that Chen Yun would not dare to challenge him. Yet, reality unfolded in a manner he never anticipated. Slap! Chen Yun delivered a resounding blow to Li Huqiang's face, leaving half of his cheek numb. "What did you say?" Before Li Huqiang could recover from the shock of the strike, he heard Chen Yun's furious voice, followed by a forceful grip on his head, slamming it down onto the desk. Bang! His face met the surface of the desk with a sickening thud, instantly breaking his nose, sending waves of pain coursing through him, as tears and blood streamed forth. Yet, Chen Yun showed no signs of restraint, relentlessly smashing his head against the desk with ferocity. The brutality left Xu Tengyin and Xu Lingyue utterly speechless, rendering them incapable of offering any words of caution. The secretary of Li Huqiang was equally stunned, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Witnessing Li Huqiang being mercilessly battered against the desk, she finally managed to stammer, "Why you stop?" However, feeling Chen Yun's ferocity, she instinctively took a couple of steps back, appearing ready to flee at any moment. Only after turning Li Huqiang's head into a bloody mess did Chen Yun finally release his grip. He casually pulled 2 tissues from the box on his desk to wipe his hands and remarked nonchalantly, "I apologize, but I have quite a temper." If anyone dares to insult me, I will retaliate. Shu Tianjian and Shilingyu exchanged glances, while the secretary wore an odd expression. Li Huaqiang, finally regaining his composure, lifted his swollen face resembling that of a pig and exclaimed in exasperation, "You actually dare to strike me?" After saying this, he pressed a button on the desk phone and bellowed into the receiver, "All security personnel, report to the general manager's office immediately." Shilingyu's expression changed. In a hurry, Shu Tianjian said, "Mr. Li, please do not be angry. We are not here to cause trouble. We merely seek to discuss the payment due. Can we talk this over amicably?" "How dare you?" Li Huaqiang seethed. "My sister has not sought revenge on your shoes, and yet you should be grateful. Instead, you come here to threaten me for debts?" Chen Yun replied coldly, "It seems that only a profound lesson will make you remember your place." With that, he prepared to strike Li Huaqiang once more. Fearing that Chen Yun might act impulsively and severely injure Li Huaqiang, Shu Tianjian quickly grasped Chen Yun's hand, urging, "Chen Yun, do not act rashly." However, to Li Huaqiang, this appeared as if Shu Tianjian was afraid and did not want any of his men to touch him. This only fueled his bravado. At that moment, a dozen security personnel rushed in from outside, bolstering his confidence. He snarled at Chen Yun, "You little brat, you still think you can lay a hand on me? Kneel down and apologize immediately. Then sever your own arms as a token of contrition." Turning to Shu Tianjian and Shilingyu, he sneered, "And you sisters from the Shu family must kneel and crawl over to serve me. I am in a foul mood. Unless this anger is extinguished, none of you shall leave this doorway." Upon hearing this, both Shu Tianjian and Shilingyu were incensed. Shu Tianjian's delicate features hardened with frost, her rare fury emerging as she coldly commanded, "Chen Yun, this is your chance to teach Li Huaqiang a lesson." With a wry smile, Chen Yun advanced toward Li Huaqiang. Although Shu Tianjian had previously restrained him from acting, Li Huaqiang's reckless bravado had now provoked her to anger, leaving no room for sympathy. Li Huaqiang, both alarmed and enraged, shouted, "Foolish creature! Attack him fiercely. Beat him to a pulp. Should anything happen, I will take full responsibility. Do not hold back." "Yes, Mr. Li." The security personnel hastily drew their batons and lunged at Chen Yun like a pack of wolves. Shilingyu, frightened, quickly took cover. Shu Tianjian anxiously called out, "Chen Yun, be careful." In that instant, Chen Yun stood on one leg, launching his right foot in a powerful kick. Bang! The leading security guard was sent flying, his large body toppling backward and colliding with several of his companions. Following this, Chen Yun swiftly snatched a baton from one of the guards and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Bang! 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 With precision, Chen Yun targeted the guards' most vulnerable spots, causing them to cry out in agony as they fell one by one. Moments later, a dozen security guards lay sprawled on the ground. Although the Shu sisters had witnessed Chen Yun's prowess before, they remained astonished by his formidable combat skills. The female secretary, covering her mouth, gazed at Chen Yun with wide eyes filled with disbelief. Li Huaqiang had initially thought that dispatching a mere handful of guards to subdue this brash youth would be as effortless as drinking water. Yet, to his astonishment, within a brief moment, all the guards had collapsed. A chill enveloped his limbs, and an icy sensation crept up his spine, reaching the crown of his head, leaving him numb. At that moment, Chen Yun approached, swinging his baton and striking his palm, inquiring, "What was it you just said? To beat me to death?" As Li Huaqiang was about to utter a warning, Chen Yun executed a swift kick that struck Li Huaqiang's abdomen, commanding kneel. The searing pain in Li Huaqiang's belly felt as if his liver had been shattered, causing him to falter and crash to his knees before Chen Yun. However, he stubbornly attempted to rise again. With a swift motion, Chen Yun struck him across the face with his baton, coldly reiterating, "I said kneel." The force of the blow sent Li Huaqiang reeling, blood spilling from his mouth, several teeth shattered, and his knees hitting the ground hard. Contorting his face in agony as tears threatened to spill, he looked up at Chen Yun, meeting his icy, narrowed gaze, finally feeling the grip of fear. "This is merely a lesson for you," Chen Yun stated coolly. "If you fail to learn from this, I shall ensure your departure from this world." Li Huaqiang instinctively recoiled, no longer daring to display arrogance. Chen Yun turned his attention to Shu Tingyin, who, understanding the moment, spoke in a low tone, "Li Huaqiang, our purpose today is to collect the debt. Will you pay or not?" With his head bowed, Li Huaqiang mumbled, "Over 10 million is not a trivial amount. I cannot make that decision." No sooner had he uttered these words than he caught a glimpse of Chen Yun's icy demeanor, prompting him to hastily add, "However, I can call my sister immediately. She is the company president and can decide." "Make the call," Shu Tangyin urged. Li Huaqiang swiftly dialed his sister Li Miaoling, quietly explaining the situation, including the arrival of the Shu sisters to collect the debt and the altercation with Chen Yun. Li Miaoling's response was reassuring. "You hold them off. I will come over with assistance right away." Li Huaqiang felt a surge of hope, hanging up the phone and looking up at Shu Tangyin and the others, stating, "My sister said she understands. Please wait, she will handle it personally." Shu Tangyin furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, yet the response was indisputable, leaving her with no choice but to await Li Miaoling's arrival. Chen Yun, fully aware that Li Huaqiang was intentionally stalling for time, remained unperturbed. With Li Tianlin now deceased, he had no qualms about utterly dismantling the Li family should Li Miaoling remain obstinate. Even Xu Lingwei discerned that Li Huaqiang was merely stalling for time. With a furtive glance, she seized the opportunity to discreetly send a message to Tang Mingxian. "Young Master Tang, I have encountered a grave predicament at Li's company. Please come to my aid." Chapter 26. A gathering of beauties accompanied by the thunderous roar of a car engine. A convoy comprising a black Maybach and 8 black sedans arrived at the entrance of Li's company. Descending from the Maybach was Li Miaoling, clad in a black gown reminiscent of a grieving widow, her complexion ashen. The 8 black sedans disgorged a cadre of impeccably suited bodyguards. Li Miaoling, flanked by her protectors, strode into the company. Upon her arrival, the personnel in the lobby promptly bowed in unison. "Greetings, President Li." Ignoring their presence, Li Miaoling, with an air of menace, made her way to Li Huaqiang's office. Seeing his sister, Li Huaqiang rushed forward with palpable excitement. "Sister, you have finally arrived." Li Miaoling surveyed the injured security personnel and her brother's disheveled state, her gaze turning icy as she addressed Chen Yun and the Shu sisters. "You have audaciously injured my son, conspired with the Tang family to bring about my husband's demise. And now you dare to create a ruckus in my company. What? Li Tianlin is dead?" The color drained from Shu Tangyin and Xu Lingyue's faces upon hearing Li Miaoling's words. Yet, with the situation as it stood, retreat was not an option. Shu Tangyin steeled herself and replied, "Madam Li, we were unaware of Mr. Li's passing. The Li family has owed our Shu company over 10 million in outstanding payments, and we are facing a financial crisis. I am here to request the settlement of this debt." Li Miaoling's eyes blazed with resentment. "I possess the funds. However, you have ruined my son, caused my husband's death, and harmed my brother. Do you truly believe I would pay you?" With a chilling resolve, she declared, "Not only will you not leave here with a single cent today, but I also demand that you accompany my husband in death." Shu Tangyin and Xu Lingwei turned pale at her words. Yet, Chen Yun remained unfazed, calmly retorting, "Huh? Your son brought this upon himself, and your husband deserved his fate. You failed to discipline your child and counsel your husband. Who else can you blame?" His words left the audience in stunned silence. The storm of hatred in Li Miaoling's eyes intensified, as if ready to erupt. Gritting her teeth, she demanded, "What did you say? My son brought this upon himself. My husband deserved his fate?" Ignoring the murderous glare from Li Miaoling and the fierce bodyguards surrounding her, Chen Yun replied coolly, "Indeed. Li Zihao repeatedly instigated violence and met his downfall as a consequence. As for Li Tianlin, he kidnapped members of the Shu family and attempted to kill me. Isn't his demise well-deserved?" At this proclamation, Shu Tangyin couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension for Chen Yun. Xu Lingyue, heart racing, whispered to Shu Tangyin, "Has he always been this audacious?" Shu Tangyin's lips curled bitterly, her thoughts racing as she grappled with the pressing dilemma. Li Miaoling glared with venomous eyes and declared, "Regardless of the reasons, my husband and son will discipline you. You insignificant ants must endure. To dare to resist is to court death. To harm my husband and son is an even graver offense." Chen Yun replied, "Since reason fails to prevail, we shall resort to another means to resolve this. If reason cannot suffice, then we shall employ force." With a wave of her hand, Li Miaoling commanded the bodyguards behind her in a stern voice, "Attack." A group of bodyguards was poised to strike at Chen Yun. However, just then, a furious roar echoed from the entrance. "Who dares to cause trouble?" The sudden outburst startled everyone present, and they turned simultaneously toward the door. There stood Tang Shirong, flanked by a formidable entourage. It turned out that Chen Yun had instructed Tang Shirong the previous night not only to annihilate the Black Tiger gang, but also to dismantle the Li family. stripping them of their audacity. Thus, Tang Shurong had set out to confront the Li Corporation that very day, which explained his presence. He had not anticipated encountering Chen Yun here, and upon witnessing Li Miaoling and her associates preparing to assault him, he immediately bellowed for them to halt. Li Miaoling was taken aback at the sight of Tang Shurong. Li Huaqiang's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "Tang Shurong, we have yet to settle the score for you killing my brother-in-law. What brings you and this multitude to our company today?" Tang Shurong cast a cold glance at Li Huaqiang and replied, "What brings me? Naturally, I am here to collect what is due." Li Huaqiang and Li Miaoling's group were struck with shock and fury. Yet, Tang Shurong ignored them and approached Chen Yun directly, donning a conciliatory smile. "Mr. Chen, are you unharmed?" Chen Yun responded coolly, "I am fine." The surrounding crowd was filled with astonishment and speculation. They wondered about Chen Yun's true standing, as the renowned tycoon Tang treated him with such deference. Even Xu Tangyin felt that Tang's courtesy towards Chen Yun was excessive. Xu Lingyue gazed at Chen Yun with suspicion, having sensed his extraordinary identity the previous night. Observing Tang Shurong's respectful demeanor today only deepened her doubts. Li Miaoling's countenance darkened as she struggled to suppress her hatred and rage. "Mr. Tang, are you intent on exterminating us? The Li family is not so easily bullied. Do you believe we would not fight to the bitter end?" Tang Shurong looked at Li Miaoling and slowly replied, "You should blame your Li family for your numerous misdeeds, provoking those you should not have. I have already conferred with several major shareholders of your company, and they have agreed to sell their shares to me. Soon, I will possess a majority stake in your company, becoming its largest shareholder. When that occurs, I shall convene a shareholder meeting, and my first order of business will be to dismiss you from your position as president, forcing you out of the company." Li Miaoling gasped in shock. "You?" Tang Shurong smiled and softened his tone. "However, I do not wish to drive you into a corner, so I offer you an opportunity. I will purchase the shares you hold at market price, and your Li family must take the money and leave Zhonghai City, never to set foot here again." Li Miaoling's expression darkened. "What if I refuse?" Tang Shurong replied coldly, "If you are unwilling to take the money and flee, I assure you that within a month, your Li family will be forced to leave Zhonghai City with their tails between their legs, and not a single penny will be received." Li Miaoling's face turned ashen. After struggling for a long time, her rationality ultimately triumphed over her anger. She lowered her head and said, "All right, I agree to sell you the shares. But it must be after I finish my husband's funeral. At that time, the Li family will take the money and leave." Delaying for time? Tang Shurong gazed deeply at Li Miaoling and warned, "I give you 3 days. However, let me remind you, this is your Li family's final opportunity. You have used the Black Tiger Gang for nefarious deeds, committing numerous wrongs. Allowing you to leave with money this time is already the best outcome. I hope you do not deceive yourselves." Li Miaoling whispered, "I understand." Chen Yun leisurely interjected, "Whoever takes over your company is none of our concern. But your company has delayed over 10 million in payments to the Xu family. Is it time to settle that?" Tang Shurong turned his gaze towards Li Miaoling. Despite her reluctance, she could only instruct Li Huaqiang, "Notify the finance department to clear the outstanding payments." Li Huaqiang meekly replied, "Yes." Soon, the over 10 million in payments was transferred to the Xu family's account. After the Xu sisters expressed their gratitude to Tang Shurong, they then left the Li company with Chen Yun. Upon exiting the Li company, it was already noon. Xu Tangyin exclaimed excitedly, although the process was quite daunting. "We managed to retrieve the payment without any harm, fulfilling grandfather's task." She then turned gratefully to Chen Yun, saying, "Thank you, Chen Yun. If it weren't for you, I doubt we would have gotten this money back. I must treat you to a grand meal today." Chen Yun smiled. Xu Tangyin then looked at Xu Lingyue. "Sister, you should join us too. I'll treat you both to dinner at the Luang restaurant." Although the sisters had been at odds since childhood, their shared experience of danger over the past few days had significantly diminished their hostility. Faced with her sister's invitation, Xu Lingyue did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Soon, the three of them drove to the Liyuan Hotel. After parking in front of the hotel, Chen Yun walked into the hotel alongside the Xu sisters. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz appeared at the hotel entrance. Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong stepped out of the vehicle. Han Sudong stared in astonishment at Chen Yun and the Xu sisters' retreating figures, uncertainly asking, "Qingyu, isn't that your useless ex-husband Chen Yun?" Zhao Qingyu also noticed Chen Yun and, upon seeing a stunning beauty beside him in addition to Xu Tangyin, her expression soured. Goodness! After their divorce, Chen Yun was surrounded by beautiful women? Han Sudong, noticing the displeasure etched on Zhao Qingyu's face, seized the opportunity to disparage Chun Yun, saying, "Qingyu, that fellow Chun Yun is simply incorrigible. After your divorce, he has taken up with Miss Xu, living off her fortune. How utterly disgraceful." Zhao Qingyu coldly replied, "Mr. Han, I have already divorced him. I would appreciate it if you refrained from mentioning him in my presence." Han Sudong was well aware of Zhao Qingyu's divorce from Qin Yun, yet he had recently observed that despite their separation, she remained emotionally aloof towards him, showing no inclination to embrace his affections. Moreover, he noticed that whenever Zhao Qingyu encountered Qin Yun, her gaze was imbued with a complex mixture of emotions, as if the memories of their past lingered. Thus, he took every opportunity to malign Qin Yun in her presence. Seeing Zhao Qingyu's irritation upon hearing Qin Yun's name, he recognized that his aim had been achieved and cheerfully declared, "Very well. I shall refrain from mentioning that scoundrel Qin Yun in front of you from now on." The two then entered the hotel, making their way to the restaurant on the second floor. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Qin Yun seated with the Xu sisters at a window-side table, perusing the menu. It was inevitable, with Qin Yun's handsome features and the Xu sisters' breathtaking beauty. The trio stood out conspicuously, drawing attention effortlessly. Zhao Qingyu felt an inexplicable discomfort at the sight of Qin Yun dining with the two stunning women, her already frosty demeanor growing even more frigid. In a fit of jealousy, Han Sudong scornfully remarked, "There he is again, that useless man. I can't fathom what these beauties see in him." At that moment, a wealthy young man clad in Versace approached, greeting Han Sudong. "Mr. Han, you finally made it. The guys have been waiting for you in the private room." Han Sudong replied with a smile, "Gao, my apologies for keeping everyone waiting. I shall drink 3 cups to atone for my tardiness." Zhao Qingyu furrowed her brows slightly and whispered, "Mr. Han, have you invited others to dine with us today?" Han Sudong explained, "They are all my close friends, and their families are quite influential. I'll introduce you to them. They may be beneficial for your business." Zhao Qingyu found it difficult to object to this. Han Sudong introduced, "Qingyu, this is my good friend Gao Tianxiang, whose family operates a financial company, an impressive establishment." Zhao Qingyu turned to Gao Tianxiang and politely greeted, "Hello, Mr. Gao." Gao Tianxiang's gaze roamed over Zhao Qingyu's graceful figure, and with a broad smile, he said, "Miss Zhao, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Mr. Han has spoken highly of you on multiple occasions, and I must say, you are even more beautiful than I had imagined." Zhao Qingyu felt uncomfortable under Gao Tianxiang's leering gaze, but maintained her composure, replying coolly, "You flatter me, Mr. Gao." Gao Tianxiang gestured towards the Xu sisters, who were still engaged in ordering with Qin Yun, and inquired, "Do you know those two beauties? I noticed you seemed to be discussing them earlier." Zhao Qingyu cast a dispassionate glance at Xu Tingyin and replied, "I do not know them." Upon observing his friend, Han Sudong, it was evident that he had taken a liking to the Xujia sisters. His eyes glimmered with mischief as he remarked, "We may not be acquainted with those two beauties, but we certainly know that man. He's our adversary." Gao Tianxiang paused, intrigued. "Oh." Han Sudong gestured to the bruises marring his face, his voice laced with resentment. "Did I not mention last night that I was assaulted by an insufferable ruffian? That was the culprit." Gao Tianxiang's surprise was palpable. "What sort of person is this? He dares to lay a hand on you, Han?" Han Sudong scoffed. "He is of no significant background, merely a freeloader, albeit one with a military past, skilled in combat." Gao Tianxiang, glancing disdainfully at Qin Yun in the distance, retorted, "Is that all? Just a retired soldier?" He then clapped Han Sudong on the shoulder, declaring, "Allow me to settle this score for you. I shall avenge you, my friend." Han Sudong recognized that Gao Tianxiang's intentions were not solely to exact revenge, but rather to pursue the Xujia sisters, particularly the one beside Qin Yun. Nevertheless, he was more than pleased to let Gao Tianxiang confront Qin Yun, even hoping for a good lesson to be imparted. Thus, he feigned gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Gao. I shall accompany Qingyu to the private room to greet the others and await your good news within." With that, he took Zhao Qingyu into the private room. Gao Tianxiang swaggered over to Qin Yun and the Xujia sisters. At that moment, Shitanjian had just finished ordering and was returning the menu to the waiter while smilingly requesting, "Please bring us a bottle of Jiangyu red wine." Today marked the completion of her grandfather's task, and she was soon to reclaim her position as the company's supervisor. Additionally, she wished to express her gratitude to Qin Yun with a toast, hence the order for red wine. However, at that moment, a mocking voice pierced the air. "Why settle for such a cheap wine as Jiangyu? I use Lafite for my mouthwash." The Shujia sisters frowned in unison, turning to identify the source of the voice. Chen Yun merely lifted his gaze to see a wealthy young man smirking at them, Gao Tianxiang. With a calculated gesture, Gao Tianxiang tousled his hair, revealing a Richard Mille watch worth millions on his wrist, and cheerfully addressed Shitanjian. Ladies, such a modest wine hardly befits you. Allow me to treat you to a bottle of 82 Lafite instead, shall we? The Shujia sisters simultaneously expressed their disdain. Shitanjian replied coolly, no need, we are not acquainted. So please do not disturb our meal. Gao Tianxiang, taken aback, was surprised to find these beauties unmaterialistic. However, undeterred, he produced the keys to his Ferrari, placing them on the table, and feigned an intent to sit down. With a grin, he said, not knowing each other is no matter. Familiarity breeds comfort. Would you mind if I joined you for a drink? Shitanjian's response was icy, I do mind. Gao Tianxiang's movements froze. The usual charm he wielded effortlessly in courting women seemed ineffective in front of Shu Tingyun today. Yet, undeterred, he turned his gaze towards the silent Shu Lingyue and smiled. My dear lady, would you mind if I joined you for a drink? Shu Lingyue was about to decline, but a glance at Chen Yun, who remained beside them, made her change her mind. With a playful smile, she replied, well, you might want to ask my friend for permission first. Friend? Gao Tianxiang's eyes fell on Chen Yun. Thinking to himself, is it really this kid? He dismissed Chen Yun entirely, bending down to invade Chen Yun's personal space, poking his finger into Chen Yun's chest while grinning mockingly. Listen, my family runs a finance company, and my father is the illustrious Gili Wang, Gao Yaohua. I intend to share a drink with these two lovely ladies. You have no objections, right? Chen Yun, expressionless, retorted, I do, and my objections are quite significant, with severe consequences. With that, he swiftly seized Gao Tianxiang's finger and, with a sharp twist, snapped it with a resounding crack, connected by the pain of the fingertips. Gao Tianxiang's face flushed with agony, veins bulging from his neck as he threw his head back and screamed, ah? Yet, before his cry could fully resonate, Chen Yun had already risen abruptly and delivered a stinging slap across his face. The sharp crack of the slap echoed throughout the room. Gao Tianxiang was sent reeling from the force, his wails abruptly silenced. The Shu sisters, the waitress, and patrons at neighboring tables all widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 28. This kid is truly reckless. Just as Gao Tianxiang was struck, Zhao Qingyu, Han Sudong, and several other affluent young men arrived on the scene. Gao, are you all right? Han Sudong and his friends helped Gao Tianxiang to his feet. Noting the severe swelling on one side of his face and the grotesque angle of his broken finger. How brutal. Just looking at it is painful. They all collectively gasped, casting various glances at Chen Yun, realizing the boy had struck with considerable ferocity. Zhao Qingyu, having learned from Han Sudong that Gao Tianxiang's family owned a finance company and that his father was the renowned Gili Wang Gao Yaohua, had initially worried for Chen Yun when Gao Tianxiang had asserted his intention to defend Han Sudong. Yet, to her astonishment, Chen Yun had injured Gao Tianxiang. This could spell disaster for Chen Yun. Unable to contain her disapproval, she scolded him. Chen Yun, you've assaulted someone again. Don't you think you've caused enough trouble already? Chen Yun, initially perplexed by the unsolicited disturbance during lunch, had thought it was merely the beauty of the Shu sisters that attracted the likes of Gao Tianxiang. However, upon seeing Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong, he suddenly grasped the situation's gravity. In response to Zhao Qingyu's reprimand, he coldly replied, I believe this was a chance encounter, not a premeditated scheme. At his words, the expressions of Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong subtly shifted. Chen Yun cast a cold gaze at Zhao Qingyu, retorting, you are fully aware that this individual has come to provoke me intentionally, while your indifference to his actions is one matter. How can you emerge to condemn me for defending myself when he is struck? Is there a double standard of such magnitude at play? So, am I merely meant to endure their bullying without retaliating? Zhao Qingyu's face flushed crimson. She wished to offer an explanation, but found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Han Sudong stepped forward, vehemently admonishing, indeed, in our eyes, you are nothing but a mere insect. We may harass you at will, yet you must not retaliate, or you shall be courting death. Gao Tianxiang, gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain of a fractured finger, urged Han Sudong's companions, why waste breath on this obstinate fool? Let us arm ourselves and eliminate him. The affluent youths readily echoed, yes, let us take up arms and rid ourselves of this wretched cur. With that, they seized chairs and charged at Chen Yun. Having witnessed Chun Yun's prowess at the charity auction the previous night, Han Sudong was reluctant to confront him directly. However, with his peers engaged, he felt compelled to join in, lest he lose their friendship. Thus, he too grasped a chair, steeling himself to follow suit. Chun Yun scoffed, seeking death. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of kicks. Bang, bang, bang. Each of the charging youths was met with a powerful kick to the chest, sending them and their chairs hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with anguished cries. Han Sudong lingered at the back, waiting for a moment to strike. Once Chun Yun had dispatched a few of his companions, he would brandish his chair and aim a vicious blow at Chun Yun's head, shouting, "Die!" The Shu sisters watched in trepidation, anxious for Chun Yun's safety. Even Zhao Qingyu felt an uncharacteristic surge of anxiety. Yet, Chun Yun remained unfazed, standing his ground as Han Sudong's chair descended before raising his fist. With a thunderous impact, the chair shattered into splinters, sending wood shavings flying. Han Sudong was left holding only 2 chair legs, momentarily stunned. "Kneel!" Chun Yun struck Han Sudong in the abdomen. With a pained groan, Han Sudong discarded the remnants of the chair, clutching his belly, and fell to his knees. Chun Yun delivered several resounding slaps to his face, leaving it bruised and bloodied. The onlookers, including the waitstaff and patrons, were left in shock at the brutal display from the seemingly charming and charismatic Chun Yun. Towering over Han Sudong, he declared coldly, "Should you dare to play tricks before me again, prepare to lie in your grave." With that, he launched a kick that landed squarely on Han Sudong's chest. Thud! Han Sudong was propelled backward, sliding several meters on his knees, his complexion shifting rapidly before he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, gradually catching his breath. At that moment, a middle-aged man donned in gold-rimmed glasses and a cream-colored vest, accompanied by a cadre of hotel managers and security personnel, made his entrance. "Who dares to create a disturbance in my domain, the territory of Lu Hailong?" It turns out that this middle-aged man with golden spectacles is none other than Lu Hailong, the proprietor of the Lu One Hotel. Known for his extensive network, Lu Hailong often hosts prominent figures at his establishment, thus commanding respect from both lawful and illicit circles. Typically, few dare to cause trouble in his hotel. Upon seeing Lu Hailong, Gao Tianxiang hurriedly greeted him with courtesy, exclaiming, "Mr. Lu." Han Sudong and several affluent companions, suppressing their injuries, echoed, "Mr. Lu." Lu Hailong, upon recognizing the familiar faces of Gao Tianxiang and Han Sudong, was momentarily taken aback, his expression softening as he responded, "Ah, it's you, young Master Gao and young Master Han." Noticing the visible injuries on Gao Tianxiang and his companions, he inquired, "What has transpired here?" Gao Tianxiang pointed towards Chun Yun, indignantly stating, "Mr. Lu, I merely attempted to engage in conversation with 2 lovely ladies over a drink. Yet this fellow resorted to violence against me and injured several of my friends." Chun Yun, with an indifferent demeanor, retorted, "If you dare to point at me again, you might find that finger quite useless." Gao Tianxiang, frightened by her words, trembled, feeling humiliated yet unwilling to appear weak, hastily lowered his finger. He beseeched Lu Hailong, "Mr. Lu, did you witness this? This fellow is utterly arrogant. You must uphold justice today." Lu Hailong nodded, gesturing for Gao Tianxiang and the others to remain calm. He turned to Chun Yun, expressing his displeasure, "Young man, was it truly necessary to resort to such severity over a mere flirtation with 2 ladies? Moreover, causing a ruckus in my establishment seems rather disrespectful to me." Lu Hailong. Shu Tangyin, seeing Lu Hailong misinterpret the situation based on Gao Tianxiang's account, interjected, "Mr. Lu, that is not the case. Gao Tianxiang and his friends were deliberately provoking Chun Yun, which prompted her response." Lu Hailong, lacking patience for Shu Tangyin's explanation, interrupted her with irritation, "Silence. I care not for the reasons. Fighting on my premises is simply unacceptable." Shu Tangyin was taken aback. Shu Lingyue, unable to contain herself, exclaimed, "This is utterly unreasonable." Lu Hailong, hands clasped behind his back, raised his head with an imposing demeanor, declaring, "In my domain, my rules are the law, and I hold the final say." The Shu sisters, filled with urgency and frustration, exchanged glances. Lu Hailong turned to Gao Tianxiang, asking, "Young Master Gao, I believe I grasp the situation. This young man's actions were indeed wrong. How do you intend to resolve this matter?" Gao Tianxiang and Han Sudong shared glances, excitement gleaming in their eyes. "Mr. Lu, our demands are quite simple. He must lose 1 hand and 1 foot." Gao Tianxiang proclaimed loudly. Gasps of shock rippled through the surrounding patrons, who cast sympathetic glances towards Chen Yun. Lu Hailong believed that amputating one of Chen Yun's hands and one of his feet was not particularly concerning. His only apprehension lay in the potential damage to the restaurant's reputation. If word spread and patrons became hesitant to dine here, it would result in significant losses. Thus, he adopted a facade of fairness and slowly uttered, "Gao Xiao, severing one of his hands and one of his feet may be excessive. Allow me to mediate. Let us simply break one of his arms as a form of punishment, shall we?" Although Gao Tianxiang and the others were somewhat dissatisfied, they felt compelled to show respect to Lu Hailong and acquiesced, stating, "This is Mr. Lu's territory. How could we possibly disregard his wishes? Let it be as Mr. Lu proposes, break one of his arms." Lu Hailong nodded with satisfaction and then turned his gaze toward Chen Yun, portraying an air of having extended considerable assistance, and loftily declared, "Young man, my handling of this matter is exceedingly fair. You have no objections, I trust?" Chen Yun replied, "I do have objections." Lu Hailong's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure, his tone turning harsh as he inquired, "What objections do you have?" Chen Yun retorted coldly, "While it is true that I struck first, they instigated the confrontation. Moreover, when we were dining at your establishment and my two female companions were being harassed by ruffians, where was this so-called owner of yours? Why did you not ensure the safety of your patrons? Now that I have dealt with the ruffians, you emerge to play the arbiter? And you wish to break one of my arms?" The surrounding patrons cast peculiar glances at Lu Hailong. His face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Yun scoffed, "You, who play favorites, dare to stand before me with such righteous indignation and claim to mediate? You would do well to remove yourself from my presence, lest I be impolite." Lu Hailong, enraged and humiliated, retorted, "In my territory, I am the law. What do you intend to do about it?" Chen Yun replied nonchalantly, "Oh, nothing much. At most, I would break both your legs to make you kneel, and then perhaps deliver a few slaps to your face." The crowd gasped in disbelief, astonished by Chen Yun's audacity. This young man was indeed bold. Chapter 29. What use is it to speak wrongly to me? Speak to Mr. Chen instead. Lu Hailong laughed in fury. The entourage of subordinates and security behind him wore mocking smiles as they regarded Chen Yun, jeering at him. This fool was truly oblivious to the danger he was courting. To cause a scene in Lu's restaurant was one thing, but to boldly threaten Lu himself was tantamount to courting disaster. It was the first time in many years that anyone had dared to speak to Lu in such a manner. This imbecile would soon pay dearly for his arrogance. Shu Tingyin, witnessing the situation deteriorate further, grew anxious and swiftly stepped forward to advocate for Chen Yun, stating, "Mr. Lu, please do not misunderstand. We harbor no intentions of enmity. Chen Yun merely desires a fair and just resolution." Lu Hailong barked, "Do I require your guidance in conducting my affairs?" He then cast a cold, piercing glance at Chen Yun, mocking, "And this little wretch dares to declare that I should kneel and has the audacity to threaten me with slaps? Is this what you call having no intention of opposing me?" Shu Tongyin's expression faltered as she sought to further explain on Chen Yun's behalf. Chen Yun pulled her aside and whispered, "Tangyin, what is there to discuss with someone like him? If he continues to play favorites, I won't hesitate to deal with him as well." Lu Hailong, upon hearing this, was utterly infuriated. He beckoned to Chen Yun, saying, "So you think you're tough? Come over here and hit me. Let me see if you really have what it takes." He doubted that Chen Yun would dare to make a move in front of so many security guards. Chen Yun's gaze turned icy, and he was about to strike. However, he was swiftly restrained by Shu Tingyin. "Chen Yun, don't act impulsively," she urged anxiously. Seeing this scene, Lu Hailong interpreted it as fear on Chen Yun's part, and a sneer crept across his face as he taunted, "What's the matter? Not so tough anymore. Then hurry up and kneel to lick my shoes. Perhaps I might consider sparing you today." Han Sudong and Gao Tianxiang, along with a few wealthy young men, wore expressions of schadenfreude. Zhao Qingyu looked at Chen Yun with disdain, thinking that not only was he incompetent, but he also enjoyed causing trouble, ultimately landing himself in an embarrassing situation. Chen Yun broke free from Shu Tongyin's grasp and strode purposefully towards Lu Hailong, coldly declaring, "You really think I won't move against you just because my friend stopped me? You're mistaken." He raised his hand and struck Lu Hailong across the face. The sound echoed sharply, leaving a distinct handprint on Lu Hailong's face and causing his head to ring. The scene unfolded so swiftly that not only did Lu Hailong fail to react, but neither did his entourage or the security personnel. They all stood in shock as they witnessed Chun Yun strike Lu Hailong. With swift movements, Chun Yun delivered several more slaps, painting Lu Hailong's mouth with crimson blood. Kneel. Chun Yun executed 2 lightning-fast kicks, hitting Lu Hailong's knees. Unsteady, Lu Hailong collapsed heavily to the ground. Whether it was from his swollen face or the impact of his knees hitting the floor, his expression twisted in agony, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Zhao Qingyu, Han Sudong, and Gao Tianxiang were equally surprised by Chun Yun's ferocity, realizing he dared to strike Boss Lu and did so with such brutality. Their gazes towards Chun Yun shifted dramatically. Even Xu Lingyue watched in astonishment, silently acknowledging that while her sister's boyfriend appeared handsome and charismatic, he was indeed formidable in action. Looking down at the kneeling Lu Hailong, Chun Yun asked, "Are you satisfied now that I've struck you? Still think you can play favorites?" Lu Hailong lifted his bloodied face to meet Chun Yun's cold, murderous gaze, a wave of inexplicable fear washing over him. In that moment, he found himself too intimidated to retaliate, sensing that if he dared to provoke Chun Yun, he might truly meet his demise. However, the security guards nearby soon regained their composure from the shock. Infuriated, they rallied together, exclaiming, "How dare he lay a hand on our boss? Let us take him down." A group of guards brandished their batons, preparing to rush towards Chun Yun. Just then, a commanding voice resonated from the entrance of the restaurant. "Stop." The guards froze in their tracks, turning to see Tang Shiyong, accompanied by Tang Shiji and Tang Mingxian, entering with stern expressions. The Tang family is one of the prominent families in Zhonghai City, and Tang Shiyong is a well-known entrepreneur in the region. Recently, rumors have circulated about a conflict between the Tang and Li families. In a fit of rage, Tang Shiyong had obliterated the Li family's Black Tiger gang and acquired their company, intent on expelling the Li family from Zhonghai City. Consequently, the entire social circle in Zhonghai City was abuzz with discussions about the Tang family and Tang Shiyong, who had surprisingly revealed a ruthless side, contrasting his usual amiable demeanor. As Tang Shiyong arrived, everyone regarded him with a mix of reverence and awe. "Boss Tang has arrived. Good day, Mr. Tang." Those familiar with Tang Shiyong greeted him respectfully. Several wealthy youths, including Han Sudong and Gao Tianxiang, approached with eager smiles, hoping to extend their greetings. However, Tang Shiyong impatiently brushed them aside, striding past them with his family and subordinates to stand before Chun Yun. The formerly stern expression on his face transformed into a warm smile, and he spoke in a tone bordering on sycophantic. Mr. Chun, Han Sudong, and Gao Tianxiang were left dumbfounded. Zhao Qingyu was equally astonished. The onlookers were stunned. Even Lu Hailong, kneeling on the ground, momentarily forgot his pain and shame, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Why was Boss Tang treating Chun Yun with such deference? What was Chun Yun's true identity? Chun Yun glanced at Tang Shiyong and the members of the Tang family, casually remarking, "What a coincidence, Boss Tang." Tang Shiyong promptly echoed, Indeed, what a coincidence." He, taking Chun Yun's presence into account, then greeted the Xu sisters standing beside him. "Good day, Miss Xu." Xu Tangyin politely replied, "Good day, Boss Tang." Xu Lingyue, overwhelmed with surprise, quickly added, "Hello, Uncle Tang." She considered it fitting to address Tang Shiyong as uncle, given her friendship with Tang Mingxian, who had been pursuing her, and the fact that Tang Shiyong had saved the Xu family the previous night. However, Zhao Qingyu and the others misinterpreted the situation. Zhao Qingyu mused, "I knew it. There's no way Chun Yun could know someone as significant as Boss Tang. It turns out Boss Tang has ties with the Xu family." And Chun Yun merely leveraged the sisters' connections to ingratiate himself with him. Indeed, the next moment further validated her suspicions. After greeting the Xu sisters, Tang Shiyong turned his attention to the kneeling Lu Hailong, asking with curiosity, "What happened here?" Xu Lingyue promptly recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Tang Shiyong cast an unhappy glance at Zhao Qingyu and Han Sudong, causing them to lower their heads in guilt. He then turned to the kneeling Lu Hailong and said slowly, "Boss Lu, this is where you have erred. It was they who harassed the Xu sisters. Yet you failed to ensure the safety of your customers and instead assisted these ruffians in their bullying." Although Lu Hailong considered himself a person of stature, his strength was no match for Tang Shiyong. Furthermore, Tang Shiyong had just dismantled the Black Tiger gang, and Lu Hailong dared not offend him. Lowering his head instead and saying, "Boss Tang, I was blind and unaware of your connection with the Xu family. Nor did I know that the two Miss Shu are your nieces. I was wrong. Tang Shiyong replied indifferently. What use is it to apologize to me? You should apologize to Mr. Chun and the two Miss Shus. Chapter 30. Kneeling to apologize shows sincerity. Lu Hailong felt a burning shame. To publicly apologize to Chun Yun was more painful than death itself. Yet, seeing Tang Shiyong's current demeanor, he realized that if he did not apologize, he would likely face Tang Shiyong's wrath before Chun Yun could even intervene. Having witnessed the annihilation of the Black Tiger Gang, he did not wish to share the same fate as Li Tianlin. Thus, he steeled himself and quietly said to Chun Yun, Mr. Chun, I apologize. Chun Yun coldly replied, Now you realize your mistake. Where were you earlier? Lu Hailong hung his head, hesitant to speak. Chun Yun continued, Surely, there are others who need to apologize as well? Lu Hailong, momentarily taken aback, looked at Chun Yun with a perplexed expression, seemingly unable to comprehend his words. Chun Yun stated icily, Those who deliberately provoked and teased the Shu sisters should also apologize alongside you, should they not? Only then did the crowd grasp that Chun Yun was referring to Han Sudong and Gao Tianxiang. The faces of the wealthy young men shifted dramatically. What? You want us to apologize? They exclaimed. Who do you think you are? Indeed, had it not been for Boss Tang's reputation, they would have already retaliated against him. As they hurled insults at Chun Yun, he raised his voice slightly, declaring, Boss Tang. Tang Shiyong understood the cue. Chun Yun had previously instructed him to teach others a lesson in just this tone. He looked sternly at Han Sudong and Gao Tianxiang, saying, Mr. Chen has asked you to apologize. You squander this opportunity, is that it? Someone removed their hands and feet. The wealthy youths, taken aback by Tang Shiyong's severity, were instantly alarmed. Han Sudong was the first to concede, hurriedly pleading, Wait, I was wrong. I am willing to apologize. The others quickly followed suit, saying, We are also willing to apologize. Soon after, they approached Chun Yun and, albeit reluctantly, uttered, We apologize. Chun Yun's expression remained cold. What use is it to apologize to me? Gao Tianxiang understood that Chun Yun's anger stemmed from his earlier teasing of Shu Tengyin. With no other choice, he, along with a few companions, mustered the courage to apologize to the Shujia sisters. Lady Shujia, we sincerely apologize for our mistakes. Unexpectedly, Chun Yun's voice cut through the tension. How petty. I believe if you were to kneel like Lu Hailong, it would convey a greater sincerity. The expressions of the wealthy young men, Gao Tianxiang and Han Sudong, morphed into a mixture of shock and indignation. Tang Shiyong narrowed his eyes. Kneel. Gao Tianxiang, struggling to suppress his fury, retorted, Boss Tang, even if you disregard us juniors, surely you must show some respect for our elders? Do you truly expect us to kneel and apologize as this fellow suggests? Tang Shiyong wore a cold smile. Kneel? The wealthy youths, believing they shared a common circle, thought that invoking their elders would compel Tang Shiyong to show some restraint. To their astonishment, Tang Shiyong showed them no mercy at all. What they failed to comprehend was that not even their parents' presence would garner any deference from Tang Shiyong. What status did Chun Yun hold? He was far beyond the comparison with these pampered youths. Tang Shiyong was acutely aware of this fact. Realizing Tang Shiyong's stance, the few wealthy youths understood that kneeling was inevitable. With a thud, the most timid, Han Sudong, was the first to kneel. His face flushed as he apologized to the Shujia sisters. Lady Shujia, I was wrong. Thud, thud. Gao Tianxiang and the others followed suit, kneeling with faces filled with frustration. We were wrong too. Shu Tengyin and Shu Lingwei had never encountered such a scene. Faced with the kneeling apologies of these wealthy youths, they felt somewhat at a loss. At that moment, Chun Yun smiled and reminded them, Tengyin, shall we let these few ineffectual ones off the hook? If we are not satisfied, we can take our time with them. The wealthy youths, Han Sudong and Gao Tianxiang, were taken aback by this suggestion. Shu Tengyin hurriedly interjected, Chun Yun, that's enough, let us not hold it against them any longer. Chun Yun nodded, turning to Han Sudong and the others, stating coolly, You have already committed a grave offense by interrupting my meal with Tengyin. Today, for Tengyin's sake, I shall spare your lives. Now leave. Han Sudong scrambled to his feet and fled without even bidding farewell to Zhao Qingyu, not daring to linger for a moment. Gao Tianxiang and the others hastily followed suit, escaping in a hurry. Zhao Qingyu's expression was complex. This was the first time she had witnessed Han Sudong in such a disheveled state. In contrast, Chun Yun seemed to have grown increasingly formidable and charismatic since his divorce. Unconsciously, she stole glances at him. At that moment, as Chun Yun exchanged pleasantries with Tang Shiyong and prepared to depart with the Shujia sisters, he remained oblivious to Zhao Qingyu's unusual gaze. As Chun Yun and his party passed by Zhao Qingyu, Shu Tangyin suddenly halted, a half-smile gracing her lips as she said to Zhao Qingyu, "Miss Zhao, you previously insisted that Han Sudong was superior to Chun Yun. It appears your discernment is rather lacking." Those words struck deep. Zhao Qingyu felt a surge of anger, nearly causing her to choke. Chun Yun was taken aback by Shu Tangyin's recollection of their previous encounter, shaking his head in a mix of amusement and exasperation as he quickly pulled her away. Once outside the restaurant, Shu Tangyin reproached him. "Why are you so eager to drag me away? I was just getting started on teasing her." Chun Yun chuckled, both amused and exasperated. "Why bother with her?" he replied. Shu Tangyin insisted, "Since your divorce, you've never spoken ill of her. Yet she repeatedly confronts you with Han Sudong, bullying the innocent ISNT right. I've never liked her." Nearby, Shu Lingyue wore a peculiar expression, thinking to herself that Chun Yun, who could easily leave others battered and bruised, hardly fit the description of an innocent man. Chun Yun merely smiled at Shu Tingyin's words. Having divorced Zhao Qingyu, he was indifferent to her treatment of him. His only concern now was Shu Tangyin. In this moment, warmed by her support, his gaze towards her softened considerably. In the office of the Gao family's finance company, the boss, known as the King of Wealth, Gao Yaohua, was about to indulge in an intimate moment with his secretary when suddenly, a subordinate burst through the door, breathlessly exclaiming, "Boss, something terrible has happened." Gao Yaohua, his face darkening, pushed the secretary away and turned to the intruder with an irritable tone. "Did I not tell you to refrain from interrupting me unless it's urgent?" The subordinate trembled in fear. Gao Yaohua growled, "Speak. What is it? If it's not serious, I'll make you regret it." The subordinate hurriedly replied, "Boss, Gao Xiao has been injured and hospitalized." Gao Yaohua, startled and furious, leapt to his feet, seizing the subordinate by the collar and bellowing, "Who dares to lay a hand on my precious son?" Chapter 31. The King of Wealth. The subordinate stammered. Gao Xiao was flirting with the Shu sisters and angered their friend, Chun Yun. He was not only beaten badly by Chun Yun, but also forced to kneel publicly and apologize to escape. Gao Yaohua's rage reached new heights. Gripping the subordinate's collar and roaring, "A nameless nobody dares to humiliate my son?" The subordinate wiped away the spit that had landed on his face and weakly added, "Chun Yun has Tang Shirong backing him. Otherwise, how would he have the audacity to touch Gao Xiao?" So it was Tang Shirong who provided support. Gao Yaohua released the subordinate, a cold smile spreading across his face. "That explains it." The subordinate cautiously inquired, "Boss, what should we do now?" Gao Yaohua narrowed his eyes, his expression menacing. "The Tang family has been acting up lately. I heard they wiped out the Black Tiger gang yesterday. However, if they have provoked me, they are courting death." With that, he commanded, "Prepare the car. We will deal with Chun Yun first, and then we will settle accounts with the Tang family." The subordinate responded eagerly, "Yes, boss." At the entrance of the looming restaurant, just as Chun Yun and the Shu sisters stepped out, Tang Mingxian hurried after them. "Lingyue." He called out to Shu Lingyue and then hurriedly greeted Chun Yun and Shu Tangyin beside him, saying, "Mr. Chun, Miss Shu, greetings." The respectful demeanor he exhibited stood in stark contrast to his previous attitude at the tea house. Observing the boy's anxious demeanor before him, Chun Yun deduced that Tang Shirong had likely revealed aspects of his identity. Otherwise, the boy would not appear so apprehensive. He remarked coldly, "Do you have something to discuss?" Upon hearing this, Shu Lingyue was the first to express her displeasure. She retorted, "Chun Yun, what kind of attitude is that? Let us not forget that Mr. Tang helped us deal with the Black Tiger gang last night, saving our lives. Nor should we overlook how he assisted us in reclaiming funds from Li's company. Just consider what transpired at the restaurant earlier. Had it not been for Mr. Tang's intervention, would you have been able to step out of that door today?" As she spoke, she reprimanded him loudly. "If you had the slightest bit of conscience, you would show Mr. Tang some respect and express gratitude for his kindness." Chun Yun replied with a sardonic smile, "Oh, aren't all these actions credited to old Tang? If anyone deserves thanks, it is him, not you." Shu Lingyue widened her eyes in disbelief. "Shut your mouth. If it weren't for Mr. Tang's intervention, would Boss Tang have come to our aid time and again? Who do you think you are?" Shu Tangyin quickly interjected, "Sister, please do not be upset. The Tang family has indeed assisted us greatly recently. Allow me to express our gratitude to Mr. Tang on behalf of Chun Yun." Unaware of Chun Yun's true identity, Shu Lingyue noticed that Tang Mingxian was already aware of it. and that his uncle had sternly instructed him not to offend Chen Yun again, or he would face severe consequences. Seeing Xu Tangyin express gratitude on Chen Yun's behalf frightened him, causing his expression to change dramatically as he hurriedly replied, "No, no. There's really no need. Mr. Chen is right. All of this is my uncle's merit and has little to do with me. You truly need not thank me." Chen Yun shot a glance at Xu Lingyue. "Did you hear that?" Xu Lingyue retorted angrily. "Mr. Tang is performing good deeds without seeking anything in return. You should take his humility at face value." Chen Yun casually dug at his ear and replied nonchalantly, "Believe what you wish. Tangyin, let us depart." With that, he took Xu Tangyin by the hand and left, leaving Xu Lingyue and Tang Mingxian standing at the restaurant entrance. Frustrated, Xu Lingyue muttered, "Ungrateful wretch." Chen Yun's voice echoed back, "I heard that." Xu Lingyue clenched her fists tightly. At that moment, Tang Mingxian received a phone call and then said to Xu Lingyue, "Lingyue, my uncle is dining with several shareholders from Li's company to discuss acquiring their shares. I must go in to assist." Xu Lingyue nodded. "Then you should attend to your business." Tang Mingxian smiled. "All right, let us see when I have time. I'll treat you to a movie then." Xu Lingyue hesitated slightly, but ultimately declined. "Let us talk about it later." Although she was grateful for the recent assistance from the Tang family, she still felt that she and Tang Mingxian were not suited for each other. Tang Mingxian felt a tinge of disappointment, but did not press the matter. Turning to enter the restaurant, Xu Lingyue got into her BMW, started the engine, and slowly drove away. Just as she exited the parking lot, a convoy suddenly appeared ahead, obstructing her path. The lead vehicle was a Range Rover, while the following dozen or so vehicles were uniformly Toyota Hiace vans. Honking her horn in annoyance, Xu Lingyue was taken aback when, in the next moment, a fierce-looking middle-aged man with a receding hairline emerged from the Range Rover. Simultaneously, the doors of the Toyota Hiace van swung open, and a throng of more than 100 thugs armed with machetes poured out. Xu Lingyue was left speechless. It was her first realization that such vans could accommodate so many individuals. At that moment, the bald man rapped on her car window. Reluctantly, she lowered the window just enough to speak through the small opening, her voice cautious. "What's the matter?" the man inquired. "Miss Xu?" Xu Lingyue was taken aback. "Who are you?" The man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow gold teeth. "I am Gao Yaohua, known in the underworld as the King of Wealth." The mention of the King of Wealth sent a wave of dread through Xu Lingyue. Leaning closer to the window, Gao Yaohua resembled a bear intent on invading her space. His smile chilling. "I presume you understand the purpose of my visit?" Feigning composure, Xu Lingyue replied, "Mr. Gao, I don't know you. Nor do I understand why you stopped me." Gao Yaohua cast a scrutinizing glance at her before bluntly stating, "My son approached you, was beaten by Chen Yun, and publicly humiliated. What do you think I'm here for?" As he peered into the car, confusion crossed his face upon realizing Chen Yun was absent. He glared at Xu Lingyue, demanding, "Where's Chen Yun?" Flustered, Xu Lingyue responded, "He has already left. I'm not familiar with him, and I don't know where he went. You should look for him elsewhere, not at my door." "Not familiar?" Gao Yaohua scoffed, disbelief etched across his features. "He wouldn't have defended you by fighting my son if you were a stranger." He tapped on the window glass and ordered, "Turn off the engine and open the door. Let us have a little chat." Assessing the burly Gao Yaohua and the thugs surrounding her, Xu Lingyue discerned the peril of exiting the vehicle. Opening the door now would be akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. "What conversation?" "I don't know you, and there's nothing to discuss. Move aside." Unable to contain her fury any longer, she unleashed a torrent of insults upon Gao Yaohua, demanding that he and his entourage clear the way. With that, she gripped the steering wheel, pressed down hard on the accelerator, and prepared to force her escape. The BMW surged forward like a wild stallion, colliding through the crowd. The thugs scattered in fear. Gao Yaohua shouted, "You wretched woman! If you dare to flee, I swear I'll..." But his threat was cut short as the car's tire crashed down upon his left foot. "Ah!" Gao Yaohua screamed, clutching his foot in agony as he hopped around in distress. Xu Lingyue was behind the wheel of a BMW, careening and colliding with several vehicles in her frantic escape. After much turmoil, she finally broke free and sped away. Gao Yaohua, having removed his left shoe, discovered that his foot was swollen like a pig's trotter, and he trembled with rage, bellowing, "Get in the car? Pursue her at once. Forget everything else. We must eliminate that woman." His subordinates promptly replied, "Yes, boss." Chapter 32. Only Mr. Chen can assist you, having narrowly escaped in the BMW. Xu Lingyue was unaware that her nightmare was only just beginning. Upon returning home, she was alarmed to find several Toyota Hiaces parked at her doorstep, vehicles identical to those driven by Gao Yaohua's minions. Her instincts heightened. She soon noticed a group of thuggish individuals, adorned with tattoos and foul language, emerging from her house. Terrified, she seized the opportunity and quickly drove away before they could spot her. After confirming that no one was in pursuit, she pulled over, her heart still racing, and dialed her father, Xu Haiqiang. The call connected swiftly, and her father's stern voice came through, laced with reproach. Xiaoya, what have you done? Just now, Gao Yaohua sent a gang to our home searching for you, threatening to kill you. How have you angered these ruthless men? Xu Lingyue, feeling wronged, replied. Gao Yaohua's son harassed me, and Xinyan taught him a lesson. I believe I might have run over his foot while escaping. What? You ran over Gao Yaohua's son's foot? Xu Haiqiang exclaimed, his head spinning at the thought. Defiantly, Xu Lingyue retorted, it was his son who instigated the trouble. He deserved to be punished. If he hadn't tried to intimidate me, would I have run him over? After a brief pause, she inquired, Dad, have those thugs left? If they have, I'll come home now. Xu Haiqiang quickly cautioned in a hushed tone, no. It seems they left one or two lingering outside our door to keep watch. You must not return. The moment you step inside, Gao Yaohua will surely follow. Am I to be barred from my own home? Xu Lingyue's expression darkened as fury surged within her. I will report this to the police. Xu Haiqiang chuckled bitterly. My dear child, you have assaulted their son, and you were the one who ran over his foot. What good would reporting it do? Moreover, Gao Yaohua is mobilizing the entire city to hunt you down. The moment you reveal yourself, he will retaliate. He can easily push a few of his lackeys to take the fall. A sense of dread began to settle in Xu Lingyue's heart as she realized the gravity of the situation exceeded her worst fears. After a moment of silence, she slowly asked, Dad, what should I do now? Sighing, Xu Haiqiang replied, though our family possesses some modest wealth, we are respectable people. Gao Yaohua and his gang are ruthless, far more dangerous than the Li family. I have no solutions to offer. The only advice I can give is to avoid falling into Gao Yaohua's hands. Either lay low in another city or seek assistance from young Master Tang. Perhaps the Tang family can negotiate with Gao Yaohua and resolve this issue. Xu Lingyue took a deep breath. Dad, I understand. After disconnecting the call, she intended to reach out to a friend for assistance. However, she inadvertently caught sight of a few thugs with dyed hair approaching her vehicle through the rearview mirror. Could they be under the employ of Gui Liwang? Although Xu Lingyue could not be certain, she dared not take any chances. Without hesitation, she pressed the accelerator and fled. Indeed, the thugs in the rearview mirror were furious, hurling insults at her car as they gave chase. For the next half-day, she felt like a frightened bird. When she arrived at her close friend's house seeking help, her friend promised to assist her, but, while pouring her a glass of water, secretly called Gui Liwang from the kitchen. Boss Gao, Xu Lingyue has truly come to my home. You warned me about her. How could I dare harbor her? I'll keep her occupied for now, but please send someone to capture her quickly. Just as Xu Lingyue was about to use the restroom, she inadvertently overheard her friend's conversation, causing her hair to stand on end. Without a word, she grabbed her bag and fled. She then visited the bus station and the airport, only to find traces of Gui Liwang's men lurking there as well. Just as her father had warned, she was being hunted throughout the city. To avoid detection, she dared not enter public spaces, hotels, or even restaurants. As night fell, she found herself in a state of heightened anxiety. Driving to a dimly lit underpass, her car ran out of fuel and stalled. Normally resilient, she succumbed to her emotions and began to cry. After some time, she gradually regained her composure and dialed Tang Mingxian's number. In her view, all her relatives and friends were of no help. The only person who could assist her was Tang Mingxian. After a struggle, the call connected. Like a drowning person grasping a lifebuoy, she excitedly recounted her predicament. With a trembling voice, she implored, Tang Xiao, you are my only hope. If you do not help me, my fate will be dire. She assumed Tang Mingxian would come to her aid, especially since he had been pursuing her. However, to her astonishment, he weakly replied, Miss Xu, Gui Liwang is notoriously unpredictable and possesses a band of ruthless henchmen. No one dares to offend him. How can I assist you? In an instant, Tang Mingxuan's address of her shifted from Lingyue to Miss Xu. Xu Lingyue sensed the change in his demeanor and grasped the gravity of her perilous situation. With a quivering voice, she urged, Tang Xiao, please. Beseech your uncle once more to save me. Tang Mingxian replied. Miss Shu, you may not realize that my standing in the Tang family is rather lowly. Not even my father holds much sway when speaking to my uncle. Shu Lingyue was taken aback. But didn't you ask your uncle for help several times before? Assist us in dealing with the Black Tiger gang, help us recover our funds, and also teach a lesson to Lu Hailong and others. Tang Mingxian interrupted once more. This matter has nothing to do with me. I did not ask my uncle for help, and he would never heed my call. Shu Lingyue was taken aback. She suddenly recalled earlier that day at the entrance of the Liyuan Hotel, where she had insisted that Tang Mingxian had assisted them on several occasions and had urged Chen Yun to adopt a more courteous demeanor towards him. At that time, Chen Yun had refuted, stating that all matters were handled by old Tang and had no relation to Tang Mingxian. She had scolded Chen Yun for being ungrateful. Now, hearing Tang Mingxian's own admission of his disconnection from the situation, she found it hard to accept and trembled as she said, Impossible. Our Shu family has no ties with Boss Tang. If it weren't for your request, how could Boss Tang have helped us time and again? Tang Mingxian replied candidly. It is actually because of Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen? Shu Lingyue was bewildered. Chen Yun? Tang Mingxian affirmed, yes. My uncle has repeatedly extended his hand to assist you solely because of Mr. Chen. Have you not noticed how reverently my uncle behaves in Mr. Chen's presence? A jolt ran through Shu Lingyue's heart. Indeed, she had noticed this before. Boss Tang was excessively courteous towards Chen Yun, at times even appearing to fawn upon him. She had sensed something amiss previously, but had not pondered it deeply. Little did she know that Boss Tang's multiple acts of kindness were all due to Chen Yun. Yet, she had attributed it to Tang Mingxuan's merit and even insulted Chen Yun today. In an instant, her emotions became exceedingly complicated. She tremulously inquired, what exactly is Chen Yun's identity? Tang Mingxian replied, I cannot disclose that. If I do, my uncle will surely flay me alive and expel me from the Tang family. Shu Lingyue gasped in astonishment. Tang Mingxian continued, your current situation is perilous. I cannot assist you. However, I can tell you that there is one person who undoubtedly has the capability to help you, and for him, it would be a mere trifle. That person is Mr. Chen. Upon hearing this, Shu Lingyue trembled. Tang Mingxian stated, this is all I can do for you. Whether you can persuade Mr. Chen to come to your aid rests entirely upon you. With that, he ended the call. In the night, within a rental apartment in Haitang City, Chen Yun was having dinner with Shu Tangyin, Shu Xinyuan, and Su Yuehua. Shu Tangyin placed a piece of food into Chen Yun's bowl, saying, Chen Yun, you have been running around for me these past few days. You have truly worked hard. Chen Yun smiled and shook his head. Shu Tangyin, with a sense of pride, declared, but rest assured, I will not forget your contributions. Once I resume my position as the company supervisor tomorrow, I will arrange for you to be my assistant and ensure the finance department grants you the highest salary. Isn't that loyal enough? Chen Yun smiled, nodded, and continued eating. Over the past few days, Shu Xinyuan had grown increasingly appreciative and satisfied with Chen Yun. He intentionally sought to match his daughter with Chen Yun, playfully remarking, Chen Yun is our family's benefactor and also our lucky star. Is it not a bit insufficient to merely arrange a job for our benefactor? Shu Tangyin wrinkled her nose in response, saying, well, Dad, do you have any good suggestions? Shu Xinyuan smiled gently. I tend to be rather traditional. I believe it is most fitting for a girl to repay her benefactor with her heart and soul. Shu Tangyin's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment as she protested, Dad. Hearing Shu Xinyuan's words, Chen Yun felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, while also realizing that Shu Xinyuan genuinely valued him. Just as he was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. Chapter 33. Why should I help you? Please, go ahead and eat. I need to take this call, Chen Yun informed, noticing an unfamiliar number flashing on his phone. He slightly furrowed his brow, bid farewell to Shu Tangyin's family, and stepped outside to answer the call. Upon answering, he was taken aback to hear Shu Lingyue's voice. Chen Yun, save me. Chen Yun paused for a moment. Shu Lingyue's voice trembled with tears. Gui Liwang is pursuing me throughout the city, and I have nowhere to go. I don't know what to do. Through her sobs, she recounted the harrowing experience of being hunted by Gao Yaohua. After listening, Chen Yun replied coldly, what do Gao Yaohua's pursuits have to do with me? Why are you contacting me? I cannot assist you. Shu Lingyue hurriedly responded, Chen Yun, it was your altercation with Gao Yaohua's son that led to this situation. Can you truly stand by and watch as I am hunted down? Chen Yun retorted, I can. Shu Lingyue was taken aback, then desperately cried, Chen Yun, No one can help me, and no one dares to assist me. You are the only person who can save me. I beg of you, please help me just this once." Chen Yun replied coldly, "Do not beg me. I cannot help you. You should quickly seek assistance from your friend Tang Mingxian." As he prepared to hang up, Shu Lingyue urgently interjected, "Chen Yun, I have come to understand the situation. It turns out that Boss Tang has been helping us out of regard for you, and it has nothing to do with Tang Mingxian. I have misunderstood you all along." Crying, she pleaded, "I realize my mistakes. I beg you to help me once more." Initially perplexed as to why Shu Lingyue had contacted him for help, Chen Yun now understood that Tang Mingxian had likely disclosed certain information about him to her. He coldly asked, "Why should I help you?" Shu Lingyue was momentarily stunned, then quickly replied, "I can offer you money. 500,000. No, 1 million. I will give you all my savings from these past few years as a reward." Chen Yun responded indifferently, "I am not interested." "You don't want money?" Shu Lingyue was taken aback. Her mind raced as she desperately pondered what else she could offer to persuade Chen Yun, and the more valuable, the better. At that moment, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of herself in the rearview mirror of the car. Though her eyes were swollen with tears, her features remained striking. Lowering her gaze, she assessed her alluring figure. She suddenly realized that the only aspect of herself that could possibly captivate Chen Yun was her exquisite beauty and alluring figure. Gritting her teeth and suppressing her inner shyness, she spoke, her voice trembling slightly. "Chen Yun, if you are willing to save me, I would gladly repay you with my body." Upon uttering those words, her face flushed crimson, the blush spreading to her neck. However, fearing that Chen Yun might misconstrue her as a frivolous girl, she quickly added, "Moreover, I have never been in a relationship. I have yet to experience my first kiss." Her voice dwindled, nearly inaudible by the end. At the other end of the line, Chen Yun was momentarily stunned. The next moment, he regained his composure and exclaimed, "Hold on, what do you take me for?" When Shu Lingyue proposed such a commitment, she felt both bashful and wronged. She had anticipated that Chen Yun would readily accept her proposition. To her astonishment, not only did he refuse, but he seemed somewhat agitated. Taken aback, she clarified in a resolute tone, "I know you are not that kind of person, and you are currently pursuing Tang Yin. You cannot straddle two boats. I understand what I should do. I will repay you discreetly, without affecting your relationship with Tang Yin." Chen Yun, feeling frustrated, retorted, "Can you stop being so self-righteous?" Upon sensing the anger in Chen Yun's voice, Shu Lingyue pondered if it was Tang Yin who was by his side. Perhaps, after all, Chen Yun was currently residing at Tang Yin's home. Thus, she replied, "All right, I understand what I should do. You want me to give you a reason, right? Do you like Tang Yin?" Chen Yun responded, "What does my liking Tang Yin have to do with you?" Shu Lingyue asserted, "I am practically sisters with Tang Yin, and my understanding of her surpasses anyone else's. If you wish to win her heart, I might be able to act as your strategist." Chen Yun scoffed, "Is that really necessary?" Shu Lingyue insisted, "How could it not be? Do you know what color Tang Yin prefers? Do you know what her favorite food is? Do you know where she dreams of traveling?" Chen Yun fell silent, uncertain. He did not know any of these things. Shu Lingyue saw a glimmer of hope and pressed on, "You don't know, do you?" "I do. You probably don't want to make the blunder of sending flowers in the wrong color or ordering a dish she dislikes, do you? I can assist you. I will ensure your interactions with Tang Yin are more romantic, making her fall for you." After speaking, she awaited Chen Yun's response, her anxious heart akin to a prisoner awaiting a judge's verdict. The silence on the line stretched for several seconds, each moment feeling like an eternity to Shu Lingyue. Finally, Chen Yun's voice broke through the stillness. "Where are you now?" He had agreed. Tears streamed down Shu Lingyue's face, unable to be restrained, as she choked out, "I don't know. My car has run out of gas. I only know I'm on South Ring Road, under the overpass." Chen Yun instructed, "Stay where you are and do not move. Keep the line open. I will be there shortly." Shu Lingyue replied, "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Chen Yun entered the room and recounted the situation where Shu Lingyue was being pursued by the king of Gili. He added, "Her being chased is related to my reprimanding of Gao Tianxiang, and I intend to go check on her." Shu Tangyin immediately declared, "I shall accompany you." However, Su Yuehua interjected, "Did you not hear Chen Yun say that Xiaoya is being hunted? It is far too dangerous for you to go." Shu Xingyuan added, "Indeed. Chen Yun is going to rescue her. Your presence would only be a burden. It is best you do not go." Shu Tangyin was still determined to insist. Chen Yun smiled and said, "Tangyin, it would be better if you stayed behind, lest your uncle and aunt become worried." Shu Tangyin, in a flurry, retorted, "But what if you encounter danger?" Chen Yun chuckled. "Have you forgotten my military background? A few young ruffians are nothing I cannot handle." Shu Tangyin bit her lip. "Very well, but you must call me to report your safety. If I cannot reach you, I will immediately call the police." Chen Yun agreed. "All right." He set out alone and hailed a taxi. Upon learning that Chen Yun's friend had run out of fuel and was stranded, the taxi driver promptly took him to purchase a can of gasoline, and then they proceeded to search along Nanhuan Road. Before long, they found Shu Tongyin's BMW beneath a dimly lit overpass. Chen Yun paid the fare and stepped out with the gasoline can. Approaching the BMW, he discovered that no one was inside. Could it be that she had been captured by the king of Gili's men? Just as Chen Yun was about to take out his phone to call, a timid figure emerged from the roadside bushes. Although dirty and with a face akin to a calico cat, it was still recognizable as a stunning beauty. Who else could it be but Shu Lingyue? Chen Yun inquired. "Why are you hiding in the bushes? Are you?" Shu Lingyue's face flushed red. "What nonsense are you spouting? I was afraid that the thugs under the king of Gili would trace my license plate and find me here, so I hid just in case." Chen Yun regarded her thoughtfully. "You are quite clever. I had not noticed this side of you before." Though initially grateful for Chen Yun's arrival to save her, Shu Lingyue felt herself growing increasingly exasperated by their conversation. However, circumstances had changed, and she had to suppress her irritation, not daring to let Chen Yun perceive it. Chen Yun instructed, "Open the fuel tank cap. I will refuel your car. And you, being so dirty, please do not come too close." Upon hearing Chen Yun's disdainful remarks, her once proud self-esteem took another blow. As she opened the fuel tank cap and Chen Yun began to pour gasoline, a sudden brightness shone ahead. Several Toyota Hiace vans came roaring towards them. Chapter 34, Taking the Initiative Run. Shu Lingyue, having been pursued all day, recognized the vans as the vehicles used by the thugs of the king of Gili and hurriedly urged Chen Yun to flee. After taking a few steps, she turned back, only to find that Chen Yun had not followed her. Confused, she glanced over her shoulder to see him nonchalantly refueling the BMW, seemingly indifferent to the approaching vans. She was seized by a sudden panic and urged, "Chen Yun, the subordinates of the Gili king are here. We must flee." Chen Yun replied calmly, "Why should we run?" Shu Lingyue was taken aback. "What?" Chen Yun continued indifferently, "Have we committed any wrongdoing? Have we engaged in murder or arson?" Shu Lingyue instinctively shook her head. "No." Chen Yun smiled. "Since we have done nothing wrong, the fault lies with them. Why should we escape?" Shu Lingyue was momentarily at a loss for words. Before she could respond, several vans had already surrounded them, followed closely by a group of 20 to 30 thugs wielding clubs. The leader of the thugs was a tall, thin man with prominent teeth, who raised his iron rod and shouted at Shu Lingyue, "You shameless wretch, hiding here. If we hadn't traced your license plate, we might never have found you." Shu Lingyue turned pale with fear and hurriedly hid behind Chen Yun. Chen Yun, displeased, remarked, "What are you doing? Did I not just tell you that you are filthy and should not stand too close to me?" The thugs then noticed Chen Yun. "Oh, aren't you the little rascal who injured our boss's son? How fortuitous. Come along quietly with us and await your fate." The leader sneered, approaching Chen Yun with the intent to strike him with the rod. Chen Yun's gaze turned icy as he swiftly seized the end of the thug's club. The thug's pupils dilated in shock. Chen Yun yanked forcefully, wrenching the iron rod away, and with a swift motion, he swung it like a dragon. With a resounding crack, the iron rod struck the thug's jaw, sending blood splattering and teeth flying. That single blow effectively knocked out the thug's teeth. Immediately afterward, Chen Yun kicked the thug, sending him crashing to the ground, where he lay unconscious. "This kid is tough. Don't be afraid, we are many. Let's take him down together." The thugs rallied each other and charged at Chen Yun with their weapons raised. Chen Yun stood his ground, wielding the iron rod, and stepped forward to confront them head-on. With a clang, he swung the iron rod, disarming 3 of the thugs who had brandished knives. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a sweeping strike. The rod, propelled by a fierce gust, swept across the faces of the 3 thugs, leaving them bloodied and reeling. Then, Chen Yun plunged into the midst of the enemies. Moving like a specter, his iron rod a blur of wind and lightning. To the thugs, he was akin to a force of nature, impervious to their feeble attempts to resist him. With each swing, he struck down one thug after another, their cries of agony echoing as they fell. Shu Lingyue covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide as she witnessed the scene before her. In no time, all the thugs lay sprawled on the ground. Chen Yun casually discarded the iron rod and turned to the still-dazed Xu Lingyue, saying nonchalantly, "What are you still doing? Get in the car and let's go." As he spoke, he took his place in the driver's seat of the BMW. "Oh," Xu Lingyue, as if awakening from a profound dream, hurriedly followed and settled into the passenger seat. Chen Yun drove swiftly along the South Ring Road, racing towards the heart of the city. Along the way, Xu Lingyue discreetly observed Chen Yun's profile. The streetlights cast a play of shadows and light across his face, rendering him both handsome and aloof, with an air of mystery surrounding him. This man is truly striking, she mused inwardly, then recalled her promise to repay Chen Yun with her own body. Reflecting that with his looks and capabilities, perhaps it was not a loss after all. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, Chen Yun spoke with mild irritation. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Xu Lingyue, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied softly, "It's nothing. Where are we going now?" Chen Yun coldly responded, "What do you think?" Xu Lingyue's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head and murmured a soft, "Oh." Chen Yun glanced at her with a hint of confusion, thinking that since that old man Gili Wang had pursued her all day and threatened to trouble him, they were obviously here to settle accounts with him. What did her flushed face signify? Was she frightened? Little did he know, Xu Lingyue assumed he intended to repay his kindness with a trip to a hotel. After an hour, the car finally came to a halt. Chen Yun and Xu Lingyue exited the vehicle. As Xu Lingyue gazed at the office building before her, she was taken aback and exclaimed, "This doesn't look like a hotel." Chen Yun turned to her and retorted, "This is the office building of Gili Wang's financial company. Who told you we were going to a hotel?" Xu Lingyue, feeling embarrassed, replied, "So this is Gili Wang's financial company." Before she could finish her sentence, her expression changed drastically, panic overtaking her features. "Wait, what are we doing here?" Chen Yun, his demeanor icy, replied, "That old man sent people to hunt you down all day and has been threatening to find trouble with me. What do you think we're here for?" "Of course, we're here to settle the score with him." Ever since the incident with the Black Tiger Gang kidnapping the Xu family, Chen Yun had learned his lesson. If trouble was brewing, it was better to take the initiative and resolve it, lest it drag Tanging down with it. Upon learning that Chen Yun intended to confront Gili Wang, Xu Lingyue's face went pale with fear as she repeatedly said, "I'm scared. Perhaps I should wait for you here instead?" Chen Yun, displeased, responded, "Stop dawdling. If you back out now, I want to concern myself with your grievances against Gao Yaohua." Xu Lingyue quickly replied, "No, I'll go up with you." With no other option, she steeled herself and, heart pounding with trepidation, followed Chen Yun into the office building. On the 9th floor of the office building, at Neo Ganben Financial Company, the boss, Gao Yaohua, was unleashing his fury upon a group of subordinates. "You bunch of useless fools, after an entire day. You couldn't even capture a single woman." The subordinates bowed their heads in silence, afraid to speak, lest they incur their boss's wrath. Gao Yaohua growled with ferocity, "Continue searching. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground, I want that wretched woman found. If you cannot locate her, send someone to her home. Chop down her parents, and burn her house." Just as Gao Yaohua was berating a group of loyal subordinates, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open without warning. Gao Yaohua, interrupted mid-sentence, turned his furious gaze towards the intruder, bellowing, "Did I not say that you clerical staff should refrain from disturbing us?" His words faltered as he was taken aback by the sight of 2 figures entering the room, one male and one female. The male was Chen Yun, the one who had injured his son, and the female was Xu Lingyue, the one he had sent people to hunt down after she had trampled on his foot. Chen Yun, accompanied by Xu Lingyue, strolled into the room with an air of nonchalance, calmly stating, "I heard you were looking for me?" Chapter 35. Heart-fluttering Gao Yaohua could scarcely believe his eyes. Chen Yun and Xu Lingyue had come to him willingly. Could it be that this pair knew they had caused a grave disaster and, not wishing to implicate their families, had come to accept their punishment? Indeed, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. A cold smile crept across Gao Yaohua's face as he thundered, "Indeed. I have been searching for you two for quite some time. Why are you not kneeling yet?" Chen Yun casually pulled out a chair and sat down, leisurely retrieving a cigarette. Observing this, Xu Lingyue quickly produced an exquisite lady's lighter, bending down carefully to ignite Chen Yun's cigarette. Chen Yun paused momentarily, then smiled slightly, casting a look of approval at Xu Lingyue. She displayed discernment. Indeed, she had the potential to serve as his maid. Taking a puff of the cigarette, Chen Yun raised his gaze to Gao Yaohua, a smile playing on his lips. "Why should we kneel?" Gao Yaohua frowned at Chun Yun's arrogant demeanor, retorting, "You injured my son, and this woman trampled on my foot. Did you not come to accept your punishment to avoid dragging your families into this mess? If so, you must kneel and accept my retribution." The thugs present glared menacingly at Chun Yun and Xu Lingwe. Chun Yun chuckled. "Who told you we came to accept punishment? What if we are not here to make amends?" Gao Yaohua stared at Chun Yun in astonishment. "We are here to settle accounts with you and teach you a lesson," Chun Yun stated confidently, releasing a smoke ring. At these words, a murderous intent flickered in Gao Yaohua's eyes. "You seek death, and I shall grant it." He then commanded his subordinate, "Go. This brat refuses to kneel. Teach him how to do so." A towering man, standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a shining bald head and clad in a black tank top, stepped forward from the crowd, responding loudly, "Yes, boss." The bald man approached Chun Yun with a sinister grin, intending to lift him up and force him to kneel. However, a glint of coldness flashed in Chun Yun's eyes as he seized the man's wrist. With a sharp crack, the tension escalated. With a swift motion, Chun Yun twisted his hand, akin to snapping a sugarcane, effortlessly breaking the wrist of the bald man. The latter let out a pained grunt, instinctively lifting his leg in an attempt to kick Chun Yun. However, Chun Yun was quicker, retaliating with a kick that struck the bald man's knee, shattering it with a sickening crack. The bald man cried out in agony, losing his balance and collapsing to one knee before Chun Yun, whose grip on his wrist remained unyielding, leaving no chance for escape. Gao Yaohua watched in astonishment as the scene unfolded. He had instructed his subordinate to teach Chun Yun a lesson, only to find that it was his subordinate who was now kneeling. Amidst the stunned gazes of those present, Chun Yun coldly remarked to the bald man, "Your kneeling posture is quite standard, but there is no need to instruct me, for I shall never learn." With that, he unleashed a powerful kick to the bald man's chest, sending him sliding backward on one knee. Furious, Gao Yaohua shouted, "How dare you wreak havoc in my territory and injure my subordinate in my presence? Everyone attack. Let us take him down." Without hesitation, the thugs drew their weapons and charged at Chun Yun. Xu Lingyu paled in fear, while Chun Yun remained unfazed. Rising with a cigarette in his mouth and delivering a punch that shattered a chair in a thug's grasp before striking the thug's chest, causing him to fly back, blood spewing from his mouth. Then, Chun Yun plunged into the fray, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes. He transformed into a human weapon, delivering blows with fists and feet, shoulder tackles, and elbow strikes, every part of his body capable of inflicting lethal damage. The thugs fell one by one, shrieking in despair. Xu Lingyu watched from the sidelines, witnessing Chun Yun effortlessly overpowering a gang of thugs while smoking a cigarette. Her heart raced, and the disdain she once held for him dissipated, replaced by awe and admiration. What captivated her most was not merely Chun Yun's formidable fighting skills, but the natural composure and confidence he exuded. This unflappable demeanor was utterly enchanting, stirring feelings within her that she could not ignore. While Xu Lingyu was entranced, Gao Yaohua was gripped by fear. The individuals present in the conference room were the senior executives of the finance company, Gao Yaohua's trusted allies. These formidable subordinates, typically capable of taking on 10 opponents each, had thought that their combined strength would easily subdue Chun Yun. Little did he expect that his men would be so thoroughly outmatched. As he realized his subordinates were on the verge of defeat, Gao Yaohua snapped back to reality, hastily opening a drawer to retrieve a handgun. Xu Lingyu noticed his movements and quickly grabbed a teacup from the table, hurling it at Gao Yaohua while warning Chun Yun, "Be careful, this guy has a gun." Chun Yun swiftly kicked the last thug away, catching a glimpse of Gao Yaohua awkwardly dodging Xu Lingyu's cup, raising his handgun, poised to fire. With a swift motion, Chun Yun expelled the cigarette butt from his mouth, sending it flying towards Gao Yaohua's face. The butt struck him squarely, igniting a shower of sparks. Gao Yaohua, stung by the burn, let out a pained groan, but before he could pull the trigger, Chun Yun had already materialized before him like a specter. A resounding slap echoed as Chun Yun's hand met Gao Yaohua's face, causing the gun to slip from his grasp. In an instant, Gao Yaohua's complexion drained of color. Terror etched across his features. "You dare to play with firearms in my presence? I've fired more rounds in the army than you've consumed grains of rice," Chun Yun declared, twirling the handgun in his hand before unleashing 2 shots into Gao Yaohua's legs. Blood oozed from the newly formed wounds as he collapsed to the ground. His face contorted in agony, sweat pouring down as he emitted pitiful cries. Your screams are too unbearable," Chun Yun retorted, delivering a brutal strike with the butt of the gun against Gao Yaohua's jaw, causing him to spit a mixture of blood and broken teeth, his cries transforming into whimpers of despair. Before Gao Yaohua could catch his breath, Chun Yun pressed the gun against his temple. Now tell me, how shall we settle this score? If your answer satisfies me, I might spare your life. If not, you shall meet your end. Chun Yun's voice was frigid. Gao Yaohua, his face smeared with blood, gazed up at Chun Yun with profound dread. At that moment, Chun Yun appeared to him as a demon from the depths of hell. Mr. Chun, I was wrong. Please, grant me another chance, spare me this once. He pleaded hastily. Chun Yun's expression remained impassive. If mere apologies sufficed for mistakes, then the cost of your errors would be exceedingly trivial. Gao Yaohua, momentarily taken aback, quickly added, I will compensate for all the damages incurred, and also for your emotional distress. Tentatively, he proposed, how about I offer you 1 million? Before Chun Yun could respond, Shu Lingyu raised her palm and sharply slapped Gao Yaohua across the face, admonishing him, are you trying to dismiss me like a beggar? You've sent people to chase me mercilessly, and I've endured so much suffering. And you, just now, attempted to shoot Mr. Chun. Do you think this can all be resolved with a mere million? As she spoke, she produced a bank card and slammed it onto the table, declaring loudly, if your life is worth 1 million, then I shall buy it. I'll give the million to Mr. Chun and let him shoot you, you scoundrel. Gao Yaohua's eyes widened in alarm. This cannot be, he exclaimed. Chun Yun replied coldly, why not? If you wish to preserve your life, and Miss Shu Lingyu desires yours, let us auction it off. The highest bidder wins. Is this truly permissible? Gao Yaohua was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, hastily proclaiming, I'll bid 2 million. My life is paramount. Shu Lingyu was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Chun Yun's mention of the auction, but quickly grasped the situation and raised her bid. I offer 10 million. Gao Yaohua, startled by her declaration, nearly leaped to his feet. However, upon seeing the gun barrel pressed against his temple, he reluctantly followed suit. I bid 20 million, 30 million, 40 million. Observing Gao Yaohua's swift and decisive increases, Shu Lingyu mused that this scoundrel was quite wealthy, and promptly declared, I bid 90 million. Gao Yaohua, unable to contain his frustration, exclaimed, is this how you place a bid? Do you possess such wealth? Are you doing this on purpose? Chun Yun replied coldly, cease your barking. Miss Shu has bid 90 million. Do you wish to raise your bid? If not, your life now belongs to Miss Shu, and I shall pull the trigger. Stop. Don't shoot. Faced with the ominous gun barrel, Gao Yaohua ultimately conceded, gritting his teeth and painfully stating, I bid 100 million to buy back my life. Chapter 36. The price of life incredible. To bid 100 million for one's life. Quite affluent, indeed. Chun Yun cast a semi-amused glance at the kneeling Gao Yaohua, before turning to Shu Lingyu with a smile. Now that Boss Gao has bid 100 million, do you wish to raise your bid further? Upon hearing this, Gao Yaohua desperately cast a pleading look at Shu Lingyu. 100 million was his absolute limit, and he could not afford to raise it further. Should Shu Lingyu increase her bid, he would be left with no escape. At that moment, he was so tense that he nearly forgot the excruciating pain in his legs. Fortunately, Shu Lingyu replied, I shall not bid further. Upon hearing her words, Gao Yaohua felt as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, exhaling deeply and realizing that his clothes were drenched in sweat. Chun Yun glanced at the sweat-soaked Gao Yaohua and said indifferently, very well, the deal is set at 100 million. As he spoke, he used the handgun as an auction hammer, striking the back of Gao Yaohua's head to signify the conclusion of the deal, having narrowly bought back his life. Gao Yaohua grimaced in pain, nearly fainting from the blow. Yet, Chun Yun coldly remarked, do not feign unconsciousness. Quickly provide the payment, or your life will still not be yours. Gao Yaohua hurriedly responded, yes, I will arrange for the payment immediately. He then took out his phone and summoned a female financial supervisor. He instructed her to transfer 100 million to Chun Yun's designated account. The financial supervisor gasped, boss, your funds amount to only 10 million. Noticing Chun Yun's expression darken, Gao Yaohua quickly insisted, isn't there still over 90 million in the company account? Combined, it totals 100 million. Transfer it. The financial supervisor widened her eyes, cautioning, boss, that money is. Gao Yaohua snapped, do not concern yourself with details. Simply follow my instructions. Reluctantly, the financial supervisor acquiesced, understood. Before long, the 100 million was transferred to Chun Yun's designated account. Chen Yun remarked coldly, for now. Your head remains on your shoulders. Should you dare to cause trouble for me or the Shu family again, not even a fortune could buy back your life. Having spoken, he departed with Shu Lingyue. The finance supervisor, accompanied by several female clerks, entered to assist the injured Gao Yaohua. Boss, are you all right? Gao Yaohua's complexion was ashen. Do I appear to be unscathed? Can't you see that my brothers and I are injured? Hurry and call an ambulance. Understood, boss. The finance supervisor promptly summoned an ambulance. With a face full of concern, she added, Boss, of the 100 million that was transferred earlier, only 10 million belongs to you. The remaining 90 million is grandfather's money. Gao Yaohua gritted his teeth. I am well aware that it is grandfather's money. What is there to panic about? I will find some experts to deal with Chen Yun and reclaim the funds. The finance supervisor shook her head. Boss, I cannot ascertain whether you can handle Mr. Chen. But I can assure you that this money is irretrievably lost. Upon hearing this, Gao Yaohua momentarily forgot his pain. Bewildered, why? The finance supervisor explained. Because the account provided by Mr. Chen is a state treasury account. Typically, charitable citizens donate to the country through this account. Gao Yaohua was left speechless. He had originally contemplated seeking skilled individuals to confront Chen Yun and retrieve the money, only to discover that the funds had already been donated to the nation. Instantly, he felt both furious and fearful. Furious that the money was irrevocably lost. Fearful because this money belonged to the powerful figure behind him, grandfather. Chen Yun, you scoundrel. I will ensure your demise. At this moment, Gao Yaohua felt as though the sky had collapsed around him. Meanwhile, outside the office building, Chen Yun and Shu Lingyue had just driven away. As Shu Lingyue gazed at Chen Yun's handsome profile, a ripple of emotions stirred within her. She inadvertently recalled her promise to Chen Yun, that should he save her, she would repay him with her life. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, timidly inquiring, Chen Yun, where are we headed now? Chen Yun glanced at her. Home. Where else would we go? Shu Lingyue was taken aback. Aren't we going to a hotel? Upon uttering the words, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Chen Yun furrowed his brow. Why do you always think about hotels? What is on your mind? Overwhelmed with shame, Shu Lingyue hurriedly retorted, don't misunderstand. I meant shouldn't we find a place to divide the money? Chen Yun, while driving, replied nonchalantly, divide the money? What money? Shu Lingyue widened her eyes. The 100 million from Gao Yaohua. Chen Yun, I may not have contributed, but I certainly endured hardships, and I even warned you about Gao Yaohua drawing his gun. For such a substantial sum, aren't you going to share a bit with me? Chen Yun replied, not a single cent. Why not? Shu Lingyue pressed. Chen Yun stated casually, because the account I provided to Gao Yaohua is a government account. That money has already been donated to the treasury. Shu Lingyue was stunned, stammering. Really? Chen Yun chuckled. Why would I deceive you? He is not lacking in wealth, and he also looks down upon the tainted money of Gao Yaohua. Therefore, donating to the country is the most appropriate course of action. It serves as a lesson for Gao Yaohua as well. Observing the astonishment etched on Shu Lingyue's face, he chuckled. Moreover, if you were to accept Gao Yaohua's money, it would be akin to taking a death warrant, ultimately a losing proposition. Hence, you should abandon any thoughts of pursuing that fortune. Shu Lingyue nodded in agreement, acknowledging Chen Yun's reasoning. Simultaneously, she found herself increasingly perplexed by Chen Yun. Coupled with the earlier words of Tang Mingxian, Chen Yun had become an enigma in her mind. His handsome visage, composed prowess, confident demeanor, and profoundly mysterious identity captivated her deeply. Regrettably, such an exceptional man had eyes only for her sister, Shu Tingyin. A sudden pang of discomfort pierced her heart. Yet, in the next moment, another voice echoed in her mind. Chen Yun and Shu Tingyin are not even married, nor are they a couple yet. Why not seize the opportunity? When this thought surfaced, Shu Lingyue's eyes sparkled. Throughout their childhood, she had always competed with Shu Tingyin for possessions, snacks, toys, you name it. They were rivals in everything. Now, faced with a man as remarkable as Chen Yun, she felt compelled to stake her claim. Although it seemed somewhat unscrupulous to vie for a man against her sister. If she could win him over, it would signify that Chen Yun's affections did not lie with Shu Tingyin. With this resolve, the traces of her earlier frustration and jealousy dissipated, replaced by a newfound sense of ease and cunning. Out of the corner of his eye, Chen Yun noticed Shu Lingyue fixating on him, her expression oscillating between a frown and a sly grin. A sudden jolt surged through him as he pondered. Could it be that she has learned of my donation of 100 million and, upon realizing there was nothing for her to gain, has lost her composure? Chapter 37. To steal and to snatch. I must have you. The BMW arrived at the village of Haidang and halted before the Shu residence. Chen Yun inquired of Shu Lingyue, "Would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Although Shu Lingyue and Shu Tengyin were sisters, they had never seen eye to eye, having secretly resolved to compete with her sister for the same man. Shu Lingyue shook her head at Chen Yun's invitation, saying, "It's getting late. I think I shall pass for now. I'll arrange to meet you another day." Arrange to meet me? Chen Yun contemplated asking what for, but then realized she likely meant to invite him out for a meal as a gesture of gratitude. Thus, he refrained from further inquiries, waved his hand as if to say, "Let's discuss it later," and proceeded to take out his phone, dialing a number as he turned to leave. However, he was oblivious to the fact that Shu Lingyue did not leave immediately. Instead, she remained stationary, watching him until he was out of sight. "Di Ting, I've instructed someone to transfer 100 million to the state treasury account. Please let the higher-ups know that this amount is designated for the Northern Border Military," he said. "Understood, boss." Chen Yun ended the call and walked directly into the brightly lit living room of the rental apartment. Unbeknownst to him, not far behind, Shu Lingyue had faintly overheard his conversation. "May I ask how it is? This sum of money is specifically allocated for the Northern Frontier Forces?" A look of shock enveloped Shu Lingyue's delicate visage as she pondered. "My heavens, who exactly is this remarkable individual?" She gazed in the direction where Chen Yun had vanished, her slender phoenix eyes narrowing. "Chen Yun, my intrigue and fascination with you grow ever deeper. By any means necessary, I shall acquire both your heart and your body." With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she stepped into her vehicle with a light and joyous demeanor, driving away. Upon returning to the Shu residence, in the living room, Shu Tengyin paced anxiously with her phone in hand. Chen Yun had been gone for quite some time, and she hesitated to call him, fearing she might disrupt his efforts to save someone. Shu Xingyuan and Su Yuehua sat on the sofa, exchanging wry smiles as they observed their daughter in a state of restless anticipation. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Chen Yun returned. "You're back," Shu Tengyin exclaimed, rushing towards him with the excitement of a wife who had anxiously awaited her husband's safe return. Chen Yun was pleasantly surprised to find Shu Tengyin still waiting for him at such a late hour, warmth blossoming within him, his eyes reflecting tenderness and joy as he softly reassured her, "I am back. Sorry to have made everyone worry." Shu Tengyin glanced behind Chen Yun. Concern etched on her face. "What about my sister? How is she doing now?" Shu Xingyuan and Su Yuehua also turned their attention to Chen Yun, eager for news. Chen Yun smiled. "She is fine now and has already returned home." A collective sigh of relief washed over the family. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Shu Xingyuan inquired, "Chen Yun, how did you manage to negotiate with King Gili? From what I understand, he is not an easy person to deal with." All eyes were on Chen Yun. With a smile, Chen Yun replied, "He was quite reasonable, after appealing to both his emotions and his martial prowess. I swiftly resolved the matter." Shu Xingyuan and Su Yuehua exchanged glances. Having spent time with Chen Yun, Shu Tengyin had come to understand his temperament somewhat. Hearing his words, she playfully chided, "I suspect you got into a scuffle again, didn't you? You must curb this impulsive habit of yours. Do you not realize that someone worries for you?" "Someone? That would be her indeed." Chen Yun gazed at Shu Tengyin with warmth, nodding. "Yes, I will heed your advice and try to exercise restraint next time." Pleased that Chen Yun was willing to listen to her counsel, Shu Tengyin beamed. "You must be hungry. Let me prepare a midnight snack for you." "Huh," responded Chen Yun. When Shu Tengyin served the egg noodles, her parents had already retired for the night. "Eat up." She placed the bowl before Chen Yun. Famished, he devoured the meal with enthusiasm. Shu Tengyin sat beside him, resting her chin on her hands, smiling as she watched him eat, while gently reminding, "Make sure to rest early after you're done. Tomorrow, we shall return to the company together. I've already arranged everything, and you will be my assistant from now on." "All right," Chen Yun replied. "Some families rejoice, while others bear sorrow." Chen Yun joyfully savored the egg noodles prepared by Shu Tengyin, while on the other side, Zhao Qingyu, having divorced Chen Yun, tossed and turned in solitude, unable to find rest. Following their separation, the absence of Chen Yun's meticulous care left Zhao Qingyu's life in disarray. Her career, too, faced a series of setbacks, as several major clients abruptly severed ties with her company after the divorce. Each encounter with Chun Yun and Shu Tangyin together intensified her feelings of frustration and despair. Ironically, during their time together, she often viewed Chun Yun as ineffectual. Yet post-divorce, she found herself continuously astonished by his remarkable qualities, leading her to a gradual sense of regret. Though the days were bearable, the nights became increasingly tormenting, filled with anger and remorse that robbed her of sleep. That night was no different. She snapped on her bedside lamp, slipped out of bed, and rummaged through her wardrobe until she found a shirt that Chun Yun had worn. Clutching the shirt and inhaling the lingering scent of him, she finally drifted into a restless slumber. "I regret it. I miss you," she murmured in her sleep, tears streaming down her cheeks. While Zhao Qingyu struggled to find sleep, Gao Yaohua in the hospital lay wide awake. The 100 million he had given to Chun Yun included 90 million of his grandfather's money. Initially, his plan was to safeguard his own life and then enlist a group of experts to confront Chun Yun and reclaim the funds. However, he could never have anticipated that Chun Yun would donate the money to the state, making it irretrievable. At that moment, having just undergone surgery on his legs, he lay in his hospital bed, anxiously contemplating his predicament. Despite having numerous underlings and a lavish lifestyle, even selling his properties would not suffice to amass such a sum. His expression suddenly morphed into one of rage as he muttered through gritted teeth, "If all else fails, I shall eliminate Chun Yun and that wretched Shu Linghua, then flee with my family." Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open unexpectedly. Old Gao, who was planning to flee. A rotund figure with an affable smile strolled in, followed by 4 expressionless subordinates. Upon seeing this jovial figure, Gao Yaohua's face drained of color as he stammered, "Young Master Wu, what brings you here?" It was revealed that despite Gao Yaohua's ostensible authority, he was merely a pawn under someone else's command. His boss, Dong Tianbao, was the undisputed emperor of the underground in Zhonghai City, with connections to virtually all gray industries in the area. Dong Tianbao had no biological sons, but had adopted 5, each named after virtues: Ren, Yi, Li, Ji, and Xian. The portly figure before him was Dong Tianbao's 5th adopted son, Dong Xian. "I heard you were injured and hospitalized, so I thought I'd drop by to check on you. Are you all right?" The corpulent man casually picked an apple from the fruit basket on the bedside, employing a small knife to peel it while inquiring with a grin that radiated simplicity, reminiscent of a foolish son from a wealthy family. Gao Yaohua hurriedly replied, "Fifth Master, thank you for your concern. I am quite well. However, I have matters to address." As he continued to peel the apple, the rotund man remarked, "You have misappropriated 900 million from the organization, and I have learned that this money has been donated to the national treasury, rendering it irretrievable. Pray, instruct me on what I should do." Gao Yaohua broke into a cold sweat, urgently stating, "Fifth Master, you must trust me. I will certainly retrieve this money. Please grant me some time." Before he could finish his plea, the man's knife had already plunged into his abdomen. In disbelief, he glanced down to see the blade embedded in his flesh. "But I cannot believe you," the rotund man replied matter-of-factly. With a series of swift thrusts, he transformed Gao Yaohua into a veritable sieve. He then resumed peeling the apple with the bloodied knife. Gao Yaohua collapsed from the bed to the floor, quickly succumbing to silence. "No need for your concern. I shall reclaim the funds myself," the rotund man said with a beaming smile, savoring the apple as he departed with his 4 subordinates. Chapter 38. The mysterious new boss. The night was deep. Upon returning to his room, Chun Yun did not retire immediately. Instead, he took out his phone and called Tang Shurong. The call connected swiftly, and Tang Shurong's respectful voice resonated. "Mr. Chun, you are calling me at such a late hour. Is there something you wish to command?" Chun Yun replied, "Indeed. Tomorrow I require you to assist me in acquiring the Shu family company." Tang Shurong paused in slight surprise. "The Shu family company? It is merely a small enterprise, with a scale of only 200 million. Moreover, the Shu family has poorly managed it. Their business is dwindling, teetering on the brink of collapse." Curiously, he inquired, "Mr. Chun, what purpose do you have in purchasing such a near-bankrupt company?" Chun Yun coldly responded, "That is not for you to discern. Simply execute my command." Tang Shurong hastily affirmed, "Yes, Mr. Chun." Chun Yun cautioned, "Furthermore, do not publicize this acquisition of the Shu family company. It would be best to engage a third-party intermediary for the transaction. I prefer that others remain unaware of my new position as the owner of the Shu family company." Tang Shurong replied, "Understood, Mr. Chun." He subtly began to surmise that Chun Yun's clandestine acquisition of the Shu family company was likely for the sake of Shu Tingyin. In truth, he was correct. Chun Yun deemed the elder of the Shu family to be of poor character, and more importantly, he had not treated Shu Tingyin well. As Shu Tingyin was employed by her grandfather's company, she could potentially face injustices. Thus, he resolved to purchase the Shu family company, positioning himself as its enigmatic proprietor. This way, no one within the company would dare to bully Shu Tingyin. The following morning, after sharing breakfast with Shu Tingyin, Chun Yun rode his electric bike to work. The two arrived at the Human Resources Department of the Shu family company, prepared to complete the onboarding procedures. However, the manager of the Human Resources Department responded, "Miss Shu. Mr. Chun, I regret to inform you that our department has yet to receive your appointment notifications. Thus, we are unable to process your onboarding procedures." Shu Tingyin furrowed her brows, saying, "I recovered over 10 million in goods for the company, and my grandfather personally promised to reinstate my position." The HR manager appeared quite troubled, "But we truly have not received any notification at this time." Shu Tingyin took out her phone. "I shall call my grandfather right now." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw her grandfather, accompanied by Shu Haiqiang and Xiao Hongmei, arriving. "Good day, Chairman." The staff of the Shu family company greeted her grandfather in unison. Shu Tingyin approached him with Chun Yun, stating, "Grandfather, did you not say you would restore my position?" Her grandfather waved his hand, smiling broadly. "Little Ian, the situation is as follows. Someone has offered 2 billion to acquire our company, and I have sold it. I am no longer the chairman of the Shu family company, and therefore I cannot arrange your position." What? Not only was Shu Tingyin stunned, but the gathered staff were equally taken aback. The chairman actually sold the company. The company had changed hands overnight. Her grandfather chuckled, "Our company's performance has been declining. When a high offer came, why should I not sell? However, you need not worry. The mysterious new owner has stated that your positions will remain unchanged. He will conduct a covert assessment for 3 months before making any personnel adjustments." At this point, he glanced at the crowd with a knowing smile. "So, if you wish to remain with the company, do make a good impression over these 3 months." With that, he departed with Shu Haiqiang and Xiao Hongmei. The crowd could no longer contain their chatter, speculating about the identity of the new owner. Who was he, and how would the company operate with the president's position vacant? Just then, a message suddenly appeared in the executive workgroup from the mysterious owner. "Greetings, I am your new boss. For the next 3 months, most of your positions will remain unchanged, so please continue your work as normal." The executives stared at the notification in disbelief, pondering who this new boss could be. Upon opening the new owner's profile, they found it completely devoid of information. No profile picture, age, or gender, nothing but the fact that this individual was the new proprietor of the company. In the next moment, the new owner sent another message to the executive group. "During these 3 months, I will be monitoring each of you. If you pass my assessment, your salaries will increase by 30 after 3 months. If not, you will be dismissed." The executives were taken aback, filled with both astonishment and excitement. They hurriedly returned to their respective posts to continue their work. Meanwhile, the HR manager received a private message from the chairman. "Hire Miss Shu Tingyin as the business supervisor and Mr. Chun Yun as the captain of the security team." The HR manager, upon seeing the message from the mysterious owner, could not help but widen her eyes in astonishment. At this moment, Shu Tingyin believed she had lost her job, her face filled with despondency as she pulled Chun Yun along, preparing to leave in disappointment. However, at that very moment, a voice called out urgently from behind, "Miss Shu, Mr. Chun, please wait." Shu Tingyin and Chun Yun turned around. The HR manager, beaming with joy, announced, "I have just received a notification from the new boss, appointing Miss Shu as the head of the business department and Mr. Chun as the captain of our security team." Shu Tingyin was taken aback and elated. "Really?" "Indeed." The HR manager confirmed with a smile, then glanced around furtively before whispering to Shu Tingyin and Chun Yun, "The new boss intends to supervise our work for the next 3 months, after which decisions regarding each individual's employment will be made. Therefore, the new boss is likely here in the company, right among us." Shu Tingyin suddenly understood, realizing, no wonder the new boss chose to hire both her and Chun Yun. Perhaps the boss had overheard her mention recovering 10 million in goods for the company and decided to give them both a chance. The HR manager cheerfully said, "Please wait a moment while I arrange your onboarding paperwork." With that, she began her bustling activities. Shu Tingyin was still enveloped in excitement, and she whispered to Chun Yun, I thought I had lost the job, but unexpectedly, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Chen Yun, we must work diligently to repay the new boss's kindness. Chen Yun smiled silently, inwardly thinking, repay the new boss? Am I not repaying myself? Before long, the HR manager completed the onboarding procedures for Xu Tangyin and Chen Yun. Xu Tangyin said, I am quite familiar with the company. I can report directly to the business department. Manager Su, please take Chen Yun to the security department to familiarize him with the environment. Manager Su Fian replied, certainly. Captain Chen, please follow me. Chen Yun nodded. Thank you for your assistance. He followed Su Fian to the security department. The security department consisted of only a handful of guards, and with Chen Yun as the captain, it barely amounted to a team that could be counted on one hand. Nevertheless, despite its modest size, the security department was equipped with an independent office for Chen Yun. The captain, Su Fian, introduced Chen Yun to the team and left him to work with them. The reason Chen Yun accepted the position of security captain was not only for the convenience of protecting Xu Tangyin, but also to observe who among the company personnel were genuinely capable. Additionally, this role afforded him a measure of leisure. At this moment, he instructed the guards to carry on with their regular duties, then retreated to his office, propping his feet up as he sipped tea while monitoring Xu Tangyin's work through the surveillance cameras. Just then, the office door was unexpectedly pushed open, and a graceful figure burst in. It was none other than Xu Linghua, dressed in a white blouse and a black skirt. Her long legs clad in black stockings shimmered under the lights, and the black high-heeled shoes with red soles accentuated her already statuesque figure. Chen Yun, is it really you? I can hardly believe you've become the security guard at our company. I thought I must have been mistaken, she exclaimed, joyfully rushing towards Chen Yun while casually closing the door behind her. As she drew nearer, an enchanting fragrance wafted into Chen Yun's nostrils. Through the one-way glass of his office, he noticed several security personnel outside, whispering and pointing at him, their demeanor furtive and conspiratorial. With a displeased expression, he said to Xu Linghua, we are not that familiar, so please keep your distance when speaking. And do open the door quickly. I would prefer not to be misunderstood. Taking advantage of her tall stature, Xu Linghua boldly seated herself on the desk directly in front of Chen Yun, leaning her exquisitely crafted face closer to him, teasingly stating, Chen Yun, I'm not worried about being misunderstood. What are you afraid of? This woman, when she became flirtatious, was undeniably overwhelming. Chapter 39, A Grateful Return? I see you are repaying kindness with malice. Chen Yun glanced at Xu Linghua's face, which was now mere inches from his own, and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He shifted his chair back a bit to create some space, turning his attention to the surveillance screen displaying Xu Tangyin while nonchalantly telling Xu Linghua, get to the point. Noticing that Chen Yun had turned his face away from her, Xu Linghua mischievously remarked, Chen Yun, are you too afraid to look at me? Chen Yun turned back to her, questioning, what would I be afraid of? Afraid that you might grow fond of me. Xu Linghua breathed, her warm breath nearly brushing Chen Yun's face. He found himself increasingly overwhelmed by her presence and coldly replied, if you have nothing to say, please leave. I need to focus on my work. Xu Linghua smiled, casually producing a gift box and presenting it to Chen Yun. Thank you for saving me yesterday. I brought you a small gift. Chen Yun glanced inside the box to find a men's Vacheron Constantin watch, which likely bore a hefty price tag. However, he keenly observed that Xu Linghua wore a women's Vacheron Constantin watch on her wrist, its style mirroring the one in the box, suggesting they were a matching pair. Take it back. I don't want it. Chen Yun flatly refused. Xu Linghua raised an elegant eyebrow, placing the gift firmly on the desk and asserting, I have a principle of not retracting gifts. If you do not want it, feel free to discard it. Then, leaning closer to Chen Yun's ear, she whispered, do you think this gift is inadequate? How about I offer myself instead? After all, I promised I would repay you with my life when you saved me. Chen Yun felt a headache coming on and retorted irritably, repaying kindness? It seems you are repaying me with ingratitude. With that, he prepared to usher Xu Linghua out. Just then, a series of sharp knocks echoed from the door, accompanied by an anxious shout from a security guard, Captain Chen. Come in. Chen Yun called out. Xu Linghua shot him a reproachful glance before quickly standing up and casually moving to Chen Yun's side. A security guard burst through the door, panic evident on his face. He opened his mouth to speak, but froze upon seeing Xu Linghua adjusting her clothing beside Chen Yun. Upon noticing the peculiar expression on the security guard's face, Chen Yun turned his head to discover that Xu Linghua was deliberately standing beside him, adjusting her attire. A surge of anger welled up within him, nearly causing him to spit blood on the spot. This woman was clearly acting with intent, deliberately creating misunderstandings before their colleagues to suggest an inappropriate relationship between them. If this were to reach Tang Yin's ears, it would spell disaster. Chen Yun stifled his fury and shot Xu Lingwei a fierce glare before addressing the security guard with displeasure. What is the matter? The unfortunate security guard, perceiving Chen Yun's evident displeasure, feared that he had inadvertently interrupted a private moment between the captain and supervisor Xu, thus inciting the captain's ire. He hurriedly replied, Captain Chen, a group of individuals has arrived outside causing a disturbance. Their leader is a rotund man named Dong Xian, claiming to be collecting debts on behalf of a certain Agong. Xu Lingyue's expression shifted slightly at this revelation, and she whispered into Chun Yun's ear. I have heard that the owner behind the Gui Li Wang, Gao Yaohua, is the underground emperor Dong Tianbao. Could it be that Dong Xian has come to reclaim the 100 million owed to Gui Li Wang? Chun Yun nodded in acknowledgement and rose, stating, Let us go and investigate. He led Xu Lingwei and several security personnel to the lobby on the first floor. There, they beheld a corpulent figure lounging on the sofa, his feet resting arrogantly on the coffee table, holding a cigar in his hand. His demeanor was brazen, accompanied by four stoic, dark-clad subordinates standing behind him. Upon seeing Chen Yun and the security team enter, the lobby manager and clerks displayed visible relief. The manager approached, eager to brief Chen Yun on the situation, but Chen Yun waved him off, indicating that words were unnecessary. He then approached the rotund man and inquired, Who are you? The man lazily lifted his eyelids, disdain evident in his expression as he scoffed, You lack the qualifications to converse with me. Tell your company's owner, Xu Chang'an, to bring his granddaughter, Xu Lingwei, out to speak with me. Chen Yun, with an expression of indifference, replied, Our company has a new owner. Whatever you wish to discuss can be addressed with me. The rotund man, taken aback by the news of a change in ownership, hesitated momentarily. At that juncture, one of his subordinates recognized Chen Yun and Xu Lingwei and whispered in his ear, Fifth young master, this is Chen Yun, and the beauty behind him is Xu Lingwei. The rotund man, upon hearing this, became momentarily stunned, then broke into a sneer, his gaze turning menacing as he looked at Chen Yun and Xu Lingwei. So it is you two who have meddled with our organization's funds. I have come specifically to collect from you today. Learning that these individuals had indeed come to seek the 100 million owed to Gui Li Wang, Xu Lingyue's expression subtly shifted. However, Chen Yun remained unfazed, coldly stating, We owe you nothing. If you have a grievance, take it up with Gui Li Wang. You have no business here. I am giving you a chance. Leave now. The rotund man's expression darkened. I have already approached Gui Li Wang. He is dead. Therefore, this debt falls upon you too. You are to repay 200 million. Principal and interest included. Hearing that Gui Li Wang had passed away sent a jolt of shock through Xu Lingwei. Upon hearing the demand for 200 million, she retorted angrily, You might as well resort to robbery. The rotund man squinted at Xu Lingwei, sneering, I am offering you a choice between courtesy and conflict. I am aware that you have irrevocably donated that 100 million to the national treasury. Hence I propose a solution. Your family's company is likely worth around 200 million. Have your grandfather transfer it to us. He added ominously, If you refuse, Chen Yun and every member of the Xu family can consider themselves fortunate to see the end of the month. As he spoke, he forcefully extinguished his cigar against the leather sofa's armrest, leaving a significant burn mark. Xu Lingyue's complexion turned ashen, and the surrounding employees were gripped by fear. Chen Yun, however, remained expressionless, stating calmly, 1 million. What? The rotund man paused, momentarily taken aback by Chen Yun's declaration, before scoffing, I demand 200 million. And you think to offer me a mere 1 million? Do you take me for a beggar? Chen Yun gestured toward the damaged sofa. You have ruined our couch. Compensate 1 million, and I will allow you to leave unharmed today. This statement left not only the rotund man and his entourage in shock, but also Xu Lingwei. The 4 security guards behind Chen Yun, the lobby manager, and the front desk staff, all astounded. In the next moment, the rotund man and his 4 menacingly clad companions erupted into laughter. The 4 henchmen eyed Chen Yun with malicious grins, as if contemplating how to tear him apart. The rotund man, audaciously leaning forward, taunted, Little brat, my hearing isn't great. I didn't quite catch what you said. If you have the guts, repeat it. Let me assist you with your hearing. Chen Yun retorted, delivering a resounding slap. The sound echoed as Chunyun's powerful strike sent the rotund man flying. The four black-clad men were taken aback. Xu Lingwei and the others gasped in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. "Are you all right, young master?" The four henchmen rushed to support the rotund man, whose cheek was swollen grotesquely, nearly closing his eye, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Fuming, the rotund man bellowed, "Do I look unscathed? Quickly, incapacitate this brat, and I want to finish him off myself." In unison, the four henchmen responded, "Understood." Seeing the four menacing figures closing in on him, Chunyun calmly instructed the security guards behind him, "Take them down." However, the guards merely exchanged anxious glances, retreating instead of obeying his command. To them, risking their lives for a meager salary was hardly worthwhile. As the black-clad men advanced towards Chunyun, their smirks deepened, and the tension in the room heightened, leaving Xu Lingwei and the other employees anxiously sweating for Chunyun's safety. Chunyun never anticipated the inadequacy of his subordinates, shaking his head and declaring, "It appears I must take matters into my own hands." With that, he executed a swift kick, shattering the jaw of an approaching assailant clad in black. Following this, he delivered a spinning kick, sweeping his leg horizontally, akin to autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, toppling the two black-clad attackers on either side. Seizing the moment, the last black-clad assailant lunged forward, throwing a punch toward Chunyun's chest. Steadying himself, Chunyun responded instinctively with a punch of his own, colliding with the opponent's fist. The impact reverberated. Chunyun stood firm, immovable like a mountain, while the black-clad attacker was jolted back, his arm bones fracturing with a sickening crunch. He staggered back, pain etched across his face, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, his arm hanging limply, a twisted mess. Xu Lingwei watched, her heart racing with exhilaration, her gaze toward Chunyun filled with admiration. In a primitive society, a valiant and robust warrior returning, bloodied yet triumphant with his prey, would captivate the hearts of all the women in the tribe. In this moment, Xu Lingwei found herself irresistibly drawn to Chunyun's formidable prowess in battle, experiencing an instinctual attraction and fondness. After dispatching several black-clad foes, Chunyun strode directly toward the portly man, seizing his head and forcefully smashing it against the coffee table, berating him. "So you think you can come here to cause trouble and extort? Did Gao Yaohua not warn you against provoking me?" With each strike, the portly man's head transformed into a bloodied mess. "Kneel." With one hand pressing down on the man's shoulder, Chunyun forced him to the ground, causing him to kneel heavily, wincing in pain. Turning to the four security guards, he spoke coldly. "I understand that you earn a few thousand a month and may not wish to risk your lives, but as security personnel, it is your duty to ensure the safety of this company. Otherwise, you should find another line of work." Pointing at the kneeling man, he continued, "Those of you who wish to remain employed here, step forward and strike him. Those who dare to act will not only keep their jobs, but I will also petition the boss for a doubling of your salary. Those who hesitate should prepare to pack their things and leave." The four security guards exchanged glances, uncertain. The kneeling man, hearing Chunyun's command, was filled with shock and anger. He raised his bloodied face, glaring at the guards, threatening, "My godfather is the underground emperor, Dong Tianbao. Who dares to lay a hand on me?" Chunyun's gaze turned icy. Silence. With that, he kicked the man in the mouth, sending blood spraying and knocking out several teeth, causing him to yelp in pain like a beaten dog. Chunyun then addressed the four security guards once more. "I will ask one last time. Do you choose to act or to resign?" Three of the guards lowered their heads in silence. They were reluctant to offend the esteemed Dong and provoke trouble, and they certainly did not believe that Chunyun, a newly appointed head of security, had the authority to dismiss them. Only one tall and seemingly honest security guard hesitantly inquired of Chunyun, "Captain, are your words binding? If I were to strike him, would you petition the boss to double my salary?" Chunyun glanced at the nameplate on the guard's chest, which read Zhu Laifu. He chuckled, "Absolutely. In front of all your colleagues, I make this promise. If the boss does not grant you a raise, I shall personally supplement it from my own pocket. Is that agreeable?" Zhu Laifu nodded. "Captain, I trust you." With that, he boldly approached the rotund man and struck him. The rotund man, taken aback by the audacity of this large guard, barked, "How dare you?" Zhu Laifu felt a twinge of uncertainty, hesitating momentarily. Chunyun, displeased, urged, "Laifu, take action." Steeling himself, Zhu Laifu resolved to go through with it, thinking, "If I must face the consequences, so be it." With that thought, he raised his palm. Large as a fan, and delivered a resounding slap to the rotund man. The rotund man was momentarily stunned, even forgetting the pain on his face, incredulously exclaiming, "You truly dare to strike me?" Chen Yun coldly replied, "I struck you, indeed. Do you think I should wait for an auspicious day? Currently, you owe our company 2 million for the sofa and coffee table. Otherwise, this is merely the beginning, and there are harsher trials ahead for you." The mention of the coffee table? Is that included as well? The rotund man trembled with rage. "You smashed my head against the coffee table. And now you expect me to pay for damages?" Chen Yun languidly remarked. "Can you confirm whether it was damaged or not?" Enraged, the rotund man's blood surged, nearly causing him to spit blood on the spot. He was accustomed to bullying others, but being on the receiving end like this was a first for him. Suppressing his indignation, he gritted his teeth, declaring, "I won't pay a single dime. If you dare, continue. Just don't say I didn't warn you. I am Dong's godson." Chen Yun, losing patience, commanded, "Lifu, continue." Zhu Lifu replied, "Yes, Captain." He then unleashed a flurry of slaps upon the rotund man. The initial hesitation was gone. Having gained confidence from his earlier actions, Zhu Lifu was now resolute. The rotund man attempted to resist. Zhu Lifu kicked him down and rained blows upon his head. Soon, the rotund man was pleading for mercy. "Stop, stop. I am willing to pay." Zhu Lifu looked to Chen Yun, who nodded in approval. Chen Yun squatted down, patted the rotund man's face, and smiled. "Wouldn't it have been better to pay up promptly? 2 million, transferred to our company account." Under the astonished gaze of onlookers, the rotund man obediently transferred 2 million to Shujia's company account. Chen Yun, satisfied, stated, "Take your men and leave. Go back and inform Dong Tianbao not to seek trouble again, or I shall personally come to your organization and deal with him as one would a dog." The rotund man, upon hearing this, looked up at Chen Yun in shock, then quickly averted his gaze, not daring to meet Chen Yun's eyes. He retreated, accompanied by his 4 injured subordinates, in a dejected manner. As the crowd witnessed the departure of the heavier-set individuals, murmurs of discussion arose. Chen Yun turned his gaze towards the 3 security guards who had failed to protect the company. "You 3 are dismissed. Proceed to the finance department to settle your wages." Having spoken, he was disinclined to observe the varied expressions on their faces and then addressed Zhu Lifeng. "You have performed satisfactorily. I shall petition the owner for a salary increase on your behalf. From now on, be more astute and diligent in your duties." Zhu Lifeng, filled with excitement, replied, "Yes, Captain. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I shall not venture west. If you instruct me to catch a chicken, I shall not chase a dog." Chen Yun nodded in approval and departed. Shortly after Chen Yun's exit, Human Resources Manager Su Fian hurriedly arrived, proclaiming, "I have just received a notification from the mysterious owner, who, at the request of the security captain, has approved a doubling of Zhu Lifeng's salary for his commendable protection of the company. The other 3 guards, who failed in their duties, are hereby dismissed." Instantly, Zhu Lifeng's face lit up with joy, while the remaining 3 guards appeared utterly despondent. The surrounding staff began to speculate about the identity of the enigmatic new owner. Had they been concealed among the crowd, observing Chen Yun's efforts to safeguard the company? Yet, despite their fervent deliberations, no one could ascertain the identity of this mysterious benefactor. Only the astute Xu Lingwei began to harbor suspicions. The fact that Chen Yun had promised a salary increase, which the mysterious owner had indeed granted, struck her as peculiar. Furthermore, it seemed unjust that Zhu Lifeng's salary had doubled while Chen Yun, who had exerted greater effort, received no tangible reward. This anomaly troubled her. Xu Lingyue's mind raced, and a bold hypothesis took shape. Could it be that the company's mysterious new owner was, in fact, Chen Yun? The very thought startled her. Upon returning to his private office within the security department, Chen Yun had scarcely settled into his seat when Zhu Lifeng knocked and entered. "Captain, thank you. The owner truly has raised my salary," he expressed with heartfelt gratitude. It turned out that he faced considerable financial strain at home, supporting both elderly relatives and young children solely on his wage. Thus, the doubling of his salary was a monumental blessing. Chen Yun replied coolly, "No need for thanks. Simply perform well in the future." Zhu Lifeng reaffirmed his loyalty. "Yes, Brother Chen, I shall be your subordinate from now on, and I will do whatever you ask." A commendable mindset. Chen Yun nodded in satisfaction and instructed Zhu Lifeng to return to work. As Zhu Lifeng exited the office, Xu Tingyin, clad in her professional attire, strode in with urgency. Chen Yun, I just heard that someone caused a disturbance at our company and even fought with the security guards. You weren't injured, were you? Upon seeing Chen Yun, her face was etched with concern, her tone infused with genuine care. Seeing her anxiety warmed Chen Yun's heart, though he feigned nonchalance. I'm fine. It's just my hand. Your hand is injured? How could you be so careless? Shu Tangyin exclaimed, rushing over to grasp Chen Yun's hand and examine it closely. The anxious and pained expression on her face resembled that of a devoted wife chastising her husband for his careless missteps. Chen Yun smiled gently, allowing Shu Tangyin to grasp his hands for inspection. From her evident concern, he could sense how much she cared for him. After a thorough examination of his hands, Shu Tangyin discovered, to her surprise, that there appeared to be no injuries. What could this mean? Could it be that the harm lay deeper within his bones? With such thoughts racing through her mind, she hastily turned to Chen Yun, opening her mouth to inquire about his pain. However, she was met with his mischievous grin, which bore a hint of cunning and delight. Momentarily taken aback, she quickly comprehended the situation, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. How dare you tease me on purpose? With a face full of indignation, she released his hands and pretended to storm off. I was just playing with you, don't go, Chen Yun exclaimed, seizing her hand and gently pulling her back, causing her to tumble onto his lap. This unexpected turn of events caught both of them off guard. Instantly, Chen Yun froze, as did Shu Tangyin. Their eyes met in close proximity, revealing the depth of his affection and devotion. Shu Tangyin's gentle gaze, filled with fondness, could no longer be concealed. In that fleeting moment, without uttering a word, they understood each other's feelings. Perhaps out of shyness, or perhaps overwhelmed by Chen Yun's gaze, Shu Tangyin closed her eyes, her cheeks blushing fiercely. Her long eyelashes fluttered like the wings of a butterfly, and her rosy lips slightly pouted. This sight was familiar to him. It reminded him of the times his ex-wife, Zhao Qingyu, had sought a kiss from him in just this manner. As he leaned in, ready to capture her lips, the office door swung open unexpectedly, accompanied by Shu Lingyue's voice. Chen Yun, why did you rush off without waiting for me? The sudden intrusion startled Shu Tangyin, who, like a frightened fawn, quickly distanced herself from Chen Yun. Just as he was about to kiss the girl he cherished, the abrupt entrance of Shu Lingyue disrupted the moment. His expression darkened, and he shot a fierce glare at Shu Lingyue, who had barged in without knocking. If looks could kill, she would have perished several times over. Recognizing her success in interrupting their intimacy, Shu Lingyue feigned ignorance to Chen Yun's murderous stare and pretended to be surprised, exclaiming, "Oh, sister, you're here too?" Though the blush on Shu Tangyin's face had not faded, she regained her composure and calmly responded. I heard that someone was causing trouble at the company and even got into a scuffle with the security guards, so I came to see if Chen Yun was hurt. With that, she cast a suspicious glance at Shu Lingyue, asking, Sister, what brings you here? Shu Lingyue cast a glance, whether intentional or not, at Chen Yun's desk. Didn't I encounter trouble yesterday, and Chen Yun came to my rescue? Today, I've brought a gift to express my gratitude. It was only then that Shu Tangyin noticed an open gift box on Chen Yun's desk, containing a men's watch. Furthermore, she astutely realized that this men's watch perfectly matched the women's watch adorning Shu Lingyue's wrist, forming a set of couples' watches. The intentions were all too apparent. A chill swept over Shu Tangyin's delicate features. Her sister had always had a penchant for appropriating her possessions, be it toys or snacks, since childhood. It was utterly outrageous that, having grown up, she would still attempt to covet the affections of a man she admired. Shu Lingyue, noticing the frost in Shu Tangyin's expression, remained unfazed and deliberately addressed Chen Yun. Chen Yun, do you like the gift I bestowed upon you? I wouldn't accept it even if I disliked it. You may as well discard it in the trash, Chen Yun replied coldly. His intention in saving Shu Lingyue was to enlist her as a strategist, advising him on how to pursue Shu Tangyin. Little did he anticipate that this strategist would prove more detrimental than beneficial. Had he known, he would have refrained from rescuing her last night. Seeing Chen Yun's rejection of Shu Lingyue's gift, Shu Tangyin's expression brightened slightly. Shu Lingyue, anticipating Chen Yun's attitude, was not disheartened and haughtily stated, I have no habit of reclaiming gifts once given. Feel free to throw it in the trash if you wish. With that, she turned and departed. Shu Tangyin then remarked to Chen Yun, I will return to work now. With that, she too left, leaving Chen Yun in a state of vexation. Upon exiting Chen Yun's office, Shu Tangyin discovered Shu Lingyue waiting for her in the corridor. With arms crossed, Shu Lingyue declared, Shu Tangyin, I have my sights set on Chen Yun. He is mine. Shu Tengyin retorted coldly. Shu Lingyue, why can't you bear to see others thrive? Must you seize everything for yourself? Shu Lingyue responded earnestly. I admit I have targeted you in the past, but this time it's genuine. I truly like Chen Yun. In her heart, Shu Tengyin thought, just because you like him doesn't mean I don't. She retorted angrily, your feelings are one-sided. Chen Yun does not fancy you. Shu Lingyue raised an eyebrow. One must try to know the outcome. I certainly won't give up. The sisters parted ways in discord. In the opulent Dong family mansion, adorned with antique charm, in the serene chamber of the backyard, the seasoned patriarch Dong Tianbao, known as the underground emperor of Zhonghai City, donned a white robe and sat on a cushion, meditating before a Buddhist statue. Beside him stood 4 men, his adopted sons, Dong Run, Dong Yi, Dong Li, and Dong Ji. Just then, footsteps approached, followed by Dong Xian's voice, Godfather. Dong Tianbao's voice was devoid of any emotion as he commanded, come in. With a bruised and battered face, Dong Xian entered and fell to his knees on the ground. Godfather, I've made a mess of things. I couldn't retrieve the money, and Chen Yun gave me a beating. Dong Tianbao raised his eyelids and glanced at Dong Xian, coldly asking, what else happened? Dong Xian, filled with shame and indignation, replied, moreover, that scoundrel Chen Yun extorted 2 million from me before he would let me go. Dong Tianbao erupted with fury, rebuking, you disgraceful fool. You've tarnished my reputation. Dong Xian lay on the ground, too afraid to speak. With a dark expression, Dong Tianbao called out, eldest. The eldest among his 5 adopted sons, Dong Run, stepped forward, saying, Godfather, I'm here. Dong Tianbao commanded, you shall take charge of this matter. Dong Ren replied solemnly, yes, Godfather. A cruel smile crept upon Dong Tianbao's lips as he added, remember to be ostentatious, to make a grand display. I want everyone in the underworld to know the consequences of offending me, Dong. Dong Ren affirmed, understood, Godfather. Chapter 42. Chen Yun, why are you so foolish? At 5 in the afternoon, Chen Yun stretched lazily, preparing to leave work. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Tang Shurong. Mr. Chen, I have just received word that the leader of the Yimin, Dong Tianbao, is plotting against you. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun furrowed his brow slightly, but then relaxed. Responding coldly, these people are relentless. Tang Shurong suggested, Mr. Chen, should I intervene and warn Dong Tianbao? Chen Yun replied nonchalantly, I've heard that Dong Tianbao is dubbed the underground emperor of Zhonghai, with countless disciples. Most of the gray industries in Zhonghai are tied to him. As a businessman, you may not have the leverage to sway someone like him. Continuing, Chen Yun stated, therefore, there's no need for your involvement. I will handle this myself. Tang Shurong conceded. Very well, Mr. Chen. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Chen Yun replied affirmatively before hanging up. He pondered that he must take the initiative rather than waiting for Dong Tianbao's men to approach him, as that would put him in a passive position, potentially endangering the Shu family, which he was reluctant to see. After deciding to act proactively, he researched Dong Tianbao and the Yimin, formulating a plan. Knock, knock. As the sound of knocking echoed, Shu Tengyin entered. Chen Yun, today marks our first day back at the company. Let us go out for a meal to celebrate. She had regained her position as market supervisor, and Chen Yun had secured the role of security captain, truly a cause for celebration. Before Chen Yun could respond, Shu Lingyue also appeared, entering and saying, Chen Yun, to thank you for saving me yesterday, let me treat you to dinner today. Chen Yun was taken aback. Shu Tengyin cast an annoyed glance at Shu Lingyue, believing she was being deliberately provocative. Just as the 2 sisters were at odds, security guard Zhu Laifu entered, looking awkward. Hello, Supervisor Shu. After speaking, he respectfully addressed Chen Yun, saying, Brother Chen, thank you for assisting me in applying for a raise. To express my gratitude, I would like to treat you to a meal. Do you have time? Chen Yun, slightly bewildered, replied with a smile. How about this? Since I am new here, let me treat everyone to this first meal. As for the venue, let's go to Guolong Hotel. The 3 did not object. Once they exited the company, Shu Lingyue went to fetch her BMW, calling out to Chen Yun. Chen Yun, come ride in my car. Before Chen Yun could respond, Shu Tengyin arrived on her small electric scooter, stopping in front of him with a playful demeanor, saying, Chen Yun, hop in. Zhu Laifu sensed the tension and quickly interjected, Brother Chen, I'll head over first. Let us meet at Guolong Hotel later. With that, he hurriedly departed, leaving only Shu Tengyin and Shu Lingyue, who were both eagerly awaiting Chun Yun's choice of vehicle. Chen Yun was taken aback that the Shu sisters could compete over such a trivial matter. Feeling a headache coming on, he instinctively decided against riding with Shu Lingwei and opted instead for Shu Tongyin's scooter, saying, "I'll take Tongyin's, the scooter is cooler." Shu Lingwei, though defeated, remained undeterred and nodded. "All right, see you at the hotel." With that, she drove off in her BMW. As Chen Yun sat on the scooter behind Shu Tongying, his hands wrapped around her slender waist, he awaited her to drive. However, Shu Tongying did not rush to start. Instead, she turned back, displeased, regarding him with a look reminiscent of a dutiful wife reproaching her wayward husband. "What do you mean by saying my car is cooler?" Chen Yun was taken aback. Shu Tongying, both angry and aggrieved, retorted, "Do you think you chose my car just because it's cooler?" Chen Yun looked utterly perplexed. Shu Tongying shot him a sharp glance. "If you wanted to be cooler, you could have ridden with Shu Lingwei and asked her to turn on the air conditioning." Although Chen Yun did not comprehend why Shu Tongying was upset, he instinctively replied, "But I don't want to ride with her. I want to ride with you." Shu Tongying's eyes sparkled. "Really?" Chen Yun nodded earnestly. "Of course." Shu Tongying's expression shifted from irritation to delight, her exquisite face regaining some of its pride as she playfully admonished, "Then, in the future, when you find yourself in such a situation, you should know what to say." "Yes," Chen Yun replied, though he inwardly pondered whether he should have said he simply liked riding in Tongying's car instead of mentioning the cooler aspect. Finally, Shu Tongying displayed a satisfied smile, but then her expression turned serious as she remarked, "Chen Yun, sometimes you are quite clever, yet at other times, you can be rather foolish. However, considering that you have now understood, I will let it go this time." You nearly drove me mad just now." With a charming smile, she started the scooter, carrying Chen Yun as they sped off towards Guolong Hotel. By the time they arrived, Shu Lingwei and Zhu Laifu had just reached as well. Accompanied by the graceful sisters Shu Tongying and Shu Lingwei, Chen Yun entered the hotel. Zhu Laifeng trailed behind him, resembling a devoted attendant. Onlookers observed this scene with envious glances, mistaking Chen Yun for a scion of a prominent family, flanked by companions and attended by a servant. Upon entering the opulent lobby, Shu Tongying belatedly realized the luxurious nature of the Guolong Hotel. She could not help but softly remark to Chen Yun, "This place is quite upscale. Why did you choose such an extravagant venue for dining?" "It seems rather extravagant." Chen Yun smiled and replied, "It's no trouble. It's my first day at work, and I wanted to treat everyone to a meal, so I opted for a nicer place." Unbeknownst to the others, Chen Yun's choice was deliberate. The Guolong Hotel was owned by Dong Tianbao, and his primary intention for coming here was to confront him. At that moment, Han Sudong and Zhao Qingyu also arrived at the hotel entrance. Zhao Qingyu had spotted Chen Yun from afar and hurriedly searched the lobby upon entering. Yet she could not find his figure. Confused, she murmured, "It's strange. I distinctly saw Chen Yun just now." Han Sudong, noticing Zhao Qingyu's lingering thoughts of Chen Yun, felt a surge of jealousy and anger, though he masked his emotions with a smile, saying, "You must have mistaken him. Qingyu, I heard that Gui Liwang Gao Yaohua mysteriously died in the hospital after an altercation with Chen Yun. Gao Yaohua was associated with the Yimen, and after his death, a pile of debts was left behind. The leader of Yimen, Dong Yi, has placed the blame on Chen Yun and vowed to settle the score with him. The Guolong Hotel is Dong Yi's establishment. How could Chen Yun possibly be here? That would be akin to leading a sheep into a tiger's den." Zhao Qingyu furrowed her brow and said, "Perhaps I really did see wrong." She had not anticipated that the trouble Chen Yun had stirred would escalate to involving the underground emperor, Dong Yi. In Chapter 43, a young lady seeks guidance from a gentleman, Chen Yun, accompanied by the Shu sisters and followed by Zhu Laifeng, ascended to the restaurant on the second floor of the hotel, where they selected a table. A waiter approached to take their order, and Chen Yun casually handed the menu to the Shu sisters, allowing them to decide what to eat. He then reached for a cigarette, only to discover that his pack was entirely empty. Sensing the moment, Zhu Laifeng promptly produced a pack of Baisha cigarettes, his tone respectful yet tinged with nervousness. "Brother Chen, would you like to smoke mine?" Although today was Chen Yun's treat, Zhu Laifeng did not dare to consider himself a guest. Instead, he viewed himself as Chen Yun's subordinate. Nervously, he extended the cigarettes towards Chen Yun, worried that he might disdain the cheap brand. To his surprise, Chen Yun accepted the cigarette without hesitation, placing one in his mouth. Zhu Laifeng quickly produced a lighter to ignite it, yet he refrained from smoking in Chen Yun's presence. sitting upright and tense as if he were a junior before his superior. Chen Yun chuckled and said, Lai Feng, relax a little. Zhu Lai Feng nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, yes, Brother Chen. Chen Yun shook his head, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, he unexpectedly spotted Han Sudong and Zhao Qingyu entering through the door. Han Sudong and Zhao Qingyu also recognized him. The instant Zhao Qingyu laid eyes on Chen Yun, her expression transformed into one of astonishment, her gaze becoming complex. Han Sudong whispered, I can't believe it's really this guy. He offended Master Dong and still dares to come to his territory to indulge. Truly audacious. As he spoke, he and Zhao Qingyu settled down a short distance from Chen Yun. Shu Tangyin had just finished ordering when she noticed Chen Yun's unusual expression. Following his gaze, she saw Han Sudong and Zhao Qingyu, and couldn't help but frown. Those two again. Shu Lingyue also recognized Han Sudong and Zhao Qingyu, expressing her disdain. What a nuisance. Chen Yun calmly replied, let us focus on our meal and disregard these inconsequential individuals. Shu Tangyin and Shu Lingyue nodded in unison. A rare moment of agreement between the sisters. Meanwhile, Han Sudong urged Zhao Qingyu to ignore Chen Yun and his companions, his expression all smiles as he said, Qingyu, I have a surprise for you. With that, he snapped his fingers. In response to Zhao Qingyu's puzzled gaze, the restaurant manager approached. Han Sudong inquired, is everything prepared? The manager smiled, young Master Han, as per your instructions, everything is ready. Han Sudong nodded in satisfaction, commanding, then let the show begin. The manager replied, understood. He then produced a walkie-talkie, announcing, inform Miss Yuan that she may take the stage. Zhao Qingyu looked at Han Sudong, bewildered, and asked, young Master Han, what performance? Han Sudong beamed. Qingyu, are you not a fan of the piano diva Miss Yuanjin? I spent $1 million to invite her here to perform live for you. Zhao Qingyu's face lit up with delight. Really? Han Sudong, brimming with pride, replied, of course, would I deceive you? Just then, a woman clad in a white evening gown, her hair elegantly styled to reveal her long neck, entered the scene. The diners recognized Yuan Zhen and gasped in hushed awe. Shu Tangyin, upon seeing Yuan Zhen, whispered, isn't she the new generation piano diva, Miss Yuan? Shu Lingyue, equally surprised, curiously asked, how did she end up here? At that moment, the restaurant manager cheerfully announced, ladies and gentlemen, today, Mr. Han Sudong has generously invited the piano diva, Miss Yuan Zhen, to perform for Miss Zhao Qingyu. As he introduced her, 2 spotlights shone on Han Sudong and Zhao Qingyu, prompting a wave of applause from the audience. Many ladies gazed at Zhao Qingyu with envy. Shu Lingyue quietly remarked to Chen Yun, it seems Han Sudong is trying to win over your ex-wife. Chen Yun cast a cold glance at Shu Lingyue and remarked, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute. At that moment, the restaurant manager boomed. Now, let us warmly welcome the piano virtuoso, Miss Yuan Zhen. Applause erupted once more. Yuan Zhen gracefully bowed to the audience and then seated herself at the piano, commencing her performance of Liszt's Don Juan's Reminiscence. This piece is renowned for its difficulty, considered one of the most challenging compositions to play. The audience became entranced, halting their activities to listen intently to the piano prodigy. Zhao Qingyu also listened with rapt attention. Han Sudong feigned an expression of utter enchantment, while inwardly he felt a sense of triumph. He was well aware that Zhao Qingyu was an admirer of Yuan Zhen, which prompted him to lavish a sum of 1 million to have her perform 2 pieces live. After completing this composition, Yuan Zhen would play Wedding in a Dream. At that moment, he planned to present a diamond ring and publicly propose to Zhao Qingyu. Undoubtedly, in such a romantic atmosphere, she would be utterly moved and accept his heartfelt proposal. With these thoughts, the smug smile at the corners of his mouth grew even more pronounced. He discreetly glanced at Zhao Qingyu, who possessed captivating features and an alluring figure, silently vowing, Zhao Qingyu, tonight I shall claim you. Meanwhile, Chen Yun, upon hearing Yuan Zhen perform Don Juan's Reminiscence, wore a knowing smile. Shu Tangyin curiously inquired, Chen Yun, what makes you smile? Shu Lingyue and Zhu Laifu also looked at Chen Yun with intrigue, puzzled by his amusement. Chen Yun replied, I find it amusing that Han Sudong, a man of no substance, is being mocked while he sits there, utterly entranced. Huh. Shu Tangyin and the others were further bewildered by Chen Yun's words. Chen Yun explained nonchalantly, this piece narrates the story of Don Juan's illicit desires for a young noblewoman named Anna. The essence of music is to resonate with the occasion. Can you guess why Miss Yuan chose to perform this particular piece? Shu Tangyin suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Are you suggesting that Miss Yuan has discerned Han Sudong's true nature, aware of his improper intentions towards Zhao Qingyu, and thus deliberately played this piece to satirize him?" Shu Linghua chuckled. "Haha, that fellow is being mocked yet remains blissfully unaware." Zhu Laifu interjected, "But wasn't Miss Yuan invited to perform by Han Sudong? If she holds him in disdain, why would she agree to the engagement?" Chen Yun replied nonchalantly, "For the sake of sustenance, of course." Yet, those who engage in musical artistry often possess an inflated sense of self-worth. So, even though she performs for monetary gain, she still seizes the opportunity to deliver a subtle critique. Zhu Laifu and the others comprehended the situation. As Yuan Jin played, the audience was captivated, with many even forgetting to eat. She felt a flicker of pride within her. However, she soon noticed that the table where Chun Yun and his companions sat was not only inattentive to her performance, but was also engaged in quiet conversation. At that moment, she felt a twinge of displeasure, sensing that she was being underestimated, particularly from Chun Yun, who, while speaking, wore a visage that exuded 3 parts indifference, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts nonchalance. It was as if her performance of the intricately challenging piece, Memories of Don Juan, was utterly insignificant in his eyes. Yuan Jin suppressed her irritation, silently reassuring herself, "Although this fellow is handsome, he must be an ignorant buffoon when it comes to music. I shall not stoop to the level of someone who lacks appreciation." Distracted, her fingers inadvertently struck a wrong note. Almost instantaneously, Chun Yun, who had not once deigned to glance at her, suddenly lifted his gaze and looked at her. Yuan Jin felt as if she were a schoolchild caught mispronouncing a word by the teacher, her heart pounding in her chest. Fortunately, Chun Yun merely glanced at her before averting his gaze. As she continued to play, she pondered anxiously, "Was it mere coincidence that he looked at me the moment I hit the wrong note?" In her flustered state, she mistakenly struck another note. Panic-stricken, she instinctively glanced at Chun Yun. Indeed, he raised his head and regarded her once more. His expression mirrored that of her music teacher's stern gaze when she had erred in her playing during her formative years. A mistake in the melody. And the master observes, originally, she had thought Chun Yun to be an unrefined ignoramus. Little did she know he was a maestro of terrifying proficiency. Yuan Jun's mind became a tangled web, and she faltered multiple times thereafter. Each misstep drew Chun Yun's gaze towards her. Ultimately, she felt akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, lowering her head and daring not to look at him. Upon finishing the piece, the audience erupted in applause, with no one but Chun Yun noticing her blunders. Han Sudong, clapping enthusiastically, gestured for her to commence the second piece, The Wedding in the Dream, intending to seize the moment to propose to Zhao Qingyu. To Han Sudong's astonishment, however, Yuan Jun did not proceed with the next piece. Instead, she stood and gracefully approached Chun Yun. Under the astonished stares of the crowd, she bowed respectfully before him. "Sir, your musical prowess is akin to towering mountains. I, a humble woman, seek your guidance and humbly request that you grace us with a performance." Chapter 44, A Dream Wedding, and the ladies weep profusely. The piano goddess, Miss Yuan Jun, has actually invited Chun Yun to perform. What is happening? The audience was utterly perplexed. Han Sudong scoffed derisively. Just now, while Miss Yuan Jun was playing, this fellow was too busy chatting with the Shu sisters. Perhaps Miss Yuan is displeased and is deliberately putting him in an awkward position. So that was the case. Zhao Qingyu and those around her, upon hearing Han Sudong's words, were led to believe it. All eyes turned toward Chun Yun. Their gazes varied, some filled with anticipation, others with disdain, and some relishing in the misfortune. Chun Yun furrowed his brow slightly as he cast a glance at Yuan Jun, replying coldly, "For no reason at all. Why should I offer my guidance or play for you?" Yuan Jun, proud and self-assured, held herself in high esteem. Had someone approached her with such an attitude on a regular day, she would have undoubtedly turned on her heel and departed without a second thought. However, when she played the wrong note earlier, Chun Yun's piercing gaze directed at her had profoundly humbled her. Thus, despite Chun Yun's current indifference, she found no offense in it. In his presence, she exhibited the reverence of a student toward a teacher, and upon noticing Chun Yun's reluctance to play the piano or impart his wisdom, she pondered briefly before speaking. "You speak the truth, sir. As the saying goes, the law should not be lightly shared, and the path should not be devalued. I am willing to offer 1 million for this performance, simply in hopes that you might grace us with a melody." allowing me to learn a thing or two. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. They realized that Miss Yuan was not attempting to challenge Chen Yun, but was, in fact, sincerely seeking his guidance. Han Sudong and Zhao Qingyu exchanged glances, while Xu Tangyin and Xu Lingyue wore expressions of shock, scarcely believing their ears. The illustrious piano diva was willing to spend $1 million to beseech Chen Yun for a single piece, solely to glean insights from him? Zhu Laifu gazed at Chen Yun with admiration, his expression seemingly conveying, "Brother Chen, you are truly my idol." In response to Yuan Zhen's earnest plea for a performance at the price of $1 million, Chen Yun remained unperturbed, coldly declining, "I am afraid I have no interest. And you are interrupting my meal with my friends." His meaning was clear. She should vacate the premises and cease her disturbance. Yuan Zhen's face flushed with embarrassment. Han Sudong spoke up loudly, "Huh? Miss Yuan, you say he is overweight, yet you're out of breath. Do you truly believe you can play better than her? I assure you, even if you offered him $10 million, he wouldn't dare take the stage. He lacks the ability." He then smiled courteously at Yuan Zhen, adding, "Please, return to the stage and continue with your next piece." He had already prepared the diamond ring in his pocket, eagerly awaiting Yuan Zhen's performance of the wedding march to create a romantic atmosphere, seizing the opportunity to profess his love to Zhao Qingyu. Yet, Yuan Zhen was undeterred. After all, a teacher of such profound skill is a rare find. Having reached an impasse in her own artistry over the past 2 years, she had been unable to ascend to new heights. Today, she was fortunate to encounter a maestro like Chen Yun, and she was determined to implore him for guidance. Perhaps, through his teachings, she might achieve a breakthrough. Standing before Chen Yun, she bowed deeply once more, beseeching, "Sir, if you find $1 million insufficient for a single piece, I am willing to offer more, or fulfill any other request you may have. I genuinely wish to hear you play." Xu Lingyue could not contain herself, saying, "Chen Yun, Miss Yuan is so sincere. Why not play a piece?" Chen Yun, showing no regard for her pleas, retorted coldly, "If you enjoy playing, then play yourself. I am not interested." Xu Lingyue was taken aback by his utter lack of deference, her anger flaring. "You," as Shitanjian observed her sister faltering in front of Chen Yun. She couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Leaning closer to Chen Yun, she whispered inquiringly, "Do you truly play the piano?" Indeed. Chen Yun's demeanor softened significantly in Shitanjian's presence, his tone imbued with gentleness. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she eagerly proposed, "Why not play a piece for me? Consider it a gift from me to you. What do you say?" Chen Yun nodded. "Very well, I shall play a piece, but remember, I play solely for you." Shitanjian's smile blossomed like a flower as she fervently agreed, "Yes." Witnessing this scene, Xu Lingyue was nearly beside herself with rage. Not far off, Zhao Qingyu's expression soured upon hearing Chen Yun declare he would play only for Shitanjian. The memory of their 2 years of marriage, during which Chen Yun had never played for her, filled her with a sense of deep frustration. In contrast, Yuan Zhen felt a thrilling joy flash through her eyes at Chen Yun's willingness to perform. Chen Yun turned to Shitanjian and asked, "What piece would you like to hear?" Before Shitanjian could respond, Yuan Zhen blurted out, "The Wedding in Dream." She had already planned for Chen Yun to play this piece first, after which she would play it herself, both to learn from him and to measure her own skill against his. Though aware of his high proficiency, her competitive spirit was equally fierce. She could not bear to remain untested. Chen Yun cast an irritated glance at Yuan Zhen. "I did not inquire of you." Shitanjian quickly interjected, "Chen Yun, why not play The Wedding in Dream? I would love to hear you perform this piece." Chen Yun acquiesced, "Very well." With a half-smoked cigarette clutched between his lips, he approached the piano, amidst the varied gazes of the onlookers, and took a seat. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, the combination of his refined demeanor and the lingering scent of tobacco lent him an air of elegance. Shitanjian's eyes gleamed with admiration, as did Xu Lingyue's. Yuan Zhen, along with many other ladies present, found themselves captivated by him. Even Zhao Qingyu, Chen Yun's ex-wife, wore an expression of complex emotions. At that moment, Chen Yun began to play. A beautiful and enchanting melody flowed from his fingertips, cascading from the piano. Indeed, it was The Wedding in Dream. The music was melodious and fluid, weaving its way into the hearts of the audience like the gentle, romantic moonlight of midnight, enveloping them in a dreamy atmosphere. In this instant, everyone was immersed in the music, experiencing an overwhelming impulse to marry their beloved and cherish them for a lifetime. The gentlemen wore expressions of deep affection, while the lady's eyes glistened with tears. Even Han Sudong, who viewed Chun Yun as an adversary, gazed at him in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe that these hands, which could strike, could also produce such harmonious melodies. Little did he know that Chun Yun was once the scion of the prominent Chen family in the capital, where piano lessons were a requisite. At this moment, Han Sudong's hand slipped into his pocket, grasping the ring box within, his expression wavering as he pondered whether to seize the opportunity to propose to Zhao Qingyu. He stole a glance at Zhao Qingyu and discovered that she was utterly captivated by the sound of the piano, seemingly reminiscing about the blissful moments of her marriage with Chen Yun, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at him. It was over. In that moment, Zhao Qingyu was entirely absorbed in thoughts of Chun Yun's virtues. How could he propose now? Han Sudong was in disarray. Finally, Chen Yun concluded his piece. The venue fell silent for a few seconds, and then erupted into thunderous applause. Chen Yun rose and returned to Xu Tongyin's side. Her cheeks flushed, her eyes filled with admiration and reverence. She softly praised, "Chen Yun, you are truly remarkable." Witnessing this scene, Han Sudong was nearly driven to the brink of fury. He had spent $1 million to invite a piano prodigy to perform with the sole intention of proposing to Zhao Qingyu. Now, Chen Yun had stolen the limelight. The way the ladies looked at Chen Yun had transformed. To make matters worse, even Zhao Qingyu was reminded of Chen Yun's goodness, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, he could only signal to Yuan Zhen to play Wedding in a Dream once more. If he could successfully propose to Zhao Qingyu, the day would not be a complete failure. Yuan Zhen sat at the piano, prepared for a long time, yet she could not produce a single note. Ultimately, she raised her head and sighed. "With such brilliance before me, how can I dare to play? Mr. Han Sudong, I will refund the 1 million performance fee to you. My apologies." Upon hearing this, Han Sudong nearly spat blood. His plan to propose to Zhao Qingyu had been completely thwarted. Chapter 45. Don't look around. I am talking about you. The crowd had previously found Chun Yun's piano performance enchanting, but upon hearing Yuan Zhen's words, they realized that Chun Yun's artistry surpassed even that of the renowned pianist. In an instant, the way they regarded Chun Yun transformed. Yuan Zhen turned to Han Sudong, saying, "Mr. Han, I apologize, but I will have my assistant return the 1 million performance fee to you." With that, she dismissed him entirely and approached Chen Yun, offering a graceful bow before presenting her business card with utmost respect. "Mr. Chen, here is my card. I hope to have the opportunity to hear you play again and receive your guidance." The crowd was once again taken aback. Everyone knew Miss Yuan was not only a rising piano star, but also notoriously proud, never showing favor to men and seldom sharing her contact information. Countless wealthy suitors had attempted to obtain her contact details without success. To their astonishment, Miss Yuan had voluntarily offered her contact to Chen Yun that very night. Suddenly, many men in the audience looked at Chen Yun with envy. However, they were even more astonished when Chen Yun merely glanced at the business card and calmly declined. "I'm sorry, I'm quite busy and not interested in teaching others to play." He actually turned her down. The men in the audience were left speechless, their faces filled with disbelief. Yet when their gazes fell upon the stunning Shu sisters beside Chen Yun, they quickly found solace in their understanding. With the company of two extraordinary goddesses, it is no wonder that Miss Yuan has lost interest. Upon witnessing Chen Yun's unequivocal rejection, Yuan Zhen's eyes momentarily flickered with a hint of grievance. Countless dignitaries have sought her to perform, yet they could only reach her assistant. Numerous affluent young men have yearned for her personal contact information, but to no avail. Now, having voluntarily offered her private details to Chen Yun, she was met with nothing more than his indifferent dismissal. How could her pride not be wounded? Realizing her attempts at friendship were futile, she settled for a lesser request. "Since Mr. Chun is not inclined to befriend me, may I ask you to perform another piece? The fee remains 1 million per song. I simply wish to hear your music once more." All eyes in the vicinity were drawn to Chen Yun, not only because of the staggering sum, but also out of a shared desire to hear him play again. Nevertheless, Chen Yun declined, shaking his head as he remarked, "Miss Yuan, I actually do not enjoy playing the piano. Moreover, playing is akin to sharing a drink. It requires an appropriate setting and the right company. Playing for someone I cherish is acceptable, but performing for an ignorant audience lacks meaning." Yuan Zhen, feeling somewhat offended, retorted, "Are you implying that I am the ignorant audience?" Chen Yun replied with a smile, "Miss Yuan, please do not misunderstand. My remark about playing for an ignorant audience was not aimed at you, but rather at a certain individual present who lacks an appreciation for music and pretends to be cultured. Yuan Jun was taken aback, unable to discern whom Chen Yun referred to. The onlookers exchanged glances, equally puzzled about the identity of the ignorant audience Chen Yun alluded to. At that moment, Zhu Laifu, standing beside Chen Yun, rose and loudly proclaimed to Han Sudong, who was not far away, "Han, stop looking around. The foolish audience Chen Xiao speaks of is you." Zhu Laifu had already regarded himself as Chen Yun's subordinate and was determined to follow him in the future. Having just learned that Zhao Qingyu was Chen Yun's ex-wife, and knowing that Han Sudong had been pursuing Zhao, he felt an indignant loyalty towards Chen Yun. With little regard for decorum, he publicly declared Han Sudong to be the foolish audience Chen Yun referred to. Upon realizing that the fool was Han Sudong, Yuan Jun immediately recalled how she had subtly mocked him earlier with her performance of the Memories of Don Juan. The fact that Han Sudong was oblivious to her jibe while being enamored by the music struck her as quite foolish, prompting her to stifle a laugh. The crowd regarded Han Sudong with bemused expressions. His face flushed crimson, brimming with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Even Zhao Qingyu subtly distanced herself from him, seemingly embarrassed to be associated with such a person. Recognizing that Chen Yun's disdain was directed at Han Sudong and not herself, Yuan Jun's mood lightened somewhat. She smiled and said, "Mr. Chen, I shall not disturb your meal any longer. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. And I hope to hear your piano once more." Chen Yun nonchalantly replied, "We'll see." Yuan Jun departed. Han Sudong hesitated to leave, as the gazes of those around him resembled those of spectators observing a monkey, which was quite irksome to him. However, Zhao Qingyu showed no intention of leaving, her eyes frequently glancing towards Chen Yun, wearing an expression laden with concern. With Zhao Qingyu remaining, Han Sudong felt compelled to endure the awkwardness and stay. The surrounding guests resumed their meals, though they whispered amongst themselves about the earlier incident. Chen Yun continued dining with the Shu sisters and Zhu Laifu. "You performed admirably just now," Chen Yun complimented Zhu Laifu. Taken aback, Zhu Laifu quickly replied, "Brother Chen, it was my duty. I've disliked that Han fellow ever since he mocked you." At this juncture, he cast a glance towards Han Sudong, then inquired of Chen Yun, "Brother Chen, should I wait outside the hotel to confront him when he comes out?" The Shu sisters widened their eyes in surprise. Chen Yun, observing Zhu Laifu's eagerness, chuckled, "Never mind. It's not worth stooping to his level." Zhu Laifu nodded. "All right. If he dares to come over and upset Brother Chen again, I shall deal with him." While they were dining, a tall, burly middle-aged man with a bushy beard entered through the restaurant door. Clad in a black suit but lacking a shirt, he revealed a muscular chest adorned with a fierce dragon tattoo that spanned his shoulder. He was Dong Run, one of the adopted sons of the notorious leader Dong Tianbao, and the most trusted among his progeny. Over the years, Dong Tianbao had gradually stepped back from the forefront, leaving the management of the organization largely in Dong Ren's capable hands. Known for his ruthless demeanor and towering stature, he earned the moniker Black Dragon in the underworld. Accompanied by a cadre of well-trained enforcers clad in black, Dong Ren surveyed the restaurant, his gaze ultimately zeroing in on Chen Yun and the Shu sisters. With the recent demise of Gui Liwang Gao Yaohua, the organization faced a loss of 100 million, and they aimed to settle the score with Chen Yun. At that moment, one of his subordinates remarked, "Black Dragon, who would have thought this kid would come to our territory? Shall we deal with him now?" Dong Ren, displeased, retorted, "Silence. There is no reason to create a scene in our own establishment. It would frighten the guests, and who would dare to return?" The subordinate stood in stunned silence. "What should we do then?" Dong Ren took a seat at a round table at the restaurant entrance with his entourage, instructing the manager to prepare a pot of tea while telling his subordinates, "We shall wait until they finish their meal and exit before taking action." The subordinates responded in unison, "Understood." Not far away, Han Sudong recognized Dong Ren and whispered to Zhao Qingyu, "Look, that is Dong Ren, the most favored adopted son of the Master Dong, known as the Black Dragon, a man known for his ruthless nature." Zhao Qingyu followed Han Sudong's gaze and spotted Dong Ren and his group. She observed Dong Ren, squinting as he sipped his tea, regarding Chen Yun with the predatory gaze of a butcher eyeing livestock. Han Sudong, reveling in the misfortune, remarked, "It's clear that the Black Dragon is after Chen Yun. That kid is in for some trouble." Chapter 46. Welcome to Hell. Chen Yun was dining with the Shu sisters. Zhu Laifu leaned in and whispered, "Brother Chen, it seems that group by the entrance is watching us." Chen Yun lifted his eyelids slightly, casting a glance at Dong Ren's entourage, and replied nonchalantly, "Ignore them. Focus on your meal." "Understood, Brother Chen," Zhu Laifu responded. At that moment, Xu Tangyin and Xu Lingyue also noticed Dong Ren's group, who were casting unfriendly glances in their direction, causing the sisters to feel a twinge of anxiety. Once they finished their meal, Chen Yun summoned a waiter to settle the bill and inquired, "I heard there is a competition taking place at your hotel?" The waiter, taken aback by the inquiry, noticed Chen Yun's aristocratic demeanor, accompanied by two stunning beauties and a tall attendant. Assuming Chen Yun was a scion of a wealthy family, he leaned in and whispered, "Sir, you mean the underground market competition, right?" Chen Yun nodded. The waiter gestured toward a nearby VIP elevator and said, "Once you enter the VIP elevator, ask the attendant to take you to the -18th floor. She will inform you that there is no such floor. But you should insist that the 18th level of hell corresponds to the -18th floor. She will assist you in reaching the competition level." Chen Yun graciously rewarded the waiter with 200 yuan notes as a tip. The waiter's eyes lit up, and he bowed repeatedly in gratitude, beaming, "Sir, this is your first time at our hotel for the underground competition, isn't it? You have arrived just in time. There is a duel of masters tonight, and many patrons will be placing bets. I hope you win big." With that, he departed. Xu Tingyin was astonished to learn that the Guolong Hotel hosted underground boxing matches, and it seemed many affluent individuals enjoyed attending to gamble. "Chen Yun, do you have a penchant for underground competitions?" she asked with curiosity. Chen Yun smiled and replied, "I am merely intrigued. Since there is a match happening, why not go and broaden our horizons?" Although Xu Tangyin wasn't particularly interested in the underground matches, she did not wish to dampen Chen Yun's enthusiasm and agreed to accompany him. Xu Lingyue, who relished excitement, and Zhu Laifu, equally curious, were eager to witness the legendary underground boxing competition. Thus, the trio, under Chen Yun's guidance, made their way toward the VIP elevator. At the entrance of the restaurant, Dong Ren stood vigilantly, observing Chen Yun and his companions approach the VIP area, momentarily taken aback. One of his subordinates whispered, "Brother Heilong, it seems they are preparing to descend into hell to watch the matches." Dong Ren regained his composure and sneered. "This brat not only dares to dine in our hotel, but also to venture into our underground boxing arena. He truly resembles a lost soul wandering in the halls of Yama, courting death." With that, he signaled to his men, "Let us head to the arena. If this kid cannot compensate us for our losses today, then if he walks out of the arena alive, I will consider it my defeat." Nearby, Han Sudong and Zhao Qingyu, who were dining, overheard every word spoken by Dong Ren, causing Zhao Qingyu to furrow her brow in concern. Han Sudong wore a face full of schadenfreude. "Qingyu, Chen Yun is in for a stroke of bad luck. Let us go watch the show." The two settled their bill and made their way to the black boxing arena. Meanwhile, Chen Yun, accompanied by the Xu sisters and Zhu Laifu, had entered the VIP elevator. An elevator attendant, dressed more elegantly than a flight attendant, politely inquired about their destination. Zhu Laifu promptly replied, "The 18th floor." The attendant responded, "I'm sorry, but we only have levels -1 and -2 for the underground parking. There is no 18th floor." Zhu Laifu retorted loudly, "Isn't the 18th level of hell equivalent to the -18th floor?" Upon hearing this, the attendant cast a penetrating glance at Chen Yun and the others, then swiftly swiped her elevator card and pressed a button. Instantly, the elevator began its rapid descent. The floor display changed continuously, 2112. Eventually, when the elevator halted, the display read 18. Ding! The doors opened to reveal 2 rows of women clad in kipayos, who bowed in unison, welcoming them. As Chen Yun and his companions exited the elevator, they discovered that the boxing arena was situated beneath the Guolong Hotel, adorned in a rugged style. Even the wall at the elevator's entrance bore a bold inscription in blood-red letters, "Welcome to the hellish arena." Among the welcoming women, one with her hair elegantly styled, and a nameplate identifying her as Beibei, stepped forward and warmly greeted them. "Hello everyone. You seem unfamiliar. Is this your first visit?" Chen Yun nodded, "Indeed." Beibei smiled brightly. "No worries. One visit makes it familiar. Allow me to guide you through the venue." Chen Yun replied, "Thank you." Noticing that Chen Yun was leading the group, Beibei focused her attention on him. As she escorted them inside, she said, "My name is Beibei, and I am one of the hostesses here. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. I am here to serve you." At this point, she glanced at Chen Yun's handsome visage and politely inquired, "May I ask how to address you?" "Sir?" Chen Yun responded, "My surname is Chun." Beibei acknowledged, "Very well, Mr. Chun, please follow me." The group followed Beibei through a corridor that opened up into a vast hall, comparable to the size of a basketball court. In the center lay the boxing ring, already filled with spectators. These attendees either resembled well-dressed company executives or boasted the demeanor of formidable figures from the underworld, chatting amiably while holding champagne and deliberating on which fighter to bet on. At that moment, a burly man with a gleaming bald head and a prominent scar resembling a centipede marched in while on the phone, accidentally colliding with Chen Yun. The scarred man, enraged by the encounter, bellowed, "Are you blind while walking?" Instantly, silence enveloped the room, and all eyes turned toward them. Bei was about to intervene. Chen Yun coldly addressed the scarred man. "You collided with me and even stepped on my foot. Now, I am affording you the opportunity to apologize. Do you have any idea who you are speaking to?" The scarred man retorted fiercely, "I am the one overseeing this place. So what if I bumped into you? You should bear it quietly." Chen Yun's gaze turned icy, and the remnants of his battle-induced rage surged within him, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. In a flash, he executed a kick that reverberated like thunder. The kick struck the scarred man's face with such force that it shattered his facial bones. The man let out no cry, collapsing to the ground like a felled tree. Bei and the onlookers were left in stunned silence at the scene. "Young Master Chen, your shoes are stained. Let me clean them for you," Zhu Laifu said, retrieving a handkerchief and kneeling to wipe the blood from Chen Yun's shoes. The crowd exchanged glances, each wondering about Chen Yun's true identity. Chapter 47. Acknowledge your mistakes. Stand firm when struck. Who has the audacity to cause a ruckus in our territory? A powerful voice resonated, drawing everyone's attention. Dong Ren appeared with a throng of followers. In the distance, Han Sudong and Zhao Qingyu arrived, eager to witness the commotion. Upon entering, they witnessed Dong Ren confronting Chen Yun. Han Sudong smirked, whispering to Zhao Qingyu, this kid is finally going to pay for his arrogance." Zhao Qingyu, however, frowned and remained silent. The spectators cast sympathetic glances toward Chen Yun, aware of Dong Ren's notorious ruthlessness. They feared for Chen Yun's safety after injuring one of Dong Ren's subordinates. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yun had come precisely to challenge the authority of the territory. Dong Ren and his gang encircled Chen Yun. He glanced at the scarred man lying in a pool of blood, his fierce gaze locking onto Chen Yun as he asked slowly, "Did you strike him?" The Shu sisters felt a pang of anxiety, and Zhu Laifu's expression turned tense. Yet, Chen Yun remained unfazed, responding calmly, "Yes, but he was the one who bumped into me and spoke disrespectfully." Before Dong Ren could respond, one of his sycophantic henchmen, a brash young man with dyed hair, stepped forward menacingly towards Chen Yun, cursing, "In front of our Black Dragon brother, do you dare to argue?" As he reached for Chen Yun's collar, Chen Yun deftly swatted his hand away and retaliated with a swift slap to the young man's face, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth and leaving him dazed. Following that, Chen Yun delivered a powerful kick that sent the brash young man flying. His demeanor cold and resolute as he remarked, "What a pitiful display." The surrounding audience gasped in hushed astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. No one had anticipated that Chen Yun would exhibit such ferocity, brazenly striking Black Dragon's subordinates right in front of him. Zhao Qingyu furrowed her brow further, realizing Chen Yun had once again acted recklessly, creating a ruckus on the territory of the Yi Men, and doing so in the presence of Black Dragon. This time, it seemed he would face dire consequences. She glanced toward Dong Ren, who, unsurprisingly, had turned a fearsome shade of anger. Dong Ren glared at Chen Yun, his voice low and menacing. "You must be Chen Yun, right? We have yet to settle the score regarding that incident with the Gili Wang. And you dare to cause trouble in my domain?" He was intent on meticulously addressing each grievance with Chen Yun. However, at that moment, a youth clad in a black leather jacket emerged from the crowd, accompanied by several subordinates, and mockingly remarked, "Black Dragon, when you choose this life, you must accept the consequences. If you get hit, stand straight." Dong Ren frowned upon seeing this young man in the black leather jacket, for he was Lin Lo, the leader of Longmen. Longmen represented a burgeoning force in Zhonghai City. Though its strength paled in comparison to Yi Men, they were perpetually at odds with each other. Yi Men had often sought to suppress Longmen, even attempting to eliminate Lin Lo several times, yet he had always managed to escape unscathed. Dong Ren felt a surge of suspicion upon encountering Lin Lo, wondering if Chen Yun had colluded with him to instigate trouble. He cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze at Chen Yun, taunting, "So that is how you found the audacity to come here. You've latched onto Lin Lu's coattails. But do you truly believe he can protect you?" Before Chen Yun could respond, Lin Lu interjected, clarifying, Black Dragon, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not acquainted with this Mr. Chun. I merely found the situation unjust and felt compelled to voice my thoughts. Dongren scoffed derisively. Unjust? Indeed. Lin Lu nodded in agreement. You operate a business, and Mr. Chun has come to patronize you. Yet your subordinates exhibit such arrogance that being struck down is hardly surprising. How can you still have the audacity to confront Mr. Chun? The audience murmured in agreement, recognizing the validity of Lin Lu's words. Dong Rin's face flushed with anger, and he barked at the spectators. Silence. The crowd, intimidated by Dong Ren's ire, fell quiet. Convinced that Chun Yun and Lin Lu were in cahoots, Dong Rin's expression darkened as he declared, Chun, tonight I shall overlook your assault on my two subordinates. But we will settle the account regarding Gili Wang. If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, you shall not leave this place unscathed. Lin Lu, growing impatient as he cleaned his ears, interjected, Black Dragon, I have no interest in your grievances with Mr. Chun, but I came here to watch the match and place my bets. Is the event still going to take place? The audience echoed his sentiment. Yes. We are here to witness the boxing match. Will it proceed or not? Dong Rin's demeanor shifted as he commanded the staff present. Inform everyone that the match will go on as scheduled. The supervisors responsible for the boxing event hurriedly affirmed, Yes, Brother Black Dragon. Then, they hastily began organizing the underground boxing match. Dong Ren's gaze returned to Chun Yun, his tone menacing as he remarked, Young man, once the match concludes, I shall settle accounts with you. Even Lin Lu cannot protect you, so brace yourself. With that, he departed with his subordinates, not forgetting to instruct them to keep a watchful eye, ensuring Lin Lu would not cause any trouble and that Chun Yun would not escape. A group of underlings promptly responded, Yes, Brother Halong. Seeing Dong Ren and his subordinates temporarily leave, Shu Tengyin let out a quiet sigh of relief and whispered, Chun Yun, let us hasten our departure from this place of strife. However, Shu Lingyue, with a grave expression, cautioned, Did you not notice how Halong instructed his men to monitor us as he departed? It is likely that many are watching us from the shadows. Our escape may not be so simple. Chun Yun smiled. As we are here, let us remain calm. Do not panic. With me around, there is no need to fear. He then turned to the lovely hostess, Bei Bei, and cheerfully inquired, Might you enlighten us about the upcoming boxing match? Just as Bei Bei was about to respond, Lin Lu approached with a few companions, cheerfully stating, Hello, Mr. Chun. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Lu. Chun Yun regarded him with a serene expression and replied, Greetings. Lin Lu, familiar and friendly, continued, Are you also a fan of underground boxing, Mr. Chin? Allow me to introduce you to the upcoming match. There will be a fierce showdown, Madman versus Black Bear. The screen over there displays the profiles of the two fighters along with their odds. Chun Yun and the others followed Lin Li's gesture, observing the promotional posters and statistics of the two fighters on the screen. Madman, a retired soldier from the Northern Battle Zone, once hailed as the King of Soldiers, currently boasts a record of 9 wins and 0 losses in underground boxing, with odds of 112. Black Bear, a heavyweight champion from the West, who has dominated the underground boxing scene, currently holding a record of 31 wins and 0 losses, with odds of 108. Madman. Chun Yun scrutinized the poster of Madman, his brow slightly furrowing before relaxing again, his narrow eyes returning to a half-closed state. Lin Lu, appearing excited, exclaimed, Mr. Chun, do you also favor Madman? I am planning to place a substantial bet on his victory tonight. Having witnessed Chun Yun's prowess earlier, Lin Lu was eager for his insights on which fighter had the greater chance of winning. Upon hearing about Lin Li's intention to place a significant wager, Chun Yun inquired, What amount do you plan to bet? Lin Lu replied, 20 million. Go ahead. Chun Yun said dismissively, as if 20 million were merely a trivial sum. Lin Lu was momentarily taken aback. Despite his extensive experience with people, he found it impossible to gauge Chun Yun, deepening his impression of this enigmatic figure. Very well. He nodded, steeling himself, and instructed his subordinate, Go, place our entire bet, 20 million on Madman's victory. The subordinate responded, Yes, Brother Lo. Nearby, Zhao Qingyu observed this scene, her brow furrowing in concern. Han Sudong scoffed coldly. This fool truly lacks self-awareness, daring to offer suggestions to others. If he loses, both Black Dragon and Lin Lu will come after him. He might end up with no place to rest in peace. Chapter 48. Fear of your inability to compensate before long. Lin Li's subordinates returned, having followed his instructions to place a bet of 20 million on the madman to win. Lin Lu took the betting slip and suddenly inquired, "Mr. Chun, are you not placing a bet?" Chen Yun replied nonchalantly, "Just wait a moment." Lin Lu acknowledged with an O. However, as more than 10 minutes passed and the host had taken the stage to announce the imminent start of the match, Lin Lu still did not see Chen Yun placing a bet. "You buy what I recommend, yet you do not bet yourself?" Lin Lu regarded Chen Yun with an expression of curiosity. If it weren't for the boxer's entrance stirring the crowd's excitement, he would have questioned Chen Yun's intentions. Amidst the cheers of the audience, a tall man with a chiseled face exuding an air of coldness leisurely stepped onto the ring. The host proclaimed, "Now entering the ring is the former Soldier King, now the brutal killing machine of the arena, the Madman." The majority of the audience had placed bets on the Madman to win, thus their enthusiasm for him was palpable as they cheered once more. The Madman stood tall, his posture still radiating an indomitable spirit despite his retirement. He surveyed the arena from his elevated position. However, when he inadvertently caught sight of Chen Yun in the audience, his pupils dilated in disbelief. In an instant, he averted his gaze, unable to meet Chen Yun's eyes. The host, microphone in hand, boomed, "Now let us welcome tonight's other fighter, the beast from the West, the king of the underground boxing arena, Black Bear." A colossal figure, towering at over 6 feet tall and weighing more than 300 pounds, emerged from backstage. Though most of the audience had bet on the Madman, they couldn't help but gasp in awe at the sight of Black Bear, whose imposing physique resembled a dark mountain. Could the Madman truly defeat this behemoth? Lin Lu gazed at the terrifying Black Bear, a sudden wave of regret washing over him for having placed such a hefty bet on the Madman to win. At that moment, Dong Ren appeared, accompanied by a throng of subordinates. "Lin Lu, I hear you've wagered 20 million on the Madman to win?" Dong Ren teased with a smile. Lin Lu snorted disdainfully. "What? Are you afraid I might win?" Dong Ren chuckled. "I'm more concerned about you losing everything." Afterward, he turned to Chen Yun with a smirk. "I hear it was you who suggested Lin Lu bet on the Madman? With such a hefty wager, why aren't you placing a bet yourself? Is it not a bit underhanded to recommend a bet you're not willing to make?" All eyes turned to Chen Yun. Chen Yun replied calmly, "Placing a small bet wouldn't be an issue. I just worry you might not be able to afford the losses." "Not able to afford the losses?" Dong Ren angrily exclaimed. "Who do you think you are looking down upon? Our Emin carries a grand reputation. Regardless of the amount you wager, we can afford it." Chen Yun chuckled. "Oh really? Then I shall place a casual bet of 1 billion. The crowd erupted in astonishment at the mention of 1 billion. Dong Ren's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief, while Lin Lu almost toppled over in shock. Xu Tangyin and Xu Lingwei gazed at Chen Yun in incredulity, and Zhu Lifeng's eyes were filled with astonishment. Even Han Sudong and Zhao Qingyu, who were not far away, gaped in disbelief. Han Sudong turned to Zhao Qingyu, his expression questioning, "When did this useless fellow become so wealthy?" To which Zhao Qingyu appeared equally baffled. As if to say, "I have no idea." After a considerable pause, Dong Ren finally regained his composure, his expression grave as he sternly asked, "Chen Yun, are you serious or merely jesting?" Chen Yun replied, "Do I seem like I am joking?" Still harboring doubts, Dong Ren spoke in a low voice. 1 billion is not a trivial sum. Should you wish to place such a bet, we will need to verify your funds." As if retrieving a tissue, Chen Yun casually produced a black card from his pocket and tossed it to Dong Ren, saying, "Go ahead, verify it." Dong Ren eyed the black card with uncertainty and raised his voice, "Manager Jean." No sooner had he spoken than a middle-aged man in a designer suit, sweating profusely, rushed over. "Brother Black Dragon, what can I do for you?" Dong Ren handed the black card to the man. "Please verify whether this gentleman has 1 billion in his account." Manager Jean promptly responded, "Yes, Brother Black Dragon." Before long, Manager Jean returned, nodding, "Brother Black Dragon, Mr. Chen's card indeed contains 1,200,000,000. The crowd gasped once more, their gazes towards Chen Yun transformed entirely. Zhu Lifeng looked at him with adoration. Lin Lu regarded him with awe, and Xu Lingyue's eyes nearly sparkled with admiration. Xu Tingyin, however, stared at Chen Yun in utter disbelief, as if questioning how he could possess such wealth. Nearby, upon learning of Chen Yun's 1 billion, Han Sudong's expression soured dramatically, akin to tasting something foul, and he turned to Zhao Qingyu. "Qingyu, I initially thought he was unworthy of you, but it seems it was you who aimed high back then." Zhao Qingyu pressed her lips together tightly, her expression hardly better than Han Sudong's. Dong Ren, taken aback by the revelation of Chen Yun's wealth, finally regained his composure. Casting a covetous glance at Chun Yun's black card before reluctantly returning it, adopting a more courteous tone, "Mr. Chun, we have verified that your card indeed holds 1 billion. Chun Yun smiled. "Then I shall wager 1 billion on the madman to win. That is agreeable, is it not?" Dong Ren could hardly contain his eagerness for Chun Yun to place the bet. After all, he controlled the odds, had sourced the fighters for both matches. And even the referees were in his employ. It was no exaggeration to say that he could dictate who would win and who would lose. Chun Yun's wager of 1 billion was akin to delivering money directly into his hands. However, he feigned nonchalance and said, "Mr. Chun, your wager is rather substantial, and I am unable to make a decision on my own. Please allow me 2 minutes to consult with my esteemed mentor, if you would be so kind." Chun Yun scoffed. "I had thought you were more capable than this. If you cannot handle such a trivial matter, then hasten to call your father for guidance." Dong Ren's face flushed with indignation, yet he restrained himself, maintaining a facade of politeness as he asked Chun Yun to wait. He then retreated to the backstage to call Dong Tianbao. After succinctly reporting the situation, he cautiously inquired, "Esteemed mentor, Chun Yun wishes to place a wager of 1 billion on the madman to win. Should we accept his bet?" Dong Tianbao remained silent for 2 seconds before responding slowly. "Aran, do you have confidence in a victory?" Dong Ren replied, "Yes, esteemed mentor." Dong Tianbao further probed, "What is your degree of certainty?" Dong Ren asserted, "I am absolutely certain. The venue is ours, both fighters are of my choosing, the referee is one of ours, and we have over 100 brothers overseeing the event. There is no reason for us to lose." Dong Tianbao declared, "Very well, accept his wager of 1 billion. Should we lose, you are aware of the consequences." Upon hearing this, Dong Ren felt a sudden jolt of trepidation. He was convinced that losing was out of the question, yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding arose within him. However, there was no turning back now. Chun Yun's 1 billion was far too enticing to pass up. Besides, how could he refuse Chun Yun's bet without losing face? He solemnly assured Dong Tianbao, "Rest assured, esteemed mentor, we shall not lose. We are certain to secure Chun Yun's 1 billion. Chapter 49. Prepare for defeat. In the underworld boxing arena, whispers filled the air as spectators speculated whether the Black Dragon would accept Chun Yun's wager of 1 billion. The two boxers in the ring, the Madman and the Black Bear, were taken aback upon learning that someone intended to wager such an extravagant amount on their match. The Black Bear, after his initial shock, became overwhelmingly exhilarated. 1 billion. The post-fight bonuses would be substantial. Conversely, upon discovering that Chun Yun was betting 1 billion on him, the Madman glanced at Chun Yun in astonishment before lowering his head, lost in contemplation. Shortly thereafter, Dong Ren returned from backstage with his associates. "Mr. Chun, I have consulted with my esteemed mentor, and he has agreed to accept your wager of 1 billion. The audience gasped in hushed amazement. Although the attendees were either affluent executives or gang leaders, witnessing a wager of 1 billion in an underground boxing match was unprecedented. As the Black Dragon accepted Chun Yun's bet, the crowd erupted in discussion. Dong Ren summoned someone to bring forth an agreement, then feigned a smile as he addressed Chun Yun. "This is the agreement for the 1 billion wager. If Mr. Chun has no objections, we may proceed to sign, thereby formalizing the bet." "Let us not delay any further," Chun Yun said, picking up a pen and effortlessly inscribing his name on the document. Dong Ren chuckled coldly to himself, thinking, it is indeed rare to encounter someone so eager to lose. He took up a pen and inscribed his name on the agreement. With a smile, he proclaimed, "The agreement is now in effect. I kindly request all esteemed executives and influential figures present to serve as witnesses, to prevent any attempts at dishonesty from the losing party." The audience responded enthusiastically, expressing their approval. Dong Ren displayed a satisfied expression and then turned to Chun Yun, saying, "Mr. Chun, let us take our seats and prepare to witness the match." "Certainly," replied Chun Yun. In front of the black market boxing arena, there were only a few seats available, primarily reserved for the event's organizer and the most distinguished guests, while the rest of the spectators were relegated to standing. There were a total of 7 seats. Chun Yun occupied one, with the Shu sisters flanking him on either side. Zhu Laifu had no choice but to stand behind him. Of the remaining 4 seats, Dong Ren and his 2 capable subordinates filled 3, leaving the last seat for the leader of Long Men, Lin Lu. Once the hosts were settled, Dong Ren instructed the boxing manager to commence the match. On the stage, the referee, appearing to routinely explain the rules to the two fighters. Sutli lowered his voice to inform them. I have just received word from the boss. This match must conclude with Black Bear victorious and Madman defeated. Upon completion, the boss will reward each of you 30 million. Should you fail to comply, prepare for dire consequences. The referee feigned the conclusion of his instructions and raised his voice, asking, is everything clear? Black Bear smirked, responding in halting Chinese, clear. In his view, even without throwing the match, his strength was sufficient to overpower Madman. Allowing Madman to earn some money through a fixed match seemed a generous concession. The referee then turned to Madman, who nodded expressionlessly in agreement. The referee announced loudly, since both fighters have no objections, the match officially begins. With a swift motion, he signaled the start. The ringing of the bell echoed, heralding the commencement of the contest. In an instant, as the bell tolled, Black Bear surged forward like a tempest, launching a powerful punch at Madman. Unflinching, Madman raised his fist to meet Black Bear's strike head-on. The impact resonated with a resounding crash, sending Madman staggering back several steps amidst the astonished gasps of the audience. With a menacing grin, Black Bear pursued relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of blows that cornered Madman against the edge of the ring, leaving him in a precarious position. Desperately trying to defend himself, those who had wagered on Madman's victory felt their hearts leap into their throats. Lin Lu, unable to remain composed, voiced his concerns. Why does it seem like Madman is lacking his usual vigor tonight? Where has his ferocity gone? Could it be that he is throwing the match? Dong Ren, who had been smiling moments before, darkened his expression upon hearing this, admonishing sharply, Lin Lu, while one may indulge in reckless eating, one must not utter reckless words. I am aware that you wagered 20 million on Madman's victory, yet there is no need for such unbecoming behavior. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ungracious. As he warned Lin Lu against his loose tongue, he discreetly observed Chun Yun's reaction. To his astonishment, Chun Yun had wagered an astounding 1 billion on the Madman. And now, as the Madman found himself at a disadvantage, Chun Yun exhibited no signs of anxiety whatsoever. Instead, he leisurely enjoyed the sunflower seeds being shelled by Shu Lingyue on his left, while sipping the beverage handed to him by Shu Tingyin on his right. Dong Ren mused inwardly. Is he truly this composed and confident? Observing Chun Yun's serene demeanor, a sense of foreboding surged within Dong Ren once more. An inexplicable restlessness began to gnaw at him, prompting him to deliberately probe. Lin Lu, you ought to learn from Mr. Chun. He bets 1 billion and remains utterly unfazed. To be able to lose gracefully is true skill, I assentee it? Ha ha. Upon hearing Dong Ren's words, Lin Lu and the others turned their gazes toward Chun Yun. With a slight smile, Chun Yun responded, to be able to lose gracefully is true skill? Dong Ren was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed loudly, of course. One must be able to lose. Those who cannot only become the butt of jokes. Chun Yun nodded, then prepare yourself to lose. His voice, calm yet resounding, pierced through the cacophony of the environment, clearly audible to all present. Even the madman on the stage caught wind of Chun Yun's pronouncement. Dong Ren, still bewildered by the implication of Chun Yun's words, watched as the madman suddenly let out a fierce howl, akin to a berserker receiving a command to charge, instantly shifting from a state of despair to a furious counterattack. Boom! The madman landed a powerful punch that sent the black bear staggering backward. Without missing a beat, he relentlessly pursued, unleashing a barrage of ferocious blows. Each strike, whether fist, foot, shoulder, or elbow, targeted the opponent's vital points, each move lethal. The black bear found himself on the defensive, reeling from the onslaught. The unexpected reversal of fortunes between the two fighters left the audience in shock. Those who had bet on the madman erupted in exhilarated shouts after recovering from their astonishment. Lin Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dong Ren, witnessing this turn of events, was so astonished that he sprang to his feet and rushed to the edge of the ring, frantically shouting, "What is happening? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Black Bear, finish off this lunatic at once." However, before his threats could fully escape his lips, the madman landed 3 consecutive punches on the black bear's chest, forcing him to retreat 3 steps, blood spewing from his mouth. In the midst of Dong Ren's despairing gaze, the madman delivered a fierce kick to the black bear's head. Bang! Bones shattered, blood sprayed. The black bear collapsed, bloodied and battered. The arena erupted with thunderous cheers. The madman slowly turned, gazing down at Chun Yun, standing tall like a soldier awaiting inspection. His eyes locked with Chun Yun's, and upon perceiving the satisfaction and affirmation reflected in Chun Yun's gaze, he smiled. Though not naturally inclined to smile, his expression was shy, reminiscent of the time he received praise from Chun Yun during his service under him. Chapter 50. The Madman Wins. The Madman Triumphs. The referee raised the madman's arm, laboriously declaring him the victor. Instantly, the audience who had bet on the madman erupted into ecstatic cheers. Xu Tangyin exhaled a long sigh of relief, while Xu Lingyue's face flushed with excitement. Chen Yun, you have triumphed. Zhu Laifu gazed at Chen Yun with awe, his admiration bordering on fervor. In his eyes, Chen Yun had become a godly figure. Lin Lu also approached with his subordinates to congratulate Chen Yun. Congratulations, Mr. Chun. This fellow had wagered 20 million on the madman's victory and was now grinning from ear to ear. Yet, amidst the celebrations, there were those who wore expressions of dismay. Not far away, Han Sudong and Zhao Qingyu appeared exceedingly glum. Upon discovering that Chen Yun had 10 billion in his account, Han Sudong had felt a tightness in his chest, and now witnessing Chen Yun win another 10 billion, he felt as though he had swallowed something bitter. The sight of Chen Yun gaining wealth was more distressing to him than losing his own fortune. Zhao Qingyu, too, was in a state of despair. Over the past 2 years, her company had flourished, achieving a scale of millions, which had led her to look down upon Chen Yun, deeming him unworthy and proposing a divorce. Yet now, with Chen Yun's wealth not only totaling 10 billion, but also gaining another 10 billion in mere moments, she regretted her decision profoundly. No wonder she had boasted about her business successes and influential connections in front of Chen Yun. He had merely brushed her words aside. She had once thought Chen Yun lacked ambition. Now it seemed evident that he simply deemed her trifling. Watching Xu Tangyin beside Chen Yun brought her to the brink of tears, as that was a place that should have belonged to her. If Xu Tangyin merely wished to weep, then Dong Ren was consumed with despair. The madman had not followed his orders to throw the match, and to his dismay, the Black Bear had faltered at a crucial moment, allowing the madman to seize victory. Chen Yun's wager alone amounted to an astonishing 10 billion, not to mention Lin Lu's 20 million and the bets from other tycoons. Even after the house cut, the losses tonight were expected to exceed 10 billion. It was over, completely over. Dong Ren's mind echoed with his godfather Dong Tianbao's ominous words. If you lose, you know the consequences. Remembering his godfather's notorious cruelty, Dong Ren could no longer maintain his composure. His legs buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud, nearly losing consciousness. Black Dragon, don't rush into unconsciousness. If you're to faint, do so after compensating our losses, Chen Yun remarked nonchalantly as he fished out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Zhu Laifu was about to light it for him, but unexpectedly, Lin Lu was quicker, producing a metal lighter and respectfully igniting the cigarette for Chen Yun with a snap. Lin Lu assisted Chen Yun in lighting a cigarette, then turned to scold Dong Ren, who had collapsed on the ground. Hey Long, did you hear what Mr. Chen said? Don't pretend to be a dead dog with us. Otherwise, you won't need Mr. Chen to take action. I, Lin Lu, will be the first to deal with you. The Dragon Gate had long been suppressed by the Yiman, and Lin Lu had been struggling for survival in recent years. Tonight, he first witnessed Chen Yun's formidable combat prowess, then his substantial financial resources. More importantly, Chen Yun dared to challenge the Yiman, indicating that he was not an ordinary person. Thus, Lin Li's heart began to lean toward allegiance. If he could attach himself to such a formidable figure as Chen Yun, how could the Dragon Gate not flourish? Upon hearing Lin Li's words, Chen Yun glanced at him. Lin Lu immediately displayed a fawning smile. Chen Yun smiled slightly, seeing through Lin Li's intentions. Initially, he intended to ignore him, but upon reflection, having someone to run errands and handle the dirty work for him seemed advantageous. With this thought, he conceived a new plan. The owners who had won big and the local bosses echoed Lin Lu, urging Dong Ren. Hey Long, you just said that one must be able to accept losses. So stop playing tricks and pay up quickly. Pay up. Pay up. The manager of the underground boxing arena, fearful of the crowd's wrath, approached Dong Ren. Drenched in sweat. Hey Long, what do we do now? Dong Ren, an old hand in the game, forced himself to calm down and gritted his teeth. Pay up. The manager timidly replied. But there are too many winners tonight, and the amounts are staggering. The cash we have on hand is far from sufficient. Dong Ren wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and instructed, start by compensating the smaller amounts first. I'll talk to my godfather and see if he can mobilize funds to cover the losses. The manager nodded, Understood. Following this, the manager began leading the staff to start compensating, but they began with the smaller amounts and deliberately slowed their pace to buy time. Lin Lu noticed Dong Ren's subtle movements and quietly reminded Chen Yun, Mr. Chun, Heilung seems to be planning something tricky. Chen Yun sat relaxed in his chair, exhaling a puff of smoke, and replied nonchalantly, It matters not. He won't stir up much of a commotion. At that moment, Dong Ren approached with a hint of guilt. Mr. Chun, Lin Lu, your bets are too large, and our cash reserves are insufficient. I need to go to my godfather to secure some funds. Please excuse me. Lin Lu coldly interrupted. Are you going to fetch money or trying to make a run for it? Dong Ren, caught off guard by Lin Li's merciless exposure, became furious. Lin Lu, what are you shouting about? Do you think my operation can't handle a few coins from you? Lin Lu showed no mercy, responding icily. If it's merely a few coins in your eyes, then pay up quickly. What are you stalling for? In this day and age, funds can be transferred directly. Do you really need to make a personal trip? Dong Ren, incensed, retorted. Lin Lu, who do you think you are to teach me how to do things? Do you believe I want to deal with you right now? Lin Lu glared back, defiantly declaring, Come on then, I'm not afraid of you. A sudden glint of murderous intent flashed in Dong Ren's eyes as he abruptly drew a handgun, aiming its ominous barrel at Lin Lu's head. The subordinates of both parties, witnessing this alarming scene, hastily brandished their weapons, while those unarmed seized chairs as makeshift arms. The two factions stood poised for confrontation, the atmosphere thick with the potential for violence. The onlookers, gripped by fear, shrieked and scurried for cover. This was Dong Ren's territory, and naturally, he had the numerical advantage. Furthermore, he was armed. Lin Lu and his companions found themselves at a disadvantage, beads of sweat forming on Lin Li's forehead under the threat of Dong Ren's gun. Kneel, Dong Ren menaced, shaking the gun in his hand with a ferocity that sent a clear warning to Lin Lu. Despite the perspiration dripping down his brow, Lin Lu staunchly refused to submit. He understood that to kneel in public would tarnish his reputation, rendering him unable to navigate the underworld thereafter. I told you to kneel. Do you hear me? Do you believe I want to blow your head off with one shot? Dong Ren's voice dripped with venom, his fury palpable. Lin Li's complexion turned ashen. At that moment, Chen Yun, seated calmly in his chair, interjected nonchalantly. Heilung, you spoke earlier about being able to accept defeat. Now that you've lost, you resort to behaving like a rogue in public. How disgraceful. Dong Ren had indeed botched the night, losing over $1 billion in stakes, and he was at a loss for how to explain this to his benefactor. He had initially sought an excuse to flee, but Lin Lu and Chen Yun were relentless, denying him the chance to escape. Hearing Chen Yun's words ignited a blaze of fury within Dong Ren, and he decided to abandon all restraint. He redirected the gun's aim towards Chen Yun, snarling, You little brat, shut your mouth. Now you kneel too, or I'll put you both down with a bullet. The Shu sisters paled at this chilling threat, while Zhu Laifu's face morphed with alarm. Chen Yun merely smiled. The last person who pointed a gun at me is currently lying in a hospital morgue. I'm offering you a chance. Put away that worthless piece of junk and compensate for your losses, or face the consequences. Dong Ren scoffed, seemingly amused by the audacity of Chen Yun's words, and retorted while still aiming the gun at him. What are you going to do about it? Scared? No sooner had the words left his lips than his peripheral vision caught a flicker of movement, followed by the glint of a blade. In an instant, with a swift motion, his right hand clutching the gun was severed, the arm cleaved from the shoulder, the firearm clattering to the ground. The assailant was none other than the madman. Dong Ren glanced at the severed limb on the floor, then at the madman standing before him. The bloodied knife in his grip, before the searing pain in his shoulder registered. He let out a gut-wrenching scream. Chapter 51. I offer you a path to survival. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in stunned silence. Dong Ren's subordinates were momentarily paralyzed with shock, just as they contemplated their next move. However, the madman had already placed a boot on Dong Ren's back, treating him like a mere dog, brandishing the bloodied machete with a chilling resolve. Anyone who dares to make a move will find their head severed from their shoulders. Hearing these words, Dong Ren's subordinates were momentarily taken aback. Madman, have you conspired with outsiders to betray me? Do you comprehend the consequences of such actions? Dong Ren exclaimed, suppressing the agony from his severed arm. The madman, with a frigid expression, retorted, 5 years ago, when I served in the Northern Border Army, I was under Mr. Chen's command. Even now that we have both retired, he shall forever remain my superior, never merely an outsider. As he spoke, He looked down scornfully at Dong Ren, who lay beneath him, stating, "Our relationship is akin to that of a participant in an underground boxing match and a fighter. You provide the venue, and I engage in the match. Where is the betrayal in that? If you expect me to throw a match and I refuse to heed your commands, is that considered treachery?" The crowd, upon learning of the madman's past service with Chun Yun and that he was once his subordinate, widened their eyes in astonishment. Anger surged through them upon hearing that Dong Ren had demanded the madman to fix a match. Shameless. To manipulate the competition. He does not regard us at all. We are merely pawns to be exploited. How despicable. Those gathered, who relished gambling on underground matches, were either wealthy tycoons seeking thrill or influential figures from the underworld, all of whom possessed considerable status. The staff of the underground boxing event and Dong Ren's subordinates felt the rising tide of indignation among the spectators, and they began to panic. After all, the wrath of the crowd is not to be trifled with. Dong Ren, caught between pain and anxiety, was drenched in sweat. At this moment, Chun Yun stood up, looking down at Dong Ren, who was beneath the madman, and smiled. "Hey Lung, can we commence the compensation for our funds now?" Dong Ren's face turned pale, and he remained silent. With a sharp crack, the madman struck Dong Ren on the head with the back of a knife, causing a large bump to form as he cursed, "Is Mr. Chin not worth your response?" Dong Ren grimaced in pain, his injury from the severed arm flaring up, almost causing him to faint. Chun Yun observed the blood still oozing from Dong Ren's wound and chuckled lightly. "If you wish to buy time, I can accommodate you. But do not say I did not warn you. At this rate of blood loss, it will not be long before you succumb to shock. Shock, which signifies death." Dong Ren lifted his gaze, fear finally glimmering in his eyes as he hoarsely replied, "I wish to compensate you, but the funds from our betting pool are insufficient. If you desire money, you will have to wait until I confer with my godfather." Chun Yun shook his head, interrupting, "That is your predicament, not ours. We demand our rightful share of the funds immediately." In despair, Dong Ren pleaded, "Then you might as well kill me." Lin Lu retorted furiously, "Do you think we dare not? If you intend to renege, I shall be the first to sever you, without Mr. Chun needing to lift a finger." Chun Yun waved his hand, signaling Lin Lu to remain calm, then squatted down, smiling, "Given the over 1 billion in funds, I surmise you cannot produce it at this moment. Allow me to offer you a lifeline." Dong Ren, bewildered, asked, "What lifeline?" Chun Yun calmly stated, "As far as I know, the Guolong Hotel is nominally an asset of Yimin, but in reality, it is under your name. You are the rightful owner. This hotel is valued at approximately 1 billion, though if you are in haste to liquidate it, a discount will apply. Since you lack the funds to compensate, I am willing to take a loss. You can simply transfer the hotel to me." Boom. Dong Ren felt as if struck by lightning, and immediately cried out, "No. This is something I have worked hard for." Chun Yun shook his head, "Please understand, I am not attempting to seize your hotel. Rather, you must compensate me with 10 billion. Furthermore, do not feign sympathy. I trust that if I were to lose, you would not extend me compassion." Dong Ren's face turned ashen, yet Chun Yun's words were undeniably reasonable. Observing Dong Ren's continuously bleeding wounds and his increasingly pallid visage, Chun Yun coldly remarked, "One must pay their dues in this world. If you wish to win 10 billion from me, you must be prepared to lose 10 billion in return. Moreover, I have yet to address your manipulation of the match, leading to 2 boxers participating in a fixed fight." As he concluded, a faint hint of murderous intent crept into Chun Yun's voice. He gazed at Dong Ren, whose expression was that of despair, and indifferently asked, "Now, I shall pose my final question. Will you accept my terms?" Dong Ren glanced at Chun Yun, then at the madman and Lin Lu, realizing he was in the wrong. Without providing an explanation tonight, he feared he would not see the light of tomorrow. Even if he were to perish, it seemed the hotel would ultimately become Chun Yun's. At last, he bowed his head, choosing to concede, and tremulously requested, "May I have a few minutes to make a phone call?" Chun Yun replied, "Go ahead." Struggling, Dong Ren retrieved his phone and dialed Dong Tianbao, succinctly explaining the situation. He then pleaded, "Godfather, could you lend me 10 billion to get through this? I truly do not wish to relinquish the Guolong Hotel." Silence ensued on the other end of the line. After a considerable pause, Dong Tianbao's voice slowly emerged, "Arun, from the very first day you entered this world, I told you that when trouble arises, you must bear the consequences yourself. Do not expect others to shoulder your burdens." Dong Ren grew frantic, "Godfather." Dong Tianbao continued, "First, transfer your hotel to them. We will devise a plan afterward. In truth, Dong Tianbao believed Chen Yun and Lin Lu had colluded and suspected they had come prepared. Furthermore, Dong Rin's manipulation of the match, which had been exposed, had incited widespread anger. Thus, Dong Tianbao was reluctant to intervene. As for providing 10 billion to assist Dong Rin, that was out of the question, not even for his adopted son. Moreover, he harbored ulterior motives. He regarded Dong Rin's hotel, which profited immensely from underground boxing matches, with envy. Although Dong Rin would share a portion of his earnings with him, it was not enough to quell his desire for the establishment. This incident presented a perfect opportunity. He intended to allow Chen Yun and the others to acquire the hotel, and later, under the guise of protecting Dong Rin, reclaim it for himself. In doing so, he would not only avenge his son but also secure the hotel for himself, achieving a dual victory. Due to the intricate web of relationships, he pondered for several seconds before uttering the words for Dong Tianbao to transfer the hotel to Chen Yun. Dong Rin had originally hoped for his godfather's salvation, but upon hearing this statement, despair washed over him entirely. As an experienced player in this world, he could not fail to see through his godfather's intentions. In that moment, he was engulfed by hopelessness. He ended the call, raised his gaze towards Chen Yun, and slowly said, "Mr. Chen, I agree to your terms. I shall hand over the hotel to you." Chapter 52. Lin Li's allegiance upon hearing this. Chen Yun smiled slightly and commanded, "Madman, stop the bleeding." Madman skillfully tore apart Dong Ren's shirt and applied a makeshift bandage to stem the blood flow temporarily. Chen Yun glanced at Dong Ren's severed arm on the floor and remarked coolly, "If you expedite the signing of the transfer contract, there might still be time for you to rush to the hospital and reattach your arm." In response, Dong Ren, enduring the excruciating pain, struggled to rise. "Mr. Chen, please accompany me to my office." He then led the way, with Madman closely following, brandishing a machete. Chen Yun instructed the Shu sisters and Zhu Laifu to wait in place before beckoning Lin Lu. "Lin Lu, you have invested a considerable sum. You should join us for the discussion as well." Worried about retrieving his share of the money, Lin Lu promptly replied, "Yes, Mr. Chen." He instructed his subordinates to remain behind and followed Chen Yun to Dong Ren's office. Upon their arrival, they were surprised to find a scholarly man in gold-rimmed glasses waiting for them. Dong Ren's secretary explained, "Mr. Dong, this gentleman claims to be a lawyer and insisted on seeing you. I informed him that you were busy and asked him to wait." Dong Ren turned to the bespectacled man, but had yet to inquire about his purpose when Chen Yun graciously introduced, "This is Mr. Tang Jiping, the personal lawyer of boss Tang Shiyong, here to assist us with the transfer contract and related matters." Dong Ren was taken aback. He never imagined that Chen Yun had even prepared a lawyer in advance. It was evident he had come fully prepared. If he had known, he would not have been tempted by Chen Yun's 10 billion, nor would he have accepted Chen Yun's wager. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Tang Jiping respectfully stated, "Mr. Chen, I have prepared the contract for you. All you need to do is sign." He then produced a document and placed it reverently before Chen Yun. Chen Yun turned to Dong Ren, who clenched his teeth and signed his name with his left hand before pressing his fingerprint. "Am I free to leave now?" In an instant, he seemed to age a decade, longing only to rush to the hospital to reattach his arm and retreat from the world. Chen Yun nodded, "You may go." Dong Ren departed, followed by the secretary. The office was left with just Chen Yun, Madman, Lin Lu, and Lawyer Tang. Chen Yun's gaze fell upon Lin Lu as he began to speak. "Lin Lu." Lin Lu immediately bowed, saying, "Mr. Chen, you may simply call me Xiao Lo." He had witnessed Chen Yun's formidable skills and immense financial power. Now, he discovered that even a ruthless character like Feng Zi, as well as the renowned tycoon Tang Shirong from Zhonghai City, were both friends and subordinates of Chen Yun. In Chen Yun's presence, he no longer dared to act recklessly, hurriedly stating that he could simply call him Xiao Lu. Chen Yun expressed his satisfaction with Lin Li's perceptiveness, casually addressing him as a Lu. Lin Lu promptly responded, "Mr. Chen, please give your orders." Chen Yun reclined in his executive chair and stated, "The Dong Ren Hotel and the underground boxing arena have now been transferred to me, and your 2 million investment will also be my responsibility." Lin Lu listened intently, his demeanor earnest and tense. Chen Yun continued, "I now present you with 2 options. First, I can reimburse you the 2 million. Before Chen Yun could finish, Lin Lu eagerly interjected, "What is the second option?" Chen Yun replied, "The second is that you forego the 2 million and instead receive shares, assisting me in managing the hotel and the underground boxing arena." Lin Lu, already inclined to align himself with Chen Yun, was elated upon hearing this. Without hesitation, he declared, "Mr. Chun, I do not want the money. I am willing to serve you." Chen Yun inquired, "How many brothers do you have?" Lin Lu honestly replied, "Over 100. Chen Yun nodded approvingly. "That is acceptable. Your 2 million will be converted into shares at a ratio of 2 to 1. I will give you 1 month to prove yourself. If you can manage the hotel and the boxing arena well within that month, I will elevate your shares to 10%. Lin Lu was ecstatic. However, Chen Yun's tone turned stern. "But let me make this clear. If your abilities prove insufficient and you fail to manage properly, you will be dismissed after 1 month. Furthermore, if I discover any acts of treachery or personal gain at your expense, do not blame me for my lack of mercy." Lin Lu felt a chill run down his spine and quickly assured, "Mr. Chun, I will do my utmost to excel and would never dare to act against your interests." Chen Yun regarded Lin Lu with a measured gaze, his tone softening slightly. "No need to worry. If you work diligently, I will not shortchange you. However, should you prove dishonest, I have my ways of dealing with you." A sense of apprehension toward Chen Yun began to take root in Lin Lu's heart. He reaffirmed his loyalty, pledging to live up to Mr. Chen's expectations and to risk everything for him. Chen Yun lazily remarked, "Just listen for now. I have heard too many oaths." Lin Lu understood that Mr. Chun would not fully trust him at this moment, so he resolved to demonstrate his worth in the future. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Mr. Chun, managing the hotel and the boxing arena is not a significant issue for me. My only concern is that the Yaiman gang will not let this go, especially with Dong Tianbao potentially causing trouble." Chen Yun dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. "You need not worry about that. Even if Dong Tianbao does not come after me, I will seek him out." From the moment Dong Tianbao sent someone to create a disturbance at the shoe company, Chen Yun had already decided not to let him off the hook. In fact, his visit tonight was merely the first step in addressing Dong Tianbao. Lin Li's eyes widened in surprise upon realizing that Chen Yun intended to deal with Dong Tianbao. It is essential to recognize that Dong Tianbao is indeed the underground emperor of Zhonghai, and for many years, no one has dared to confront him directly. Chen Yun glanced at the astonished Lin Lu and calmly remarked, "If you perform well, who knows? Dong Tianbao's current position may very well become yours." The underground emperor. Lin Li's heart surged with excitement. His face flushed as he exclaimed, "Yes, Mr. Chun." Chen Yun continued, "There is one more matter. I will publicly declare that tonight's events were orchestrated by you, and you are the one who truly secured the Guolong Hotel. Do not undermine my authority." Lin Lu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "Understood, Mr. Chun." Chen Yun instructed, "I leave this in your capable hands. If any issues arise, you may contact Lawyer Tang and the madman. Should they be unable to resolve it, then seek me out." "Yes," replied Lin Lu. With that, Chen Yun departed the underground boxing arena with the madman, while Xu Tangyin, Xu Lingyue, Zhu Laifu, Han Sudong, Zhao Qingyu, and others awaited with various emotions. Finally, Chen Yun returned. Xu Tangyin hurried forward, inquiring with concern, "Chen Yun, are you all right?" Chen Yun shook his head and smiled. "I'm fine, no need to worry." Xu Lingyue eagerly asked, "Chen Yun, did Dong Ren truly pledge the hotel to you?" The surrounding individuals perked up, listening intently. Chen Yun blinked. "What do you mean by pledging the hotel to me?" Xu Lingyue rolled her eyes and retorted, "Did you not wager 1 billion on the madman winning? Since he has no money to pay, isn't it said that he pledged the hotel to you? How did that go?" Chen Yun chuckled casually. "Do you genuinely believe I possess 1 billion? Upon hearing this, not only was Xu Lingyue taken aback, but even Han Sudong, Zhao Qingyu, and the surrounding audience seemed astonished. Xu Lingyue stammered, "But you did place a bet of 1 billion, right? We saw Dong Ren verifying your black card." Chen Yun laughed. "In fact, that was Lin Li's money." "Lin Li's money?" Xu Lingyue inquired. Chen Yun nodded, solemnly stating, "Indeed, Boss Lin has long been at odds with the Black Dragon, both openly and covertly vying against each other. He had intended to target the Guolong Hotel for quite some time. This evening, he instructed me to place the bet to lower Black Dragon's guard. At this point, he smiled. It turns out Boss Lin was successful. He won the gamble. And from now on, the Guolong Hotel will belong to him." Xu Lingyue was left dumbfounded, as were those around her. Zhao Qingyu frowned, and Han Sudong's expression shifted to one of disbelief, before he scoffed, "Damn it, I said this fool was throwing around so much money and betting 1 billion. Turns out it was Lin Li's money." As if to validate Chen Yun's words, Lin Li soon appeared with Lawyer Tang and a group of subordinates, exuberantly announcing to the crowd, "Greetings, everyone. From now on, The Guolong Hotel will be under my management. I ask all esteemed bosses and uncles of the rivers and lakes to lend their support. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was directed towards Lin Le, Chen Yun discreetly departed with the Shu sisters, the madman, and Zhu Laifu. Chapter 53. The Silent Blossoms create their own path upon exiting the Guolong Hotel. Shu Lingyue felt as though the recent events were but a fleeting dream, unable to suppress a sigh as she remarked, Chen Yun, I truly believed you possessed 10 billion and had won the Guolong Hotel. Chen Yun replied apologetically, I am sorry to have disappointed everyone. Shu Tangyin reproached him gently. There is no need for such apologies. Your only misstep was not informing us in advance, which caused us considerable worry. Chen Yun nodded, acknowledging her words. Indeed, I inadvertently caused you concern. The reason Chen Yun had pushed Lin Lu to the forefront while he remained in the shadows was not only due to his past as the commander of the North, but also because of a significant underlying fear. Once bitten, twice shy. After witnessing his ex-wife, Zhao Qingyu, place financial gain above emotional bonds, he was reluctant to intertwine money with pure feelings, particularly in his innocent and beautiful relationship with Shu Tangyin. Thus, he falsely claimed that the 10 billion belonged to Lin Lu and that it was Lin Lu who had won the hotel. Seeing no trace of disappointment on Shu Tangyin's face, only a gentle reproach for causing worry, warmed his heart and solidified his conviction that she was the woman he wished to cherish and protect for a lifetime. At that moment, Shu Tangyin noticed the enigmatic figure who had been silently following Chen Yun, devoid of expression and speech. She couldn't help but tug at Chen Yun's hand and whisper, Chen Yun, who is he? Shu Lingyue and Zhu Laifu also turned their gaze toward the silent figure, intrigued by the nature of Chen Yun's relationship with him. Chen Yun quickly interjected, I neglected to introduce him. His name is Yi Feng, a former comrade of mine. Greetings, Yi Feng uttered succinctly, offering a brief nod to Shu Tangyin and the others. Hello, Yi Feng. The Shu sisters and Zhu Laifu responded in unison. They observed Yi Feng's impassive demeanor, and a shared thought flickered in their minds. Could he possibly be expressionless? Chen Yun discerned their unspoken thoughts and smiled as he explained, like me. Yi Feng suffers from post-war syndrome, which has rendered him irritable and volatile, ultimately leading to his forced retirement. He glanced at Yi Feng and added, this explains why he finds himself in the underground fight circuit. He occasionally struggles to suppress his urge to engage in combat, and only through intense brawling can he somewhat alleviate his violent tendencies. Zhu Laifu's eyes widened in disbelief. Shu Tangyin and Shu Lingyue exchanged perplexed glances. Finally grasping the reason behind Yi Feng's moniker of madman, it was indeed a matter of mental health. Chen Yun continued, I just spoke with Yi Feng, urging him to refrain from participating in underground fights. I plan to invite him to join our company as a security guard. Upon hearing this, the Shu sisters and Zhu Laifu were once again taken aback. Shu Lingyue timidly inquired, is that truly feasible? Allowing a man with violent tendencies to serve as a security guard, what if he were to go berserk and assault a client? Chen Yun shot a glance at Shu Lingyue, retorting with irritation, what is wrong with that? I too suffer from post-war syndrome. Yet look at how well the head of security is doing. Shu Lingyue was rendered speechless, her annoyance simmering as she wondered why Chen Yun spoke to Shu Tangyin with such gentleness and patience, yet treated her as if he had swallowed gunpowder. Shu Tangyin suggested, in that case, let us have him come for an interview at our company tomorrow. We just let go of a few security personnel and could use the help. Chen Yun nodded in agreement. It's settled then. He then inquired, where is the madman currently staying? The madman replied, I was temporarily residing at the Guolong Hotel, but now I have nowhere to go. Chen Yun pondered for a moment before saying, I'm also staying at a friend's place and cannot invite you to live with me. Perhaps I could help you find a place? At that moment, Zhu Laifu interjected, Chen, why not let your brother stay at my house? I have plenty of rooms, though the place is a bit old. The madman frowned. His solitary nature, further ingrained after his military service, made him accustomed to a lone wolf lifestyle, shunning interactions with others. The thought of residing at Zhu Laifu's home instinctively repulsed him. However, Chen Yun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he patted Zhu Laifu's shoulder. That's a splendid idea. Don't be misled by the madman's cold demeanor. He was once a king among soldiers, having shed blood for his country. Over time, you may find his insights invaluable. Zhu Laifu's eyes lit up at the prospect. The madman was on the verge of expressing his reluctance when Chen Yun added, Madman, like me, you suffer from post-war syndrome, leading to irritability and violent tendencies. Living with Zhu Laifu can immerse you in a familial atmosphere, which would be beneficial for your condition and your reintegration into society. Reluctantly, the madman acquiesced. All right. The group then made their way to the parking lot. The madman departed in Zhu Laifu's car, while Xu Linghua drove home in her BMW. Chen Yun rode his electric scooter, carrying Xu Tingyin home. As she sat behind him, her arms naturally wrapped around his waist, gradually resting her cheek against his back. The gentle night breeze tousled her hair, and a soft smile graced her delicate features, imbued with a hint of happiness. Initially tense, Chen Yun gradually relaxed, his feelings for Xu Tingyin deepening with their time spent together. He sensed that she felt the same way, though neither had uttered the words "I love you." They could distinctly perceive each other's concern and the burgeoning affection between them, reminiscent of a silent bond that flourished without words. As the warmth of their companionship enveloped them, Chen Yun intentionally took a few extra turns before finally returning to the Xu residence. Once the electric scooter came to a halt, Xu Tingyin alighted and unexpectedly proposed. "If you don't wish to return home so early in the future, we could go watch a movie or grab coffee, rather than aimlessly circling the streets." After a brief exchange, Xia Fei, her cheeks flushed, dashed into the house. Chen Yun was momentarily stunned, as he had believed that Xu Tingyin had not noticed his covert detour. As he observed the shy figure of Xu Tingyin fleeing, a smile crept into his eyes. Meanwhile, at the Dong residence, in the elegantly antiquated living room styled in traditional Jiangnan fashion, Dong Tianbao was engaged in a discussion with his brothers Dong Yi, Dong Li, Dong Ji, Dong Xian, and a cadre of loyal subordinates, strategizing on how to deal with Chun Yun and Lin Lu in order to reclaim the Guolong Hotel. Dong Xian remarked, "Godfather, Chun Yun has undoubtedly allied himself with Lin Lu, and it seems there is a shadow of the Tang family behind them." The transfer contract for the Guolong Hotel was also handled by a lawyer in the employ of the Tang family. Upon hearing this, Dong Tianbao ceased his manipulation of the Bodhi prayer beads. The Tang family? Dong Xian nodded. Indeed, Chen Yun has long been under the influence of Tang Shurong, who is likely his benefactor. Not to mention, wasn't it Tang Shurong who recently intervened to eliminate the Black Tiger Gang on Chen Yun's behalf? Dong Tianbao furrowed his brow. In his estimation, with the formidable strength of the Yimen, it would not be difficult to deal with Chun Yun and Lin Lu. However, if the Tang family were involved, matters could become complicated. After a moment's contemplation, he coldly declared, "Tomorrow, we shall host a banquet at Fengyue Tower, inviting Chun Yun and Lin Lu to dine in my name, and we will also summon Tang Shurong. A feast at Hongmen." "Yes, Godfather," Dong Xian affirmed, but then could not resist asking, what if Chun Yun and the others refused to attend? Dong Tianbao revealed a cruel smile. This is a gesture of courtesy before resorting to military action. If they decline, they must not blame me for my ruthlessness. He added with a cold sneer, "If they lack the courage to meet me, they have no right to oppose me. It is only a matter of time before I dispose of them." His sons and loyal subordinates nodded in agreement. Chapter 54, The Hongmen Banquet. The following day, Chen Yun and Xu Tingyin rode their electric scooter back to the office. Upon entering, he made his way to his office alone. Just as he brewed a cup of tea and settled down, Zhu Laifeng entered with the madman. It turned out that the madman had successfully joined the company as a security guard and was now one of Chun Yun's subordinates, just like Zhu Laifeng. Zhu Laifeng chuckled. "I was initially worried that Brother Yi might not pass the interview." Unexpectedly, when Brother Yi presented his veteran's certificate and displayed his 2 medals, Manager Su from HR lit up with excitement and immediately hired him. Chun Yun smiled, for he was the clandestine owner of the company. Even if the HR department hesitated, he had 100 ways to ensure Yi Feng's entry. Hearing that Manager Su held Yi Feng in high regard, he remarked, "I recall that Manager Su is unmarried and quite attractive. Madman, you might just find that coming here not only helps you heal from your post-war syndrome, but also leads you to love." The madman shook his head, leaving it unclear whether he had lost hope in his mental affliction or in love itself. Just then, Chen Yun's phone rang. It was a call from Lin Lu. Chen Yun answered the call. A respectful voice from the phone announced, "Mr. Chun." Chen Yun replied nonchalantly, "Lu, how is everything at the hotel? Has the handover process gone smoothly?" Lin Lu quickly responded, "Mr. Chun, there have been no issues. My brothers and I have already taken over the hotel, and everything is functioning normally." He then cautiously added, "However, the leader of the Yi Men, Dong Tianbao, sent someone to find me today." Chen Yun replied with interest. "Oh, what did he say?" Lin Lu explained, "He is hosting a banquet at Fengyue Tower this afternoon, inviting both you and me to dine together and discuss matters." He promptly added, It is said that in addition to us, he has also invited Boss Tang Shuro. Chen scoffed, so he wishes to play the game of the Hongmin banquet with me. Lin Le looked serious and said, Mr. Chun, the Yi Min possesses immense power, and Dong Tianbao is notoriously ruthless with countless followers. Should we truly attend his banquet? Chen Yun lazily replied, why not go? If we do not, he might think we fear him. Last time, Dong Tianbao sent Dong Xin to stir up trouble at the company. I merely taught Dong Xin a lesson and have yet to settle accounts with Dong Tianbao. Even if he does not seek trouble today, I intend to hold him accountable. This is an opportune moment to reach a conclusion. Upon hearing Chen Yun's words, Lin Lu immediately grew serious and stated solemnly, very well. I will gather all the brothers from Longmin to accompany you to the banquet. If Dong Tianbao dares to play tricks during the meal, over 100 of us from Longmin will stand by your side. What? You think we need over 100 men for protection at Dong Tianbao's banquet? Chen Yun responded. That won't be necessary. Just meet us at the Shushi Company building at noon. Lin Lu was taken aback. No need for him to bring his men. Did Mr. Chen have his own team? It must be so. Otherwise, he would not suggest meeting up. Realizing Mr. Chun had his own forces, he decided not to bring his own. Thus, he promptly affirmed, yes, Mr. Chun, I will be there on time to meet you downstairs. After hanging up, Chen Yun turned to the man standing before him, the madman, and said, someone is foolish enough to host a Hongmin banquet and invite me to dine. You shall accompany me this afternoon. Although retired, in the madman's eyes, he would always be one of Chen Yun's soldiers. Without a moment's hesitation, he answered, yes. Seeing this, Zhu Laifu chimed in, Brother Chun, if someone dares to cause you trouble, I, old Zhu, will accompany you as well to see who seeks their own demise. Chen Yun smiled, neither confirming nor denying, and waved them off to leave. Once they exited the office, Chen Yun reclined in his chair, propping his feet on the desk, lazily observing the busy figure of Shu Tangyin through the surveillance camera on the wall, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. To love someone is to find joy even in quietly watching them. Unconsciously, the midday hour approached, signaling the end of the workday. Chen Yun awakened from his slumber, stretching lazily as he prepared to leave the office. At that moment, the door swung open unexpectedly, and a boisterous figure barged in without any forewarning. He did not need to look to know it was Xu Lingyue, for only she would dare to enter unannounced. He cast a frosty glance in her direction, expressing his displeasure. Although you are the head of the RD department, I hold the position of head of security. Surely, you could at least knock before entering my office. Today, Xu Lingyue donned a crisp white blouse paired with a form-fitting black pencil skirt, topped with a chic black blazer. The hem of her skirt clung to her long, elegant legs wrapped in sheer black stockings, while her exquisite black stilettos shimmered under the lights. Clearly, she had taken great care in her appearance. Her flawless face bore a subtle makeup, and her lips, adorned with a striking red lipstick, exuded an alluring charm. Having long grown accustomed to Chen Yun's cold demeanor, she appeared unfazed by his words, leaning over his desk with her chin resting on her hands, invitingly suggesting, Chen Yun, what shall we have for lunch? A new restaurant has opened nearby. Why don't I treat you today? Much like Xu Tangyin, Xu Lingyue was a goddess within the company, with numerous male employees secretly harboring feelings for her. Countless individuals dreamt of sharing a meal with her. Yet, when faced with her invitation, Chen Yun's response was decidedly indifferent. Rising from his desk and turning off the lights, he dismissed her flatly. I'm busy. The audacity of his rejection was astonishing. If her admirers were to learn of this, they would likely be incensed. Observing Chen Yun's departure, Xu Lingyue quickly inquired, do you have plans? Who are you meeting? It wouldn't happen to be Xu Tangyin, would it? Chen Yun retorted curtly, none of your business. And with that, he strode out of the office, left standing in disbelief. Xu Lingyue seethed with frustration, muttering to herself, he must be meeting Xu Tangyin for lunch. I cannot allow their relationship to develop so swiftly, otherwise I will truly have no chance. Resolute in her thoughts, she hurriedly pursued him. Chen Yun, accompanied by the eccentric Fengzi and Zhu Laifu, exited the company. Not far from the entrance, a 7-seater business MPV was parked, driven by Lin Le, who had arrived early to wait for them. Zhu Laifu opened the car door, and the three of them climbed in. Just as Chen Yun was about to instruct Lin Le, the driver, to start the car, a voice called out from outside, Chen Yun, wait for me. In the next instant, the door was yanked open, and a fragrant breeze rushed in as Xu Lingyue hopped into the car, plopping down beside Chen Yun. Chen Yun frowned. Initially believing Chen Yun was dining with Xu Tingyin and others, Xu Lingyue suddenly realized, upon entering, that Xu Tingyin was conspicuously absent, and the one behind the wheel was none other than the formidable leader of Longmen, Lin Lu. In an instant, she was left dumbfounded. Chen Yun, disinclined to scold the woman further, instructed Lin Lu to drive. Lin Lu paused, glancing back at Chen Yun. Mr. Chen, is it just the four of us? What about your other subordinates? Chen Yun calmly replied, it is just us. There are no others. Lin Lu was taken aback. During their phone conversation earlier that morning, Chen Yun had mentioned not needing to bring his men, and Lin Lu had assumed he was adequately prepared. He was astonished to discover that Chen Yun had brought only 2 subordinates and 1 beautiful woman. Was this truly a negotiation with the underground emperor, Dong Tianbao? It felt more like a wealthy heir going out for leisure with 2 bodyguards and a lady. Lin Lu hesitantly suggested, Mr. Chen, wouldn't it be too complacent to go with just the 4 of us? Perhaps I should gather the brothers to accompany us, just in case there are unexpected situations. Chen Yun replied dismissively, no need. We are sufficient as we are. Drive. Reluctantly, Lin Lu complied. Xu Lingyue sensed an increasing unease and leaned closer to Chen Yun, whispering, Chen Yun, where are we headed? Aren't we going to dinner? Chen Yun responded with a playful smile. Indeed, we are going to dine. But it is at Dong Tianbao's banquet. He mentioned he has matters to discuss with us. Boom. Xu Lingyue felt as if struck by lightning upon realizing that they were headed to Dong Tianbao's infamous banquet. Her face turned pale, and her voice trembled as she implored. Chen Yun, could you pull over and let me out? Chen Yun smiled mischievously. Now you wish to get out? It's too late. You shall accompany me. Just in time. I need someone to serve me tea, pass the dishes, and light my cigarettes. Xu Lingyue was utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 55. The dual blooming red rods Fengyu Tower, a renowned establishment in Zhonghai City, boasts 3 floors. The first floor serves as a hall where wealth alone grants entry. The second floor contains private rooms, where one must not only have wealth, but also make reservations to dine. The third floor, known as the realm of the celestial, demands not only riches, but also power to access its luxuries. Today, however, Fengyu Tower had been entirely reserved. The reservation was made by the illustrious leader of the Righteous Alliance, Dong Tianbao, known as the Underground Emperor of Zhonghai City. At this moment, Dong Tianbao, dressed in simple attire and holding a string of prayer beads, stood by the third-floor window, gazing down upon the scenery with an air of sovereign authority. Behind him stood his sons, Dong Yi, Dong Li, Dong Zhi, and Dong Exine, alongside 2 elders of the alliance, 5 hall masters, 8 formidable warriors, and a multitude of elite subordinates. With additional henchmen on the first and second floors, he had brought a total of 500 men today. The phrase a full house of disciples, a gathering of heroes, aptly described the scene. Dong Tianbao wore a look of disdainful triumph. Just then, a Rolls-Royce appeared in front of Fengyu Tower. Tang Shirong, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, descended from the vehicle and entered the establishment. Dong Tianbao and his entourage observed this spectacle from the third-floor window. Dong Yi exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, Tang Shirong has come with only 2 bodyguards. How bold of him. Dong Xian curled his lips and scoffed. It's not bravery. He understands that no matter how many people he brings, we will always outnumber him. So he dare not embarrass himself in front of his godfather. Upon hearing this, Dong Tianbao's face lit up with satisfaction. Before long, Tang Shirong ascended the stairs with his 2 bodyguards. Dong Tianbao immediately led several of his godsons and a throng of subordinates to greet him, smiling broadly. Boss Tang has arrived. Tang Shirong clasped his hands in greeting and replied, Hello, Master Dong. Dong Tianbao warmly ushered Tang Shirong to a seat, saying, Boss Tang, please sit down. Recently, I acquired 2 taels of exquisite Westlake Longjing tea at a high price, and I couldn't bear to enjoy it alone. Today, I have prepared it for us to savor together. Tang Shirong chuckled, Master Dong, you are too kind. I am overwhelmed by your generosity. Not at all. It is you who are being too formal. As he spoke, Tang Shirong lifted the teapot from the table, poured himself half a cup, and then filled Tang Shirong's cup to the brim, smilingly inviting, Here, do taste my tea. Tang Shirong glanced at the steaming cup brimming with tea and slightly furrowed his brow. A full cup of wine is a sign of respect. A full cup of tea can be seen as a slight. Someone as seasoned as Dong Tianbao would surely understand this nuance. The implication was unmistakable, deliberate. A flicker of anger crossed Tang Shiyong's eyes, but quickly faded as he leisurely raised the cup to sip, remarking, "It's acceptable." Dong Tianbao chuckled, sensing he had placed Tang Shiyong in a position of discomfort. He lifted his own cup, savoring the tea while deliberately stating, "Boss Tang, though we may not be old friends, we are certainly familiar acquaintances, so I will be straightforward." Tang Shiyong responded with curiosity. "Oh?" Dong Tianbao continued, "Might I inquire what I have done to offend you, that you would incite Qin Yun and Lin Lu to undermine me, even seizing my eldest son's Guolong Hotel?" As Dong Tianbao's calm words hung in the air, his godsons and subordinates glared menacingly at Tang Shiyong, the atmosphere thickening with tension. It seemed that unless Tang Shiyong provided a satisfactory explanation, he would not leave easily. Tang Shiyong maintained his composure, replying steadily, "I did not command Qin Yun and Lin Lu to act against you. The matter concerning Guolong Hotel has nothing to do with me." Dong Tianbao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly fixed his gaze on Tang Shiyong, asking in a low tone, "Is this truly the case? You are not Qin Yun's backer?" "Absolutely not." Tang Shiyong's response was immediate and unwavering. He had no standing to be Qin Yun's supporter. If anything, it was the other way around. No, he was merely a subordinate in Qin Yun's eyes. Initially suspecting Tang Shiyong of orchestrating the actions of Qin Yun and Lin Lu against him, Dong Tianbao was now relieved to hear that Tang Shiyong was not the one backing Qin Yun. His expression brightened, and he laughed heartily. So it was all a misunderstanding. To be candid with you, Boss Tang, I have gathered a banquet here today to negotiate with Qin Yun and Lin Lu, the two rascals, with the intention of dealing with them decisively. Since you have no ties with them, I kindly ask you to remain an observer and refrain from interfering in our grievances." Tang Shiyong replied ambiguously, "Certainly." Yet inwardly he mused, "Mr. Qin can handle this group of young rascals without my assistance." As fate would have it, a black business vehicle appeared at the entrance of the Fenyu building. The door swung open, and Qin Yun, accompanied by Xu Lingyue, alongside the eccentric Lin Lu and Zhu Laifeng, stepped out and made their way directly towards the restaurant entrance. "Halt!" A commanding voice pierced the air. A brawny man clad in a black vest obstructed Qin Yun's path. His face was riddled with flesh, and his arms adorned with tattoos. He was none other than the infamous enforcer, Tian Quanjin, known colloquially as the Gold Medal Thug. Behind him loomed a group of menacing subordinates, their fierce gazes fixated on Qin Yun's party, as if eager to strip them of their flesh. However, apart from Xu Lingyue, who instinctively drew closer to Qin Yun in slight apprehension, the others remained unperturbed. Qin Yun lifted his eyelids and cast a glance at Tian Quanjin. Before he could utter a word, Zhu Laifeng, his chief henchman, sprang forth, pointing an accusing finger at Tian Quanjin, and exclaimed, "You cur! What do you think you're doing in front of our young Master Chen? Haven't you heard that good dogs do not block the road? Step aside and take us to your boss." Tian Quanjin's face twitched with suppressed fury, his triangular eyes ablaze with wrath. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain his anger and replied slowly, "Our boss has been waiting for you, but you must undergo a body search before entering." Xu Lingyue gasped in astonishment. "A body search?" Tian Quanjin glanced at her exquisite features and graceful figure, sneering, "Indeed, everyone entering must be thoroughly searched, including you." Xu Lingyue, both astonished and indignant, looked towards Qin Yun with a sense of grievance. Qin Yun fixed his gaze on Tian Quanjin. "What if we refuse?" Tian Quanjin scoffed. "Then I'm afraid it won't be up to you. If you do not cooperate, I wouldn't hesitate to break your legs and drag you in like a pig, and the same goes for that beautiful lady by your side." Qin Yun's expression turned icy. "Break my legs? If you have the ability, then go ahead." With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and advanced. Seeing that Qin Yun had brought only a few people, yet dared to act so audaciously, Tian Quanjin seethed, "You seek death, and I shall grant it." With that, he lunged at Qin Yun. Almost simultaneously, the eccentric Lin Lu moved with uncanny agility, intercepting Tian Quanjin. With a thunderous crash, Lin Lu, like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey, delivered a flying knee strike that collided with Tian Quanjin's chest, causing it to cave in deeply. Blood mixed with fragments of lung erupted from his mouth as he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The gangsters present at the scene gasped in unison upon witnessing the spectacle. The formidable Tian Quanjin, renowned for his prowess, was unexpectedly vanquished by a single strike from Qin Yun's subordinate. Fear etched upon their faces, they instinctively began to retreat. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Yun, accompanied by Xu Lingyue and others, strolled leisurely into the premises. Chapter 56. The True Master. A throng of ruffians at the entrance continued to back away. Chen Yun and his companions entered the Wind and Rain Pavilion. However, as soon as they crossed the threshold, the gangsters in the grand hall below surged forward, encircling them with a cacophony of movement. There were hundreds of them, a dark mass that once again obstructed Chen Yun's path. Xu Lingyue, her nerves taut, instinctively leaned against Chen Yun, ultimately clutching his arm in trepidation as they advanced. Zhu Lifeng was also sweating slightly, while Lin Lu wore a grave expression, his demeanor vigilant. Only Chen Yun and the madman remained unperturbed, viewing these gangsters as little more than a band of insignificant pests. As the gangsters witnessed Chen Yun's relentless advance, they exchanged wary glances, silently deliberating their next course of action. Suddenly, one with a pockmarked face could no longer contain himself, bellowing in anger as he lunged at Chen Yun. Yet Lin Lu, positioned to Chen Yun's left, stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch that sent the assailant reeling, bloodied and defeated. In an instant, another gangster brandished a machete and charged at Chen Yun. However, the madman, swift as lightning, seized the gangster's wrist, snapping it with a resounding crack, simultaneously disarming him. With a swift horizontal slice, he severed the arms of two additional gangsters who had drawn near, leaving them to drop their weapons and retreat in anguish. Such brutality! The remaining gangsters exchanged glances of shock and fury, preparing to converge. "You bunch of fools! Do not disgrace yourselves," barked Dong Yi, descending the staircase with a scowl, chastising the gathered thugs. Upon seeing Dong Yi, the gangsters parted to create a pathway. Dong Yi approached Chen Yun, glancing at the incapacitated Tian Quanji nearby, then at the other injured subordinates. His gaze settled on Chen Yun as he coldly declared, "You must be Chen Yun. My godfather wishes to see you. Follow me upstairs." With that, he turned and led the way. Chen Yun offered a slight smile, as if attending a grand feast, intertwining his arm with Xu Lingyue's and accompanied by the madman and his subordinates, they ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the third floor, they entered a spacious hall, furnished with an elegantly antiquated table. Seated beside it were two elderly gentlemen, one clad in a suit, Tang Shirong, and the other in simple garments, holding a string of Bodhi beads, Dong Tianbao. Surrounding them were several of Dong Tianbao's adopted sons, along with a cadre of loyal subordinates and elite fighters. Upon seeing Chen Yun's arrival, Dong Tianbao displayed a smile devoid of warmth. His adopted sons and subordinates glared at Chen Yun with fierce eyes, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves eyeing a lamb that had wandered into their lair. Their attention was entirely fixated on Chen Yun and his companions, oblivious to the fact that Tang Shirong had hastily risen upon seeing Chen Yun, adopting a slightly bowed and submissive posture in greeting. Upon witnessing Tang Shirong's slight bow, Chen Yun smiled and winked, acknowledging him in a casual manner. Dong Tianbao scrutinized Chen Yun from head to toe. "So, you are Chen Yun?" Chen Yun nodded in affirmation. Xu Lingyue brought a chair for Chen Yun and attentively wiped it with a handkerchief. "Well done. You possess discernment." Chen Yun cast a satisfied glance at Xu Lingyue, lazily seated himself, and turned to face Dong Tianbao, inquiring, "Are you the leader of the Yimin, Dong Tianbao?" Dong Tianbao nodded, his expression darkening as he bellowed, "Knowing who I am, why do you not kneel?" Chen Yun retorted, "Why should I kneel?" Dong Tianbao replied, "You are fully aware that the esteemed Li Wang is under my protection, yet you dared to harm him. In addition to absconding with 1 billion from our organization, which is a grave offense. My son, Dong Xian, sought repayment from you, and you injured him, which is another offense. You conspired with Lin Lu to create chaos in our territory, injuring my eldest son, Dong Run, which adds to your transgressions. You have extorted and occupied our Guolong hotel, another crime. Earlier, you also injured several of my subordinates downstairs, marking yet another offense." In a fierce tone, Dong Tianbao concluded, "Each of these 5 crimes is punishable by death, sufficient grounds for us to execute you multiple times over. However, recognizing your commendable skills and audacity, I am willing to grant you a chance. If you return the money and the hotel to our organization and kneel before me to beg for mercy, I might spare your life and even consider taking you as my adopted son, giving you the opportunity to serve me." Xu Lingyue and the others were taken aback. Dong Tianbao actually intended to adopt Chen Yun. Chen Yun cast a cold glance at Dong Tianbao and replied, "I see that you, old man, possess a silver tongue. Hence, I shall afford you an opportunity as well, arranging for you to become a teapot. A teapot? What is that? Xu Lingyue and the others looked perplexed. Even Dong Tianbao was momentarily stunned, instinctively asking, what does being a teapot entail? Dong Xian, seasoned and knowledgeable, leaned closer to Dong Tianbao and whispered, Godfather, teapot is a term from the north, which in our southern context implies that you would be a gigolo. Slap. Dong Tianbao erupted in fury, swiftly delivering a slap to Dong Xian's face, cursing, you wretched fool, you are the teapot, your entire family are teapots. Dong Xian, clutching his stinging face, protested, Godfather, Chen Yun's words conveyed just that. Why strike me? Dong Tianbao glared menacingly at Chen Yun. You dare to insult me. Chen Yun spoke with an air of indifference. I merely convey the wisdom of not imposing upon others what one does not desire for oneself. If you have no intention of becoming a great teapot, I certainly have no interest in playing the role of a son to anyone. Dong Tianbao retorted, I offer you a path to survival, yet you fail to appreciate it. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With a swift motion, he commanded, seize him. As the words left his lips, several underlings lunged toward Chen Yun. Both the madman and Lin Lu stepped forward to intercept them. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Lu dispatched one thug with ease, while the madman sent the remaining 3 sprawling. Dong Tianbao, witnessing this scene, wore a displeased expression, send more men. Immediately, over 20 skilled fighters surged forward, some targeting the madman, others aiming for Lin Lu, while the remaining group, with expressions twisted in fury, charged directly at Chen Yun. Dong Tianbao wore a cold smile, thinking to himself, let us see who can protect you now. Xu Lingyue and Zhu Laifu felt a surge of anxiety as they observed the approaching wave of elite fighters. Chen Yun let out a disdainful snort, casually grasping a white porcelain teacup from the table, which he shattered with a sharp crunch, before tossing the fragments into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shards of porcelain, akin to lethal darts, shot forth like a torrential downpour, striking the oncoming elite fighters. They fell as if mowed down by a hail of gunfire, shrieking in agony as they collapsed. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their expressions collectively shifting in astonishment. The smile on Dong Tianbao's face froze, replaced by a look of sheer horror. Everyone was taken aback. What they presumed was merely Chen Yun's reliance on the madman and Lin Lu turned out to reveal that Chen Yun himself was the true master. Chapter 57. Unstoppable. When a true expert makes their move, the disparity becomes evident. Dong Tianbao, witnessing how effortlessly Chen Yun dispatched his underlings, abruptly understood that he was facing a formidable opponent. His previous ease vanished, replaced by a grave demeanor. No wonder you dare to oppose our righteous faction. It seems you possess some capabilities, which has indeed surprised me. Chen Yun responded nonchalantly, do not be too surprised. Greater revelations await you shortly. Dong Tianbao's gaze darkened, and he scoffed, though you possess some skills, they are still insufficient compared to the absolute might of our righteous faction. With that, he raised his hand once more and declared, who will subdue this madman for me? Li Chunlei, the master of the Eastern District, stepped forth, eager to serve the leader. He Feng, the master of the Western District, expressed his willingness to capture this madman. Chu Lixing, the master of the Southern District, offered to discipline this individual on behalf of the leader. Fu Yuan, the master of the Northern District, volunteered to apprehend this rogue. Lu Chongfeng, the master of the Central District, pledged to eliminate this scoundrel for the leader. The 5 masters of the righteous faction eagerly stepped up to the challenge. Just as the madman and Lin Lu, who had recently dispatched a few thugs, were about to request their turn in battle, Chen Yun had already risen to his feet, a mocking smile gracing his face as he beckoned to the 5 masters. You wish to capture me and take my life? Come forth. The 5 masters exchanged glances and simultaneously bellowed, seek death. Following this, they charged towards Chen Yun. Leading the charge was Lu Chongfeng, who had vowed to slay Chen Yun. With a cold smile, Chen Yun swiftly moved to confront Lu Chongfeng, colliding fiercely with him. A thunderous sound erupted as their bodies collided. Lu Chongfeng was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a locomotive, his form twisted, blood spewing forth, crashing to the ground, motionless, leaving his fate uncertain. Before the crowd could fully grasp the situation, Li Chunlei had already reached Chen Yun, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Chen Yun deftly seized Li Chunlei's wrist, snapping it with a sharp twist, then delivered a powerful kick that sent Li Chunlei flying. Simultaneously, He Feng and Chu Lixing approached Chen Yun. However, Before their fists could land, Chen Yun's hands shot out like two ferocious dragons, each grasping one of their necks. He then forcefully brought their heads together with a resounding crash. Blood erupted as their skulls collided, and they both fell unconscious, eyes rolling back. Chen Yun discarded the two limp bodies aside as if they were lifeless dogs. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 5 masters lay defeated. Only Fu Yuan remained, utilizing his momentum to leap high and deliver a kick aimed at Chen Yun's chest. He was the most astute among the 5 masters, having deliberately hung back to await the perfect moment to strike. Moreover, he had calculated both the timing and the angle of his attack. At that moment, Chen Yun stood before Xu Lingwe. Should Chen Yun evade this lethal kick, it would surely strike Xu Lingwe instead. He was confident that Chen Yun would not dodge. Timing, angle, and human nature, all were meticulously calculated. Alas, he miscalculated one crucial aspect: Chen Yun's strength. Chen Yun could have evaded Fu Yuan's airborne kick, but, recalling Xu Lingwe's presence behind him, he dismissed the thought and chose to absorb Fu Yuan's fierce blow. The impact of Fu Yuan's kick struck Chen Yun's chest like a hammer upon steel. Chen Yun remained steadfast, akin to a mountain, unyielding. Conversely, Fu Yuan felt a searing pain shoot through his foot. In that moment, as Chen Yun braced for Fu Yuan's kick, he slightly thrust his chest forward, channeling a tremendous force back into Fu Yuan's foot, sending him hurtling away. Amidst gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, Fu Yuan clumsily landed back on the ground, his face a mask of shock as he gazed at Chen Yun, seemingly unable to fathom how someone could withstand his kick without injury. The scene before him was so astounding that his eyes seemed ready to pop from their sockets. Chen Yun raised his hand to brush off his shirt, his tone icy yet laced with indignation. "A mere buffoon, you've sullied my clothing." This pristine white shirt was a gift from Xu Tangyin, who had remarked how splendid he looked in it. Little did he expect that it would be soiled by someone's careless kick today. Fueled by a surge of fury, Chen Yun strode forward and delivered a resounding slap to Fu Yuan's face. The strike was unadorned yet executed with terrifying speed. Fu Yuan attempted to evade it, but found himself powerless. He received the blow squarely. The sound echoed like thunder. Fu Yuan felt as though a grenade had exploded against his cheek. His ears rang with sudden deafness, and his mind went blank as he was sent sprawling. Amidst the collective gasps of the onlookers, Fu Yuan collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The impact left half his face bloodied and distorted, his bones misaligned. A profound silence enveloped the scene, so still that a pin drop could be heard. Every pair of eyes was wide with astonishment, and every mouth agape. The gaze of the crowd towards Chen Yun had entirely shifted. Terrifying. The prowess of this man was truly formidable. Xu Lingwe felt her heart race, her vision clouded with emotion. In a primitive society, the sight of a valiant warrior drenched in the blood of battle would leave every woman in the tribe enamored. When a warrior, having vanquished his foes, protected his home, it would send every tribal woman into a frenzy, willing to sacrifice everything. In that moment, as she beheld the fearsome strength of Chen Yun, her body and spirit stirred with anticipation. Lin Lu and Zhu Laifu shared the same look of shock as they regarded Chen Yun, both harboring a singular thought: wow, Chen is truly remarkable. This time, he is aligned with the right people. However, Fengzi and Tang Shiyong were not taken aback. They had long been aware of Chen Yun's true identity and were well acquainted with his capabilities. Yet, their eyes brimmed with pride, feeling honored to serve him. In stark contrast, Dong Tianbao and his entourage experienced a different sentiment. Their expressions, while stunned, also bore a hint of fear as they regarded Chen Yun. What terrified Dong Tianbao even more was that after defeating the 5 masters, Chen Yun, still seething with rage, began to approach him. Overwhelmed with dread, his scalp tingled, and his voice trembled. "Quick, stop him." In an instant, his orders to his subordinates shifted from capturing Chen Yun to blocking his path. The 8 immortals surged forward. These 8 were the elite fighters of Yaimen, their combat prowess surpassing that of the masters. They were Dong Tianbao's closest allies, his trump card. It was with the might of these 8 immortals that he had swept through the underground circles of Zhonghai City, ascending to the throne of the underground emperor. The 8 immortals, united, were an unstoppable force, and it was unprecedented for them to join forces against a single adversary. However, the next scene startled Dong Tianbao so intensely that he nearly leaped from his chair. With a rapid succession of strikes, Chen Yun moved like the wind, sending each of the 8 great kings flying with a single punch. Without pausing, He continued his advance toward Dong Tianbao. This time, two of the most powerful elders stepped forward to confront Qin Yun without needing Dong Tianbao's command. They aimed to halt his progress. Yet, before Qin Yun, they could only withstand a couple of exchanges before being sent sprawling, blood spewing from their mouths with each kick. The surrounding ruffians, witnessing this spectacle, retreated like wild dogs confronted by a fierce tiger, their numbers rendered meaningless in the face of fear. Dong Tianbao, seated in his chair, had lost the imposing aura he once commanded. His face was etched with panic. He attempted to call for his subordinates to stop Qin Yun, but his anxiety rendered him speechless. As he tried to rise and flee, his legs trembled, betraying his inability to stand. He could only watch in terror as Qin Yun approached, step by step. Chapter 58. Negotiations fail. You are sent to the beyond. Qin Yun reached Dong Tianbao and, with one hand, seized the old man, delivering several resounding slaps across his face. The sharp sound of the slaps echoed in the air. Dong Tianbao's cheeks swelled, and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. The surrounding ruffians gasped in astonishment, yet none dared to step forward. Shi Tanjian, Lin Lu, Zhu Laifu, and the others wore expressions of disbelief. The formidable leader of the Yimin, who prided himself as an underground emperor, was being struck by a mere youth. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it utterly incredible. Dong Tianbao felt the sting of humiliation, wishing he could vanish into the ground. In the past, he had often bullied others, exerting his dominance and disregarding lives. Yet, being so ruthlessly subdued today was a first for him. Qin Yun coldly declared, "I am quite reasonable. If you wish to negotiate, do so properly. Attempt any tricks, and I shall send you to your end. Remember to adjust your attitude, starting now. If your voice even rises slightly, I will take it as provocation." The Yimin underlings exchanged glances. Shulingyu and the others stared wide-eyed at Qin Yun, who exhibited far greater assertiveness than they had anticipated. The madman remained expressionless. Tang Shiyong stood aside, hands at his sides, watching the unfolding drama. After delivering his warning, Qin Yun tossed Dong Tianbao back onto the chair. The impact was jarring, and as Dong Tianbao looked up at Qin Yun, fear flickered in his eyes. He had a profound intuition that this man was not merely making threats. He could very well be capable of killing him. Qin Yun pulled a chair closer and sat before Dong Tianbao, reclining casually. "Now, shall we engage in a serious discussion?" he inquired. Dong Tianbao nodded fervently. At that moment, faced with such circumstances, he dared not utter a word of dissent. Qin Yun adjusted his posture, resting his chin on his hand, and smiled slightly. "You have just enumerated 5 of my alleged transgressions. Allow me to offer a rebuttal. Whether it is the esteemed Wang Gili, or the likes of Dong Ren and Dong Xian, or even those subordinates of yours sprawled on the ground, they initiated the conflict or took the first strike, and I merely responded. Thus, you lack the authority to accuse me." Dong Tianbao glanced at the bloodied figures on the floor, rendered speechless. Qin Yun continued, "As for the Guolong Hotel, I placed a legitimate bet of 1 billion and emerged victorious. Many business leaders and underworld figures were present as witnesses. How can you assert that I usurped Dong Ren's Guolong Hotel?" Dong Tianbao found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter. Qin Yun's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression as he rapped his fingers on the table and questioned, "Yet you have failed to manage your subordinates, repeatedly causing me trouble. Today, you even set up a banquet, demanding that I return my funds and the hotel, or else face dire consequences. Is this conduct in accordance with proper decorum? Might makes right, you say? Surely, that is not the essence of propriety." Dong Tianbao lowered his head and meekly replied, "It is my failure to restrain my subordinates that has brought trouble to Mr. Chun. I acknowledge my wrongdoing in seeking conflict with you." Qin Yun replied, "You do not merely recognize your error. You comprehend the gravity of your situation. If you mishandle this, it could lead to your demise. Moreover, after causing such turmoil, are you suggesting that a mere acknowledgement of your mistake suffices? Is the cost of error not too minimal?" Dong Tianbao's expression shifted, his mouth dry as he stated, "Mr. Chun, I have been blind to my faults and have offended you. I am prepared to face the consequences. How shall we resolve this matter today? Please delineate your terms, and I shall not hesitate to comply." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun smiled, turning to Tang Shiyong, Lin Lu, and the others, remarking, "You often tell me that Boss Dong is ruthless and exceedingly difficult to deal with, yet it seems he can be quite amenable at times." Tang Shiyong chuckled. Lin Lu and Xu Lingyue exchanged peculiar glances, caught between laughter and restraint. Qin Yun's gaze returned to Dong Tianbao, and he stated nonchalantly, "Since you have expressed such willingness, allow me to propose two conditions. First, you have caused me considerable inconvenience and distress to my friends. Thus, compensation for emotional damages is unavoidable. Given your substantial gains over the years, particularly your ties to the vast gray industries of Zhonghai, a symbolic compensation of 5 billion would suffice." 5 billion. Dong Tianbao's eyes widened in shock, nearly leaping from his seat. This was hardly a symbolic gesture. It was a demand for his very life. The others present were equally astonished. Shu Lingyue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, thinking, "Goodness, Qin Yun is truly audacious. 5 billion could purchase 25 of Shu's companies." Dong Tianbao exclaimed, "Mr. Chun, I cannot acquiesce to your first condition." But before he could finish his sentence, he met Qin Yun's cold, piercing gaze, instantly sensing the looming threat emanating from him. In my mind, I recalled the words spoken by Qin Yun earlier. "If negotiations fail, I shall send you to the netherworld." His voice was raised slightly, serving as a provocation. Startled, he quickly lowered his tone and explained, "Mr. Chun, it's not that I refuse your terms. Rather, I simply do not have such funds." Qin Yun responded coldly, "That is your problem, not mine." Dong Tianbao felt as though he might kneel before Qin Yun, his lips trembling as he stammered, "Mr. Chun, I truly lack sufficient capital." Qin Yun remarked, "You may not possess the funds, but do you not own a company, along with numerous hotels and bars? Moreover, your luxurious properties are quite substantial, are they not?" Upon hearing this, Dong Tianbao was left dumbfounded. Qin Yun had evidently done his homework, thoroughly understanding his financial standing. Qin Yun then glanced at Tang Shiyong, a smile playing on his lips as he added, "Furthermore, if you lack funds, does our boss Tang not have ample resources? What could that possibly mean?" Dong Tianbao stared blankly at Qin Yun. With a smile, Qin Yun continued, "Boss Tang is a renowned tycoon in Zhonghai City, possessing billions in assets. You can put all your companies and properties as collateral to borrow from Boss Tang." At this point, Qin Yun turned to Tang Shiyong with a cheerful inquiry, "Isn't that right, Boss Tang?" Tang Shiyong slightly inclined his body, resembling a devoted steward responding to his master's inquiry, and respectfully affirmed, "Indeed, Mr. Chun." The crowd was once again taken aback. Shu Lingyue regarded Qin Yun with an even more peculiar expression. Dong Tianbao, in disbelief, gazed at Qin Yun. In the past, people had whispered behind his back, labeling him a villain. Yet now, compared to Qin Yun, he felt like an innocent soul. Who could be so wicked as to demand that he borrow money for compensation? In that moment, tears almost welled up in Dong Tianbao's eyes. Qin Yun slammed the table and commanded, "Will you agree to this first condition? If not, I shall send you on your way immediately." Chapter 59. He comes from the Northern Army. Dong Tianbao's face darkened significantly, his body trembling slightly. After tirelessly building his empire through ruthless means for half a lifetime, Qin Yun was about to take it all in one breath. However, if he refused, he feared he would not even survive this encounter. The lifeless bodies of his subordinates sprawled in pools of blood served as stark evidence. Despite the reluctance weighing heavily on his heart, he could only bow his head and tremble as he uttered, "Mr. Chun, I accept your first condition." Upon speaking those words, he felt as though he had aged a decade. Those surrounding him, whether his subordinates or Shu Lingyue, Lin Lu, and Zhu Laifu, all stared wide-eyed in shock. No one had anticipated that Dong Tianbao would actually relent. Qin Yun calmly stated, "The second condition is that I require you to disband the Yimin and exit Zhonghai, never to return. From now on, there shall only be Longmen in Zhonghai, not Yimin." Thunderstruck, Dong Tianbao felt as if he had been struck by lightning upon hearing these words. Qin Yun's first condition merely left him severely weakened. But the second condition truly shook the very foundation of his being. A loss of several billion. As long as the Yimin remains intact, he could still recoup that sum over the course of another 10 or 8 years. However, should the Yimin be dissolved, he would be left with nothing. He lifted his head, his aged face a canvas of sorrow and indignation, and lamented, "Mr. Chun, must it be so ruthless?" "Ruthless?" Qin Yun shook his head and replied, "I do not believe so." As he cast a glance at the fallen victims strewn upon the ground, he calmly stated, "Had it been me and my friends lying here today, I trust Boss Dong would not have spared us, and would have been even more merciless, would he not?" Dong Tianbao fell silent upon hearing this. Qin Yun's words rang true, had the tables been turned. Dong Tianbao's past cruelty suggested a fate far worse than mere tragedy for Qin Yun. Moreover, I am not pushing you to the brink of annihilation. I know that even if you dissolve the Yimin and pay a compensation of 5 billion, you would still retain some savings sufficient for a comfortable life elsewhere. Chen Yun continued. Dong Tianbao's brow furrowed, the hesitation etched on his face betraying the tumult within. Observing Dong's indecision, Chen Yun coldly remarked, I also know that you have no biological son, only a few adopted ones. With your remaining savings, you could start anew elsewhere. Perhaps even father a child or two to carry on the Dong legacy. Will you choose to leave a legacy or extinguish it? I grant you 1 minute to ponder. And should you fail to respond or provide an unsatisfactory answer, I shall send you on your way. The phrase send you on your way resonated with gravity. Dong Tianbao's complexion paled, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Finally, in a hoarse voice, he conceded, Mr. Chun, I accept both your conditions. I only ask for a chance to live and not to burden my brothers. The 5 Hall Masters, 8 formidable warriors, and 2 elders, those who had perished and those who had been injured, had already left the Yimin severely weakened. Even if Chen Yun refrained from forcing its dissolution, other factions would surely seize the opportunity to invade, including organizations from other cities. Dong Tianbao recognized the futility of his position and reluctantly acquiesced to Chen Yun's terms. In an instant, despair enveloped him. His once grand aspirations evaporated, leaving him akin to an ordinary old man. Agreed, Chen Yun said coolly. Boss Tang, Lin Lu. Assist Boss Dong in executing the necessary arrangements. Tang Shiyong and Lin Lu replied in unison, Yes, Mr. Chun. They promptly began mobilizing their resources. Tang Shiyong summoned the Tang family's legal team and financial advisors, while Lin Lu gathered over 100 loyal followers who had fought alongside him. Subsequently, Tang Shiyong's financial team assessed Dong Tianbao's assets, valued at approximately 8 billion, yet considering the inevitable depreciation in liquidating them. The final offer extended to Dong Tianbao was 60 billion. Boss Dong, how does this price sit with you? Tang Shiyong handed the asset acquisition list to Dong Tianbao and inquired. Dong Tianbao glanced at the list, nodded, and remarked, Boss Tang is indeed a man of integrity, refraining from taking advantage of the situation. The valuation of these assets is quite reasonable. Tang Shiyong replied, Since there are no objections, I shall proceed with the acquisition at 6 billion, with 5 billion transferred to Mr. Chun and the remaining 1 billion deposited into your account. Is that acceptable? Dong Tianbao shook his head no. At that moment, Chen Yun, who had been seated nearby sipping tea and enjoying sunflower seeds meticulously shelled by Xu Lingyue, spoke softly. As for my 5 billion, there is no need to transfer it to my account. Please donate it to the National Treasury, earmarked for the Northern Army's Defense Fund. Upon hearing this, everyone besides Tang Shiyong and the madman was left in stunned silence. 5 billion. He intends to donate it all. Has he lost his mind? Even Xu Lingyue, who had been shelling seeds for Chen Yun, felt a pang of anxiety. She thought to herself, this is it. Chen Yun is going off the deep end, planning to donate the entire 5 billion. Lin Lu, too, was taken aback by Chen Yun's declaration, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. However, the formidable capabilities that Chen Yun had previously displayed led him to conclude that there must be profound reasons behind Chen Yun's decision. Perhaps Mr. Chun has intricate connections with the Northern Army. Contemplating this, he felt a surge of excitement. If he diligently served Mr. Chun, surely fortune would smile upon him in due time. Dong Tianbao, a seasoned veteran, was initially taken aback by Chen Yun's directive to donate 5 billion to the Northern Army. He quickly shifted to a look of incredulity, his mind racing with tumultuous thoughts. He realized that Chen Yun was likely a person of military standing, perhaps even holding a significant rank. It made sense why the former king of soldiers, the madman, would willingly follow Chen Yun. It also clarified why Tang Shiyong, a wealthy magnate of Zhonghai City, showed such reverence towards Chen Yun. No wonder Chen Yun possessed such formidable skills. All the questions he had were suddenly answered. Dong Tianbao stole a glance at Chen Yun, who, while sipping tea and enjoying delicacies, appeared nonchalant but exhibited an upright posture, a handsome visage marked by determination, and slender eyes radiating confidence, exuding an aura of a decisive and ruthless leader. Dong Tianbao thought to himself, this man must be of general rank within the military. With this realization, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At that moment, Tang Shiyong complied with Chen Yun's request, donating the 5 billion to the National Treasury and subsequently transferring 1 billion to Dong Tianbao's account. Dong Tianbao immediately announced the dissolution of the alliance. At this juncture, he felt no hesitation or regret, eager to leave the place as swiftly as possible, fearful of incurring further displeasure from Qin Yun. After announcing the dissolution of the Yimin, he allocated 100 million for the treatment of his injured subordinates and his severance pay. Having completed these tasks, he departed, taking his family to a distant place. Lin Lu, not idle himself, followed Qin Yun's instructions and led his brothers from Longmen to take over the territory that originally belonged to Yimin. Observing that matters were nearly settled, Qin Yun stood up, stretched lazily, and addressed Tang Shiyong and Lin Lu. The rest is entrusted to both of you. I shall return now. With that, he left in the company of Xu Lingyue, Feng Zi, and Zhu Laifu. Tang Shiyong and Lin Lu hurriedly bid farewell. Mr. Chen, take care. Chapter 60. The thoughts of Xu Lingyue. Lin Lu and Tang Shiyong personally escorted Qin Yun to the entrance of Fengyu Building. Tang Shiyong cautiously took a bottle of medicinal wine from the bodyguard and handed it to Qin Yun with a beaming expression, saying, Mr. Chen, I recently acquired 2 bottles of the legendary medicinal wine personally crafted by the renowned healer Sun Xizong at a high price. I could not indulge alone, so I brought one for you. Qin Yun glanced at the unremarkable bottle of medicinal wine in Tang Shiyong's hand and replied, I do not particularly enjoy drinking. Why gift it to me? While he was capable of consuming alcohol, and indeed had a commendable tolerance, he did not relish it. Much like how he excelled at playing the piano yet did not find joy in doing so. Tang Shiyong smiled and replied, Mr. Chun, you may not be aware, but this medicinal wine is concocted by the esteemed healer using various rare ingredients. For bruises and injuries, applying this wine can lead to miraculous recovery in mere minutes. Even if not used for injuries, a small daily dose can enhance health and prolong life. Should you find it unnecessary, it could be a wonderful gift for your elders. Initially inclined to decline, Qin Yun, upon hearing of the wine's extraordinary effects, considered offering it to Xu Tongyin's parents instead, which seemed a fitting gesture. Thus, he allowed Feng Zi to accept it, saying lightly, Old Tang, thank you. Seeing that Qin Yun accepted his gift, Tang Shiyong's face lit up with joy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, declaring it his honor. He understood Qin Yun's character well. If Qin Yun did not regard him as one of his own, he would never accept any gift from him, which made him exceedingly pleased at this moment. As Qin Yun prepared to leave with Xu Lingyue and the others, Lin Lu dispatched a subordinate to drive Qin Yun and the others back to Xu's company. On the way, Qin Yun casually advised, once we return to the company, especially in front of Tang Yin, do not mention today's events. I do not wish to cause her any worry. Zhu Laifu promptly replied, understood, Brother Chen. Feng Zi nodded in agreement, indicating his comprehension. Sitting beside Qin Yun, Xu Lingyue felt a pang of jealousy and pouted in silence. Noticing her demeanor, Qin Yun furrowed his brow and asked, What do you mean by that? Xu Lingyue huffed, I am jealous. Upon her declaration, not only did Qin Yun appear taken aback, but even Feng Zi and Zhu Laifu exchanged peculiar glances, instinctively turning their faces away to conceal their expressions from Qin Yun and Xu Lingyue. Though the two individuals averted their gazes, feigning ignorance, they simultaneously strained to eavesdrop. What jealousy do you harbor? Qin Yun inquired, momentarily taken aback before recovering and responding with a hint of irritation. In truth, he had intended to question her right to feel jealous. However, reflecting on the fact that she had accompanied him to the Fengyu Building that day, while not a life-or-death situation, it had certainly been a nerve-wracking experience, he reconsidered. Furthermore, Xu Lingyue had spent a considerable time there, shelling sunflower seeds for him, playing the role of a maid. While she may not have contributed significantly, her efforts were not without merit. Thus, when he spoke, he altered his words to, What jealousy do you harbor? In order to avoid being too harsh, Xu Lingyue, however, began to enumerate her grievances. I feel jealous when you think of Xu Tangyin in every situation. I feel jealous when you consider her in all your decisions. I feel jealous of the tenderness in your gaze when you look at her. I feel jealous of the glimmer in your eyes when you mention her. Yes, Qin Yun, I am jealous. Her voice crescendoed as she reached the end. Qin Yun responded with a nonchalant, Oh. Xu Lingyue widened her beautiful eyes in surprise. What do you mean by that, oh? Should she allow him to dismiss her feelings so easily? Qin Yun, with a languid demeanor, replied, It simply means that your jealousy lacks justification. It is entirely self-imposed. At his words, Xu Lingyue felt an urge to bite his arm out of frustration. Yet, considering Qin Yun's formidable strength and his consistent lack of gentleness towards her, She ultimately abandoned that notion. Instead, she silently resolved, I may lack a title or claim, and my jealousy may seem unfounded, but mark my words, I shall conquer you one day. I will not only win your heart, but also earn the right to be known as your woman. Meanwhile, Fengzi and Zhu Laifu, who had been clandestinely eavesdropping on Chen Yun and Xu Lingyue's conversation, came to a realization. It was evident that the eldest daughter of the Xu family had feelings for Chen Yun. Sadly, it appeared that Chen Yun's heart was solely reserved for the second daughter, Xu Tengyin. At that moment, silence enveloped the vehicle. However, Xu Lingyue's phone rang, revealing a call from her father. Daughter, today is your grandfather's birthday. At 6 p.m., our family, along with relatives and friends, will gather at the Peony Hall of the Binjiang Hotel to celebrate. Don't forget. Upon hearing this, Xu Lingyue recalled her grandfather's birthday, which she might have otherwise overlooked had her father not reminded her. Dad, I'll head over shortly, she replied before hanging up. Turning to Chen Yun, she invited, Chen Yun, would you like to join us for my grandfather's birthday celebration? We could share a meal. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yun declined, not interested. Xu Lingyue contemplated urging him further, but remembered the previous discord between Chen Yun, her grandfather, and her parents. It was understandable that he would prefer to avoid her grandfather's birthday celebration, so she refrained from pressing the issue. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the Xu family's office building. Chen Yun and the others alighted, and the driver bid farewell before departing. As Chen Yun and his companions were about to enter the company, they spotted Xu Tengyin emerging with a bag in hand. It had already reached the afternoon's closing time. Chen Yun, where have you been? I've been searching everywhere for you, Xu Tengyin chided him upon seeing him. Before Chen Yun could respond, Xu Lingyue interjected playfully, oh, I was just out with Chen Yun for coffee and a movie. It was then that Xu Tengyin noticed Xu Lingyue standing beside Chen Yun, her eyes glinting with a subtle provocation. A frown creased her brow. Chen Yun hastily clarified, don't listen to her nonsense. I was out eating with a lunatic. And she shamelessly tagged along. Xu Tengyin's expression brightened, her smile radiant. She understood her sister's little ploys, and, more importantly, she trusted Chen Yun. Observing the mutual trust evident between Chen Yun and Xu Tengyin, Xu Lingyue felt a pang of bitterness, realizing her attempt to sow discord had failed. Xu Tengyin noticed that Chen Yun's white shirt had become soiled, and she took out a handkerchief to wipe it clean, reproaching him. Look at you. Such an adult, yet so careless. You don't even notice when your clothes get dirty. Her tone resembled that of a dutiful wife chastising her inattentive husband. This sight only deepened Xu Lingyue's discontent. It's nothing. I'll just toss it in the washing machine when I get home, Chen Yun replied with a smile. Xu Tengyin continued, I forgot to mention, today is my grandfather's birthday. My parents have already gone to the hotel for the celebration and called to urge me to attend. Chen Yun, will you accompany me? I want you there. Chen Yun fell silent. Meanwhile, Xu Lingyue smirked internally, thinking, Chen Yun had a minor disagreement with grandfather. I just invited him, and he turned me down flat. Now it's your turn to face disappointment. To her surprise, after a moment's thought, Chen Yun finally agreed. All right, I'll go with you. But remember, I'm doing this for your sake. Xu Tengyin beamed with delight. I know you dislike socializing. We'll just make a brief appearance. Sounds good, Chen Yun replied. Xu Lingyue had anticipated Chen Yun would decline, but was taken aback when he agreed to accompany Xu Tengyin to her grandfather's birthday celebration, which only intensified her displeasure. She glared at Xu Tengyin, thinking, Xu Tengyin, I will reclaim Chen Yun in due time. Her gaze then shifted to Chen Yun's handsome face, seething inwardly, and you. For now, enjoy your moment. When I have you in my grasp, you shall see. Chapter 61. Xu Lingyue, I crave sunflower seeds. Xu Tengyin had planned to ride with Chen Yun on a small electric scooter to the hotel for her grandfather's birthday banquet. However, Xu Lingyue took the initiative to invite them. Sister, Chen Yun, it seems it might rain. You should take my car. It will be more convenient. Xu Tengyin looked up at the heavy clouds, sensing the impending rain. She glanced at Chen Yun, seeking his opinion. Without hesitation, he nodded. Then let us take your sister's car. Xu Lingyue said, please wait a moment. I will bring the car over. Having spoken, she headed towards the company parking lot. The madman handed the medicinal liquor he held to Chen Yun and then departed with Zhu Laifeng. Here, for you, Chen Yun casually passed the medicinal liquor to Xu Tengyin. Surprised, Xu Tengyin stared at the unremarkable bottle in her hand and curiously inquired, what is this? Chen Yun replied with a smile, this is Wang Yaojiu, a concoction crafted by the renowned physician Sun Xizong using various rare herbs and treasures of the earth. It can be applied externally to treat injuries and taken internally to prolong life. You should take it home and give it to your parents. Let them have a bottle cap each day for their health. Shu Tingyi nodded in understanding. Before long, Shu Lingwei returned, driving a BMW. Chen Yun and Shu Tingyi got into the car, and the trio set off for the Binjiang Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel parking lot, as they stepped out of the vehicle, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class sped towards them, coming to a halt nearby. A wealthy young man dressed in designer casual wear stepped out of the vehicle. "Miss Shu, what a coincidence!" he exclaimed, his eyes brightening upon seeing Shu Lingwei. However, Shu Lingwei responded coldly, "Isn't it normal to encounter you at my grandfather's birthday banquet? What coincidence is there?" The young man's expression turned awkward at her words. Shu Lingwei then turned to Chen Yun, flashing him a charming smile. "Chen Yun, shall we go?" Without uttering a word, Chen Yun followed the Shu sisters into the hotel. The wealthy young man stared in disbelief at Chen Yun's retreating figure alongside the Shu sisters, his expression darkening ominously. Upon reaching the Peony Hall on the second floor of the hotel, the spacious venue was adorned with numerous tables. Hosting 200 to 300 guests, friends and relatives of the Shu family gathered to celebrate the venerable Shu's birthday. Guests continued to arrive in waves. As the granddaughters of the esteemed elder, Shu Tingyin and Shu Lingwei made their way to greet the birthday celebrant first. Chen Yun, aware of the elder's previous mistreatment of Shu Tingyin's family, harbored little fondness for the old man. Thus he casually remarked to the Shu sisters, "You may attend to your affairs. I shall be fine here." Shu Tingyin nodded. "Very well. You find a seat and relax for a moment." With that, she and Shu Lingwei went to extend their birthday wishes to their grandfather. Chen Yun found a corner to sit down, pulling out a pack of cheap cigarettes to smoke alone. "Ah, I had thought you possessed some remarkable talent, yet you're resorting to such inexpensive cigarettes?" A mocking voice interjected. Chen Yun lifted his gaze to see a wealthy young man, adorned in designer attire with slicked-back hair, wearing a derisive smirk as he stood before him. This was none other than Li Xiaofei, the very young man who had driven the Mercedes-Benz G-Class earlier. Li Xiaofei had long harbored feelings for Shu Lingwei and had been persistently pursuing her for years, much to her annoyance. Recently, due to Tang Mingxian from the Tang family pursuing Shu Lingwei, Li Xiaofei had refrained from causing trouble, fearing the Tang family's influence. Recently, it came to Li Xiaofei's attention that Tang Mingxian had relinquished his pursuit of Shu Lingwei. Seizing this newfound opportunity, he resolved to rekindle his romantic advances towards her. However, he was utterly unprepared for the emergence of Chen Yun, who had taken Tang Mingxuan's place by Shu Lingwei's side. Naturally, he regarded Chen Yun as a potential threat. Initially, he harbored concerns regarding Chen Yun's mysterious background, but upon witnessing him casually smoke a pack of cheap cigarettes, all apprehensions dissipated, prompting him to mock Chen Yun without restraint. With a cold and indifferent expression, Chen Yun regarded Li Xiaofei and inquired, "Are you addressing me?" It seemed that once he confirmed this, he would not hesitate to retaliate fiercely. Li Xiaofei sneered, "You do well to cease your posturing in my presence. It would be quite simple for me to deal with you, and should you dare oppose me, you will surely regret it." With this, he glared menacingly at Chen Yun, threatening, "Let me remind you, Shu Lingwei is a woman I have set my sights on. Regardless of your current relationship with her, it is advisable that you maintain your distance. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in grave trouble." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun's gaze turned icy. He beckoned Shu Lingwei, who was conversing with her parents in the distance, calling out, "Shu Lingwei, come here for a moment." She had just finished wishing her grandfather a happy birthday, and, upon hearing her name, swiftly excused herself and approached him. Upon reaching Chen Yun and noticing Li Xiaofei, Shu Lingwei hesitated slightly. However, she chose to disregard Li Xiaofei, instead inquiring, "Chen Yun, did you call for me?" Chen Yun nodded, stating, "I am feeling thirsty." Shu Lingwei responded with a smile, "I will have the waiter bring you a drink." Chen Yun replied, "You serve it." Taken aback, Shu Lingwei quickly recovered and cheerfully said, "All right, I shall serve you." With that, under Li Xiaofei's bewildered gaze, she personally poured a drink for Chen Yun and brought it to him. After taking a sip, Chen Yun set the cup down and added, "Shu Lingwei, I would like some sunflower seeds." Observing the fruit platter on the table, adorned with candies, dried fruits, and seeds, her cheeks flushed slightly. Lowering her gaze, her eyes fluttered shyly as she softly replied, "I will shell them for you." With that, to Li Xiaofei's astonishment, she delicately began to peel sunflower seeds for Chen Yun. She would shell one, and he would consume it. After a couple of seeds, Chun Yun casually remarked, "All right. You may return to your own affairs now." The blush on Xu Lingyue's face had spread to her neck as she nodded, flustered, and walked away. Fortunately, Chun Yun was seated in the far corner, and few people had noticed the earlier scene. Otherwise, relatives and friends would have been utterly astonished. Of course, Li Xiaofei had witnessed the entire exchange. He could scarcely believe that just as he had warned Qin Yun to keep his distance from Xu Lingyue, Qin Yun had audaciously summoned her to serve him right before his eyes. He was even more astonished to see the usually proud and haughty young lady so readily acquiesce to Qin Yun's requests. Serve tea when asked, peel melon seeds when instructed. You are even more obedient than a servant. He was filled with rage and resentment, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple, his eyes glowering at Qin Yun. Filled with murderous intent. I did not maintain the distance you advised. Now tell me, how grave is the trouble? Qin Yun, seated leisurely, exhaled a puff of smoke and languidly remarked, You wish to witness the effects of the Medicine King's wine, do you? You. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Li Xiaofei was so enraged that it felt as if a Buddha had been born and ascended to the heavens. He was about to erupt when, at that moment, old Master Xu arrived, accompanied by his eldest son, Xu Haiqiang, his youngest son, Xu Xinyuan, as well as Xu Lingyue and Xu Tingying. Young Master Li has arrived. Old Master Xu greeted with a beaming smile. The Li family was engaged in real estate, wielding far greater power than the Xu family. Hence, old Master Xu treated Li Xiaofei with utmost courtesy. Just as Li Xiaofei was about to unleash his fury at Qin Yun, he was forced to suppress his anger upon the arrival of old Master Xu and his family. He managed to force a strained smile and addressed old Master Xu. Good day, Grandpa Xu. I learned that today is your birthday, so I came uninvited to partake in a cup of celebratory wine. I hope you do not mind. How could I? Young Master Li graces my birthday banquet with his presence. It brings me great honor. Old Master Xu replied eagerly. Li Xiaofei smiled and presented the gift he had hastily prepared. I came in a rush, so I did not have time to bring a proper gift. I simply took a bottle of wine from my father's collection to give to Grandpa Xu. Young Master Li is very thoughtful. Old Master Xu accepted the bottle. Examining it with curiosity, Xu Haiqiang exclaimed in surprise, Wow, Louis XIII, and it seems to be a limited edition. Upon hearing this, old Master Xu turned to Li Xiaofei, inquiring, Young Master Li, this wine must be rather expensive, I presume? It's not worth much. Its market price is merely around 200,000 to 300,000. Li Xiaofei replied nonchalantly, though inwardly he felt a swell of pride. Indeed, upon learning the value of the wine, the guests couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Old Master Xu beamed. Young Master Li is far too generous, gifting me such a precious item. Li Xiaofei, feeling somewhat elated, remarked, Lingyue and I are friends. It is only fitting that I present Grandpa Xu with a fine gift. As he spoke, he cast a provocative glance at Qin Yun, as if to say, Do you see? This bottle of wine is worth 200,000 to 300,000, while you, a poor wretch smoking cheap cigarettes, have no standing to compete with me. Only then did old Master Xu notice Qin Yun, slightly surprised. Ah, Qin Yun is here as well. Before Qin Yun could respond, Xu Tingying quickly interjected, Grandpa. Qin Yun came with me. Old Master Xu nodded. Yes, guests are always welcome. I welcome all who come today. However, Xu Haiqiang coldly scoffed, Xu Tingying. We can understand you bringing your boyfriend to Grandpa's birthday banquet, but your boyfriend has come empty-handed, without even a gift. Is that not rather rude? Xu Tingying hurriedly said. Yes, Qin Yun has a gift. As she spoke, she retrieved the bottle of medicinal wine that Qin Yun had just given her. Grandfather, this bottle is the medicinal wine that Qin Yun has gifted you. It has been concocted by the renowned physician Sun Xizong using rare and precious medicinal herbs. It can treat injuries when applied externally, and consuming a bottle daily can prolong one's life. Originally, this wine was meant for her parents, but now she could only present it in a moment of urgency, to spare Qin Yun from any embarrassment. As Xu Tingying described the miraculous properties of the medicinal wine, the elder Xu and others widened their eyes, scrutinizing the seemingly ordinary bottle before them, questioning the veracity of her claims. Could it be that Xu Tingying was exaggerating to elevate her boyfriend's reputation? Just as they were pondering over the medicinal wine, Li Xiaofei scoffed. It's just injury wine. Nothing special. What do you mean by medicinal wine? Miss, your boyfriend is simply trying to inflate his own image. The crowd fell silent at his words. Xu Tingying's face clouded over with frost as she retorted coldly, Li Xiao, what do you mean by that? Li Xiaofei, unfazed, pointed at Qin Yun and insisted. I'm not targeting you, but him. I just don't want you to be deceived by this fraud. Qinyan smiled lightly. Oh? And how have I become a fraud? Li Xiaofei sneered. A mere bottle of ordinary injury wine. Yet you boast it's crafted by a renowned physician with precious herbs and exaggerate its effects beyond belief. What else could you be but a fraud? At this, he turned to Elder Shu, warning, Elder Shu, I advise you against drinking this inferior medicinal wine. Even if it proves ineffective, it could potentially harm your health and endanger your life. Elder Shu's expression shifted dramatically. Qinyan calmly replied, On what grounds do you claim my medicinal wine is ineffective and potentially lethal? Li Xiaofei shot back. How can you prove that this wine possesses the miraculous effects you claim? Qinyan replied indifferently. What if I can demonstrate the wondrous efficacy of this medicinal wine to everyone? Li Xiaofei declared loudly. If you can allow everyone to witness the miraculous effects of this wine, I will kneel and apologize to you, admitting my ignorance and lack of discernment. However, if you fail to prove its miraculous properties or if its effects are negligible, you must kneel and confess to being a fraud. Then leave this place and never show your face to Lingyue again. Do you dare accept the challenge? As he concluded, Li Xiaofei's tone was sharp and commanding, demanding Qinyun's response. All eyes turned to Qinyun, finally understanding Li Xiaofei's intense hostility towards him. It was due to Shu Lingyue. But wasn't Qinyun Shu Tongyin's boyfriend? Why did Li Xiaofei insist that Qinyun could not appear before Shu Lingyue in the future? The crowd looked towards Shu Lingyue, who feigned ignorance of the situation, while Shu Tangyin grew increasingly anxious. In her view, traditional Chinese medicine often takes time to yield results, and one cannot expect immediate proof of the efficacy of medicinal wine. Li Xiaofei was indeed being unreasonable. Just as she was about to scold Li Xiaofei for his shamelessness and unreasonable demands, Qinyun calmly accepted Li Xiaofei's challenge. Very well. After agreeing, Qinyun extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, suddenly stood up, and delivered a resounding slap to Li Xiaofei's face. The impact sent Li Xiaofei sprawling. Witnesses to this scene gasped in astonishment. Qinyun approached and unleashed a flurry of kicks towards Li Xiaofei's head. Old Master Shu's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, What sort of conduct is this? The guests were equally dumbfounded. Regaining her composure, Shu Tangyin hurriedly pulled Qinyun aside, whispering, Enough. You might kill him. Taking advantage of the moment, Shu Haiqiang and others helped Li Xiaofei to his feet, anxiously asking, Young Master Li, are you all right? Li Xiaofei's face was swollen like a pig's head, blood staining his lips as he muttered incoherently, Bastard. This guy hit me. Don't stop me. I'll kill him. Shu Haiqiang quickly interjected, Young Master Li, you cannot possibly defeat him. As he restrained Li Xiaofei, he glared at Qinyun, saying angrily, Even if you are embarrassed, you should not resort to violence. Look at the state young Master Li is in. Qinyun replied, Who says I am embarrassed? Shu Haiqiang was taken aback. Then why did you hit young Master Li? With a smile, Qinyun responded, I am merely demonstrating the miraculous effects of the medicinal wine. The crowd was left in a state of confusion. Qinyun picked up the medicinal wine from the table and casually tossed it to Shu Haiqiang, instructing, Pour some of this wine on his wounds. Soon, you shall witness the remarkable effects of my medicinal wine. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. It finally dawned on them that Qinyun's actions were not born of embarrassment, but rather an attempt to validate the efficacy of the medicinal wine. Understanding this, Old Master Shu and the others exchanged glances. Shu Tangyin couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Shu Haiqiang wore a peculiar expression, pondering that even if proof of the medicinal wine's effectiveness was the goal, such a brutal approach was unnecessary. However, upon reflection, he recalled that Qinyun suffered from a mental illness and was said to have violent tendencies. Li Xiaofei had provoked him and thus deserved the beating. Moreover, with Li Xiaofei now resembling a swollen mess, if they did not take this opportunity to test the medicinal wine's effects, then Li Xiaofei's beating would have been in vain. Consequently, he poured a bit of the medicinal wine into his palm and said to Li Xiaofei, Young Master Li, bear with it. I will apply the medicinal wine. Still seething with anger, Li Xiaofei, battered and bloodied, continued to mumble incoherently. This scoundrel dared to lay a hand on me. Everyone step aside. I will challenge him one-on-one. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Shu Haiqiang obstructed Li Xiaofei, speaking candidly. Young Master Li, you cannot defeat him, and he has been mentally unstable. Should you engage in a fight, even if he were to kill you on the spot, he would not bear legal responsibility. What? A lunatic? No accountability for murder? Upon hearing Shu Haiqiang's words, Li Xiaofei felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him, awakening him considerably. Noticing Li Xiaofei's newfound composure, Shu Haiqiang lowered his voice and advised, "Young Master Li, if you do not cooperate with the medicinal alcohol, you cannot ascertain its efficacy, rendering your suffering in vain." After contemplating, Li Xiaofei gritted his teeth and addressed Qin Yuan. "You had better pray to the heavens that this medicinal alcohol possesses miraculous effects. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you are beaten into a true fool, incapable of self-care." Qin Yuan's gaze turned icy. "I suddenly feel your injuries are insufficiently severe to demonstrate the potency of the medicinal alcohol. Perhaps I should shatter your mouth." With that, he truly prepared to strike. Li Xiaofei trembled in fear at this sight. Fortunately, Shu Tangyin restrained Qin Yuan. In a hushed tone, she implored, "Qin Yuan, do not act impulsively. Once the efficacy of the medicinal alcohol is established, we can demand an apology from him." "Agreed," replied Qin Yuan. Shu Haiqiang commenced applying the medicinal alcohol to Li Xiaofei. This time, Li Xiaofei dared not utter a word. The elderly Shu and the others watched intently, curious whether the medicinal alcohol was indeed as formidable as Shu Tangyin had claimed. Li Xiaofei bore significant injuries, his face marred with bruises. Everyone assumed that during the application of the alcohol, the stinging sensation would elicit cries from him. To their astonishment, as Shu Haiqiang treated him, Li Xiaofei remained silent. In fact, he displayed no signs of discomfort. The anguish that once marred his brow had vanished, and his closed eyes even revealed an involuntary expression of enjoyment. The onlookers were taken aback, exchanging glances of bewilderment. Unbeknownst to them, as the medicinal alcohol was applied to his face, Li Xiaofei felt a refreshing coolness, devoid of pain. Whether it was the numbing effect of the alcohol or the miraculous properties of the medicinal concoction, he felt exceedingly comfortable, yearning for more of the treatment. Just after the application was complete, before he even opened his eyes, he heard the elderly Shu exclaim in astonishment, "Ah, everyone, look! Has young Master Li's facial swelling diminished somewhat?" Following this, murmurs arose among the crowd. "It seems so. His face appears less swollen." Li Xiaofei worried that opening his eyes might cause the medicinal alcohol to seep in, hesitating to do so. Yet, upon hearing the discussions around him, he could not suppress a cold chuckle within. Such swift efficacy? Do you believe this medicinal alcohol is akin to the divine elixir from the bottle of guanyin? He suspected that Qin Yuan had undoubtedly added mint or similar medicinal herbs to the medicinal liquor, which explained the cool, soothing sensation upon application, merely alleviating the pain. If one were to claim it could instantly dissipate bruises and reduce swelling, he would never believe such miraculous claims. However, gasps of astonishment erupted around him. "Look, the swelling has diminished. The bruise seems to be fading. Did you notice? Not only has his injury healed, but his complexion has also improved significantly. My goodness, this medicinal liquor not only serves as a miraculous remedy, but also possesses beauty-enhancing properties. How much is it? I want to buy some." "You must be dreaming. Haven't you heard Tangyin say that this medicinal liquor is crafted by the renowned physician's son using rare and precious herbs? I can assure you, this concoction will not be inexpensive. Can you afford it?" Li Xiaofei, unable to endure the chatter any longer, opened his eyes in exasperation. "This is becoming increasingly absurd. Just because Qin Yuan is the boyfriend of your second Miss Shu, you are deliberately favoring him and exaggerating the effects, aren't you?" Old Master Shu cleared his throat. "Li Xiao, I suggest you take a good look in the mirror before you speak." Li Xiaofei skeptically pulled out his phone, activated the camera, and examined the state of his injuries. To his astonishment, despite his face still being flushed, there were no signs of bruising or swelling. It was as if he had never been injured at all. What on earth is happening? What about my injuries? He distinctly remembered being struck by Qin Yuan and then kicked repeatedly, feeling as though he was on the brink of death. Now, he bore no marks of injury whatsoever? Is this medicinal liquor truly that extraordinary? He lifted his gaze, shock evident as he looked at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan, with an indifferent expression, remarked, "Can you now attest to the miraculous effects of my medicinal liquor? If you remain unsatisfied, I can demonstrate its even more formidable bone-setting capabilities." Bone-setting? Li Xiaofei was taken aback, wondering if this fellow intended to break his bones and showcase the liquor's healing properties on the spot. Good heavens! He shook his head vigorously. "No, that's unnecessary. I have already witnessed the prowess of your medicinal liquor." Qin Yuan nodded, then slammed his hand on the table and declared, "So what are you waiting for? Kneel and apologize." Only then did Li Xiaofei remember their wager, his expression undergoing a drastic change. Although the bet was established, he was unwilling to publicly kneel and apologize to Chun Yun, admitting his lack of discernment. He attempted to evade the situation. I was merely joking. Who told you to take it seriously? How could you be so dense? Xu Tangyin, already displeased with Li Xiaofei's harassment of Chun Yun, could no longer contain herself upon witnessing his attempts to wriggle out of the situation after losing. With a cold tone, she rebuked, "Who are you kidding, Li Xiaofei? You've lost and are now shirking your responsibility. Do you have no shame?" Chun Yun stepped in to pull Xu Tangyin aside, signaling her to remain calm. Suddenly, he cast a sharp gaze towards Li Xiaofei, his piercing eyes resting upon him as he spoke slowly. "Now, I present you with two choices. Either fulfill the wager and kneel down to apologize, or continue your stubbornness, and I shall generously provide you with a disability certificate." At his words, the crowd collectively gasped in shock. Li Xiaofei's eyes widened as he stared at Chun Yun, a sudden wave of fear washing over him. Chapter 64. Why is your face so red? Choose. Chun Yun said indifferently. His elongated eyes coldly scrutinized Li Xiaofei, resembling a butcher observing a pig destined for slaughter. It was as if, should Li Xiaofei persist in his defiance, he would not hesitate to deliver a fatal blow. Li Xiaofei, his expression filled with terror, met Chun Yun's gaze, overwhelmed by a strong intuition. If he dared to resist, this man before him would indeed ruthlessly incapacitate him. Simultaneously, the words of Xu Haiqiang echoed in his mind. "This fellow has psychological issues. He would not bear responsibility for your demise." With a thud, he ultimately knelt down. It was not out of a sense of fair play, but rather a fear of Chun Yun's potential violence, and an even greater fear of his lethal intent. After kneeling, he bowed his head in humiliation, his face flushed with shame, and in a voice barely above a whisper, he uttered, "Chun Yun, I apologize. My knowledge was limited, and I was blind to your esteemed medicine King Elixir's efficacy. I should not have slandered you as a fraud." Chun Yun replied coldly, "Your voice is so faint. Are you confessing your mistake or merely whispering? Where has that bravado gone?" "I'm sorry, I was wrong," Li Xiaofei forced out, suppressing his humiliation, his head lowered further, already harboring a deep-seated hatred for Chun Yun. "Begone," Chun Yun commanded. Without a word, Li Xiaofei stood and departed. Upon exiting the hotel, he immediately pulled out his phone, dialing a friend in the underworld. "Old Ma, I was bullied by an insolent fool at the Binjiang Hotel. Please contact the Yamen for me, and let them know I am offering 1 million for vengeance. Once it's accomplished, I will give you an additional 100,000 as a reward." Old Ma responded, "Li Xiao, you may not be aware, but the underground scene in Zhonghai City has undergone a transformation. Master Dong has fled, and Yamen has disbanded. Now, the most powerful force on the streets is Longmen." Li Xiaofei was taken aback. "Longmen? Are they formidable?" Old Ma retorted, "Longmen has allied with the Tang family, annihilated Yamen, and seized most of their territory. Wouldn't you say Longmen is powerful?" Li Xiaofei's eyes widened in disbelief. "Goodness, that's impressive. Do you know anyone from Longmen?" Old Ma boasted, "Of course. I was fortunate enough to have shared a drink with their leader, Brother Lu." Li Xiaofei hastily urged, "Then quickly contact Brother Lu for me, and tell him I seek his assistance for revenge." Old Ma replied, "While it's not impossible for Brother Lu to personally take action, 1 million might be a bit insufficient for his involvement." Li Xiaofei immediately countered, "As long as I can exact my revenge and have that scoundrel eliminated. Money is no object. 2 million. How does that sound?" Old Ma joyfully declared, "All right, I shall go find Brother Lu. You stay put at the entrance of the Binjiang Hotel and do not move. Brother Lu and I will soon bring some people over to support you." Li Xiaofei, brimming with excitement, rubbed his fists together and replied, "Great." After hanging up, he glanced at the Binjiang Hotel with a sinister smile, inwardly thinking, "Chun Yun, you're done for." On the second floor of the hotel, in the peony hall, guests surrounded Chun Yun and the members of the Xu family, marveling at the bottle of medicinal wine he had gifted. "Old Master Xu, this medicinal wine is truly remarkable. Indeed, not only does it heal injuries swiftly, but it also has beautifying effects and even prolongs life. Old Master Xu, such a treasure shouldn't be hoarded. Could I perhaps have a glass during the meal?" "Yes, yes. It's better to share joy than to keep it to oneself. Let us taste it as well." Upon hearing their words, Old Master Xu clutched the medicinal wine tightly, his expression turning stern as he firmly refused. "No way. This bottle was a gift from my esteemed grandson-in-law, and none of you shall have a sip." At this point, He recalled having used a cup of the medicinal wine to tend to Li Xiaofei's wound earlier, feeling a pang in his heart, silently cursing, "What a waste. I squandered a cup of precious medicinal wine." Xu Tengyin, hearing her grandfather repeatedly refer to Chun Yun as her grandson-in-law, couldn't resist stealing a glance at him. To her surprise, Chun Yun was smiling warmly at her, catching her off guard and causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Fortunately, at that moment, Old Master Shu announced the commencement of the feast. Moreover, he specifically instructed that Chun Yun and Xu Tongyin's family sit at the host's table with him. It was well known that Xu Tongyin's family had never been favored by Old Master Shu, and typically, they were not even entitled to dine at the same table during family banquets. This time, they were indeed fortunate to bask in Chun Yun's glory. During the banquet, Old Master Shu was exceedingly polite to Chun Yun, praising Xu Tengyin for her discerning eye in choosing such an exceptional boyfriend. This made Xu Tengyin lower her head, blushing and unable to meet anyone's gaze, while Xu Lingyue wore a perpetual scowl. After a few rounds of drinks, Old Master Shu continued to laud Chun Yun before revealing his cunning nature, smilingly inquiring, "Chun Yun, this medicinal wine you gifted is truly extraordinary. Do you have any more? Could you procure 2 more bottles for me?" Chun Yun almost laughed in disbelief at the old man's audacity. This was the renowned Dr. Sun, who had painstakingly collected countless rare herbs to brew this medicinal wine. Did he think it was merely a bottle of cheap liquor from the supermarket? Did he expect to acquire 2 more bottles, just like that? If it weren't for the twist of fate that led Tengyin to present this bottle as a gift, he wouldn't even have the privilege to taste the cap. With a stern expression, Chun Yun replied, "What are you thinking? Focus on eating." "Oh yes," Old Master Shu said awkwardly. He could discern from Chun Yun's demeanor that this medicinal wine was exceedingly precious and rare. Chun Yun nibbled on a few morsels before finding an excuse to excuse himself. Xu Tengyin, upon witnessing the scene, also set down her utensils and addressed her grandfather, uncle, aunt, parents, and the others. "I have had my fill, so please enjoy your meal at your leisure." With that, she gracefully pursued Chun Yun and departed alongside him. Xu Lingyue desired to follow suit, but was abruptly restrained by her father, Xu Haiqiang, who whispered sharply, "Tengyin is leaving with her boyfriend. What right do you have to intrude? Sit down and eat." Stopped in her tracks, Xu Lingyue's already sullen expression darkened further. As Chun Yun and Xu Tengyin exited the hotel, all the relatives and friends at the banquet had assumed Chun Yun was Xu Tongyin's boyfriend, praising her for finding such a fine companion. This had left Xu Tengyin feeling bashful, and the rosy hue on her cheeks had yet to fade. Chun Yun glanced at her blushing face, teasingly inquired, "Why is your face so red?" Xu Tengyin, covering her cheeks with her hands, denied it. "Is it? No, it can't be." Chun Yun leaned closer, whispering with a smile, "Is it because everyone just called you my girlfriend?" Xu Tengyin blushed deeper, shaking her head vehemently. No. Chun Yun's smile widened, preparing to inquire about her feelings when a mocking voice interrupted, "Heh, Chun Yun, you seem to be in quite the good mood. Still having time for flirtation." Chun Yun's expression darkened as he slowly lifted his gaze to find Li Xiaofei standing nearby, wearing a mocking grin while observing him and Xu Tengyin. Xu Tengyin frowned, while Chun Yun coldly retorted, "You again? Was the lesson you received earlier not enough?" Li Xiaofei sneered, "Don't get too cocky, kid. I've already called in my big brother to deal with you. The more you dance now, the worse your fate will be later." As his words settled, a black Mercedes, accompanied by several business MPVs, roared into view. The convoy came to a halt, and a multitude of agile henchmen disembarked from the vehicles. Li Xiaofei, seeing this spectacle, became even more exhilarated, exclaiming, "Ha! The big brother I found has arrived with his crew. Chun Yun, prepare to face your doom." Chapter 65. Brother Li's big brother Chun Yun and Xu Tengyin turned their gaze towards the convoy parked at the hotel entrance. As the group of vigorous men emerged from the business MPVs, a man with a horse-like face quickly jogged to the side of the black Mercedes, respectfully opening the door. From the vehicle emerged a young man clad in a black leather jacket. Upon seeing this leather-clad youth, both Chun Yun and Xu Tengyin exhibited peculiar expressions, realizing that the big brother Li Xiaofei had referred to was none other than Lin Lu. Noticing the shift in their expressions, Li Xiaofei misinterpreted their reaction as fear. With a smug grin, he taunted, "Are you starting to feel scared? Regretting your choices? But it's too late now." Having finished speaking, he hurriedly approached Lin Lu and his companions. "Old Ma, is this our brother Lu?" Li Xiaofei asked with a beaming smile, addressing the horse-faced man beside Lin Lu. He was unfamiliar with Lin Lu, having only sought his assistance through Old Ma, the intermediary. Indeed, this is the Dragon Gate's chief, the most formidable figure in the underworld. Brother Lu, Old Ma replied, then turned to Lin Lu to introduce him. Brother Lu, this is Li Xiaofei, the one I mentioned earlier. Li Xiaofei quickly chimed in, greetings. Brother Lu. Lin Lu lifted his gaze slightly, casting a glance at Li Xiaofei. So you wish for me to exact vengeance on your behalf? Where are those who wronged you? Li Xiaofei pointed towards Chun Yun, exclaiming, Brother Lu, it's this little brat. Lin Lu and his companions followed Li Xiaofei's gesture, only to behold a strikingly handsome pair. The moment Lin Lu recognized the dashing young man, his pupils dilated and his mind buzzed. How could it be Mr. Chun? Seeing Lin Li's astonished expression, Li Xiaofei mistakenly interpreted it as a glare directed at Chun Yun, which only fueled his bravado. He stepped in front of Chun Yun, jabbing a finger at his nose and taunting, You arrogant dog. Were you not so bold back at the hotel? Now you cower like a coward? If you have the guts, try to lay a finger on me in front of Brother Lu and his numerous brothers. With the backing of the Dragon Gate's chief, Li Xiaofei felt emboldened, convinced that Chun Yun would not dare to retaliate in front of Brother Lu. However, Chun Yun, calm and collected, nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. With lightning speed, he seized Li Xiaofei's finger and twisted it forcefully. Crack! Li Xiaofei's finger snapped with a sickening sound, causing him to let out an involuntary scream. Yet, before his wails could fully escape, Chun Yun swiftly delivered several resounding slaps to his face, leaving his cheeks swollen and his mouth bleeding, abruptly silencing his cries. Bang! Chun Yun followed up with a powerful kick, sending Li Xiaofei flying. I have indeed laid hands on you, what now? Chun Yun brushed off his sleeves, casting a cold glance at the fallen Li Xiaofei. Li Xiaofei, trembling with a mix of pain and rage, raised his bloodied face towards Lin Lu and Old Ma, pleading for assistance. Brother Lu, please help me get rid of this brat and relieve my grievance. It was only then that Lin Lu snapped back to reality from his shock, just as Old Ma, the intermediary responsible for their meeting, aggressively advanced towards Chun Yun. Who dares to act against Li Xiaofei in front of Brother Lu? I, Old Ma, will teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he raised his fist to strike Chun Yun. However, in that instant, Lin Lu sprang into action, moving like a cheetah to intercept Old Ma, firmly grasping the back of his collar and yanking him back. Old Ma, bewildered, asked Brother Lu. With a swift motion, Lin Lu raised his hand and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Lao Ma, then pointed at Chun Yun, roaring at Lao Ma, How dare you discipline him? Do you have any idea who he is? Lao Ma's eyes were filled with confusion and grievance as he trembled, asking, Lagu, who is he? Mr. Chun is my elder brother, my master. Lin Lu replied solemnly. When Mr. Chun commands me to stand, I must not sit. When he instructs me to kneel, I cannot stand. To summarize, my life belongs to Mr. Chun. Whatever he asks of me, I shall do. As Lin Li's resolute words echoed, his numerous subordinates bowed in unison, exclaiming, Greetings, Mr. Chun. Witnessing this scene, Lao Ma was left in stunned silence. Li Xiaofei was equally astonished, even momentarily forgetting the pain of his injury. Even Shu Tingyin was taken aback. Lin Lu forcefully pushed Lao Ma aside and quickly approached Chun Yun, respectfully stating, Mr. Chun, I apologize for the unforeseen circumstances. Chun Yun replied calmly, Lin Lu, you certainly have quite the operation. Lin Li's forehead instantly beaded with sweat as he hastily explained, Mr. Chun, our brothers from Longmen have frequently suffered under the oppression of the Yamen. Driven by necessity, we resorted to engaging in violent undertakings. Now that the situation has improved, I shall no longer accept such disreputable jobs. Chun Yun responded indifferently, How you survived before is of no concern to me. But I advise you to refrain from engaging in those unethical gray businesses. Otherwise, the fate of Dong Tianbao may very well become your own. Lin Li's heart sank, understanding that Mr. Chun was issuing a warning. He must earn money with integrity, not through immoral means. This was a serious admonition. He solemnly replied, Yes, I understand. I will make immediate corrections. Afterward, he glanced at the astonished Li Xiaofei nearby and inquired, Mr. Chun, how should we handle this fellow? Li Xiaofei, who had been deeply shocked, was suddenly startled by Lin Li's words and trembled all over. Before Chun Yun could respond, he hastily crawled towards him, kneeling and pleading tearfully. Mr. Chun, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your worth and offended you. I implore you to show mercy and spare me this once. Chun Yun coldly remarked, Spare you once more, only for you to hire assassins against me again? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaofei was struck with terror desperately prostrating himself before Chen Yun. I won't dare again. I promise I won't dare again. Please spare my life, Mr. Chun. This man was evidently genuinely afraid, as his head struck the ground with such force that blood soon appeared on his forehead. Chen Yun slowly spoke. You may escape the death penalty, but you cannot evade punishment. Lin Lu, impart a profound lesson to him. Lin Lu replied, Understood, Mr. Chun. Chen Yun departed with Xu Tangyin. Not far into their departure, Lin Lu commanded his subordinates, break the left legs of these two rascals. Immediately, the sounds of bones snapping echoed, crack, crack. Suddenly, the anguished cries of Li Xiaofei and Old Ma echoed almost simultaneously. Chapter 66. A single initiative, a lifetime of introversion? Chen Yun and Xu Tangyin departed on their small electric scooter. Along the way, Xu Tangyin could not restrain her curiosity and asked, Chen Yun, why did Lin Lu refer to you as his elder brother, claiming that he would do whatever you asked without hesitation? Naturally, Chen Yun could not reveal that Lin Lu was someone he had single-handedly supported. To alleviate Xu Tangyin's concerns, he fabricated a response. Lin Lu knows that I am quite adept at fighting. He wishes to recruit me, even offering to elevate me to the position of leader should I agree, but I declined. Xu Tangyin, believing his words, responded, It's wise to refuse. Her expression turned serious, and her tone earnest as she added, Chen Yun, I will not permit you to stray down a misguided path. With your capabilities, I am certain you will achieve great things in the future. Chen Yun smiled. You truly have such faith in me? Xu Tangyin nodded affirmatively, absolutely. Chen Yun chuckled. Very well, I shall heed your words and avoid any misguided paths. In truth, he was once the god of war in the northern region. Although he had since retreated into obscurity, he still maintained numerous connections with the northern army. Should a conflict arise, he could be summoned at any moment. Thus, even if he wished to wander astray as a rogue, those old leaders above him would never allow it. Unaware of these intricacies, Xu Tangyin, seeing that Chen Yun was receptive to her advice and promised not to stray, beamed with joy and encouraged. Our company has acquired a mysterious new owner, hasn't it? This enigmatic figure has stated that within 3 months, he will secretly observe the heads of each department, and the best performer will be promoted to company president. Chen Yun, you are currently the head of the security department. You must strive diligently. Who knows, after 3 months, you might catch the attention of the mysterious owner and ascend to the position of company president. Chen Yun smiled. He was indeed the company's mysterious owner. Yet he had no interest in the vacant presidential position. Thus, he feigned surprise. Tangyin, you hold me in too high regard. A mere security captain competing for the presidency? Xu Tangyin laughed brightly. Where there is a will, there is a way. Chen Yun replied, Well then, let it be known. Should I fail in the competition and suffer a blow to my spirits, you must comfort and compensate me. Upon hearing this, Xu Tangyin blinked. You want comforting compensation? Chen Yun grinned. Of course. Xu Tangyin's cheeks flushed slightly as she teased. Then what kind of comforting compensation do you desire? As Chen Yun leisurely maneuvered the electric scooter, he glanced at Xu Tangyin's rosy cheeks in the rearview mirror and smiled. At the very least, you should agree to be my girlfriend. After all, if my career falters, I must gain something in love, right? Xu Tangyin playfully swatted his shoulder twice, half reproachful and half amused. What are you saying? Do you think of me as a consolation prize? I won't agree to that. Just as Chen Yun was about to respond, he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Someone had sent him a message. Shortly thereafter, his phone vibrated several more times. It appeared that someone had persistently sent him messages. He could not help but furrow his brow, pondering who it might be. Ever since his retreat from public life, only a handful of individuals were privy to his contact information. The contacts on his phone could easily be counted on 10 fingers, leaving him perplexed as to who could possibly be messaging him. However, as he rode his small electric scooter, he decided to wait until he arrived home to investigate further. Seated behind him on the scooter, Xu Tangyin wrapped her arms around his waist, blissfully unaware that Chen Yun was distracted by the vibrations of his phone. Noticing his prolonged silence, she assumed her playful rejection had disheartened him. Oh no, why has he stopped speaking? Could it be that he has been affected by this? A single bold confession leading to a lifetime of shyness? How absurd. Observing Chen Yun's forlorn expression, Xu Tangyin couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and concern. She thought to herself, well, I should offer him some encouragement. Otherwise, what if he becomes self-deprecating and withdrawn? After all, I have feelings for him too. With that thought, her cheeks flushed as she leaned in closer to whisper in his ear, Are you sad? Chen Yun, focused on driving yet still pondering the identity of the message sender, was momentarily taken aback by her question. He blinked and replied. Shatanjian continued. Are you sad because I didn't agree to be your girlfriend? Chun Yun responded again, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, which he suppressed for fear of being discovered by Shatanjian. Suppressing her own embarrassment, Shatanjian softly said, Don't be sad. I can agree to be your girlfriend. If, after 3 months, you have not secured the position of company president, I will be yours, all right? Chun Yun replied, But what if the boss actually selects me as president? Wouldn't I be at a loss then? Hearing Chun Yun value her above the presidential position filled Shatanjian with joy, and she playfully chided him. If you become the president, I will still be your girlfriend. Are you satisfied now? At that moment, they had arrived at the entrance of his home. Chun Yun parked the scooter and turned around with a beaming smile, saying, You said it. In 3 months, if you don't change your mind about being my girlfriend, then you're a good sport. Only then did Shatanjian realize that Chun Yun's face radiated joy, devoid of any sorrow or gloom. What a trickster! She stomped her foot, feigning annoyance as she exclaimed, How dare you deceive me? I thought you were genuinely upset. Chun Yun widened his eyes, feigning vigilance, and asked, You wouldn't change your mind immediately, would you? Shatanjian, blushing, replied, No, unless you do something during these 3 months that disappoints me, like being a fickle playboy. Upon hearing this, Chun Yun felt reassured and laughed. All right. The two shared laughter as they prepared to enter the house, only to be taken aback by a Porsche Panamera parked at the entrance. Chun Yun felt a sense of familiarity with the vehicle and instinctively glanced at the license plate. Upon reading the number, he furrowed his brows momentarily before relaxing. This Panamera belonged to his ex-wife, Zhao Qingyu. How did Zhao Qingyu's car come to be here? Chun Yun recalled the several messages he had just received on his phone. Could they have been sent by Zhao Qingyu? As if to confirm his suspicions, Zhao Qingyu stepped out of her Panamera and walked directly towards him. She was evidently dressed with great care today, clad in a flowing white gown, cinched at the waist with a Gucci belt. Her tall figure was accentuated, revealing an enticing silhouette. Complemented by her bright eyes and radiant smile, she embodied the quintessential image of a contemporary urban CEO. Upon seeing Zhao Qingyu, Shu Tengyin furrowed her brow slightly. Meanwhile, Chun Yun maintained a calm demeanor as he inquired, Zhao Qingyu, what brings you here? His expression was serene, his gaze indifferent, and his tone measured, as though conversing with a stranger. Zhao Qingyu felt a sudden pang in her heart. She would have preferred Chun Yun to express anger towards her rather than this detached calmness. His ire would signify that she still occupied a place in his heart, entangled as it was with love and resentment. Nonetheless, despite Chun Yun's apparent indifference, she could not bring herself to believe that he could so swiftly cease to love her or move on to someone else. She steadied her emotions and spoke. You must not have seen the text I sent you, otherwise you wouldn't be asking me this. Chun Yun frowned. Let us get to the point. Biting her lip, Zhao Qingyu replied, Didn't we sign the divorce agreement recently and leave the proceedings to the lawyer? Chun Yun responded, Is there a problem? After a moment of hesitation, she lowered her pride and said, The lawyer informed me today that during the cooling-off period, if we regret our decision to divorce, we can apply to rescind it. Chun Yun, I came today to ask if you have any regrets. If you do, I can offer you a chance to retract the divorce. After speaking, she fixed her gaze intensely upon him. Shu Tengyin was taken aback by Zhao Qingyu's apparent regret following the divorce and her inquiry into Chun Yun's feelings. Was she contemplating reconciliation? She too looked at Chun Yun, her heart inexplicably anxious. In that moment, she finally comprehended that Chun Yun had already carved out a space in her heart. Both women were now watching Chun Yun intently, eagerly awaiting his response. Chapter 67. A Gentleman's Parting. No malicious words. Chun Yun regarded Zhao Qingyu, asking, What is troubling you? Zhao Qingyu was taken aback. Chun Yun calmly continued, You were the one who initiated the divorce. Now you ask if I regret it? Was this not your own choice? Zhao Qingyu's eyes flickered with emotion. Yes. It was indeed she who proposed the divorce. It was her decision, without a doubt. However, post-divorce, she found no joy in her newfound freedom. Without Chun Yun's meticulous care, she struggled to adapt. In fact, her work suffered, and her career stagnated. During this period, she encountered Chun Yun several times and discovered numerous sparkling qualities within him. It was entirely her fault for having paid insufficient attention to Chun Yun in the past, having focused solely on his shortcomings while neglecting his virtues. This time, she found herself restless and sleepless. Today, she could no longer resist her true feelings, and with a touch of humility, she took the initiative to seek out Chen Yun. Her intention was to retract the divorce and express her desire to continue their relationship. Unfortunately, despite her subtle hints towards reconciliation, Chen Yun showed her no kindness whatsoever. Her expression darkened, yet she still attempted to explain. Chen Yun, I mean no harm. I simply wish to convey that if you have any regrets, I am willing to offer you another chance. Chen Yun replied. Zhao Qingyu. Zhao Qingyu gazed at him in astonishment. He calmly continued. Our relationship ended the moment you proposed the divorce, just as you stated back then. Let us part amicably and wish each other well. Zhao Qingyu's emotions surged once more, her eyes reddening. Suddenly, she noticed Xu Tingyin beside Chen Yun, a wave of resentment rising within her. It must be due to this woman that Chen Yun was behaving so callously towards her. Chen Yun, if your association with Xu Tingyin is intended to provoke me, then let me assure you, your goal has been achieved. Zhao Qingyu bit her lip and continued. However, I am offering you a chance for reconciliation. Please consider it seriously. If you do not cherish this opportunity, I may change my mind at any moment, and you will have no cause for regret. Chen Yun could not help but chuckle in frustration. Do not be so presumptuous. I have already stated that it is impossible for us. Zhao Qingyu refused to believe it. After their divorce, she could not let go. How could Chen Yun so easily move on from her? She was about to say more when her phone suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the screen, she saw the name, Han Sudong. Hesitating for a moment, she answered the call. Han Xiao. I am currently dealing with something of utmost importance with Chen Yun. I will call you back shortly. Han Sudong's voice was filled with excitement. Qingyu, forget about your issues with Chen Yun for now. The heir of the prestigious Chen family, Chen Kai, has arrived in Zhonghai, and the business tycoons of Zhonghai are hosting a banquet to welcome him. My father can bring 2 guests to the reception. You should accompany me. Zhao Qingyu hesitated, wanting to refuse, but Han Sudong insisted. Qingyu, this is a tremendous opportunity. The Chen family possesses assets in the trillions, and their Tianjiao Group is an internationally renowned investment institution. If we can make a good impression on Chen Xiao, even a small favor from him could sustain us for a lifetime. Zhao Qingyu continued to waver. Her career had always been her fervent pursuit, and reconciling with Chen Yun was an urgent desire as well. Ultimately, she made a difficult decision. All right, Han Xiao, wait for me. I will be there shortly. After finishing the call, she looked up at Chen Yun, her face etched with guilt. Chen Yun, Han Xiao has something to discuss with me. Chen Yun replied coldly. Miss Zhao, we are already divorced, and there is no need for you to explain. Zhao Qingyu, feeling both anxious and helpless, with a hint of pleading in her eyes, said, Chen Yun, let me finish my matters first, and then we can talk about our situation, all right? Chen Yun responded indifferently, there is no necessity. Seeing that Chen Yun was utterly unresponsive, Zhao Qingyu opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. She turned and hurriedly got into her Porsche. Speeding away, Xu Tingyin watched as Zhao Qingyu's car disappeared from view, her delicate face clouded with frost. Angrily, she exclaimed, that woman is truly excessive. She initiated the divorce and still dares to ask if you regret it, as if the fault lies with you. And she speaks from a position of superiority, claiming to give you a chance. It's simply intolerable. Chen Yun's gaze fell upon Xu Tingyin, observing her outraged demeanor on his behalf. The frostiness in his starry eyes gradually melted away, replaced by a serene gentleness as he smiled and said, do not be angry. It is not worth it. Xu Tingyin lightly pouted, you are far too courteous to her. She bullies you, and yet you do not utter a single word of reproach. Chen Yun replied calmly. A gentleman does not sever ties with harsh words, especially when it concerns 2 individuals who once loved each other. A divorce should be amicable. We must each find our peace without denigrating past choices. Xu Tingyin was moved by his words. She spoke softly, Chen Yun, do you know? I admire you. Not only for your righteousness and bravery, but also for your earnestness in relationships, which brings a sense of warmth and security. Chen Yun chuckled lightly, enough of that. When you become the president of the Xu Corporation and achieve great success, just do not look down on me. Xu Tingyin wrinkled her nose, indignantly retorting. Let us not even discuss the likelihood of me becoming president. Even if I did, would I really disdain you? That would be an insult to my character. If I truly valued career and wealth, I would have accepted my grandfather's arranged marriage long ago, rather than choosing to pursue my feelings for you now. Despite the reprimand, Chen Yun's smile deepened. I believe in you. Xu Tingyin huffed playfully, but you, be honest with me. My sister has been getting quite close to you lately. She might have feelings for you, and Zhao Qingyu is clearly unable to let go. Please do not break my heart, otherwise. Chen Yun blinked. Otherwise what? Shu Tangyin straightened her delicate face, speaking earnestly. Otherwise, I shall lose faith in love and vow never to marry. Chen Yun softly reassured her, do not worry. I will not cause you sorrow. Hearing this, Shu Tangyin felt a sweetness in her heart, though she retorted, let us wait and see. After all, I have declared that we won't officially date for another 3 months. The two exchanged laughter as they entered the house. Shu Xingyuan and Sui Huahua were still away at the birthday banquet, leaving the two of them alone. Shu Tangyin, who cherished cleanliness, immediately went to take a shower upon returning. Chen Yun took out his phone to check, discovering a couple of messages from Zhao Qingyu and another from Tang Shiyou. He directly disregarded Zhao Qingyu's message and opened the one sent by Tang Shiyou. Mr. Chun, the second young master of the Chun family in the capital. Your half-brother Chen Kai has arrived in Zhonghai City. His motives remain unclear, and I suspect he might be targeting you. Given that the Chun family is unaware of your past as the god of war in the northern frontier, I fear Chen Kai might take some reckless actions against you. Thus, I urge you to prioritize your safety. Chen Yun coldly smirked at the thought that the son of that vixen had also come to Zhonghai City. If he was not here to stir trouble, that would be acceptable. However, if he sought conflict, Chen Yun would not hesitate to be ruthless. Chapter 68. Unworthy of serving Chen Yun's shoes. Just as Chen Yun finished reading Tang Shiyong's text, Lin Lu called. Mr. Chun, I am here to report that Longmin has recently taken over the territory and business of Yimin. However, I have discovered that many of Yimin's dealings are of a dubious nature. Today, at the entrance of the Binjiang Hotel, after heeding your advice, I have decided to abandon all these unethical and morally questionable businesses, retaining only those legitimate avenues for profit. Chen Yun, pleased, responded, excellent. While you may experience a slight decrease in income for now by rejecting these ill-gotten gains, I assure you that you will progress further in the future. Years from now, you will be grateful for the decision you made today. Lin Lu replied, I shall always remember your teachings, Mr. Chun. After offering a few more words of encouragement, Chen Yun ended the call. At that moment, darkness had fallen outside. A BMW sped to a halt at the entrance, and shortly after, Shu Lingyue alighted from the vehicle with a stern expression. It turned out that when Chen Yun left the Binjiang Hotel with Shu Tangyin, she had intended to follow suit, but was unexpectedly detained by her father. Additionally, due to Chen Yun's thoughtful gift of medicinal wine to her grandfather, the elder's perception of Chen Yun had shifted positively, leading him to praise Chen Yun during the meal and urging Shu Lingyue to learn from her sister and quickly find a partner as exemplary as Chen Yun. Following her grandfather's lead, the other relatives echoed the sentiment, either pressuring Shu Lingyue to seek a boyfriend or offering to introduce potential suitors. Once the meal concluded, she promptly escaped and came to find Chen Yun, her face clouded with displeasure. Chen Yun was in the living room, sipping tea, when he noticed Shu Lingyue enter with a frown. He couldn't help but smile. Are you here to collect a debt? Shu Lingyue paused. What debt? Chen Yun pointed at her face. If you're not here to collect a debt, why the long face? You look as if someone owes you a fortune. Shu Lingyue's brows furrowed, her eyes wide. It's all your fault. With that, she recounted the pressures of being urged into marriage. At that moment, Shu Tangyin emerged from the bathroom. Chen Yun, who are you talking to? Upon seeing Shu Lingyue, she couldn't suppress a hint of surprise. Oh, it's my sister. Shu Lingyue had never been on good terms with her sister. Ever since her family was driven out of their ancestral home by their grandfather and relocated to a rented dwelling in the urban village, Shu Lingyue had never visited. Tonight marked the first occasion. Of course, Shu Tangyin could see through her sister's intentions. She was not merely seeking revelry, but rather had her sights set on Chen Yun. With this thought, Shu Tangyin cast a mildly reproachful glance at Chen Yun, silently pondering. Chen Yun, amidst the allure of the festivities, you must withstand the trials that lie ahead. As the guests arrived, Shu Tangyin poured her sister a glass of water and inquired, Sister, what brings you here tonight? Shu Lingyue replied, Oh, nothing much. I noticed that both of you left the banquet without having much to eat. I, too, found myself filled with nothing but frustration at the gathering, hardly tasting the dishes. Thus, I thought to invite you both out for a couple of drinks. What do you say? Shu Tangyin, aware of her sister's ulterior motives, contemplated a polite refusal. We are not particularly adept at drinking. However, Shu Lingyue interjected. Not drinking does not preclude us from having a meal. It's not solely about the wine. Just as Shu Tangyin was about to respond, an unmistakable growl emanated from Chen Yun's stomach, audible even to both sisters. Seizing the opportunity, Xu Lingwei exclaimed, "See, I told you Chun Yun barely ate at the banquet. Now his stomach is grumbling." Xu Tangyin, sensing Chun Yun's hunger, suggested, "Since Chun Yun is hungry, let us go out to eat something." With that, she shot a furtive glare at Chun Yun, as if reproaching him for choosing such an inopportune moment to reveal his hunger. Chun Yun looked entirely innocent. The three departed together, driving to the most upscale club in Zhonghai City, the Junlin Club. Xu Tangyin expressed her astonishment, saying, "Why choose such an extravagant place?" Xu Lingwei responded, "What is there to fear? I am treating." She then turned to Chun Yun beside her, adding, "Last time, when I was pursued by Gui Li Wang, it was Chun Yun who came to my rescue. Consider this a token of gratitude." Faced with her sister's insistence, Xu Tangyin had no choice but to accompany Chun Yun into the Junlin Club. Upon entering the establishment, Xu Lingwei requested a private room from the waiter, ordering 2 bottles of red wine along with a selection of exquisite dishes. They commenced their meal and drinks, blissfully unaware that at that very moment, in the grandest luxury suite of the Junlin Club, a group of businessmen from the Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce was hosting the second young master of the Qin family, Chen Kai, from the capital's most prestigious aristocracy. Dressed in a black shirt, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, Chen Kai exuded an air of arrogance, his demeanor decidedly haughty. A throng of Zhonghai's elite surrounded him, raising their glasses in his honor. Yet, in response to their toasts, he merely lifted his glass without allowing his lips to touch the rim. The prominent figures of Zhonghai, however, dared not show any discontent. They forced smiles and drained their glasses, acknowledging the second young master with utmost reverence. While Chen Kai might overlook who paid him respect, those who dared to disrespect him would surely face dire consequences. Han Sudong and Zhao Qingyu found themselves amidst the crowd of toasting guests. Regrettably, in the presence of such esteemed businessmen and magnates, they were of little significance and thus lacked even the privilege to toast Chen Kai, relegated to mere bystanders. At that moment, a towering figure with a face marred by excess flesh and a snake tattoo coiling around his neck approached Chen Kai with a beaming smile. Raising his glass in salute, "Young Master Chun, I am Qin Liang, known as the Mountain Leopard, commanding a band of 200 brothers. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me." Chen Kai cast a sidelong glance at Qin Liang, curling his lips in disdain. "To aspire to be my dog, one must first demonstrate the qualities befitting a canine." Taken aback, Qin Liang promptly set down his glass, squatted on the ground, and began barking enthusiastically, all the while casting a sycophantic gaze at Chen Kai. A smirk played at the corners of Chen Kai's mouth as he remarked coldly, "Good dog." Qin Liang, overjoyed, responded eagerly, "Thank you for the compliment, young Master Chen." Chen Kai continued, "As I understand it, there is a figure named Lin Lu in Zhonghai City?" Qin Liang paused momentarily before affirming, "Indeed." Chen Kai surveyed the vicinity, inquiring, "Is that fellow present?" Qin Liang quickly replied, "He is not." With a casual command, Chen Kai instructed, "Inform Lin Lu that he is to relinquish all his establishments and businesses to you." Qin Liang, initially elated, hesitated, but what if Lin Lu refuses? Chen Kai's expression hardened. "Tell him it is my directive. If he does not surrender all his establishments within 3 days, he should prepare for obliteration." Qin Liang, filled with elation, replied, "Yes, young Master Chen, I shall relay your message at once." With that, he exited the private room in a state of excitement. The onlookers regarded Qin Liang with envy, believing he had earned Chen Kai's favor by playing the role of a loyal dog. They speculated that Lin Lu's absence from the banquet had offended Chen Kai, and thus, he was being made an example of. In that moment, the distinguished gentlemen present clamored to offer their servitude to Chen Kai. Zhao Qingyu observed these once imposing figures, now discarding all semblance of dignity to curry favor with Chen Kai, and could not help but frown, feeling a deep-seated contempt. Her regard for Han Sudong diminished further as she witnessed his eagerness to join the throng. She mused silently, "How foolish I was to disdain Chen Yun in the past. By comparison, Han Sudong is unworthy even to polish Chen Yun's shoes." Before long, Qin Liang returned, brimming with excitement. "Young Master Chun, I have just sent word to Lin Lu, and I hear he has announced the relinquishment of many lucrative businesses. I am prepared to take them all." Chen Kai was taken aback. "You just relayed the message, and he has already given up his profitable enterprises? Such swiftness." Qin Liang also found Lin Li's rapid compliance rather astonishing, yet he dismissed the thought, content that he would soon acquire the lucrative gray businesses. With a beaming smile, he praised, "Now that you have spoken, young Master Chen, how could Lin Lu dare to disobey?" "Master Chen, To crush him would be akin to squashing an ant. How could he not be terrified? Chen Kai's lips curled slightly, a semblance of a smile gracing his features. I have heard that there is a businessman named Tang Shirong in Zhonghai City. Is he present this evening? Chen Kai inquired, gently swirling his wine glass. His tone laced with both intention and ambiguity. The attendees exchanged glances, and eventually, someone responded, Boss Tang is not here. Chen Kai nodded, saying nothing further, and continued. I have also heard of a beauty named Zhao Qingyu from Zhonghai City. Is she in attendance? Zhao Qingyu? Who is that? The assembled magnates and business leaders exchanged puzzled looks, none of them having heard the name before. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingyu, amidst the crowd, was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. She could hardly fathom why she, an obscure individual, would be named by Chen Kai, who had just publicly targeted Lin Lu as a warning. A foreboding sense crept over her. Being singled out by this young heir from the capital could hardly bode well, thus she remained silent. However, Han Sudong beside her, brimming with excitement, raised his hand, exclaiming, Master Chun, Miss Zhao Qingyu has indeed come to your banquet tonight. She is right here. With that, he nudged Zhao Qingyu forward, presenting her to the crowd. Instantly, all eyes turned towards her. Chen Kai had merely inquired, yet he was surprised to find Zhao Qingyu actually present. His gaze briefly lingered on her beauty for no more than half a second before swiftly shifting, scanning the individuals around her as if in search of someone. Regrettably, he did not find the person he sought. Finally, his gaze returned to Zhao Qingyu, and he nonchalantly asked, So, you are Zhao Qingyu? With a flutter of anxiety. She replied, Yes, may I inquire what instructions you have for me, Master Chen? Chen Kai toyed with his wine glass, posing the question, Who did you come with tonight? Before she could respond, Han Sudong, with evident eagerness, interjected, Master Chun, Qingyu came with me. Chen Kai did not even cast a glance at Han Sudong. His focus entirely on Zhao Qingyu, as he remarked, But your husband is Chun Yun, is he not? Zhao Qingyu was taken aback once more. Chen Kai was aware of Chun Yun. Was it possible that he had summoned her due to her connection to him? Before she could formulate a response, Han Sudong interjected once more, Master Chun, you may not be aware, but Qingyu has already initiated divorce proceedings with Chun Yun. They are no longer a couple. Chen Kai's icy gaze fell upon Han Sudong. Did I inquire of you? Speak again, and I shall have your tongue severed. In an instant, the cold, black-clad bodyguards standing behind Chen Kai, along with Qin Liang, who had just vowed to serve him, cast malevolent glances at Han Sudong. Han Sudong, pale with fear, quickly covered his mouth, not daring to let out a sound. Zhao Qingyu, filled with trepidation, cautiously spoke, Young Master Chun, I am currently in the process of divorcing Chen Yun, and we are in a cooling-off period. She quickly added, however, we still love each other dearly and are considering retracting the divorce. Chen Kai's lips curled into a cryptic semblance of a smile. Oh, is that so? Zhao Qingyu felt a chill from his inscrutable grin and steeled herself to ask, Young Master Chen, do you know Chen Yun? Chen Kai's mouth twitched, a semblance of a smile gracing his face as he replied, Of course I know him. I came to Zhonghai specifically for him, and I even prepared a gift, a grand coffin. Upon hearing the first part of Chen Kai's statement, Zhao Qingyu momentarily believed that he and Chen Yun were friends, ready to smile. However, when she heard the latter half, about the coffin for Chen Yun, her smile froze, and she stood in shock. The onlookers were equally stunned, and Han Sudong's eyes widened, internally exclaiming, Goodness, I have witnessed trouble before, but never of this magnitude. What could Chen Yun have done to incur the wrath of the second son of the Chun family from the capital? The thought of Chen Yun's precarious situation filled Han Sudong with a sense of schadenfreude. Finally regaining her composure, Zhao Qingyu trembled as she spoke, Young Master Chun. Did Chen Yun offend you in some way? I apologize on his behalf. Please, do not hold this against him, and grant him a chance to live. The crowd turned their gazes toward Chen Kai. Seated on the sofa, Chen Kai toyed with his wine glass, a twisted smile gracing his face. You wish to apologize on his behalf. Very well. Kneel and crawl over to serve me as a dog. If you satisfy me, I might consider sparing his life. But mind you, it is merely a consideration. A peculiar smile spread across the faces of those present. They had just gone to great lengths to curry favor with Chen Kai, displaying all manners of obsequiousness, so they did not find his words overly offensive. Even Qin Liang glared at Zhao Qingyu, saying, Young Master Chen has given you an opportunity. Why are you hesitating? Don't you wish to save your husband? Among the crowd, several heavily made-up socialites, filled with envy, remarked, To serve young Master Chun is a privilege. We would covet such an opportunity. Zhao Qingyu's face turned ashen. These individuals were willing to debase themselves to please Chen Kai, engaging in any shameless act, such as Qin Liang's earlier mimicry of a dog. Yet, she could not stoop to that level. At that moment, she straightened her posture, lifted her head to face Chen Kai, and spoke with dignified resolve. Young Master Chen, though I am unaware of how Chun Yun has offended you, leveraging the humiliation of a married woman to insult another is unbecoming of one of your esteemed status. I implore you to act with restraint. The crowd stared, eyes wide in astonishment. Zhao Qingyu, maintaining her aloofness, refused to attend to Chen Kai, which did not come as a surprise to anyone. However, her audacity to openly confront Chen Kai left them all astounded. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze towards Chen Kai, who, as expected, bore a sinister expression upon his brow. Abruptly rising, he strode over with a glass in hand, splashing its contents upon Zhao Qingyu's face. And with a swift motion, he struck her down to the ground. What do you think you are? With someone like you? You don't even have the right to enter my private booth in the capital and partake of my fruit platter. Have you truly deluded yourself into thinking you matter? After his tirade, Chen Kai coldly proclaimed, Now I present you with two options. Either summon Chen Yun to come here, or I shall have someone strip you and toss you out of the window. The impact of his words struck Zhao Qingyu like a thunderbolt, causing her to tremble. Those present recognized that Chen Kai had no regard for Zhao Qingyu. It was evident he bore a grudge against Chen Yun and intended to use Zhao Qingyu to humiliate him. Zhao Qingyu raised her head, casting a pleading glance towards Han Sudong. Yet, Han Sudong feigned ignorance, turning away his face. He was powerless. Moments ago, young Master Chen had threatened him, warning that should he utter another word, his tongue would be severed. Thus, he dared not make a sound. Disheartened by Han Sudong's cowardice, Zhao Qingyu had no choice but to place her last flicker of hope upon Chen Yun. She retrieved her phone to call him, only to find that he was currently engaged in another conversation. Reluctantly, she composed a text message. Chen Yun, I am being humiliated by Chen Kai at Junlin Club. Please come to my rescue. Meanwhile, at Junlin Club, in a small private room, the Shu sisters were dining while Chen Yun answered a call from Tang Shurong. 10 minutes prior, Tang Shurong had received a threat from Chen Kai and was now seeking Chen Yun's assistance. Mr. Chen, your half-brother seems to be aware that I am affiliated with Lin Lu. He has demanded that I meet him at Junlin Club with Lin Lu, or else he will eliminate us both. Upon hearing this, Chen Yun's eyes glinted with coldness before gradually returning to calm. Ah, he is indeed targeting me, he replied. Tang Shurong inquired, what should Lin Lu and I do now? Chen Yun responded, there is no need to concern yourselves. But Chen Kai, Tang Shurong protested. Chen Yun interjected coolly, I am currently at Junlin Club. Since he is aiming for me, I shall go and entertain him. With that, he ended the call. Ding. No sooner had he hung up than he received Zhao Qingyu's text. Assuming it was yet another message concerning the annulment of their marriage, he dismissed it without a glance. Shoving his phone into his pocket, turning to the Shu sisters, he said, You continue eating. I shall step out to the restroom. He then exited the booth. As Chen Yun's figure vanished, Shu Linghua pointed to the private restroom within the booth and remarked, The booth is equipped with a restroom. Why is he going outside? Shu Tangyin had just overheard Chen Yun on the phone, and a vague sense of unease began to creep in. At this moment, her suspicions deepened. He might be in trouble. Come on, let's go see, she urged, and the two set aside their dishes and hurried out. Chapter 70. Not only a beautiful confidant, but also a brother inside the imperial box. Zhao Qingyu trembled as she spoke into her phone. I've already called Chen Yun for help, but we're currently in the process of getting a divorce. Even if he knows I'm in danger, he may not come to my rescue. Chen Kai raised a finger to hush her, signaling for silence. He crouched down, observing the panic-stricken Zhao Qingyu, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with a genteel demeanor. It matters not if he does not come. I will seek him out myself. However, should he fail to arrive, you shall face dire consequences. A beauty like you, thrown out of the window, I wonder what expression Chen Yun would wear upon discovering it? Would it be one of unbearable anguish or impotent rage? Ah, I find myself rather eager to witness it. Zhao Qingyu trembled in fear, retorting, You are a psychopath. Chen Kai chuckled, rising to his feet and snapping his fingers, instructing Qin Liang, start the countdown. If Chen Yun does not appear in 10 minutes, we shall take action against his wife. Qin Liang grinned maliciously, understood, second young master. At the entrance of the imperial box, 2 rows of well-trained suit-clad bodyguards stood vigilant. Chen Yun strolled over with his hands casually tucked into his trouser pockets. A bodyguard with a face full of pimples blocked his path, barking, Halt. You've wandered into the wrong place, kid. If you're just here to loiter, you'd best be on your way. Chen Yun glanced at the number of the box and smiled. I'm not mistaken. I'm here to see Chen Kai. The pockmarked face scrutinized Chen Yun from head to toe, skepticism evident. Who do you think you are, daring to call our second young master by name? With a beaming smile, Chen Yun replied, I am Chen Yun. The bodyguard's eyes widened in shock. You are Chen Yun. He immediately waved his hand, directing his comrades, seize this brat. Bang! Before he could finish his command, Chen Yun delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The hefty body flew back, crashing into the door of the Imperial box with tremendous force. Boom! The door burst open, and the pockmarked guard tumbled inside, startling everyone within the box. Chen Kai, holding his glass, slowly shifted his gaze towards the entrance. His bodyguards and Qin Liang followed suit, all eyes drawn to the doorway. Han Sudong, who had been keeping his head down in fear, along with the shivering Zhao Qingyu and the other businessmen present, turned their attention to the entrance. There lay the bodyguard, bleeding from his mouth and unable to rise. A few guards stationed at the door retreated cautiously into the box. Then, a man clad in a white shirt strolled in unhurriedly. It was Chen Yun. Upon recognizing the handsome visage of this man, Zhao Qingyu could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Han Sudong and the others were left in utter astonishment, pondering. This kid actually dared to come here and court death. Upon encountering Chen Yun, Chen Kai immediately narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on him. Chen Yun, disregarding the varied gazes of those present, strode in as if entering his own abode, his expression serene and unperturbed. Observing this, Chen Kai instinctively furrowed his brow, silently questioning, is he truly this confident? As Chen Yun approached and noticed Zhao Qingyu on the floor, a flicker of surprise crossed his handsome features. What is this woman doing? However, he refrained from asking, even neglecting to acknowledge Zhao Qingyu, and instead walked directly past her. Taking a seat on the sofa opposite Chen Kai, he extracted a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and ignited it with a lighter. Inhaling deeply before turning his gaze toward Chen Kai, nonchalantly stating, I've heard you've been looking for me? Chen Kai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a sardonic smile curling his lips. You know I'm searching for you, and yet you still dare to come? At this juncture, he scoffed, if I were you, I would have fled as far as possible with my tail between my legs. Chen Yun smiled softly. This is where our differences lie. Thus, you are not me. Nor will you ever become me. You are not me. You cannot become me. You will never replace me. A bastard will forever remain a bastard, incapable of usurping the position of the legitimate heir. With a resounding thud, Chen Kai slammed his glass onto the coffee table, rising abruptly in anger. Chen Yun, do you dare to underestimate me? Do you believe I cannot kill you right now? The moment the words left his mouth, he realized he had lost control. A mere statement from Chen Yun had unsettled him so. He struggled to regain his composure, silently resolving that for the sake of inheriting their vast family estate and cultivating his own strong-willed mentality, he must eliminate Chen Yun and vanquish his inner demons. Otherwise, he would forever remain overshadowed by Chen Yun. Upon hearing Chen Kai's threat, Chen Yun chuckled coldly. Kill me? If you have the capability, then come and do it. His expression darkened. To those unrelated, if you wish to avoid losing your lives by misfortune, I suggest you leave immediately. In an instant, the gathered businessmen turned and fled. They had come to attend Chen Kai's welcome banquet, hoping to curry favor with the influential Chen family in the capital. What they might gain was inconsequential. Losing their lives would be disastrous. Han Sudong, following his father's lead to exit, paused beside Zhao Qingyu and, gathering his courage, whispered, Qingyu, you've already summoned that boy Chen Yun to his demise. This no longer concerns you. Let us leave quickly. Zhao Qingyu glanced at Han Sudong and shook her head. You go ahead. Chen Yun came to save me, and I cannot abandon him to flee alone. Han Sudong grew anxious. Zhao Qingyu continued. You should leave quickly. I fear if you linger too long, young Master Chen will not permit your departure. And that would be unfortunate. At her words, Han Sudong trembled with fear, no longer able to concern himself with Zhao Qingyu, and hastily followed his father out. Soon, within the expansive private room, aside from Chen Yun and Zhao Qingyu, only Chen Kai, his bodyguard, and Qin Liang with a group of ruffians remained. Chen Kai glanced at Chen Yun, who was accompanied only by Zhao Qingyu, and could not help but sneer. Chen Yun, what do you intend to contest with me? Surely, you do not expect Tang Shiyong and Lin Lu, those two useless individuals, to rescue you? With a single word from me. Lin Lu was so intimidated that he relinquished all his profitable ventures to Qin Liang. Do you truly believe he would still dare oppose me? As for Tang Shiyong, with the meager resources of the Tang family, I could easily obliterate him. Would he dare to stand up for you? Chen Yun flicked the ash from his cigarette. Responding nonchalantly, there is no need for their assistance. I can handle you by myself. Chen Kai laughed mockingly. Just you alone? His entourage of bodyguards joined in the laughter, as did Qin Liang and his gang of thugs. However, just as they were ridiculing Chen Yun, a cold voice rang out from the entrance. He is not alone. There is also me. Indeed, there is me. Chen Kai and his associates froze, turning in unison towards the door. There, Xu Tangyin and Xu Lingyue strode in together, standing beside Chen Yun, glaring at Chen Kai and his group. Chen Kai blinked, then erupted into hearty laughter, nearly doubling over as he pointed at Chen Yun. Chen Yun, I thought you had accomplished something over the years to dare challenge me. It appears you are merely relying on women. Have you become a kept man? Qin Liang and the others laughed along. Suddenly, a loud and powerful voice echoed from the entrance. Mr. Qin not only has his fair lady, but he also has us, his brothers. Everyone turned to the doorway to see Lin Lu, clad in a black leather jacket, accompanied by the madman, Zhu Laifu, and a host of Dragon Gate brothers, all exuding an intimidating aura. And I, though not particularly capable, will not stand idly by if anyone dares to harm Mr. Chun. Tang Shiyong also made his entrance with a group of subordinates. Chapter 71. Why provoke Mr. Chun? Upon seeing Lin Lu and Tang Shiyong arrive, along with the madman and Zhu Laifu, Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback. Why have all of you come? Tang Shiyong replied respectfully, Mr. Chun, we are aware that someone intends to target you, and we have come to face it together. Lin Lu added solemnly, indeed. We do not care whether he is a young master from the capital or a wealthy heir. Should anyone wish to harm Mr. Chun, they must first consult us. His brothers. A chorus of Dragon Gate brothers echoed their agreement. Yes. Chen Yun felt a surge of gratitude. Conversely, Chen Kai's brow furrowed slightly. Stepping forward, Qin Liang scolded. Lin Lu, just a moment ago, with a single word from young Master Chun, you were so frightened that you abandoned your most lucrative business. Now, do you still have the audacity to oppose young Master Chun? Are you seeking death? Lin Lu retorted. Who told you I abandoned those shady businesses out of fear of him? Qin Liang replied, isn't it so? Lin Lu scoffed, certainly not. Today, Mr. Chen taught me the importance of not profiting from ill-gotten gains, which is why I have completely forsaken those shady dealings. What does that have to do with the so-called young Master Chen you speak of? At this declaration, Qin Liang's eyes widened in shock, and Chen Kai's expression darkened further. Chen Kai nodded while sneering, very well, you are all commendable. At this point, his gaze fell upon Chen Yun, and with disdain, he remarked, Chen Yun, it is no wonder you dare to challenge me. It seems you have emulated Meng Changjun, gathering a band of petty thieves. But do you truly believe this motley crew can safeguard you tonight? Seated on the sofa, Chen Yun exhaled a plume of smoke and replied, Meng Changjun is one of the 4 aristocratic sons of the warring states. What do you consider yourself? A mere illegitimate child from a concubine, daring to mock Meng Changjun? The term illegitimate child from a concubine struck a nerve with Chen Kai, causing his face to flush crimson. You, Chen Yun continued nonchalantly. And as for your claim that we are a motley crew, if you fail against us tonight, what does that make you? Trash? Chen Kai nearly erupted with rage. Qin Liang, he shouted, raising his voice. Second young master, I am here. Qin Liang responded. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Kai commanded, your worth will be determined by tonight's performance. Defeat this ragtag group and eliminate Chen Yun for me. I shall support you as the underground emperor of Zhonghai. Upon hearing this, Qin Liang's face lit up with excitement as he rallied his underlings. Brothers, did you hear the second young master's words? Charge with me. A throng of underlings, as though fueled by adrenaline, surged forward alongside Qin Liang. Lin Li's eyes turned icy. Brothers of Longmen, forward. Lin Lu and his subordinates clashed with Qin Liang's group, and a fierce battle ensued. The madman and Zhu Laifu did not remain idle either, joining the fray. Tang Shiyong's bodyguards glanced at him, whispering, Boss, should we assist? Tang Shiyong observed that the bodyguards behind Chen Kai had not yet moved, so he replied, Not yet. Your current task is to protect Mr. Chun and the 2 young ladies from the Shu family. The bodyguards nodded, their attention fixed on the conflict. The battle raged on with intensity. The combatants from Lin Li's side and those from Qin Liang's side were evenly matched. However, Lin Li's group had an unpredictable element. The madman. Once a versatile warrior in the Northern Army, the madman had developed post-traumatic stress disorder from the battlefield, resulting in an increasingly reclusive and violent nature, with a proclivity for seeking fights. In that moment, he resembled a berserker unleashed, attacking with unrestrained ferocity. His strikes were merciless, targeting the vulnerable points of his opponents, who fell one after another, shrieking in agony. With the madman as presence, Lin Lu's faction swiftly began to overpower Qin Liang's group. In no time, the madman slid to a halt in front of Qin Liang, gripping his neck with his left hand while his right fist descended like a sledgehammer upon Qin Liang's face. With a series of thunderous blows, Qin Liang's visage became a gruesome mess, his face deeply sunken. Releasing his grip, the madman let Qin Liang collapse to the ground like a discarded dog. Witnessing this scene, Chen Kai's disappointment was palpable. Useless dog. With that, he turned to an elderly man behind him, dressed in traditional Tang attire and sporting a small braid, and said, "Uncle Chiu, it appears that you and the 13 Guardians must take action yourselves." The elder, known as Chiu Xiong, was a renowned martial arts master in the region. His 13 disciples formed the formidable group known as the 13 Guardians. Every day, Chen Kai spent 30 million to employ Chiu Xiong and his disciples as his personal bodyguard team, solely to handle situations like tonight's. Upon hearing Chen Kai's command, Chiu Xiong nodded and cackled, "Rest assured, second young master, we shall handle everything. 13 Guardians, follow me." With that, he surged forward like a specter, lunging at the madman, declaring, "Leave this formidable opponent to me. You handle the rest." "Yes, master." The 13 Guardians replied in unison, rushing into the fray. As the madman confronted Chiu Xiong without hesitation, the two clashed like ferocious tigers meeting on a narrow path, engaging in a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the 13 Guardians joined the fight, confronting Lin Lu and his group. The madman and Chiu Xiong were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. Lin Li's group had just subdued Qin Liang's faction when they found themselves facing the 13 Guardians. Despite their numerical advantage, Lin Li's crew was quickly overwhelmed by the Guardians' formidable prowess. Chen Yun, seated on the sofa and smoking, noticed the unfolding scene and furrowed his brow slightly. He then picked up a handful of toothpicks from the coffee table. With a flick of his finger, a toothpick shot out like lightning, vanishing in an instant. Not far away, a Guardian, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Lin Lu, suddenly felt a sharp sensation in his arm, as if bitten by an insect, rendering it numb. Before he could comprehend what had happened, Lin Lu seized the fleeting opportunity, landing a punch that sent him crashing to the ground, bloodied and defeated. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yun was discreetly aiding Lin Lu, his actions remaining swift and fluid as he continued to launch toothpicks, transforming them into hidden projectiles that struck the vital points of the 13 Guardians. Many Guardians, caught off guard, suddenly found their bodies paralyzed before being felled. Chiu Xiong, locked in a fierce struggle with the madman, was growing increasingly agitated as he struggled to gain the upper hand. His peripheral vision caught sight of the 13 Guardians being taken down one by a group of ruffians, fueling his frustration. He cursed inwardly, wondering how these fellows had become so complacent as bodyguards for the Chun family that their combat skills had dulled. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, he understood he could no longer afford to be entangled with the madman. To turn the tide, he needed to capture the leader first, otherwise, the night would end in disaster. With that thought, he forced the madman back with a kick, then, without warning, lunged toward Chen Yun with astonishing speed, like a ghost. Lin Lu shouted, "Mr. Chun, be careful." Meanwhile, Xu Tingyin, Xu Lingyue, and Zhao Qingyu felt their hearts leap into their throats at this alarming sight. Tang Shiyong and his bodyguards attempted to intercept, but alas, Chiu Xiong moved with such swiftness that they were too late. Chiu Xiong surged forward as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, reaching Chen Yun and extending his bony hand, resembling a spectral claw, towards Chen Yun's throat. With a sinister grin, he taunted, "Get up, boy." Seated upon the sofa, Chen Yun awaited the approach of Chiu Xiong's ghostly grasp before striking with lightning speed, seizing Chiu Xiong's wrist and twisting it with fervor. Crack! The sharp sound of a bone fracturing resonated through the air. Chiu Xiong's claw was reduced to a shattered remnant. He let out a muffled groan, enduring the searing pain, and retaliated with a fierce kick aimed at Chen Yun. Chen Yun raised his hand, catching Chiu Xiong's ankle, and with a powerful swing, hurled Chiu Xiong across the room. Thud! Chiu Xiong's back collided with the wall, which instantly bore a network of spiderweb-like cracks. He then slid down the wall, leaving a long trail of blood behind him. As he fell, a torrent of crimson gushed forth from beneath his body. Chen Kai witnessed this scene, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor in shock. The others were equally astounded, their faces etched with disbelief. Only the madman remained unfazed by the outcome. Glancing at Chiu Xiong lying in a pool of blood, he silently mused, "You were faring well against me. Yet you chose to provoke Mr. Chen?" Was that not a death wish? Chapter 72. Lai Fu, strike him. Chen Kai's complexion darkened. Qin Liang's group had lost. The 13 protectors had faltered. To his astonishment, the martial arts master Qiu Xiong, usually invincible, had been effortlessly defeated by Chun Yun in just 2 moves. He could hardly accept this reality, muttering to himself, "Impossible, this cannot be true. Uncle Qiu is a martial arts master." Chun Yun chuckled at his words. A martial arts master, is that truly impressive? In the distance, the madman, who was usually stoic, could not help but allow a rare smile to flicker across his face. He understood that during Chun Yun's years as the god of war in the north, he had slain not just one but hundreds of masters from rival nations. Chen Kai, emboldened by the presence of a master, had dared to confront Chen Yun, a testament to his audacity. Hearing Chen Yun's words, Chen Kai's face shifted between shades of green and white. With Qiu Xiong so easily vanquished, what significance remained in debating the prowess of a martial arts master? Casting a glance at Chen Yun, Chen Kai begrudgingly conceded, "Chen Yun, you are indeed formidable. I acknowledge my defeat this time, but do not revel too soon. Our paths will cross again, and we shall see." With that, he prepared to depart in disgrace. However, Zhu Laifu obstructed his exit. Pretending not to notice, he attempted to circumvent Zhu Laifu, only to be thwarted again by the madman. Still feigning ignorance, he tried to evade the madman once more. But Lin Lu and a group of Longmen brothers had effectively sealed off the entrance. Slowly, Chen Kai lifted his gaze, encountering Zhu Laifu, the madman, Lin Lu, and others, all glaring at him as fiercely as wrathful deities. It seemed that everyone was merely awaiting a word from Mr. Chen to unhesitatingly extinguish him. Chen Kai slowly turned, directing his gaze towards Chen Yun. Chen Yun, seated on the sofa, held a half-burnt cigarette between his right fingers and smiled faintly. "Chen Kai, our matter tonight is far from over. Do you think you can simply walk away and postpone it for another time?" A bead of sweat quietly formed on Chen Kai's forehead, yet he feigned bravado. "What do you intend to do?" Chen Yun shifted to a more comfortable position, resting his chin on his hand, and smiled. "Naturally, you shall pay the price. Your father dotes on you. Has he not taught you the principle of standing straight when facing punishment?" Upon hearing Chen Yun's words, Chen Kai realized that he was indeed about to be assaulted. Fury and shock surged within him as he declared, his voice laced with menace, "Chen Yun, I warn you, I am the heir of the Chun family in the capital. If you dare to lay a finger on me tonight, not only will you suffer, but so will all your acquaintances, brothers, and friends." The Chun family in the capital was a premier conglomerate. Under normal circumstances, Chen Kai could invoke his lineage to instill fear in many. Unfortunately, he should not have leveraged his title against Chen Yun, for in revealing his identity, he inadvertently reminded Chen Yun of his own origins, of the mother who had been driven to her demise. Chen Yun's narrow eyes suddenly turned icy as he extinguished the cigarette, but with indifference, and commanded, "Lai Fu. Deal with him." Zhu Laifu, who fancied himself as Chun Yun's top lackey, approached Chen Kai without hesitation, cursing, "You insolent young master. How dare you whimper before young Master Chen? I will make you pay for your insolence." With that, he raised his palm, which was as large as a fan, and struck Chen Kai with a resounding slap. The impact left a distinct mark on Chen Kai's face, and even sent his precious gold-rimmed glasses flying off his nose. "You, a mere insect from the lower echelons of society, dare to strike me?" Chen Kai clutched his battered face, his disbelief evident as he stared at Zhu Laifu, trembling. Whether from pain or rage, he could not discern. Zhu Laifu sneered, his tone dripping with malice. "If young Master Chen commands a beating, you shall receive it. Do you think we need to choose a favorable day for that?" With that, he delivered a punch to Chen Kai's face, sending him reeling backwards. Following this, he mounted Chen Kai like a tiger pouncing on its prey, pinning him down with one hand while the other unleashed a relentless barrage of fists upon Chen Kai's head. Quickly, Chen Kai was left bloodied and wailing in agony. Xu Tingyin, Xu Lingyue, and Zhao Qingyu observed the astonishing scene with varied expressions. The scion of a trillion-dollar conglomerate was being mercilessly beaten by a mere subordinate of Chen Yun. Meanwhile, Chen Yun, who held the status of a mere security guard, sat on the sofa with his chin resting on his hand, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his handsome features, exuding an air of an extraordinary and noble gentleman. At that moment, Chen Yun's phone rang. Upon encountering the familiar yet foreign sequence of numbers displayed on his phone, a tempest of anger rapidly coalesced in his eyes, only to gradually subside as he deliberately answered the call. A commanding voice of a middle-aged man resonated from the device. "Chen Yun, your brother Chen Kai has taken matters into his own hands and has come to trouble you. Do not engage in conflict with him. Chen Yun calmly interjected, Mr. Chun. The last time you dispatched Qin Chong and Chun Hu to disturb me, I warned your family not to harass me again, or I would retaliate. Now, your son has come seeking trouble, and you expect me not to confront him? Is that not absurd? A silence lingered on the other end for 2 seconds before the voice responded slowly. Chen Yun, I understand you harbor resentment over your mother's death and still blame me. I have consistently sent people to bring you back, yet you refuse to grant me the opportunity for amends. Chen Yun replied coldly. If your call tonight is merely to spout nonsense, you may as well hang up. The voice on the other end seemed poised to respond, but suddenly, faint screams echoed through the line, prompting an alarmed inquiry. Chen Yun, who is screaming? Casting a sidelong glance at Chen Kai, who was being mercilessly beaten by Zhu Laifu. A smirk curled at the corners of Chen Yun's lips. Your precious son sought trouble with me, and now he is receiving a lesson from my subordinates. The voice hastily urged, Chen Yun, stop this at once. Chen Yun scoffed, Mr. Chun, are you issuing me commands? Listening to the anguished cries of Chen Kai, the man surprisingly softened. Chen Kai, I implore you to cease harming your brother. Is that not sufficient? Momentarily taken aback, Chen Yun then retorted with mockery, I never imagined that the formidable Mr. Chun would one day kneel in supplication. It appears you truly dote on your darling son. At this juncture, Chen Yun's tone grew icy. But who do you think you are, believing that a mere plea could compel me to release him? The voice, now tinged with anger, replied. Chen Yun, do you not possess any sense of compassion? With chilling intent, Chen Yun declared, when you forced my mother to her demise, you showed no compassion. I vowed at my mother's grave to ensure your family pays dearly. It seemed the man was taken aback, as a decade had passed. Yet the animosity within Chen Yun had not waned. Rather, it had intensified. Chen Yun, what must you have to spare young Kai's life? State your terms, and I shall see if they are acceptable. Mr. Chun, now we are speaking the language of resolution. Forget about emotions. Let us discuss terms, Chen Yun replied slowly. My condition is simple. You must kneel before my mother's grave tomorrow and apologize, remaining there from dawn until dusk. The man on the other end, taken aback by such a demand, erupted in fury. That is impossible. Unfazed, Chen Yun retorted, if you refuse, come to Zhonghai to collect your son's remains. With that, he prepared to sever the connection. Urgently, the voice called out, wait. Chen Yun inquired, The breath on the other end of the phone resembled that of a bellows. Ultimately compelled to concede. All right, I will accept your terms. Tomorrow, I will personally kneel at your mother's grave, apologizing from dawn until dusk. Is that acceptable? Chen Yun replied with a cold demeanor, Mr. Chun, I will send someone to supervise tomorrow. If you fail to comply, even if you kneel for just a minute less, you had better buy your son a longevity lock and pray for his extended life. After hanging up, he signaled for Lai Fu to cease his actions. On the ground, Chen Kai had been reduced to a bloodied figure. Observing the barely conscious Chen Kai, Chen Yun remarked indifferently, consider yourself fortunate this time. Go back and inform your parents that when I return to Beijing, we shall settle the score. Chapter 73. A mix of compassion and heartache. Do remember to compensate for the damages to the club. Chen Yun reminded the nearly unconscious Chen Kai before departing with his friends, leaving behind a scene of lamentation. After Chen Yun and his entourage left, Chen Kai's subordinates, who had sustained relatively minor injuries, struggled to rise. Some began to call for an ambulance while others rushed to support Chen Kai. His head was a bloody mess. And in his delirium, he muttered incoherently, Bastard, I will kill him. I must kill him. His subordinates, attempting to console him like children, urged, Yes, yes. After we return to the capital, we will report this to the madam. She will surely ensure he does not continue to walk this earth. Emerging from the Junlin Club, Tang Shirong and Lin Lu were the first to bid farewell, followed closely by Feng Zi and Zhu Laifu. Just as Chun Yun and Shu Tingyin prepared to return home in Shu Lingyue's car, Zhao Qingyu, who had been silently following behind, suddenly stepped forward to block Chen Yun's path. Chen Yun, wait. Chen Yun furrowed his brow slightly. What is it now? Zhao Qingyu replied earnestly. I want to discuss the matter of rescinding the cooling-off period for our divorce. Chen Yun retorted coldly, there is nothing to discuss between us, nor will the divorce be rescinded. At this, he took Shu Tingyin's hand and added, Moreover, I have already found the person I wish to cherish for a lifetime. Zhao Qingyu was visibly shaken, shaking her head. I don't believe it. You loved me so deeply. How could you move on in less than a month and fall for someone else? You must be feeling wronged. Intentionally putting on an act with Shu Tingyin to provoke me, right? Deep down, you still love me, don't you? Chen Yun merely shook his head. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up not far away, and Han Sudong stepped out. Chen Yun said coldly, "The path you choose is yours alone. Walk it resolutely and do not look back, for no one will be waiting for you at the crossroads." With that, he led Xu Tangyi into the car and called out to the still-standing Xu Linghua, "What are you waiting for? Get in and drive." Xu Linghua felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, thinking, does he really consider me just a driver? However, reflecting on the fact that Chen Yun had saved her life, she had once vowed emphatically to repay him, even promising to offer herself in gratitude. Now, it seemed only reasonable that Chen Yun treated her as a mere servant or chauffeur. With no other choice, she could only swallow her indignation and obediently get into the car to serve as Chen Yun's driver. Soon enough, the engine roared to life. Zhao Qingyu attempted to halt the vehicle. At that moment, Han Sudong approached, his face etched with concern, exclaiming, "Qingyu, I am so relieved to see you unharmed." Zhao Qingyu was momentarily obstructed by Han Sudong, allowing the BMW to pull away. She could only watch helplessly as the car receded into the distance, symbolizing the widening chasm in her relationship with Chen Yun. A sudden pang of anguish clutched at her heart, as if she were on the verge of losing the most precious thing in her life. With each passing moment, her heart felt as though it was being stripped away, leaving her gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Han Sudong, who had incessantly spoken ill of Chen Yun and subtly suggested her divorce, continued to chatter away. "Forget about that guy. He's nothing but a troublemaker. This time, he has offended the second young master of the Chun family in the capital and dragged you down with him. By the way, the second young master didn't he make things difficult for you, did he? I was so worried." Zhao Qingyu, consumed by rage, shouted at Han Sudong, "Be quiet." This was the first time Han Sudong had witnessed Zhao Qingyu so furious. He stood there, momentarily stunned and flustered, asking, "Qingyu, what's wrong?" Her exquisite and beautiful face was now marred by fury, her eyes ablaze with wrath. "Han Sudong, this is all because of you. If it weren't for you, I would never have divorced Chen Yun." She roared at him like an enraged lioness. Han Sudong was left completely dumbfounded. After unleashing her fury, Zhao Qingyu seemed to have expended all her strength, collapsing to her knees, burying her face in her hands, and sobbing uncontrollably. "Woo, Chen Yun won't reconcile with me. He doesn't want me anymore." Passers-by cast curious glances in their direction. Han Sudong, feeling awkward, tried to console her, saying, "Qingyu, don't be upset. Fate is in our own hands." He intended to add that fate was indeed in their control, and that divorce was inconsequential, as something better awaited. However, before he could finish, Zhao Qingyu, who had been heartbroken and weeping, suddenly lifted her head, as if she had grasped a lifeline, murmuring to herself, "Yes, fate is in my own hands. What I have lost, I shall reclaim." As she spoke, memories flooded her mind of the recent moment of peril when she had called Chen Yun, only to find his phone unreachable, and had texted him for rescue. In an instant, her previously dim eyes sparkled with an exhilarating joy. Her heart raced as she thought, "Chen Yun still loves me. If he didn't care, how could he have rushed to my aid upon receiving my message? Indeed, he still holds a place for me in his heart. I must win him back." With such thoughts, she seemed to have made a resolute decision, her gaze transforming into one of determination. Han Sudong observed as Zhao Qingyu, after a brief emotional upheaval, finally regained her composure. He presumed that his persuasion had borne fruit, and thus bent down to extend a hand, intending to assist Zhao Qingyu to her feet. However, she unceremoniously shoved him aside, swiftly rising and making her way to her Porsche before driving off, leaving Han Sudong stunned in place. In the village of Haiding, at the entrance of the Xu family home, Xu Linghua had driven Chen Yun and Xu Tangyin to their doorstep, after which she returned home alone. As Xu Tangyin entered the house with Chen Yun, she noticed a note in the living room. It was left by her father, stating, "Daughter, your mother and I have gone to visit relatives for 2 days. During this time, please cook for yourself and Chen Yun after work." She found it somewhat puzzling. How odd. Why have my parents suddenly gone to visit relatives for 2 days? Chen Yun, not giving it much thought, casually remarked, "Perhaps uncle and auntie are attending your grandfather's birthday banquet, and after enjoying a pleasant conversation with some relatives, they've decided to stay for a couple of days to reminisce." Xu Tangyi nodded in agreement. That could be the case. Little did they know, Xu Xingyuan and his wife, during the banquet, were quite pleased to hear the old gentleman praise Chen Yun, leading them to feel even more satisfied with him. Thus, they concocted an excuse to leave for 2 days, creating an opportunity for their daughter and Chen Yun. At that moment, Shu Tangyin suddenly noticed that the normally composed Chen Yun bore a hint of weariness on his handsome face that evening. Particularly, his long, narrow eyes lacked the usual subtle smile, replaced instead by a trace of sorrow and melancholy, akin to the silent depths of a dark ocean 3,000 meters below the surface. What profoundly deep eyes they were. As Shu Tangyin gazed at the man before her, she felt a mixture of pity and heartache, an overwhelming urge to embrace him and offer comfort. You must be very tired. Lie down, and I shall massage your temples for you. Chen Yun was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Shu Tangyin and understanding that her concern stemmed from her anxiety for him. So, he obediently reclined on the sofa, resting his head upon her graceful legs. Shu Tangyin gently massaged his temples, softly inquiring, "Do you have a grievance with the Chun family from the capital?" Having overheard Chen Yun on the phone that evening, she surmised that he must harbor some animosity towards the Chun family, hence her question. Chen Yun, with his eyes closed, replied calmly, "Indeed, 10 years ago. Those individuals from the Chun family destroyed my home, drove my mother to her demise, and left me to fend for myself on the streets, nearly starving to death." Shu Tangyin's eyes widened in shock. Chen Yun slightly opened his phoenix-like eyes and asked, "My enemies are from a prestigious family in the capital. Are you not afraid?" Shu Tangyin lifted her chin defiantly, "Not afraid." A smile graced Chen Yun's eyes. "And why is that?" Shu Tangyin responded, "Because I stand on solid ground. What does it matter if the Chun family is wealthy and influential? They shamelessly caused your mother's death a decade ago and now dare to trouble you again. My heart is filled with anger, not fear." After speaking, she glanced at Chen Yun's handsome face. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she added, "And when I am with you, I fear nothing." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun looked at her face and then, with casual intent, cast his gaze upon the jade pendant adorning her neck, smiling silently. Chapter 74. I have practiced. Shu Tangyin gently pressed Chen Yun's forehead. Before long, he unexpectedly fell asleep. As she gazed at the slumbering Chen Yun, she seized the rare opportunity to admire his striking features up close without any reservations. The more she looked, the more she found herself enchanted. Just as she was quietly appreciating Chen Yun's visage, her phone vibrated suddenly, signaling a new message. To avoid waking him, she cautiously retrieved her phone, discovering it was a message from her mother. Upon reading the message, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Her mother had revealed that the visit to their relatives with her father was, in fact, an endeavor to create time and space for her and Chen Yun, urging her to seize the opportunity to establish a romantic relationship with him and not let such an exceptional man slip away. Shu Tangyin felt a mix of shyness and irritation, pondering why her parents had suddenly decided to visit relatives. It turned out to be part of their scheme. Consequently, she promptly replied to her mother, "Mom, you and Dad needn't worry so much. There's no need for such fuss. I have already agreed to date Chen Yun in 3 months." This was to allow both herself and Chen Yun a little more time to become acquainted. Moreover, although Chen Yun had finalized his divorce from Zhao Qingyu, they were still within the cooling-off period, and he required some time as well. Little did her mother know all this. Soon, her mother responded, "Daughter, your grandfather used to look down on Chen Yun, but tonight he spoke highly of him. Your father and I are creating opportunities for you. If you do not cherish them and Chen Yun is taken away by someone else, do not shed tears." Shu Tangyin felt a blend of shame and annoyance, muttering to herself, "Chen Yun is not that kind of person." She set her phone aside, her gaze returning to Chen Yun's handsome face, filled with affection. In the capital city, at the Tianjiao Group building, lights illuminated the night. On the top floor, in the president's office, a regal and stunningly beautiful matron stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the nightscape below with an air of authority. She was Madame Chun, the president of Tianjiao Group and the mother of Chen Kai. Behind her, a respectfully dressed man in a suit stood, reporting to her. Upon concluding his report, her phoenix eyes ignited with a storm of fury, which gradually dissipated. "Wang Shuang, what did you just say?" Chen Kai has learned that the master intends to bring Chen Yun back, so he sought to trouble Chen Yun, only to be severely injured by him. Wang Shuang, unwavering, replied in a deep voice, "Yes, young Master Chen Yun was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment and has since stabilized, currently being transferred back to the capital for further care." Madame Chen refrained from expressing her opinion, merely inquiring, "Does the master know about this?" Wang Shuang affirmed, "He does." "Mrs. Chen, what is the master's reaction now?" Wang Shuang, "The master seems rather indifferent. However, I heard he instructed the butler before retiring for the night to prepare offerings for a visit to Chen Yun's mother's grave tomorrow." Mrs. Chen suddenly turned, her eyes flashing like lightning as she gazed at Wang Shuang. He dared not meet her gaze and lowered his head. Mrs. Chen suddenly let out a cold laugh. Excellent. Recently, I sent Chen Chong and Chunhu to fetch that little wretch home, but to no avail. Now, my son has been beaten. And not only does he remain unconcerned, but he also audaciously plans to pay respects at that harlot's grave. He is resolutely intent on bringing that little wretch home. Intending to cast both my son and me aside, Wang Shuang remained silent, knowing this was not a matter for him to voice an opinion on. He was merely a subordinate. He would do as the lady commanded. Mrs. Chen scoffed. He wishes to bring that little wretch back. But this household is no longer solely under his command. He must seek my consent. Wang Shuang, at your service. Mrs. Chen said coldly. Contact the night organization for me. I do not wish for Chen Yun to see the end of the month. Wang Shuang hesitated for the first time, but what about the master? Mrs. Chun replied icily. You need only focus on contacting the assassin organization. The rest is none of your concern. Wang Shuang understood. The following morning, Chen Yun awoke to find himself on the sofa, covered with a blanket. He then recalled that he had fallen asleep resting on Shu Tongyin's leg the previous night. Oddly enough, it was the most restful sleep he had experienced in recent times. At that moment, Shu Tongyin emerged from the kitchen. You're awake. I've prepared breakfast. Hurry and wash up. After washing, Chen Yun joined Shu Tongyin for breakfast before heading to the office. Upon arriving, Shu Tongyin immediately immersed herself in work. The company's enigmatic new owner had declared that in 3 months, the most outstanding department head would be appointed to fill the vacant presidential position. Thus, Shu Tongyin was not only encouraging Chen Yun, but was also determined to strive for her own success. Chen Yun entered the office of his security team leader and had Zhu Laifu prepare a cup of tea before closing the office door to call Di Ting. Chief, what are your orders? Di Ting, excited by Chen Yun's call, inquired eagerly. Chen Yun replied calmly. I have a private matter. Arrange for 2 elite agents to covertly monitor the chairman of the Tiancio Group. I need to know if he kneels at my mother's grave today to apologize. Di Ting affirmed. Yes, I will arrange that immediately. Chen Yun cautioned. Remember, the agents must not be discovered, and if they are, they must not reveal their identities. Di Ting responded. Understood. After hanging up, Chen Yun found himself with little to do and began scrolling through videos on his phone. He intended to catch up on current events, but was instead greeted with an array of dancers. Just as he considered tossing his phone aside, the office door unexpectedly swung open, and a graceful figure entered without hesitation. Even before she approached, Chen Yun caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. Without even lifting her gaze, he knew it was Xu Linghua. For throughout the entire company, only she possessed such a lack of decorum. Barging into his office without so much as a knock. Chen Yun, what are you up to? Xu Linghua leaned over his desk, peering intently at the contents of his phone. Upon discovering something unexpected, she mischievously remarked, Chen Yun, so you enjoy watching beautiful women dance? You should have mentioned it earlier. I shall dance for you. Due to Xu Linghua's abrupt entrance without closing the door, Zhu Laifu in the security office overheard this exchange and wore an expression of bemusement. Even the eccentric, who was silently exercising with dumbbells, paused momentarily before resuming his workout. In the private office, Chen Yun's expression darkened as he looked up at Xu Linghua. When will you learn the courtesy of knocking? And I do not enjoy watching beautiful women dance. Xu Linghua glanced at him, then back at the ajar door, nodded, and quietly replied, Understood, I shall keep it discreet. Next time, I will dance for you in secret. I have practiced. Chen Yun, unable to contain his frustration, shouted toward the entrance, Someone, please escort this woman out. Xu Linghua hurriedly interjected. Wait. I have serious business to discuss with you. Chen Yun. Chapter 75. Chief Designer Chen Yun cast a sidelong glance at Xu Linghua. Speak. Xu Linghua's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she explained. The Research and Development Department is working on a new product, and we have reached a critical stage. However, our chief designer, Lu Chunhui, suddenly resigned today. And I've just learned that he was poached by our rival company. Poached by a rival company? Chen Yun responded. Simply have the HR department recruit a replacement. You make it sound so easy. Xu Linghua retorted. Talented individuals are hard to find, and recruiting someone anew will take time, which will undoubtedly impact the development of our new product. If it becomes severe, it could jeopardize our company's product launch this year. Chen Yun furrowed his brow as he regarded Xu Linghua. What do you propose? I would like to arrange a meeting with Lu Chunhui to see if we could offer him a salary increase to entice him back, Xu Linghua replied. She added, however, as he is now employed by the rival company, I fear that approaching him might provoke their ire and potentially lead to conflict. Therefore, I would like to request your accompaniment. Would you be willing? With a hint of irritation, Chen Yun responded, the rival company has poached one of our employees. It would be best if we did not cause trouble for him. Yet, you seem to be the one who fears them? After saying this, he stood up. Let us go. I will accompany you to confront the rival company. All right. Xu Lingwei agreed. Chen Yun led Xu Lingwei out of the office. And upon noticing the eccentric and Zhu Laifu idling nearby, he called to them. You two, come with me for a moment. The eccentric immediately set down his dumbbells. While Zhu Laifu inquired curiously, where are we headed, Brother Chen? Chen Yun replied, the rival company has taken our technical personnel. We are going to demand their return and teach them a lesson. The group proceeded to the parking garage. This time, instead of taking Xu Lingyue's BMW, they opted for a company business vehicle. Zhu Laifu was at the wheel, with the madman seated in the passenger seat. Chen Yun and Xu Lingwei occupied the back row. As Zhu Laifu ignited the engine, he turned back to inquire, Chen Gu, where are we headed? Xu Lingwei promptly recited the name and address of the rival company, Hengxin Corporation, located at 68 Jianjia Road. However, Chen Yun interjected, first, let us make a stop at the nearby bank. A look of confusion crossed Xu Lingyue's face. What do we need to go to the bank for? Chen Yun replied, to withdraw some cash. The bewilderment deepened in Xu Lingyue's expression. Why do we need to withdraw cash? Chen Yun turned his head, casting a look at her as though she were rather dim-witted, which made Xu Lingyue feel quite uncomfortable, leading her to ask, do you have any rapport with Lu Chunhui? Xu Lingyue shook her head. We are merely colleagues. There's no special bond. Chen Yun remarked, if there's no rapport, then how do we intend to persuade him to return? Surely not without monetary incentive. Xu Lingyue was left speechless. After a moment, she weakly added, but even if we pay him to come back, it's still company funds. How can we use your money? Chen Yun replied nonchalantly, it's of no consequence. I'll just report to the boss later and have the finance department reimburse me. Xu Lingyue's expression turned peculiar. Deep down, she had long harbored suspicions that Chen Yun was the company's mysterious new owner, and his actions only intensified her doubts. Zhu Laifu, with his carefree disposition, thought little of it and drove as instructed to a nearby bank. Chen Yun addressed the madman and Xu Lingyue, you two stay put. I'll be back shortly after I withdraw some money. Laifu, come with me. Understood. Zhu Laifu replied. A few minutes later, Chen Yun returned with Zhu Laifu. To Xu Lingyue's astonishment, Zhu Laifu was holding a heavy briefcase. Good heavens! How much cash did Chen Yun withdraw? Soon after, they drove to the entrance of Hengxin Corporation. The group disembarked and strode directly into the lobby on the first floor. Xu Lingyue felt a twinge of anxiety and quietly voiced to Chen Yun, is it truly wise for us to boldly approach a rival company to demand someone? As far as I know, the owner of Hengxin, Huang Xihai, is quite ruthless. Chen Yun replied calmly, having arrived, we shall settle in. Just leave the handling to me. As they entered the lobby, a female receptionist stopped them, asking, do you have an appointment? Did you not see the visitor registration sign? How could you just waltz in here? Accompanying her displeasure, several security guards approached. Xu Lingyue thought to herself, I knew barging in would not work. Just then, Chen Yun stepped forward, gently moving aside Zhu Laifu and the madman, and smiled at the receptionist. Excuse me, could you tell me which floor the RD department is on? The receptionist, captivated by Chen Yun's handsome face and his gentle smile, felt a wave of warmth wash over her, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. Moments ago, she had been fierce and scolding, yet suddenly transformed into a paragon of politeness, blushing as she inquired, Sir, are you here to view samples? Our research and development department is on the 7th floor. You may take the elevator to reach it. Chen Yun smiled and replied, thank you. He then proceeded towards the elevator, accompanied by Zhu Laifu and the madman. Xu Lingyue, recovering from her astonishment, wore a peculiar expression as she hastened to follow. Observing Chen Yun's tall and elegant silhouette, she mused silently to herself. This fellow has managed to utterly captivate the young receptionist. The female receptionist watched Chen Yun and his entourage vanish into the elevator before reluctantly retracting her gaze. Murmuring to herself, this gentleman is truly handsome, accompanied by a secretary and a bodyguard. I wonder which company's president he is? Only then did she realize she had forgotten to have Chen Yun sign the visitor's log. Oh well, he can complete it upon his return. And perhaps I might seize the opportunity to converse with him a bit more, she thought to herself. At that moment, Chen Yun had already arrived on the 7th floor with Xu Lingyue, the madman, and Zhu Laifu, reaching the research and development department. Inside, numerous staff members clad in white lab coats were diligently attending to their respective duties. Xu Lingyue scanned the area, searching for Lu Chunwei's figure. Chen Yun, unfamiliar with Lu Chunwei, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the scene. Before long, he noticed a strikingly beautiful woman, albeit dressed in a rather conservative manner and sporting a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Her expression was serious as she intently focused on the data displayed on the instruments. Occasionally issuing commands to her subordinates, it was evident she held a position of authority. Chen Yun's keen eyesight allowed him to read her name tag from a distance. Chief Designer, Jiang Li. Seeing Chen Yun gaze intently at Jiang Li, Xu Lingyue quietly remarked, "Her name is Jiang Li. She is a renowned designer in the industry, having created numerous popular products." Chen Yun inquired, "How does she compare to Lu Chunwei?" Xu Lingyue responded candidly, "While Lu Chunwei is quite competent, in comparison to Jiang Li, he pales in significance." Upon hearing this, Chen Yun began to form a concept of Jiang Li's capabilities in his mind. Simultaneously, a new idea took root. Today, he would reciprocate in kind and endeavor to recruit Jiang Li, allowing the company's owner to experience the discomfort of losing talent. Just then, a rotund middle-aged man in a white lab coat passed by Chen Yun and his companions. Upon seeing him, Xu Lingyue's eyes brightened as she exclaimed, "Master Lu." Chen Yun then noticed the name tag on the middle-aged man, which read, "Designer, Lu Chunwei." It dawned on him that this portly gentleman was the talent they had lost to another company. Upon hearing his name called, Lu Chunwei looked up to see Xu Lingyue and, in surprise, asked, "Miss Xu, what brings you here? Have you also decided to join this company?" Xu Lingyue shook her head, replying, "Master Lu, I have come specifically to invite you back. Our research and development department cannot afford to be without you. If you are willing to return, our boss is prepared to offer you a salary increase." Lu Chunwei was momentarily taken aback by the words, and then, with a dismissive tone, replied, "A salary increase? I was earning 20,000 at Shushi Company, and now my salary here has risen to 30,000. If you wish to entice me back, I wonder how much your boss intends to offer?" Xu Lingyue faintly surmised that Chen Yun was the new proprietor of Shushi Company, and instinctively glanced towards him. Chen Yun lazily withdrew his gaze from Jiang Li and cast a glance at Lu Chunwei, casually stating, "Our boss has mentioned that as long as Master Lu is willing to return, the salary is negotiable." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Laifu approached with a black briefcase, placing it on the table before opening it in Lu Chunwei's presence. To Lu's astonishment, the case was filled with stacks of 100 yuan bills. There was easily 2 million in cash. While 2 million may seem modest as a figure, the sheer visual impact of it laid out before one was undeniably staggering. Lu Chunwei's eyes instantly sparkled, revealing a glint of greed on his face. The surrounding technical staff from the research and development department, who were diligently working, also sensed something amiss. They gathered around, and upon seeing the pile of cash on the table, couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. "My goodness, that's a lot of money. Who are they? And what is this money for?" "That woman appears to be the head of the R&D department at Shushi Company. If I'm not mistaken, they must be here to poach talent with cash in hand. Did Shushi Company have the audacity to openly recruit staff? Were they not aware that our company's owner is not to be trifled with?" Lu Chunwei, staring at the substantial sum of cash before him, slowly regained his composure. Swallowing hard as he addressed Chen Yun and Xu Lingyue, "Is all this money intended for me?" Chen Yun replied indifferently, "Earnings are based on capability. As long as you can demonstrate your worth, a monthly salary of 2 million is not out of the question. However, at this moment, you do not yet merit such an amount." Upon hearing this, Lu Chunwei became considerably more composed. He recognized that it was improbable for him to receive such a hefty sum. Many company presidents earn merely 2 million annually, as a mere technician without significant research accomplishments. It was unrealistic for him to expect such compensation. He glanced at the immense pile of cash on the table and inquired, "Then, what salary does your boss believe I am worth?" Chen Yun smiled and called out, "Laifu." Zhu Laifu understood the cue and, before the gathered audience, began to extract money from the briefcase, one stack at a time, placing them before Lu Chunwei. Each stack amounted to 10,000. Lu Chunwei watched as the stacks of cash before him multiplied. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just as Zhu Laifu reached for the sixth stack, preparing to place it before Lu Chunwei, Chen Yun languidly interjected, "That's enough." Immediately, Zhu Laifu returned the sixth stack to the briefcase. Lu Chunwei's eager expression shifted to one of disappointment and discontent, clearly yearning for more. Yet he forgot that his original salary was merely 20,000. He only received 30,000 after switching jobs to this company. Now, with 50,000 laid out before him, he remains dissatisfied. The insatiability of human nature is akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. A subtle, intriguing smile appeared on Qin Yun's handsome face as he casually remarked, "The offer to have you return is a monthly salary of 50,000. This is indeed a generous gesture towards you. Should you desire more, perhaps you might consider achieving some results upon your return." In the past, securing a monthly salary of 50,000 would have made Lu Chunhui beam with delight. Yet he has now transitioned to Hengxin Company. It is widely acknowledged in the industry that Huang Xihai, the owner of Hengxin, is a formidable figure, arrogant, domineering, and ruthless in his dealings. Lu Chunhui pondered that if Shushi Company wished to entice him back, they must present a substantially higher offer, especially since he was aware that Shushi's new product had reached a critical stage. His absence could jeopardize the innovation in their research department. 50,000 hardly qualifies as a generous offer. Lu Chunhui raised a finger toward Qin Yun and Xu Lingyue, declaring, "Inform your boss that if they wish for my return, the minimum salary must be 100,000. Otherwise, the discussion is futile." Qin Yun responded coldly, "Do you have a mirror?" Lu Chunhui, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" Zhu Lifeng interjected, "What our brother Qin means is that you should take a moment to reflect." Those around them stifled their laughter at the remark. Lu Chunhui's face flushed crimson with embarrassment and rage as he directed his fury at Qin Yun, exclaiming, "Tell your boss that if he is unwilling to spend, he should refrain from sending fools like you to disturb me. How dare you think to persuade me to return? Don't you realize how demeaning it is for people like you?" Qin Yun's gaze turned icy. "Are you taking my kindness for granted?" With that, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. The sound echoed as Lu Chunhui was forcefully sent sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud, eliciting gasps of shock from the onlookers. Qin Yun, however, treated the incident as inconsequential, merely signaling for silence among the crowd. Then, addressing Zhang Li and the others with a smile, he announced, "Actually, I did not come here today for this individual. Rather, I wish to extend an invitation to all of you to join our company. For those willing to follow me, your salaries will be doubled." The technical staff present gasped in astonishment at Qin Yun's words. Zhang Li frowned slightly. At that moment, Qin Yun approached Zhang Li directly, smiling, "Beautiful lady, would you be interested in working at our company?" Though she possessed commendable qualifications, her conservative attire and rigid demeanor, along with the black-rimmed glasses perched upon her nose, made Zhang Li's expression peculiar at his words. "What did you just call me?" Qin Yun paused. "I called you beautiful." "Beautiful?" Zhang Li's expression grew even more strange. Typically, others remarked that she resembled a stern mathematics teacher. Being addressed as a beauty was a first for her. Qin Yun smiled and inquired, "What do you think? If you agree to come, your salary will double, and I can even pay you a month's salary in advance. No tricks involved." Just as Zhang Li was about to respond, she suddenly noticed a burly man in a suit behind Qin Yun, flanked by a group of intimidating subordinates. Entering with an air of menace, the boss, Huang Xihai, had arrived. Adjusting her black-rimmed glasses, Zhang Li replied, "Fine. If you possess the ability to persuade my boss to release me." Qin Yun chuckled, "Then it's settled." Chapter 77. From arrogance to deference. Huang Xihai strode into the RD department with a cadre of executives and security personnel, exuding an aura of hostility. "Who dares to trespass into my company to poach my employees?" His menacing voice echoed even before he approached. The technical staff, upon witnessing Huang Xihai's arrival, instinctively greeted him, their voices trembling. Their gazes toward Qin Yun were tinged with sympathy and pity, fearing that, given Huang Xihai's temperament, Qin Yun and her associates would soon face dire consequences. Lu Chunhui, who had just received a slap from Qin Yun, resembled a chastened dog upon seeing his boss, rushing over to embellish his grievances. "Boss, you finally arrived. The folks from Shu Company came here to create a ruckus, claiming they wanted to raise my salary and insisted I return. But who am I, Lu Chunhui? I am your most loyal employee. How could I betray you for a mere pittance?" Thus, I firmly rejected their demands. He pointed angrily at Qin Yun, presenting his bruised face to Huang Xihai, pleading pathetically, "Boss, you must stand up for me this time." Huang Xihai glanced at Lu Chunhui's swollen face and then followed the direction Lu pointed, spotting Qin Yun engaged in conversation with chief designer Zhang Li. Her back turned to him. His fury ignited. How dare this young woman not only trespass into his territory to poach talent, but also lay hands on someone? A cruel smile spread across Huang Xihai's brutish face. It had been ages since anyone had dared to disturb his domain. The surrounding employees, sensing their boss's ominous expression, realized that Chun Yun's group was in grave danger. Lu Chunhui, reveling in his scheming, further incited, "Boss, this brat knows full well I am your man and still dares to treat me this way, clearly showing he does not regard you with any respect. You must teach him a lesson he won't soon forget." Meanwhile, Chun Yun remained oblivious to Huang Xihai and Lu Chunhui's presence, continuing her invitation to Jiang Li to join Shu Company. Jiang Li, glancing over Chun Yun's shoulder at the furious Huang Xihai, quietly warned, "Mr. Chun, our boss has arrived, and he seems quite angry. Perhaps you should prioritize your own safety?" As she spoke, a pang of sympathy washed over her, and she said, "I am the chief designer here, and I hold a certain weight in my boss's eyes. Perhaps I could intercede on your behalf, urging him to forgive and reconcile, which might allow you to depart safely." Chun Yun smiled lightly and replied, "There is no need for that. He was the one who poached our personnel first. My actions in reciprocating are merely a matter of etiquette." No sooner had he finished speaking when a dark voice emerged from behind him. "Kid, who are you talking to? Who is engaging in this so-called reciprocity?" Upon hearing this, Chun Yun turned to face Huang Xihai. Their eyes locked, and as their gazes met, Huang Xihai's pupils dilated in shock, his formidable frame shuddering involuntarily. "What? How can it be him?" The fierce expression on Huang Xihai's face vanished, replaced by sheer terror. Meanwhile, Lu Chunhui, feeling emboldened, taunted Chun Yun, "Kid, our boss Huang poaching from your company signifies his esteem for you. But should you dare to poach from him, you are courting death. If you lay a hand on me, it will only worsen your predicament. Test your audacity in front of our boss Huang." Before Chun Yun could utter a word, both Madman and Zhu Laifu were already incensed, ready to strike. However, upon hearing Lu Chunhui's provocations, Huang Xihai's countenance shifted dramatically. In an instant, he swung a powerful punch that landed squarely on Lu Chunhui's face. The impact reverberated, and Lu Chunhui staggered, blood spilling from his mouth as two of his teeth were knocked out, collapsing onto the ground in a daze. The sudden turn of events left those around them astounded. Even the usually stoic Jiang Li widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Shu Lingwei, along with Madman and Zhu Laifu, exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for understanding the situation. Even Chun Yun appeared taken aback. After delivering the blow, Huang Xihai, still seething with fury, bellowed at Lu Chunhui. "Who gave you the audacity to speak to Mr. Chun in such a manner? Do you wish to instigate discord between me and Mr. Chun? I shall deal with you first." Trembling under Huang Xihai's wrath, Lu Chunhui's eyes reflected confusion and grievance as he stammered, "Boss?" Yet, Huang Xihai paid him no further mind. Swiftly approaching Chun Yun with a face full of ingratiating smiles, exclaiming, "Mr. Chun, greetings." The onlookers were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting to one of uncertainty. Jiang Li, equally astonished, fixed his gaze on Chun Yun, pondering the young man's true identity that could evoke such respect from the typically arrogant Huang Xihai. Chun Yun, observing Huang Xihai's obsequious demeanor, inquired in surprise, "You know me?" Huang Xihai eagerly nodded, "Indeed. I witnessed the entire event that night at the underground boxing arena." That night, he witnessed with his own eyes Chun Yun placing a bet of 1 billion, successfully acquiring Dong Ren's Guolong Hotel, and saw Dong Ren being severed of an arm, retreating in disgrace from the world. Without waiting for Chun Yun to speak, he immediately added, "Furthermore, I was present at the welcoming banquet for the second young master of the Chun family in the capital last night at Junlin Club. He personally observed the conflict between Chun Yun and Chun Kai, the second young master of the Chun family. Although Chun Kai later cleared the room, he was expelled in the process. However, he later heard that Chun Kai had sustained serious injuries and was hospitalized for emergency treatment. Now, Chun Yun stands before him in good health, which could only signify one outcome. Chun Kai had been no match for Chun Yun and had suffered a devastating defeat. Despite Huang Xihai's arrogance, he was acutely aware of his inferiority compared to Dong Ren, and even more so compared to Chun Kai. Thus, upon recognizing Chun Yun, he was seized by fear, quickly shifting from arrogance to obsequiousness. Listening to Huang Xihai's words, Chun Yun smiled. "So, Boss Huang, you truly recognize me. Why then did you come to our company to poach talent?" Huang Xihai, with a mournful expression, replied, "Mr. Chun, I was unaware of the connection between Shushi Company and you. Otherwise, even with the courage of a bear, I would not dare to poach anyone." Chun Yun chuckled. "You initiated the poaching. Now that I am here to recruit a few from your company, you wouldn't mind, would you?" Huang Xihai hurriedly replied, "Not at all, not at all. Mr. Chun, please feel free to take whomever you wish. If they refuse to leave, I will personally ensure their departure. Lu Chunwei's eyes widened in disbelief, while Jiang Li and others exchanged glances. Qin Yun, satisfied, turned to Jiang Li, smiling. Beauty. As you can see, Boss Huang has already agreed to let them go. Are you ready to join our company? Of course. My previous promise of doubling your salary still stands. Jiang Li gazed at Qin Yun's charming face, and within this brief acquaintance, she felt an inexplicable fondness for him. It was this fondness that prompted her to nod without hesitation. All right. Qin Yun smiled with satisfaction, then addressed the surrounding technicians. If anyone else wishes to join Shushi Company, you may step forward and accompany me now, with your salary doubled. With Jiang Li leading the way, many technicians stood up, expressing their desire to join. Congratulations to all for becoming part of our Shushi family. As a gesture of sincerity and welcome, each of you will receive an advance payment of 1 month's salary. I hope you all will work diligently in the future. Do not become complacent, or you shall be dismissed. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yun signaled. Zhu Laifu and the madman immediately began distributing the money. The technicians, already well compensated, were astonished by the doubled amounts. Each received tens of thousands in cash. Chief designer Jiang Li received an astounding 200,000, her typically stoic demeanor flushed with excitement. Lu Chunhui, seeing everyone receive such substantial sums, felt a surge of jealousy. His eyes turning red with envy, regretting his choices to the point of despair, nearly pounding his chest in frustration. Chapter 78. Making friends is one thing, but dismissing him is another. Huang Sihai observed that Qin Yun had nearly poached all the technicians from his research department. Yet he dared not express even a hint of anger. Instead, he was compelled to maintain a courteous demeanor, smiling ingratiatingly. Mr. Chun, here is my humble business card. I hope to befriend you. He respectfully presented the card to Qin Yun. To befriend a person of such stature as Mr. Chun would be a tremendous fortune. Qin Yun glanced at the card Huang Sihai offered and calmly replied, "Let us forego the friendship. Kindly terminate his employment." With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Chunwei. Although Huang Sihai felt a pang of disappointment at failing to ingratiate himself with Qin Yun, he dared not disregard the command. Without hesitation, he stated, "Yes, Mr. Chun." Turning to Lu Chunhui, he coldly declared, "You are dismissed. Pack your belongings and leave." Lu Chunhui's complexion shifted dramatically, and he pleaded tearfully, "Boss, I have been utterly loyal to you. I turned down a monthly salary of 50,000 just now. You can't do this to me." Huang Sihai, incensed, seized Lu Chunhui by the collar and hoisted him up, scolding fiercely, "Loyal? Do you think I am unaware of your actions?" He pointed at the surveillance camera overhead, bellowing, "You merely rejected Mr. Chin's offer of 50,000 to play hard to get, hoping for a higher bid. Yet, your greed led you to audaciously request 100,000, and now you have ruined everything. Is this what you call loyalty?" As Huang Sihai's ire intensified, he kicked Lu Chunhui to the ground, cursing, "Vanish from my sight at once, or you shall face dire consequences." Lu Chunhui, frightened, shrank back, disregarding his pain as he scrambled away in disgrace. Huang Sihai turned back, a smile plastered on his face as he addressed Qin Yun, "Mr. Chun, I have acted upon your orders and dealt with this wretched individual." Qin Yun nodded slightly and remarked coolly, "Boss Huang, let us consider this matter concluded." Huang Sihai quickly responded, "Allow me to escort you out." "Thank you," Qin Yun replied. Huang Sihai, along with his team, accompanied Qin Yun and his group out of the company. After watching them disappear from sight, he finally withdrew his gaze. Among the cadre of executives, one expressed indignantly, "Boss, who exactly is this Chun? Even if he is the new owner of Shu Corporation, you need not be so deferential." Huang Sihai glared at the executive, stating, "I do not fault your ignorance of Mr. Chin's prowess." He then gazed toward the direction where Qin Yun had vanished, slowly articulating, "Though I am unaware of Mr. Chin's true identity, I am certain he possesses significant standing. To forge a connection with someone of his caliber would be akin to encountering a benefactor in life. While he may have declined my overtures, I have still left a favorable impression. There should be future opportunities for association." Qin Yun returned to Shu Corporation with Jiang Li and the team of technicians. The HR manager, Su Fian, who had been troubled by the difficulty of recruiting competent research personnel, felt a surge of joy upon seeing Qin Yun return with such a talented group. However, when she learned that Qin Yun had offered these individuals a monthly salary twice the market rate, she was utterly astounded. She pulled Qin Yun and Xu Lingyue aside and whispered, "How could you two do this? Even if poaching talent, one cannot offer such exorbitant salaries." What am I supposed to do now? How do I explain this to the boss? Chen Yun replied nonchalantly, Manager Su, just arrange for them to start. And casually inform the boss, he will acquiesce. Su Fian retorted irritably, the boss is not going to agree at all. I fear that once I submit my report in the work group, he will immediately berate me mercilessly. Despite her grievances, the technical talents Chen Yun had already brought back could not be left in limbo. Thus, she had no choice but to message the enigmatic new boss, reporting the situation and awaiting a response with trepidation. Chen Yun lazily remarked, I'll step into the restroom. He seized the opportunity to log into the boss's work account from the bathroom and issued directives to Su Fian. Agree to hire Jiang Li and the others at the salaries Chen Yun proposed. Furthermore, all senior employees in the RD department will also receive double pay. At the same time, impose higher expectations on them, and those found slacking or merely occupying their positions will be dismissed. After sending the work instructions, he logged out and exited the restroom. Su Fian approached him with a beaming expression, Chen Yun, the boss actually approved it. I'll go arrange the onboarding procedures for Jiang Li and the others right away. Chen Yun smiled, go ahead. He left the Human Resources Department, intending to return to the security office. However, the sound of high heels echoed behind him. It was Xu Lingyue who had caught up. Having long suspected that Chen Yun was the new owner of the company, she had been observing him. She noticed that as he went to the restroom, the new boss appeared in the work group. She was nearly certain that Chen Yun was indeed the new owner of Shu's company. This also explained why the new owner specifically sought to recruit Chen Yun and Xu Tengyin. As for why Chen Yun secretly acquired Shu's company, Xu Lingyue could easily deduce that it was certainly for her sister, Xu Tengyin. With the position of president vacant, the new boss had proclaimed that capable individuals would take charge in 3 months. Yet, Xu Lingyue harbored serious doubts, suspecting that the presidential seat was reserved for Chen Yun's beloved, Xu Tengyin. Chen Yun was indeed overly indulgent towards Xu Tengyin. While feeling envious, Xu Lingyue's competitive spirit was ignited. Not only did she wish to vie for the presidential position against Xu Tengyin, but she also desired to contend for Chen Yun's affection. Moreover, having spent considerable time with Chen Yun, she recognized many admirable traits in him, such as his bravery, resilience, decisiveness, and sincerity. Even if Chen Yun lacked immense wealth or profound influence, she was unwilling to let him slip away, regardless of whether it required cunning, temptation, or allure. She was determined to win Chen Yun's heart. As long as Chen Yun and Xu Tengyin have not yet tied the knot, the universe remains uncertain, and she still holds a chance. Chen Yun, wait for me. Xu Lingyue called out, her tone laced with a hint of playfulness as she caught up with him. Chen Yun, taken aback by the sudden softness in the tone of the usually headstrong Miss Xu, felt a shiver run down his spine. With a dark expression, he retorted, I've already resolved the staffing issue in your research department. What else do you need? Xu Lingyue replied sweetly, it's just that I wanted to invite you to a meal at Jiwei residence to express my gratitude for your considerable assistance. Not going. Chen Yun firmly rejected her, suppressing his discomfort, and added coldly, and from now on, speak to me in a normal tone. If you keep this up, I might just punch you. Humph. Such a straight man. Xu Lingyue shot him a glare. I thought all men enjoyed a teasing tone. After a pause, she asked, are you really not going to accept my invitation? Not going. He reiterated, striding away. Xu Lingyue's eyes darted mischievously as she watched his retreating figure. But you know, Xu Tengyin has a particular fondness for a certain dish from Jiwei residence. If you were to pack it for her at noon, she would surely be pleasantly surprised and might even feel a connection with you. Chen Yun halted, turning back to inquire, what dish? Xu Lingyue blinked playfully. Let us dine first, and I'll tell you after. It will be just in time for you to deliver the meal to Xu Tengyin when your lunch break ends. Chen Yun glared at her. Xu Lingyue, with her chin held high, met his gaze without flinching. The intensity of her stare was overwhelming. Succumbing to her boldness, he conceded. Lead the way. All right, she responded brightly. The pair exited the company and made their way to the nearby Jiwei residence. Unbeknownst to them, a Porsche Panamera parked discreetly at the company entrance had begun to follow them. Inside the luxurious vehicle sat Zhao Qingyu, resolutely determined to win back her ex-husband. Chapter 79. Is she really this confident? As Chen Yun and Xu Lingyue strolled towards Jiwei residence, Zhao Qingyu parked nearby, trailing them silently. Upon arriving at the restaurant, two hostesses clad in elegant embroidered kipeos bowed in unison. Welcome to you three. Chen Yun momentarily paused, instinctively glancing back, only to discover Zhao Qingyu had joined them. Clad in a perfectly tailored white dress that accentuated her tall, graceful figure, Zhao Qingyu's radiant smile and bright eyes captivated the attention of passing men. However, upon seeing Zhao Qingyu, Chen Yun's expression darkened. "What are you doing here?" Zhao Qingyu seemed oblivious to the profound expression on Chen Yun's face. She blinked and smiled, inquiring, "Is it not permissible to have a chance encounter?" Chen Yun slightly furrowed his brow before relaxing once more, choosing silence as he stepped into the restaurant. Xu Lingyue scrutinized Zhao Qingyu with a gaze full of hostility, then, with a haughty expression, let out a cold snort before following in Chen Yun's footsteps. A flicker of anger passed through Zhao Qingyu's eyes as she thought to herself, "It is one thing for Xu Tangyin to vie for Chen Yun's attention. But who does she think she is to cast such looks at me?" With this in mind, she also entered the establishment. At this hour, prior to the lunch rush for office workers, the restaurant was relatively empty. Chen Yun and Xu Lingyue casually selected a table to sit at. To their surprise, Zhao Qingyu audaciously pulled out the chair beside Chen Yun and sat down with ease, flashing a radiant smile at him. "Chen Yun, may I join you?" she asked. Before Chen Yun could utter a word, Xu Lingyue, her face clouded with frost, interjected, "I mind." Zhao Qingyu, however, paid no heed to Xu Lingyue. Her beautiful eyes sparkling with mirth as she maintained her gaze on Chen Yun, seemingly solely invested in his response. Chen Yun found himself perplexed by her antics. Just moments ago, she feigned a coincidence, and now, despite the numerous vacant tables, she insisted on joining him. With an impassive demeanor, he replied, "I mind." "You hear that?" "Chen Yun minds as well," Xu Lingyue said coldly to Zhao Qingyu, then raised her hand to summon a waitress. "Excuse me, this person is disturbing our meal. Can you do something about it?" A female server approached, her face marred with embarrassment as she addressed Zhao Qingyu. "Miss, could you please change tables and refrain from disturbing other guests?" Zhao Qingyu's gaze remained fixed on Chen Yun as she calmly replied, "Chen Yun, I acknowledge my past mistakes, and I realize you harbor resentment towards me. However, it matters not. I shall personally retrieve you." Without waiting for Chen Yun's response, she stood and followed the waitress to another table. Xu Lingyue, fuming, exclaimed, "This girl is relentless." Chen Yun responded placidly, "Ignore her. Once she realizes the futility of her actions, she will understand that we are no longer possible, and she will cease her antics." With that, he passed his plate to Xu Lingyue. "I have not dined here before and am unaware of what is good. Please order for us. And also pack a meal for Tangyin, as I intend to deliver it to her later." Xu Lingyue called the waitress to place their order. After ordering, she glanced over at Zhao Qingyu, who had just finished ordering herself and was gazing dreamily at Chen Yun, her chin resting on her hand. This sight incensed Xu Lingyue, prompting her to rise. "Chen Yun, I cannot bear to see this woman. If she is not sent away, I will be unable to eat." Without waiting for Chen Yun to intervene, she strode directly towards Zhao Qingyu. As Xu Lingyue approached, she pulled out a chair and sat down before Zhao Qingyu, who looked taken aback, though her expression quickly reverted to calm. "Is there something you need?" Zhao Qingyu asked with a smile. "Indeed, there is," Xu Lingyue remarked. "My mood darkens upon seeing you, so I implore you to vanish and cease your entanglement with Chen Yun." Zhao Qingyu smiled lightly, responding with nonchalance. "Your hostility towards me is palpable. What do you fear? Are you afraid that Chen Yun might remarry me?" Xu Lingyue raised her elegantly arched brow and scoffed, "Remarry? You discarded Chen Yun like a worn-out shoe, and now that regret has washed over you, you wish to return. What do you take him for? Do you truly believe that your relentless pursuit will rekindle his affection?" Zhao Qingyu retorted sharply, "And what of you? You are fully aware that Chen Yun currently favors Xu Tangyin, not you. Are you not also harboring feelings for him? What right do you have to criticize me?" Xu Lingyue replied icily, "I am not like you." Zhao Qingyu countered, "In what way are you different? You actively pursue the man you desire, while I intend to reclaim my beloved. We are merely chasing after love." Xu Lingyue exclaimed in anger, "At least my feelings for Chen Yun are pure and beautiful, unlike you, who has caused him great pain." Zhao Qingyu calmly stated, "You are mistaken. Love is inherently intertwined with both affection and resentment. Love begets hatred, and hatred begets love, creating an inseparable bond. Though my journey with Chen Yun has been fraught with challenges, I firmly believe we shall ultimately reunite and grow old together." Xu Lingyue scoffed, "I have witnessed shamelessness, but yours surpasses all. Rest assured, Chen Yun will never be with you again." Zhao Qingyu cast a challenging glance at Xu Lingyue, saying provocatively, "Is that so? Let us wager on it." Xu Lingyue, wary, inquired, "What shall we wager?" Zhao Qingyu pointed, "Look over there. The waiter has begun serving dishes to Chen Yun." Xu Lingyue turned to see a waiter approaching Chen Yun with a tray carrying 2 dishes. Zhao Qingyu continued. Among those dishes, the sweet and sour ribs were secretly ordered by me for Chen Yun, while the other was likely ordered by you, correct? Xu Lingyue frowned. What exactly do you wish to wager? Zhao Qingyu smirked. We shall wager on which dish Chen Yun will taste first, the one I ordered or the one you ordered. Let us see who understands him better. Xu Lingyue asked, what are the stakes? Zhao Qingyu chuckled. I initially intended for a larger bet, but I fear Chen Yun might be angered if he were to find out. Thus, we shall keep it small for today. The loser must concoct an excuse to leave, while the winner remains to dine with Chen Yun. What do you say? Are you daring enough? Xu Lingyue retorted coldly. Chen Yun came to dine with me. Why should I wager with you? Zhao Qingyu feigned indifference. You are simply aware that you do not comprehend Chen Yun as well as I do, and thus lack the confidence to bet. I bear no ill will. You may go have dinner with him. I shall remain here quietly observing him. Sometimes, simply watching the one you love is a form of happiness. Xu Lingyue, incensed, declared, I accept the wager. You have spent 2 years with Chen Yun, yet you may not understand him better than I do. Let us bet, and the loser must swiftly depart, ensuring they do not disturb our meal. Zhao Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent, it is settled. At this moment, the waiter had placed a plate of sweet and sour ribs and a dish of stir-fried meat before Chen Yun's table, courteously announcing, Sir, please enjoy your meal, before retreating. Xu Lingyue felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Having dined with Chen Yun several times, she had discreetly observed his preferences. When he had asked her to order, she had chosen nearly all of his favored dishes, except for the sweet and sour ribs, as she had never seen him indulge in sweet-flavored dishes. Now, she was uncertain whether Chen Yun would first sample her selections or the dishes chosen by Zhao Qingyu. Stealing a glance at Zhao Qingyu, she noticed that she held her head slightly high, her face aglow with anticipation, seemingly brimming with confidence. Xu Lingyue furrowed her brow, pondering, is she truly that self-assured? Chapter 80. One must consider lineage in dog breeding. Zhao Qingyu was indeed confident, not only because she adored sweet and sour ribs, but also because during the 2 years of her marriage to Chen Yun, he had prepared this dish almost every week. She believed Chen Yun must also be quite fond of it. Otherwise, why would he make it so frequently? However, as Chen Yun began to eat and lifted his chopsticks to select his first dish, her confident smile abruptly froze. For he did not pick the sweet and sour ribs she had ordered, but rather the stir-fried meat chosen by Xu Lingyue. She was left dumbfounded. Seeing Chen Yun choose her dish, Xu Lingyue's anxiety dissipated instantly, replaced by a radiant smile that transformed her large eyes into crescent-shaped crescents. Zhao Qingyu, however, looked as if she had been struck a devastating blow, her expression darkening as she muttered, This is impossible. This is impossible. I love this dish. And Chen Yun often prepares it. He must love it too. Xu Lingyue retorted coldly. Is it not possible that Chen Yun simply does not enjoy sweet flavors? Perhaps he only made this dish frequently to accommodate you. Zhao Qingyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Xu Lingyue continued indifferently, from the nuances of your words. I can sense that during your 2 years of marriage, Chen Yun took excellent care of you. Yet, you failed to look after him, to the point that you do not even know his preferences. I, who have known him for a shorter time, know more about him than you do. The apparent reason for your divorce may seem to be Han Sudong, but the true culprit is you. Xu Lingyue's words struck Zhao Qingyu like a bullet, piercing deeply into her heart. Panic etched across her face. She glanced toward Chen Yun. Meanwhile, he remained blissfully unaware of their conversation, calmly enjoying his meal, alternating between bites of food and rice, with the plate of sweet and sour ribs untouched. How ironic. She had the audacity to claim she understood Chen Yun so well. Xu Lingyue was too weary to engage in further banter with Zhao Qingyu and coldly declared, You have lost, and quite thoroughly. Disappear so as not to disrupt my meal with Chen Yun. With that, she proudly rose and departed. Zhao Qingyu's face turned a shade of iron. However, acknowledging her defeat, she summoned the waiter to settle the bill and then stood to leave. This failure made her realize how little attention she had previously devoted to Chen Yun. If she wished to win him back, she would need to invest considerable effort. Chen Yun, engrossed in his meal, noticed Xu Lingyue's return and saw that Zhao Qingyu had indeed left. He gazed at Xu Lingyue in astonishment. You actually made her leave on her own? How did you manage that? Xu Lingyue replied with a sense of pride. The mountain man has his own clever schemes, but I cannot divulge them to you. Chen Yun retorted with mild irritation. Fine, keep it to yourself. At that moment, 2 brawny mixed-race men entered the restaurant, both clad in black leather jackets. One sported a buzz cut and a scruffy beard, his eagle-like eyes glinting with sharpness. The other had a pompadour hairstyle, wearing sunglasses and a smirk that suggested mischief. They were none other than the infamous twin assassins of the underworld organization known as the Night Shadows, Vijay and Abu. Chen Kai's mother had lavishly spent $1 million to hire them to eliminate Chen Yun as revenge for her son. As Vijay stepped inside, his keen eyes scanned the room and quickly fixed upon their target, Chen Yun. Upon noticing Chen Yun, Abu's gaze fell upon Xu Lingyue, and his eyes brightened. A smile creeping onto his lips. That woman is stunning. She is certainly to my taste. With that, he swaggered over. Vijay frowned slightly, intending to remind his companion to remain focused, but suddenly recalled their employer's instructions to keep her identity concealed and make Chen Yun's demise appear accidental. Dying over a woman's jealousy? That was a decent rationale. Thus, Vijay chose not to intervene, allowing his companion to stir trouble. Xu Lingyue and Chen Yun were engaged in jovial conversation while dining when suddenly, two seemingly foreign men approached them. One of them, grinning broadly, greeted her, "Hi, beautiful. You are truly stunning. May I have the pleasure of becoming your friend?" Xu Lingyue scrutinized his face and frowned. "Are you foreigners?" Abu, having charmed several women in recent days and aware of the allure of his mixed heritage, boasted, "Indeed, I am of mixed heritage, 1/4 white elephant descent, and of a high caste in the land of the white elephant." With a fervent gaze fixed on Xu Lingyue, he leered. "I wonder if the lovely lady would be interested in spending time with me?" A chill ran through Xu Lingyue as she coldly replied, "Here. We only concern ourselves with pedigree for our pets. I have no interest in befriending you. Please leave us to our meal." Chen Yun's lips twitched at her words. Abu, leveraging his mixed heritage, usually found success in his romantic pursuits. Today, upon encountering Xu Lingyue, I was struck by her ethereal beauty. I initially believed that revealing my noble lineage, descended from the esteemed white elephant bloodline, would earn her favor. However, to my astonishment, Xu Lingyue displayed complete disdain, bluntly asserting that one only considers lineage when selecting a dog. Instantly, my defenses crumbled. I then noticed Chen Yun smirking, clearly amused at my expense. Seizing the moment, I retorted, my tone sharp. "What are you laughing at, boy?" Vijay also glared coldly at Chen Yun, poised for action. Chen Yun appeared oblivious to the impending danger, leisurely picking at his food with chopsticks, and remarked, "From the moment you two stepped through the door, I detected a strong scent of wild dogs. If I am not mistaken, you must hail from that notoriously vile organization of night assassins." With that, he paused his meal, lifting his gaze to the two of us, and taunted, "Am I right?" Abu and Vijay exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes upon having their origins unveiled. Nevertheless, being elite assassins, they quickly regained their composure. Abu sneered, well, I didn't expect you to recognize us. In light of this, if you accompany us willingly, we might just allow you to leave with your life intact. What do you say?" Xu Lingyue's expression shifted dramatically. Yet Chen Yun remained unfazed, coolly suggesting, "How about I offer you a chance instead? Confess who sent you, and relinquish a claw each. If you do so, I shall permit you to exit this door alive today." The twin assassins erupted in fury at his words. Abu reached for the hilt of his dagger, while Vijay grasped the grip of his pistol, ready to strike. Chen Yun's eyes hardened. Have you ever heard the saying, "Within 7 steps, I am invincible"? No sooner had he spoken than he acted with lightning speed. Although the twin assassins were prepared for battle, they were nonetheless taken aback by Chen Yun's terrifying velocity. Vijay, a renowned marksman within the dark organization, instinctively drew his pistol. Yet he barely had time to raise it and aim before Chen Yun's figure darted forward, delivering a powerful kick to his chest. With a resounding thud, Vijay was propelled backwards like a sack, crashing to the ground as his pistol slipped from his grasp. Coughing up blood, he disregarded the searing pain in his chest and scrambled towards his fallen weapon. Meanwhile, as Chen Yun sent Vijay flying, Abu had already drawn his dagger, thrusting it fiercely towards Chen Yun's heart, intent on delivering a fatal blow. In alarm, Xu Lingyue shouted, "Chen Yun, be careful." With his left hand, Chen Yun executed a military grappling technique, seizing Abu's wrist. Abu's eyes widened in shock. Chen Yun grasped Abu's wrist with his left hand and delivered a powerful punch to his arm with his right. Crack! Abu's bone shattered instantly. His face contorted in agony as he opened his mouth to scream. Yet, before he could utter a sound, Chen Yun's fist connected twice with his face, shattering his facial bones. His visage sank deeply, and the scream was swallowed back. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yun wrested the dagger from Abu's grasp, pivoted, and hurled it like a throwing knife. Whoosh! The dagger vanished in a flash. Not far away, Vijay had just picked up a handgun from the ground and aimed at Chen Yun, yet before he could pull the trigger, the dagger struck him squarely in the forehead. His form stiffened, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Xu Lingyue approached, her face pale as she observed the fallen twin assassins. She asked, "Chen Yun, are they dead?" The customers and restaurant staff, who had been keeping their distance, now looked at Chen Yun with uncertainty. He shook his head and replied calmly, "No, they have merely lost consciousness." "Are you sure?" Xu Lingyue glanced at Abu, whose face was deeply sunken, and then at Vijay, who had a dagger embedded in his forehead. Her expression a mix of confusion. The bystanders exchanged glances, unsure of what to believe. The restaurant manager, a plump and fair man, had been hiding behind the cash register. He stole a glance at the two bodies on the floor, quaking with fear, and reached for the landline phone on the counter, intending to call for help. As he extended his trembling finger to dial, Chen Yun approached the counter and lightly tapped on the surface. Tap, tap. The manager froze, slowly lifting his head, and upon seeing Chen Yun, he let out a terrified shriek, dropped the phone, and fell to his knees before him. "Please, don't kill me." Chen Yun regarded the pleading manager calmly and said, "I merely wish to inquire if the meal I ordered is ready." The manager looked up at Chen Yun, bewildered, and then quickly realized his mistake. He scrambled to his feet and handed Chen Yun the already packed meal from the counter, stammering, "Sir, it has been prepared for you." Chen Yun nodded, "Let us settle the bill." The manager gestured for the female cashier to come over, but her face was ashen, and she shook her head repeatedly, refusing to approach. Left with no choice, he steeled himself and proceeded to calculate the bill himself. Chen Yun, unfazed, took out his phone and sent a message to Di Ting, requesting assistance to handle the aftermath. The manager, unfamiliar with the cash register system and under immense psychological pressure from Chen Yun's presence, was drenched in sweat as he fumbled for 10 minutes before finally presenting the bill. Trembling as he said, "Sir, your total is 235 yuan. Chen Yun casually placed 300 yuan bills on the table, remarking nonchalantly that there was plenty of gratuity. After that, he picked up the takeout from the counter and prepared to leave with Xu Lingyue. Just then, the roar of car engines echoed from outside the restaurant, followed by the jarring sound of brakes. Several green military jeeps came to a halt at the entrance. Shortly after, a lieutenant, accompanied by a squad of armed soldiers, entered the establishment with a serious demeanor. The plump manager and others were initially taken aback, then quickly turned their gaze towards Chen Yun, fearing that these soldiers had come to apprehend him. Even Xu Lingyue felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, her delicate features betraying her concern. As the lieutenant and his squad entered, Chen Yun and Xu Lingyue were on the verge of crossing paths with them. Upon spotting Chen Yun, the lieutenant's eyes gleamed with undeniable excitement, and in that moment, he forgot the orders prohibiting him from revealing Chen Yun's identity, instinctively raising his hand to salute. Chen Yun, noticing the lieutenant's intention to salute him, swiftly deterred him with a stern glance. The lieutenant, realizing Chen Yun's serious demeanor, quickly lowered his hand. Thus, they passed each other without further incident. The plump manager and the others, witnessing that the soldiers were not there to apprehend Chen Yun, were left in a state of bewilderment. Then, the lieutenant announced, "Two notorious criminals have been subdued. We have been dispatched to handle the situation, and we ask for your cooperation. We apologize for any disturbance caused and kindly request that you do not publicize today's events. Thank you." Xu Lingyue's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the chiseled profile of Chen Yun. While others may not have noticed the lieutenant's intention to salute, she, standing right beside him, observed every detail. She witnessed the excitement and admiration that flickered in the lieutenant's eyes upon seeing Chen Yun, his instinctive gesture to salute, and the nervousness that overcame him after receiving Chen Yun's admonishing glance. All of this was seared into her memory. Chen Yun's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary, especially considering the lieutenant's demeanor. Coupled with the knowledge of Chen Yun's previous military service and his formidable skills, it was evident that his rank had once been substantial. Xu Lingyue trembled with exhilaration, her gaze towards Chen Yun growing increasingly fervent. She had always known that Chen Yun was a treasure, but she never anticipated he was a national treasure of such caliber. This realization only solidified her determination to surpass Xu Tengyin and Zhao Qingyu to win Chen Yun's affection. As Chen Yun and Xu Lingyue exited the restaurant, they began their journey back to the company. During this time, Xu Tengyin had been working overtime, often neglecting her meals, and he needed to deliver lunch to her. Along the way, Xu Lingyue's gaze never strayed from Chen Yun's profile. Unbeknownst to her, whether intentionally or not, Her body gradually leaned closer to him. Chen Yun shifted slightly towards the roadside, attempting to create distance, yet after a few steps, she once again found herself near him. Ultimately, Chen Yun could no longer endure the situation and, with a stern expression, reprimanded, "How do you walk? If you squeeze any closer, you'll push me against the wall." Without waiting for Xu Lingyue to respond, he thrust the takeout into her hands and commanded, "You carry this and walk behind me." Ah, typical of a straight man. Xu Lingyue's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. Chapter 82. You have committed a grave mistake upon returning to the company with Xu Lingyue. Chen Yun discovered it was the lunch break. He took the takeout from her hands and said in a mild tone, "You can resume your work. I must deliver lunch to Tangyin." With that, he entered the elevator alone. Soon, he arrived at the business department, knocked on the door of Xu Tangyin's office, and then pushed the door open. As expected, Xu Tangyin was seated at her desk, engrossed in a pile of reports, showing no intention of leaving for lunch. "Chen Yun, you're here." Xu Tangyin looked up and flashed a radiant smile before returning her focus to her work. Chen Yun placed the takeout on the desk and, with a hint of admonition in his voice, remarked, "If I hadn't come, would you have forgotten to eat again?" He reached out and closed Xu Tangyin's documents, commanding, "Eat first." Xu Tangyin looked up at the tall Chen Yun, who stood imposingly, his handsome face bearing a serious expression as he regarded her. He resembled a commanding officer chastising an inexperienced recruit in a military camp. Xu Tangyin blinked and replied with a smile, "All right, I'll listen to you." After sniffing the air, her eyes brightened with delight. "It smells wonderful." Upon opening the takeout, she exclaimed, "It's all my favorite dishes." A smile flickered in Chen Yun's eyes as he softly remarked, "I heard you like these. So I made a special trip to Jiwei restaurant to pack them for you." Xu Tangyin couldn't help but glance at Chen Yun. "Did my sister tell you?" "Indeed." Chen Yun poured a glass of water for Xu Tangyin and sat beside her, resting his chin on one hand, watching with interest as she enjoyed her meal. Xu Tangyin learned that Chen Yun had gone out for lunch with Xu Lingyue, only to return with takeout for her. She teased, "Chen Yun, it seems my sister has been getting quite close to you lately." Chen Yun smiled. "She's my sister-in-law." Xu Tangyin paused, then realized the implication. Chen Yun regarded Xu Lingyue merely as a sister-in-law, hinting that she herself was the future wife. A blush spread across her cheeks, adding a touch of shyness to her demeanor. Yet, the joy in her eyes and the happiness radiating from her face were impossible to conceal. "I believe in you. But I also know my sister's temperament. She always wants to compete with me and can be quite ruthless at times. And she is so beautiful. Chen Yun, you must withstand the test." Xu Tangyin playfully cautioned him as she continued to eat. Chen Yun chuckled and shook his head, believing Xu Tangyin was overthinking the situation. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from Diding. "I'll take this call." Chen Yun stepped away and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scenery outside as he connected a call with Di Ting. "Chief, the two assassins from Jiwei residence have been dealt with appropriately. I have also dispatched someone to investigate who hired them," Chen Yun stated. "Good," Di Ting replied. "As for the Chun family in the capital, our agents have reported that the elder of the Chun family has quietly gone to pay respects at your mother's grave today. He is still kneeling there, seemingly intent on remaining until sunset." Chen Yun replied coldly, "This is merely a token of interest. When I return, I shall settle the score with them." This was a matter pertaining to Chen Yun's family. Di Ting dared not interject but added, "By the way, I have received word that some hostile foreign forces have learned of your resignation from the Northern Frontier Army and are plotting revenge against you. I am unsure if the Gemini assassins are connected to these adversaries, but please exercise caution. Alternatively, we could send someone to protect you discreetly." Chen Yun refused. "No need. I have made some friends in Zhonghai, and I can handle any situation that arises. The company is under the protection of a former soldier known as Madman. And in the business world, I have Tang Shirong assisting me, while Lin Lu serves as my eyes and ears on the streets." Chen Yun was untroubled by the prospect of anyone causing him trouble. Di Ting had no choice but to acquiesce. "Very well, should anything arise, feel free to command me at any time." "Understood." Chen Yun concluded the call. When Xu Tangyin saw Chen Yun return after the call, she curiously asked, "Who called you? Did you encounter any trouble?" Chen Yun smiled. "A subordinate from my military days, nothing to worry about." After stretching, he settled onto the sofa in Xu Tangyin's office, adjusting himself into a comfortable position against the backrest, languidly saying, "You'll be working late again today, so I'll take a nap here." Xu Tangyin replied, "Then rest for a while." She continued eating. Once she finished her meal and tidied up, she noticed that Qin Yun had already fallen asleep on the sofa. Concerned that he might catch a chill, she removed her blazer and gently draped it over him. Then, kneeling before Qin Yun, she gazed intently at his face so close to her. Observing his handsome features, reminiscent of a marble sculpture, stern in sleep, devoid of a smile, she noted the absence of softness, replaced by an air of coldness. His furrowed brows and tightly pressed lips in slumber lent him a serious and profound aura, as if countless stories lay hidden within. Though so young and undeniably handsome, there was no trace of frivolity. Rather, he exuded a sense of having weathered many storms. What had he truly experienced? The upheaval of his childhood? The brutal battles faced after enlisting? Shu Tangyin could not know. Yet, in this moment, he appeared utterly captivating. Lost in her reverie, Shu Tangyin stared at the sleeping Qin Yun, unable to resist the urge to reach out and gently caress his face. With her eyes closed, she leaned down and pressed a kiss upon him. Qin Yun's eyelids fluttered slightly. In that instant when Shu Tangyin's hand brushed against his face, he awoke. Opening his eyes, he discovered Shu Tangyin with her eyes closed, leaning down to plant a kiss upon him. Initially taken aback, a warm smile soon illuminated his narrow eyes. However, at that moment, the office door was violently thrust open. Which one of you is Qin Yun? A shifty-eyed man, flanked by a group of imposing henchmen adorned with tattoos, stormed in, his tone aggressive and menacing. The commotion startled Shu Tangyin, causing her to leap away from Qin Yun like a frightened fawn. Her expression a mix of shock and anger as she glared at the ruffians before her. Who are you? She demanded coldly. Qin Yun, with a darkened expression, turned his attention to the group led by the shifty-eyed man. Ah, so you are Qin Yun? Quite the player, aren't you? The man sneered, introducing himself as Liao San, nicknamed Fire Mouse, and claiming to be a subordinate of the notorious Hong Tianlong. I'm here specifically for you. Hong Yi has taken an interest in the Guolong Hotel and the underground boxing arena you manage, and he intends to purchase them. You will accompany us. Before Qin Yun could respond, Shu Lingyue interjected hastily. You are mistaken. The Guolong Hotel and the underground boxing arena have nothing to do with Qin Yun. The actual owner is Lin Lu. You've got the wrong person. Impatiently, Liao San retorted, quit your rambling and come with us to meet Hong Yi. His gaze locked onto Qin Yun, his voice dripping with menace. Do you know what Hong Yi despises the most? Being kept waiting. You'd best come along willingly, or I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Qin Yun replied icily. And do you know that interrupting a kiss between me and my wife is a grave offense? With that, he sprang to his feet, delivering a resounding slap to Liao San's face. The sound echoed throughout the office as Liao San was sent flying. Shu Tangyin's eyes widened in shock, and the gang of thugs stood frozen in disbelief. Fire Mouse, are you all right? They finally snapped back to reality, rushing to check on Liao San, only to be met with the shocking sight of his contorted face and dislocated jaw. He had already lost consciousness. How brutal. The gang's expressions shifted to anger as they glared at Qin Yun. One man, sporting ear studs and a buzz cut, seethed, you little brat. Fire Mouse is a favored man of Hong Yi. You dare to lay a finger on him? You're as good as dead. Another thug with yellow hair impatiently barked. Why waste time talking to this punk? Let's break his arms first, teach him a lesson, and then deliver him to Hong Yi for punishment. With that, he charged at Qin Yun, followed closely by the rest of the gang, resembling a pack of wolves. Qin Yun coldly remarked, you think you've earned my respect? Stepping forward, he raised his fist, ready to strike the yellow-haired thug. Qin Yun's combat style is rooted in military discipline, simple yet efficient. The most straightforward techniques can be the deadliest, aiming for the ultimate strike to defeat the enemy. Bang! Qin Yun's fist struck the chest of the yellow-haired thug. Like a broken kite, he was sent flying, crashing into several companions before finally hitting the ground. Attempting to rise defiantly, he was met with a coppery taste in his throat, and he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with lung fragments, collapsing to the ground, never to rise again. The remaining thugs watched in horror, their pupils dilating in shock. Fear gripped them, halting their advance. In that moment, none dared to step forward. Many even retreated, preparing to flee. Just then, the madman arrived with Zhu Laifu and a few newly recruited security guards, wielding batons. Qin Yun commanded, you arrived just in time. Block the door and let not a single one escape. The thugs' faces changed dramatically upon hearing this. Who truly ruled the streets? How could this handsome young man be more ruthless than they were? Before they could react, the madman and the security guards, brandishing their batons with a menacing air, advanced upon them, unleashing a flurry of savage blows. The thugs fought desperately, but against the madman, a veteran warrior, All their efforts were futile. The madman unleashed his full power, swinging his baton with such speed that it appeared to blur. Each strike shattered bones, while even a mere brush resulted in fractures and injuries. The thugs cried out in agony, some collapsing, while others knelt and prostrated themselves, banging their heads on the ground, crying out, "Brothers, please, we beg you, do not strike us. We are merely workers," Shu Tingyin observed with a peculiar expression. Just moments ago, these thugs had stormed in, shouting threats and displaying bravado. Yet now, in a bid for survival, they claimed to be mere workers. However, the security team had become excessively ruthless under Chen Yun's leadership. She regarded Chen Yun, the security captain, and reflected on how the guards had transformed from timid to courageous since he took charge. This man was a natural leader. Her gaze toward Chen Yun brimmed with pride. Seeing that the thugs had been sufficiently subdued, Chen Yun signaled the madman and the others to cease their assault. With an indifferent expression, he looked down at the trembling thugs and slowly spoke. "Today, I will spare your worthless lives. Go back and inform your boss that I care not whether he is the Red Lord or the Green Lord. Should he dare to send more trouble my way, he should beware of his own head." With that, he glanced at the unconscious Liao San and the yellow-haired thug on the ground and coldly ordered, "Take these two useless fish and get lost." The thugs, as if granted a reprieve, endured their excruciating wounds and hastily departed, dragging Liao San and the yellow-haired thug with them. Upon noticing Chen Yun's displeased expression, Zhu Laifu hurriedly apologized, saying, "Captain, earlier during the shift change, everyone headed to the canteen for a meal, allowing those ruffians the opportunity to intrude." Chen Yun waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. Everyone must remain vigilant in the future. We need to ensure that someone is stationed at the entrance." Zhu Laifu nodded earnestly. "Yes, Captain." After which, they retreated. Shu Tingyin summoned the cleaning staff to tidy up. With a worried expression, she addressed Chen Yun. "I never imagined that outsiders would truly believe you to be the owner of Guolong Hotel and would come to cause trouble. This is truly an unwarranted disaster." Chen Yun reassured her, "It's nothing. I will speak to Lin Lu shortly and ensure he handles the situation properly." He then added with a smile, "I was quite upset earlier, primarily because that group of rascals interrupted a moment between my wife and me." Upon hearing this, Shu Tingyin recalled her earlier intention to steal a kiss from Chen Yun while he was asleep, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She felt as if she could vanish into thin air. Chen Yun, leaning closer, teasingly asked, "Wife, we were interrupted earlier. Shall we continue now?" Shu Tingyin, her face aflame with mortification, pushed him toward the door, exclaiming, "No, it's already afternoon, and I must return to my work. You should head back to your post as well." With that, she firmly ushered Chen Yun out of her office. Amused yet exasperated, Chen Yun returned to the security office. He took out his phone and called Lin Lu. Upon learning the situation, Lin Lu was both astonished and furious, declaring, "How dare Hong Tianlong send someone to trouble Mr. Chen? He is courting disaster." He then proceeded to brief Chen Yun on Hong Tianlong's background. It turned out that Hong Tianlong was not from Zhonghai, but rather from the neighboring city of Suang. He was the leader of the Qinglong gang, commanding several hundred subordinates and holding a notable position within the underground circles of Suang. For years, he had harbored ambitions to extend his influence into Zhonghai, but had been deterred by Dong Tianbao's presence. However, upon learning that Dong Tianbao had disbanded his organization and fled overseas, Hong Tianlong believed the moment had come to make his move. He set his sights on Guolong Hotel, recognizing it as the largest underground boxing venue in the south, intending to exploit Chen Yun and Lin Lu to seize control of this lucrative opportunity. Should he succeed, not only would he establish a firm foothold in Zhonghai, but it would also serve as a warning to others. With fewer obstacles, he would be able to expand his ambitions with greater ease. Thus, the earlier incident involving Liao San and his men confronting Chen Yun transpired. After explaining the situation, Lin Lu continued, "Mr. Chen, I initially had no intention of engaging with that scoundrel Hong Tianlong, but given his affront to you, I have decided to confront him and issue a warning." Chen Yun replied nonchalantly, "You may handle it as you see fit. Shall I summon the madman to assist you?" Lin Lu replied briskly, "There's no need. If I cannot manage, I shall seek help from Brother Madman." At the Honyun resort, Hong Tianlong was incensed to learn that his confidant, Liao San, had been severely injured by Chen Yun, along with several of his subordinates, who had also sustained varying degrees of harm. He erupted in fury, "You inept fools! How dare you claim to have lived a life on the edge, yet now you cannot even handle a group of security guards? You have utterly disgraced me." The dozen or so battered ruffians hung their heads in silence, too intimidated to respond, while 100 formidable enforcers loomed nearby. These were the elite fighters that Hong Tianlong had brought from Suzhou and Hangzhou, his capital, for the fierce onslaught. After his tirade, his rage somewhat abated. He commanded in a low voice, "Send word to Lin Lu. Before sunset today, he must bring Qin Yun to see me. If they fail to arrive, or if they come and do not meet my demands, I shall not hesitate to unleash a massacre." A subordinate promptly answered, "Understood, Master Hong."